The divine maiden loves all beings. She has no romantic partner, only followers who admire her from afar. The moon shines on all, not only on her. Yunshu stood on a barren slope. Beneath her feet the packed yellow earth was cracked like a tortoise shell, with a few withered grass stems sprouting from the crevices. She looked around and extended her hand. A white jade bowl suddenly appeared in her palm, filled with congee. Host, we've transmigrated into a chaotic world novel with extremely high danger. You should at least pick a fashion that adds combat power, not just beauty. A glowing orb with a face spoke. You ended up choosing the most useless one. This pure snow and fragrant plum outfit only has the skill of infinite congee. What use is that? Who says it's useless? Yunshu swallowed the last mouthful of congee. The white jade bowl in her hand silently shattered into specks of light, scattering in the wind. This outfit is amazing. During the Three Kingdoms period, the great virtuous teacher Zhang Jiao only needed a bowl of rice soup with talisman water to make countless people fight for him. Her bowl of congee was even more tempting. In that case, why not follow suit? After all, acting was her forte. As for combat strength, she already had it. If any unexpected situation arose, she could handle it. With confidence, she tucked her sleeves and turned toward a stream valley ahead, as described in the book. Host, our mission is to conquer the male lead of this chaotic world novel, Shen Yu, the general of the Yang dynasty. He is currently being ambushed in the small forest 800 meters to your left front. You're going the wrong way. The system orb floated beside Yunshu. No one else could see it, hear it, or touch it. Yunshu kept walking without stopping. When did I say I want to find the male lead? Conquering the male lead is not as satisfying as being a divine maiden saving the world. The system followed bewildered. Host, you chose the lowest point of the male lead to transmigrate, isn't it, to save him and gain? My previous hosts all did this. Follow the route of supporting the male lead, giving him warmth, talents, money, and technology during his low points. This is the best strategy. Yunshu said casually, system, pushing yourself is not a good deal. I want him to come and beg me. Half an hour later. Standing by the stream, she rolled up her sleeves, revealing a section of jade-like forearm, and began pouring congee into the water. The infinite congee skill of the pure snow and fragrant plum outfit has limitations. Drowning someone with congee is definitely not allowed. She can only create as many bowls as there are people present, and each person gets one bowl. Only when the bowl is emptied and disappears can she create another for that person. Host, what are you doing? The system was puzzled. Yunshu continued pouring congee into the water. Didn't you say there are fish in this stream? I'm trying to use congee as bait. Just drinking congee is a bit boring. The system rummaged through its backpack. Host, I have a bottle of seasoning powder. When you catch fish, sprinkle it on the grilled fish. It's super delicious. Super delicious. Are you a Northeast system? Yunshu held the seasoning powder and smiled. The system said wistfully, my last host was from the Northeast. She liked to have barbecue, and she left me this seasoning powder. As it spoke, memories surfaced in its mind. One after another, hosts found the DressUp system useless in the harsh world and unbinded from it. Host, do you want a grilled fish tutorial? It asked with unusual eagerness and a hint of flattery. Yunshu shook her head. She was not catching fish for grilling. Heaven helps those who help themselves. After baiting for 2 days, the water finally stirred. First ripples trembled, then red shadows emerged from the depths more and more. Calmly, Yunshu lifted the congee bowl, took out a pill from her sleeve with her other hand, and gently crushed it between her fingers. The pill turned into fine powder, falling into the congee. Host, you. Before the system could finish, Yunshu poured the laced congee into the water. Instantly the fish went wild, splashing water and scrambling to devour the rice grains. The system was stunned for a moment. Then its voice cracked. Host, that was a favor pill. It adds 10 points of favor. You used it on the male lead? No, you fed it to a bunch of fish. Yeah. It let out a sharp scream. You spendthrift. I begged and pleaded to get that from the Mary Sue system, and you fed it to fish. It's all over. Yunshu looked at the nearly broken system. I did this to conquer the male lead. As the saying goes, you have to give something to get something. The system was skeptical. The fish had eaten all the rice grains, but they didn't leave. Instead, they swam around near the shore, trying to get closer to Yunshu. The favor pill had worked. Looks like the effect is pretty good. Yunshu looked at the red carps swimming over, gently tapping their heads with her finger. System, how long until the male lead's younger brother Shen Yu passes through this valley? Shen Yu is the second legitimate son of Shun Xiao Marquis of Ningyuan of the Great Yang. He has been well-read since childhood, and is the epitome of a noble young master. According to the story, Shen Yu was demoted to a bitter cold land for pleading with the emperor to execute sorcerers who corrupted the court. Shen Yu heard the news, left home to follow him, and became his chief strategist, helping to overthrow the corrupt Yang dynasty and establish a new one. Truly a talent for a king's advisor. The system answered listlessly, 13 minutes. System, you're amazing. Yunshu didn't spare her praise. The only way to obtain outfits in this dress-up system is to collect people's shock emotions and draw from the gacha pool. Relying on the plot alone, she couldn't time her carefully prepared performance for Shen Yu. Fortunately, she had the system to cheat. Time to harvest the first wave of shock value. Yunshu found a spot by the stream, and sat down, her moon-white gauze dress spreading over the green stone. The system outfits are all self-cleaning, so no need to worry about stains or dampness. She lifted her chin slightly, exuding the demeanor of a divine maiden. Compassionate, detached, with a hint of divine authority, overlooking all beings. Host, they're coming. Hearing the system, Yunshu raised her hand gracefully, and a bowl of congee appeared in her palm. Shen de shock 20 Shen air shock 20 Shen Yu shock 5, young master. On the forest path, Shen Yu reined in his horse, raised his hand to stop the guards behind him. The two guards first exchanged glances, then both looked toward the stream, their eyes showing both amazement and awe. The woman in white sat on the green stone holding a white jade bowl. Morning light cast a halo around her, making her cool features even more otherworldly. They had seen clearly just now. That bowl of congee had appeared out of thin air. Shen Yu's gaze also fell upon the woman in white, yet his expression was not as stunned as that of Shunda and Shenair. What sights had the scions of the capital's noble houses not witnessed? He had grown weary of those so-called miraculous acrobatics since childhood. Acts like conjuring objects from thin air or hiding treasures in sleeves were nothing but tricks to fool the gullible. With his elder brother's whereabouts unknown, finding him was paramount. "Let's go," he murmured, tightening his grip on the reins, ready to spur his horse forward. But at that moment, ripples suddenly spread across the stream. A vermilion golden carp poked its head out of the water, gazing towards the bank. Its tail swayed gently, its posture as reverent as a courtier paying homage to a monarch. Then came a second, a third. In an instant, dozens of fish gathered from all directions, their scales weaving into a flowing tapestry of iridescent light. Then came a second, a third. In an instant, dozens of fish gathered from all directions, their scales weaving into a... The woman in white lowered her eyes to the fish, her picturesque features gradually softening into a faint smile. The fish became ecstatic, leaping out of the water one after another, their splashing echoing through the valley. Finally, the vermilion golden carp sank to the bottom first. When it resurfaced, it held in its mouth a blood-red jade, its luster warm and smooth. It swam to the woman's feet, gently placed the jade on the bank, then retreated half a foot, looking up at her. The rest of the fish followed suit. Before long, a pile of treasures lay before the woman in white, hairpins, jewelry, necklaces, and even a few pearls the size of lotus seeds. This extraordinary sight utterly stunned the three men. The forest fell silent. Shunda and Shun Air's jaws hung open, a faint dry swallow escaping their throats. Had they encountered a select... Even Shen Yu, who prided himself on being worldly wise, unconsciously tightened his hold on the reins until his knuckles turned white. Such a miracle was beyond the realm of mere trickery. Those fish, supposed to be senseless beasts, had left the water to feed, bowed to the person on the bank, and retrieved treasures from the riverbed to devoutly offer her. In a daze, he recalled the famous painting, The Nymph of the Luo River, he had seen in the palace as a child. In the painting, the goddess stood upon the Luo River, surrounded by fish and dragons, her robes fluttering sacred and inviolable. At that time, he had only admired the exquisite brushwork and the profound artistic conception. Now he realized that the painter's skill, after all, had its limits. It could not capture even a tenth of the person before him. Shen Yu stared at the woman in white by the stream, a single thought churning in his mind. Was she a divine immortal, or a forest spirit? The woman in white, regarded with such fear, conjecture, and awe by Shen Yu and his men, was none other than Yunshu. Yunshu lowered her eyelids, her face still bearing the divine, aloof expression of one looking down upon the mortal world. Yet her peripheral vision swept over the translucent system panel floating at the corner of her sight. From 0 to 295. Not bad. A faint, almost imperceptible smile curled at the corner of her lips. It was worth the 2 days and nights she had spent by the stream, waiting tirelessly to put on this act. The system was rendered speechless with astonishment. Its previous hosts had all struggled mightily to accumulate 300 shock points to draw a single costume. Yet Yunshu had merely sat there without uttering a word, and had already obtained 295 shock points. It had not misjudged her after all. Who said using affinity pills to feed fish was a waste? Those affinity pills were worth every bit. Suddenly, the clatter of chaotic footsteps came from the forest. About 15 or 16 ragged refugees emerged from the mountain path, their faces sallow, eyes sunken. Some limped, others supported each other, looking like a group of lifeless specters crawling out of tombs. The leader was a gaunt man with prominent cheekbones, but his eyes shone with a terrifying brightness. The green gleam of a wolf driven mad by hunger. People. Food. She has congee. And so many treasures. The refugees saw Yunshu, and naturally the half-bowl of white congee in her hand, the dazzling jewels, and the plump carp in the stream. Hunger gradually eroded their fear, breeding unprecedented courage and malice. The gaunt man was the first to his eyes were fixed on the congee and the treasures, his steps growing faster and more urgent. Shunda and Shen Air's faces changed. They instinctively reached for their sabers to rush forward and protect her. Though they did not know if the woman in white was a goddess or a ghost after witnessing such a miracle, how could they allow mortals to offend her? But Shen Yu raised a hand. He wanted to see how the woman would handle this. By the stream, the gaunt man had already closed to within 10 yards of Yinshu. His heart pounded with fear, but hunger overpowered his terror. He swallowed hard, a vicious glint in his eyes. Miss, you're clearly from a wealthy family. Your life is precious. Just give me the congee and the treasures, and I won't make trouble for you. Yinshu slowly raised her eyes. That single glance fell upon him, lightly devoid of any emotion, any warmth. It was the gaze of a deity looking down upon an ant. Not contempt, just pure indifference. With just that one look, the gaunt man was frozen in place, cold sweat trickling down his back, unable to move a muscle. Yinshu withdrew her gaze. She turned her head to look at the carp still swimming in the stream. Then she did something that astonished everyone. She poured the remaining congee from her bowl into the stream. No. The gaunt man lunged forward, kneeling by the stream, plunging his hands into the water in a frantic attempt to scoop it up, only to grab a handful of mud. The congee was devoured by the fish, vanishing in an instant. He knelt in the water, his eyes bloodshot, his voice hoarse like a broken bellows. We are starving to death. You would rather pour the congee away than give it to us. Are human lives worth no more than weeds? His words were piercing and mournful, and the refugees began to weep. A woman holding a child knelt down, an old man kowtowed, shakily, his forehead thudding against the muddy ground. Yet Yinshu remained unmoved. In my eyes, you are no different from the fish and shrimp in this stream. She could have given the congee to the refugees, but she would not, and could not do so. Her past experiences had taught her that excessive kindness could sometimes be a sin, and human nature should never be underestimated. How can fish be compared to living people? The gaunt man was furious. The refugees behind him grew restless, some crying, some cursing, some picking up stones from the ground. This crazy woman, feeding the fish instead of us. Let's just rob her. The refugees surged forward in a mob. Just then another miracle occurred. A violent ripple spread across the stream. With a splash, a black carp leaped out of the water, arcing through the air. Then it landed between the refugees and Yinshu. A second followed, then a third. Splash, splash. Dozens of carps scrambled to leap out of the water, one after another, landing on the bank. They writhed, flopped, and rolled in the mud, their scales caked with dirt, their gills heaving, yet they still struggled with all their might to move in front of Yinshu. The fish used their bodies to block the refugees. These fish were protecting her. A monster. These fish have become spirits. Run! The refugees screamed in terror and scattered in all directions. Some of the more timid ones could not even flee. Their legs gave way, and they collapsed on the bank, kneeling and begging for mercy. Mercy, divine lady, have mercy. I was just delirious with hunger. I meant no offense to the divine lady. I beg for your clemency. Yinshu's peripheral vision swept over the system panel. A thought stirred within her. Enough. It was time to draw a new costume. Yinshu raised her right hand and gently tapped the void. In an unseen place, a semi-transparent pink roulette spun rapidly before gradually coming to a stop. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Floating Life Dream Set handheld component 16 Biloxian Orchid. Component description: the orchid blooms in the blue sky, cherished by spiritual energy. It can heal all injuries, cool down 48 hours. Set skill: collect all components to unlock the Encyclopedia of Medicine and the Dream Induction skill. Yinshu looked at the description on the system panel. What an excellent item for playing tricks, she thought to herself. With this, she could further solidify her identity as a goddess and continue to harvest shock value. The refugees were still fleeing. On the edge of the chaotic crowd, a little girl suddenly came to a halt. She was so thin, like a withered twig, her ribs clearly visible beneath her tattered clothes. She could no longer run. Or rather, she was too hungry to have the strength to run. She looked at the yellow earth at her feet. There lay a fish trampled by the fleeing refugees, its belly turned white, gills crushed, barely clinging to life. The little girl pounced on it. Without hesitation, her frail hands grabbed the fish, disregarding the mud and sand on its body, and brought it to her mouth, biting down hard. The fishy blood dripped from the corner of her mouth, falling onto her cracked chin. She gulped down the raw fish flesh, her throat making muffled swallowing sounds. On another side, Shen Yu witnessed this scene, his grip on the reins tightening, his expression complex. His brother was right. This cannibalistic world had already reached a critical point. The refugees watched the little girl's actions and wanted to grab the fish on the ground, but no one dared to act. After all, she was a follower of the goddess. A woman stumbled toward the little girl. Seeing her daughter, who looked neither human nor ghost, she suddenly covered her face and crouched down, her shoulders shaking violently, yet she made no sound, not a single tear fell. Because her tears had long since dried up. Her husband was conscripted to repair the riverbank last year and never returned. The villagers said that section of the bank collapsed, burying hundreds. She hadn't even seen her husband's remains. This year's crops suffered drought first, then flooding, and finally a swarm of locusts devoured everything. The government's taxes were becoming heavier year by year. Last month the county's enforcers came and took the last half bag of coarse grain from her home, claiming she owed the equal distribution tax. She knelt on the ground begging, but was kicked over her forehead, hitting the threshold, blood flowing down her face. With no other choice, she had to lead her children to escape. Her eldest son starved to death on the way, and she and her second son dug the grave with their own hands. Does it hurt? Yes, it does. But after a while it stops hurting. It's like a rope tightening into the flesh. After a long time the flesh rots, and then you feel no pain. Mother, this fish is edible, the little girl said, handing the barely alive carp to the woman. Let's take it back to cook for second brother. Maybe he'll get better after eating the fish. The woman grabbed the little girl, saying, Sanya, if your second brother doesn't make it, it's just fate. We absolutely cannot eat this carp. They are followers of the mountain goddess, and eating it will bring divine retribution. She tried to snatch the fish from the little girl, but the girl held on tightly, refusing to let it go. Mother, then let me face divine retribution. I don't want second brother to die. The mother and daughter continued to argue, when Yunshu suddenly stood up from the bluestone. Upon seeing her approach, the woman's face turned pale. Without thinking, she blocked in front of the little girl, prostrating herself on the ground with her forehead pressed against the dirt. Mountain goddess, spare us. The child is small and doesn't understand. If you must kill, then kill me instead. Please spare her. The woman's body trembled like a sieve, yet she still firmly protected the little girl behind her. Yunshu stopped, her skirt fluttering. She looked down at the mother and daughter, at the woman's hunched back, at the little girl's emaciated arms, and at the bloodied fish that had been gnawed to pieces. As if she were a deity devoid of emotions, her expression remained unchanged. Her brows and eyes were as cold as water, her lips flat, even the rhythm of her breathing was unperturbed. The twilight enveloped her in a layer of thin gold, her garments flowing like still clouds, untainted by dust, unmoved by thoughts. But only she knew. Her hand beneath the sleeve was digging her nails into her palm. It hurt. This pain reminded her of the river in her memory. On the murky river surface floated white foam, dense forests lining both banks. She crouched in the grass by the river, a leech biting into her neck, and she dared not move. 10 meters away, a child was tied to a wooden post. The child's eyes were exactly like those of the little girl in front of her, filled with terror, despair, and a mingled will to survive. She knew that was bait. She also knew that if she rushed out to save the person, not only she and her teammates would be torn apart, but it would also ruin all the hard work and sacrifices everyone had made. At that time she held the gun, and didn't move, watching that child transform from a living being into a pile of mud. That was her first mission, and it caused her immense psychological trauma. It took her 2 years to stop her hands from shaking and to hold a gun again. Later she went to the Golden Triangle. After experiencing more, her heart grew harder. Even her master said her actions were too extreme, but how could someone walking on the edge of the abyss remain unaffected? Mountain goddess, I beg for your mercy. The woman repeatedly bowed to Yunshu, her forehead already bloodied, but she dared not stop. Yunshu looked at the anxious faces around her, knowing full well that her purpose had been achieved. This group of refugees was thoroughly shocked by the recent events, now filled with fear and reverence toward her. It was time to give them a sweet date. Taming the hearts of people has always been about first the knife, and then the sugar. We can't survive. Great and compassionate goddess, please save us. Goddess, please save my son. Please show us a way to survive. Someone unknowingly initiated it, and soon cries and pleas surged like a tide. The ragged refugees knelt in droves, bowing continuously to the white-clad woman before them. Some knocked their heads until blood seeped from their foreheads, while others held up their emaciated children high, praying for her mercy. All beings suffer. This world is an endless sea of suffering. The goddess sighed, softly, a hint of compassion in her eyes. All right, seeing that you are not truly wicked people, I shall make an exception this once. She slowly raised her right hand palm upward, and an otherworldly orchid emerged from her palm. The orchid was entirely emerald green, its leaves unfurling like clouds, with a snow-white blossom at the tip radiating a light that seemed to gather all the pure energy of heaven and earth. Then she gently waved the orchid. The brilliance of the petals suddenly surged, transforming in the air into golden light rain cascading down. It fell upon the barely alive carp. It fell upon the mother and daughter. It fell upon the surrounding refugees. The golden light entered their bodies. The carp's wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace, its scales regained their luster. With a flick of its tail it broke free from the little girl's embrace, leaping into the stream and swimming away. Other carp on the ground also jumped into the stream. It's a deity, truly a deity. The astonished exclamations of Shunda and Shun Air echoed in his ears, but Shen Yu did not hear a single word. He had read the classics since childhood and never believed in spirits. However, the incredible miracle before him shattered his 20 years of understanding. The first to react was the little girl. She stared blankly at her own hands. The wounds from the tree branches were healing, scabbing, then falling off, revealing new pink skin. The woman beside her was also stunned. The gash on her forehead from a fall had healed, the bruises on her knees from kneeling had vanished, and even the old injury on her waist from a carrying pole no longer ached. An old man with a crippled leg stood up. A child who had been feverish for 3 days opened his eyes and called out, "Mother," and a deaf man regained his hearing. The golden light continued to fall. Like a silent rain, it fell unhurriedly upon everyone, erasing the pain from their bodies. Some knelt, some stood, some lay on the ground wailing, and others stared blankly at their own limbs, as if unable to believe they were still theirs. Yunshu watched everything unfolding before her, her expression still indifferent, neither sad nor joyful, cool and aloof. Only when it was almost done did she withdraw the newly acquired handheld component Biluo Shinlon back into the system space. The orchid in her hand slowly dissipated. The golden light faded along with it. The crowd of refugees before her began to kowtow incessantly. It was not the terrified, pleading kowtows from before. It was a devout, almost fanatical prostration, their foreheads pressed into the muddy ground, refusing to lift for a long time. A divine being has manifested. Goddess of mercy, have mercy on us. Thank you, Goddess. Goddess, I, a faithful woman, will worship you for life. Voices rose and fell high and low, mingling with tears and laughter into a blur of noise. Yunshu looked at the refugees prostrate at her feet. Their upturned faces were etched with reverence, their murky eyes reflecting the color of her robes like drowning people grasping at the last piece of driftwood. She parted her lips, her voice clear and cold. I am not your deity. I need no worship from you. These words fell upon the refugees like a boulder crashing into a deep pool. She was not their god. Despair spread like a plague, devouring the previous joy in an instant. Everyone's hearts slowly sank into an abyss. What good was a healed body? Without the goddess' protection, they still couldn't survive. But they were mere mortals, no different from fish or shrimp in the eyes of a deity. What did they have to make her stay? Yunshu turned after dropping this bombshell, her plain white skirt brushing the muddy ground without picking up a speck of dust. Quality assured when it came from the system. She lowered her phoenix eyes, her lashes slightly veiled, her aura ethereal and aloof like a celestial maiden from the ninth heaven overlooking the mortal world. Her lotus steps were light, her skirts stirring as if in a breeze. Each step fell on the hearts of the onlookers, her immortal grace untouchable and unforgettable. Reaching the stream bank, she didn't pause, but lightly tapped her toes on the shimmering water, rising into the air as if treading on nothing. Step by step she ascended higher, walking on air, her robes fluttering, her immortal aura awe-inspiring. The people below held their breath, their eyes filled with shock. Farewell, goddess. Goddess. The goddess herself at this moment was expressionlessly searching for her next foothold. The system's coordination with her was almost non-existent. It flew sometimes near, sometimes far, sometimes high, sometimes low, causing her to nearly miss her step several times and fall into the stream like a drowned rat. Fortunately, she was a seasoned performer and didn't blow her cover. Yes, that's right. The reason she could make such an ethereal exit was all thanks to the system acting as her stepping stone, allowing her to put on another impressive show. Back in the system space, Yunshu sprawled on the floor like a starfish, utterly exhausted, entering a state of zen. Performing from morning till night had truly worn her out. The system, seeing the shock value drop from 3150 to 3050, felt as if its heart was being cut. It hurriedly urged Yunshu, host, staying in the system space consumes shock value 100 points per minute. We need to quickly choose an empty place and go out. 100 shock value per minute. That's daylight robbery. Yunshu's back and legs didn't ache anymore. She scrambled up from the floor and quickly selected a location to leave. Shock value couldn't be wasted. A flash of white light appeared. Yunshu found herself back in the previous stream valley, but she had chosen a very secluded spot hidden from everyone. Host, those refugees haven't left yet, the system said, constantly monitoring the activity on the opposite bank. It hovered in midair, acting as a camera, projecting the scene onto a light screen in front of Yunshu. The picture was high definition. Even every blade of grass was clearly visible. The system was watching intently when it suddenly noticed something flash in the shallow water by the bank. It said frantically, "Oh no, host, you forgot to take the treasures the fish gave you." Oh, Yunshu raised her hand and yawned. I left them there on purpose. Consider it a test. If they can pass my test, they will become my first batch of most loyal followers. Her gaze crossed the babbling stream and landed on the disheartened refugees on the opposite bank. They were still gathered in place, no one getting up to leave. After the golden light had faded, their bodies no longer hurt, but their hearts felt empty. That feeling was like being pulled out of an abyss, glimpsing the sky for a moment, only to be plunged back into the depths. I am not your deity. I need no worship from you. Those words still echoed in everyone's ears. Someone pounded the ground with their fists, despair in their eyes. The goddess said she is not our god. Is there any hope for us to survive in this cruel world? No one could answer that question. There are so many people in the world. Even if the goddess had divine powers, she couldn't take care of. An old man sighed, squatting on the ground, digging at the mud with his bony fingers. The goddess must already have enough followers, which is why she said she doesn't need our worship. It's already an immense grace that she didn't hold our offense against us and healed us. We shouldn't be greedy. Why isn't she our god? A woman holding a child whispered, her voice choked with tears. If only she were our god, how wonderful that would be. I envy those who can worship the goddess, someone said gloomily. They are so lucky. Silence spread. After a moment, some people stood up, preparing to leave. Staying here wouldn't bring the goddess back. Besides, it was getting dark and wild animals would roam the woods. They needed to find shelter for the night. Just then something flashed in the shallow water. Look, there's something glowing in the water. This immediately alarmed everyone nearby. The crowd gathered around, peering into the water by the moonlight. Pearls. Several pearls the size of lotus seeds, smooth and glossy, emitting a soft, silvery glow from the shallow bottom. Beside them lay hairpins, jewelry, jade. Everyone was stunned. Is this left by the divine maiden? What is her intention in leaving these treasures? Could it be a gift for us? Why don't we share these treasures among ourselves? The crowd erupted into chaos. Some leaned in for a closer look, others instinctively stepped back, while a few stood frozen, uncertain where to place their hands or feet. This belongs to the divine maiden. The old man stammered, we shouldn't touch it, should we? But the divine maiden has already departed. Even so, we must not touch them. They are divine belongings. Aren't you afraid of retribution if you take them? Then what do you suggest? We can't just leave them here, can we? The argument grew louder. Yet no one reached out to retrieve. Those rare treasures lay quietly in the stream, seemingly within reach, yet as if separated by an invisible wall. No one dared to be the first to extend a hand. Could the divine maiden have left them intentionally? The crowd fell silent, turning to the speaker. If she wanted to take them, she could have whisked them away with a wave. But she didn't. Is she testing us? These words swept through the crowd like a chilling wind, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. Tests and trials were the favorite pastimes of the immortals in the tales told by tea-house storytellers. The crowd's faces shifted through several shades of unease as they took 2 steps back. I haven't touched anything. I swear. Neither have I. Who would dare? What if the divine maiden is watching from above? Someone instinctively glanced up at the dim sky. The moonlight was cold and empty. Yet that sensation of being watched by a deity like the moonlight itself silently enveloped every soul present. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, unable to reach a decision. The treasures could not be touched, yet neither could they be abandoned in the water. What if a stray cat carried them off? What if rain swelled the stream and washed them away? But if retrieved, where would they be kept? Who would guard them? What if the keeper succumbed to greed? A group of illiterate refugees debated endlessly without reaching any conclusion. Someone suggested burying the items, only to be met with immediate opposition that burying them was even more unsafe. Another proposed waiting for the divine maiden's return, but someone retorted bitterly that none knew when she might come back. A quiet murmur about dividing the spoils was stifled before it finished, as 7 or 8 glares forced the speaker to shrink back. The old man squatted on the ground, scratching his head in distress. Alas, this won't do, that won't do either. What on earth should we do? Suddenly the sound of hooves came from behind. Everyone turned to look. Under the moonlight, 3 horses ambled slowly along the bank. The lead horse, jet black with a mane like satin, carried a young man on its back. He was clad in a brocade robe, a black leather belt at his waist, and a mutton-fat jade pendant swayed gently with the horse's steps. His features were refined and handsome, his black hair bound in a silver crown with a few loose strands falling at his temples, stirred by the evening breeze. The young man dismounted with a clean, swift motion, the hem of his brocade robe tracing an arc. 2 guards followed suit, flanking him on left and right, their postures upright and eyes alert, clearly trained fighters. Standing in the moonlight, the young man's gaze swept over the fearful refugees, the faintly gleaming treasures in the water, and finally settled on the bluestone where the divine maiden had rested. The master did not speak of strange forces and spirits. Had he not witnessed it himself, he would never have believed that true gods existed in this world. I am Shen Yu, passing through this place. His voice, neither loud nor soft, was like jade beads falling onto a jade platter, clear and warm. Gathered here at night, have you encountered some difficulty? The refugees exchanged glances. Finally the old man mustered his courage and recounted the events haltingly. Shen Yu listened quietly, his gaze falling on the shallow water. A soft laugh escaped him. You dare not touch these treasures for fear of the divine maiden's wrath. Yes. Yes. Shen Yu stood by the water with his hands behind his back, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. He looked down at the treasures below and spoke slowly. I have a proposal. See if it works for you. Everyone pricked up their ears. The divine maiden does not need your offerings, but your devotion must find a place to rest, he said, rather than burying these treasures in the earth, leaving them unseen. He tilted his head slightly toward the bluestone. Why not use these treasures to build a shrine for the divine maiden there, erect a stele, and inscribe the events of today? The refugees were stunned. Can we really do that? Will the divine maiden be angry at our presumption? Shen Yu smiled. Since the divine maiden willingly came to relieve your ailments, she is a benevolent deity. The crowd's expressions softened. I think he makes sense. Someone murmured in agreement. He looks like a learned man, a scholar's words should be reliable. Let's follow his advice. Another voice chimed in with simple trust. But someone was troubled. But we don't even know the divine maiden's sacred name. How can we build a shrine? Yes. The crowd frowned. What if we get it wrong and offend her? The chatter resumed, more anxious but less lost than before. It was as if a group had finally found the road, only to discover no signpost at the intersection, leaving them stamping their feet in frustration. The old man rubbed his hands and looked at Shen Yu. Young master, you are well-traveled. Can you give us some advice? Shen Yu nodded slightly. Call it the Shrine of the Divine Maiden. Use no sacred name, only the title Divine Maiden. This way you neither offend through ignorance nor cause offense through presumption. Excellent. Let it be the Shrine of the Divine Maiden. Yes, the Shrine of the Divine Maiden. The voices grew lively like a dying campfire rekindled with fresh fuel. Meanwhile, on the opposite bank, Yunshu sat before a campfire watching the scene on the system's light screen. A hint of a smile flickered in her eyes. This Shen Yu was indeed a clever man. Clever in that he knew the way to keep a deity was not to kneel and beg, but to take tangible action to move a compassionate god with sincere devotion. Her 2 days of waiting had not been in vain. Now she had a reason to descend. Feeling the genuine emotions of those refugees, she realized that transmigrating into a book was no game. They were all living, breathing people. Since fate had bound her to a dress-up system after death, and sent her into a world so full of suffering, she had to do something to honor her own ideals and beliefs. One who possesses the power to save the world must also harbor a heart to rescue its people. Host, your acting is impeccable. The system couldn't help but marvel. Those refugees have taken you for a true goddess, and even Shen Yu believes it. And he's the chief strategist of the male lead, Shinju, renowned for his cunning intellect. Its previous hosts had been so cautious even when using system props, or introducing a sliver of modern knowledge, terrified of being discovered by the Shun brothers, whose hearts were riddled with schemes. It's simple. Practice makes perfect. Yunshu was roasting a skewer of fruit over the fire. Once, to complete a mission assigned by my superiors, I had to get close to a target who revered Buddhism. I disguised myself as a monk and preached Dharma to him for 3 whole years. She paused. If your acting isn't good enough, you die. The system grew increasingly uneasy. A mission target. Could its host have another system? At this thought, it stealthily opened the system panel and checked Yunshu's information. Humfit wanted to see which shameless wild system was trying to steal its host. But when the information appeared, it was stunned. Yunshu, female, born 1990. 03. 15. Affiliated unit, Narcotics Control Detachment. Personal record, joined the police force at 18, transferred to the Narcotics Control Detachment at 20, and at 2012 undertook an undercover mission infiltrating the Golden Triangle for 4 years. Solved 5 major cross-border drug trafficking cases, seized 2 tons of narcotics, dismantled 2 transnational drug networks, and killed 3 drug lords. At 26, while covering her comrades' retreat, her undercover identity was exposed, and she died in the line of duty, posthumously awarded a first-class individual merit. Seeing this, the system was filled with admiration. Host, I never knew you were a narcotics police officer in your past life. Aren't you a system? Before binding with me, didn't you even check what I did in my past life? I forgot, the system said, embarrassed, wanting to scratch its head, but it was just a ball of light without hands. You're such a little cutie. Yunshu had sensed early on that the system wasn't very bright. So no matter what the system said, she remained unfazed, her emotions as stable as a capybara. She took a bite of the roasted fruit. It was sweet and sour, just like the fruit she used to roast in the tropical rainforest. It was a pity she hadn't found any honey. If she had drizzled some on, the flavor would have been divine. The system asked curiously, Host, why did you want to become a narcotics police officer? It's so dangerous. To be honest, I didn't want to be a cop, but I was born into a family of police officers. I had no choice. Yunshu chewed the tangy pulp. My greatest dream is to one day just slack off and be a lazy fish. The system looked at Yunshu, wanting to say something, but stopping. If she didn't have ideals, Yunshu could have chosen to be a household registration officer, but she chose narcotics, and accepted the undercover mission with the highest risk and mortality rate. Yunshu suddenly spoke up, Can you eat? The system gradually came back to itself. I can, but you need to spend shock points to buy me a skin. How many shock points? The system pulled up the panel. The cheapest fox skin costs 1,000 shock points. It stared longingly at the little fox skin, but thinking that the shock points were hard-earned by Yunshu, it reluctantly closed the page. Host, you don't need to waste your money on me. My default skin is fine. Oh, it doesn't affect my ability to help you with your mission. Yunshu's lashes lowered slightly. Once the goddess temple was built, her miraculous deeds would surely be spread by the first batch of believers. Her followers would only grow. However, a false goddess was after all false. She couldn't personally intervene in many matters, the risk of exposure was too great. At this moment, she needed a supernatural entity to deliver divine oracles and speak on her behalf. If you put on that little fox skin, can the people of this world see you and hear you speak? Yes, I can. The system watched Yunshu, who was skewering fruit, a note of confusion in its voice. Host, why are you asking? Yunshu placed the skewered fruit over the fire. They'll buy it for you. The system momentarily froze. When it came to it was ecstatic. Host, are you going to buy me a skin? Oh, host, I love you. I've been craving that little fox skin for so long. It has 9 tails. Fluffy. And it glows. The glowing orb of the system made Yunshu dizzy. She reached out and grabbed it, saying calmly, keep it up and I won't buy it. The system immediately fell silent. Yunshu released the system and clicked the purchase button for the little fox skin on the panel. Purchase successful. The system immediately fell silent. Yunshu released the system and clicked the purchase button for the little fox skin on the panel. When the light faded, a fluffy little fox appeared by the fire. It was pure white with 9 bushy tails, each hair emitting a faint silver light. The tips of its ears had a touch of pale gold fur, and the inside of its ears was a soft pink. Host. It leaped into Yunshu's arms, its bright amber eyes gazing intently at her. The system and host were merely partners. It had never heard of any host buying a skin for their system. But its host had bought it a skin. How lucky was it to meet a host who was both formidable and incredibly kind to it. This was enough to brag about in the main god space for a lifetime. Not bad, not bad. Yunshu stroked the little fox's big tail. Looking at the remaining shock points, she pondered for a moment and opened the permanent gacha pool. A goddess couldn't only show kindness, that would only nurture greed. A balance of grace and authority was the way to lasting rule. Currently, the snowy fragrance set she owned and the handheld component of the floating life dream set, the Azure Immortal Orchid, had skills that leaned towards support. She needed to draw something offensive. The roulette needle spun rapidly and slowly came to a halt. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the floating life dream set hair accessory component, 26 butterfly hidden hairpin. Component description: the hairpin harbors a butterfly spirit warding off insects and snakes. Immune to all poisons no evil can approach. Set skill: collect all components to unlock the medical encyclopedia and dream entry skill. Disappointed not to have drawn what she wanted, Yunshu nevertheless had enough shock points for another draw. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Heavens Balance Radiance set handheld component, 18 Thunder Order Talisman. Component description: the order is issued and the heavenly thunder is summoned. Cleanses all sins in the world, cooldown 120 hours. Set skill: collect all components to unlock the sin and punishment skill, punishing all evil in the world. Current shock points 1450. A good find. Yunshu's eyes lit up. The system now a little fox was puzzled. Host, what's so good about this? Our mission is to win over the male lead, to make him fall in love with you. You can't just blast him with heavenly thunder until he loves you, can you? That violates the system's laws. A flicker passed through Yunshu's eyes. Of course I know the mission is to win over the male lead. Don't worry, we'll take it step by step. She began to bamboozle the system in a serious tone. Once I've earned enough shock points playing the goddess, I'll draw a few more charm-boosting outfits. When I make a stunning appearance, the male lead will be utterly bewitched by me, won't he? Wow, host, you're so smart. The little fox's eyes were full of admiration. Your plan is perfect. Don't worry, I'll cooperate fully. It raised a little paw, clenched it, and vowed solemnly. Yunshu sighed from the bottom of her heart. I'm so lucky to have a system as wonderful as you. The next day, before dawn broke, there was movement in the ravine. Men carried hoes up the mountain to quarry stone, women boiled wild vegetables in the open area, and children ran back and forth carrying bricks and tiles like a flock of tireless sparrows. No one shouted orders, nor was anyone assigned tasks. Each person busied themselves with what they could do. It seemed as if an invisible thread guided them, each attending to their own duties in perfect order. When Shen Yu arrived at the ravine, he was astonished to find the foundation of the goddess temple already taking shape. He stood at a distance watching for a while. He watched the ragged refugees carefully lay each stone, saw them smooth the uneven edges with their dirt-stained weathered hands, and observed them repeatedly discussing and adjusting the alignment of a corner. Their movements were clumsy yet earnest, as if they were building a magnificent palace. A little girl of 8 or 9 staggered past carrying a stone larger than. Shen Yu instinctively stepped forward to help her. The child looked up at him, recognizing him as the handsome and exceptionally clever young master from the night before. Shen Yu grinned, revealing her teeth. Thank you, young master. With that, she turned and ran back down the mountain. There were still many stones and bricks to move at the foot of the hill, and she needed to make several more trips to carry as much as that way the goddess temple could be built a little faster. Mother said the goddess was kind-hearted, and as long as they revered her with sincere devotion, they would surely move her. Shen Yu stood still watching the girl's retreating figure. Had he not experienced it himself, he would have found it hard to connect this energetic group of men, women, and children with the Halloween refugees from yesterday. These people had changed all because of her. Young master, let me take that. Shen Yu reached out to take the stone from Shen Yu. Your status is noble. How can you do such rough work? No need. Shen Yu sidestepped, avoiding him. Then he carried the stone to the edge of the foundation. Those hands, once meant for holding scrolls and playing chess, now had gravel embedded in their crevices, and his sleeves were stained with yellow earth. He looked somewhat disheveled, yet he paid it no mind. Shen Yu followed behind him. Finally, he couldn't help but lower his voice and ask, Young master, the eldest young master offended the imperial preceptor by remonstrating, was exiled from the capital by his majesty, and now he's been ambushed, and is missing. If we delay any longer, the eldest young master may be in danger. Before yesterday, the young master was anxiously inquiring about the eldest young master's whereabouts, sending men to the eastern ferry, personally riding north along the main road, traveling day and night, for dozens of li, his brow perpetually furrowed. But after last night, the young master seemed like a changed man, no longer mentioning going to find the eldest young master. Perhaps it had something to do with the goddess, he speculated. Shen Yu didn't answer. He just watched the refugees. My elder brother is a martial artist. If he encounters danger and can't escape, what can I, a mere bookworm with no strength to truss a chicken, do even if I find him? Shen Yu said softly. You and Shun Air go and search for my elder brother. This? Shen Yu hesitated. Young master, it's not safe out here like in the capital. There are constant disasters, wars, and bandits everywhere. It's too dangerous for you to be alone. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to explain it to the Marquis. The eldest young master was always away quelling rebellions, and rarely came home. The Marquis cherished the second young master as the apple of his eye, always keeping him confined to the house to study, and forbidding him from leaving. The second young master had only managed to leave the capital this time, by sneaking away. If anything went wrong, he and Shun Air would be unforgivably blameworthy. Shen Yu lowered his eyes, pondering for a moment. Then you stay? Let Shun Air go find my elder brother. With that, he rolled up his sleeves, walked to the mud pit by the wall, bent down, scooped up a handful of yellow mud, and smeared it into an unfilled gap in the wall. His movements were clumsy, clearly unaccustomed to manual labor. The mud oozed through his pale fingers, covering his hands and sleeves. Young master, that's not right. A weathered refugee whispered hesitantly, then reached out. The mud needs to be kneaded until it's sticky to hold properly. Watch me first knead it like this, use even force. Shen Yu watched for a moment, then imitated him, repeatedly slapping the mud ball in his hands. Like this, see? The man shook his head with a smile. Young master, your hands were clearly made for holding a brush. A hand that holds a brush is still a hand. Shen Yu pressed the kneaded mud into the wall crack, and patted it firmly. If you can write, you can plaster a wall, he said. If you can't do it, well, learn. If you can't get it the first time, try again. You'll learn eventually. The refugee scratched his head sheepishly. This is the first time I've seen such an easygoing noble. In his memory, nobles were not like this. They were aloof, their gazes never falling upon those who dwelled in the mud. When they passed by groups of famine refugees, they always covered their noses and mouths, as if even the air was tainted by the... Before the famine, even the most respected village head in the area had to kneel when speaking to the yamen runners, and those runners were merely the lowest dogs beneath the noble's feet. When the village couldn't pay the rent collectors would whip people without blinking an eye, cursing them as worthless bones. The poor were like grass by the roadside, trample it, and who would care if the grass hurt? Nobles never looked directly at a poor person's face, let alone squat in the mud to learn wall plastering from a farmer. We are all devotees of the goddess. As he plastered the wall, Shen Yu chatted with the refugee. Don't call me young master or noble, it embarrasses me. Just call me Xiao Shun. What should I call you, brother? I'm Zhao Erniu. He looked a little embarrassed. But Shen Yu was very talkative. Brother Zhao, can you take a look and tell me if this wall is done right? Zhao Erniu was stunned. In his 30 years of life, no noble had ever called him brother. Young. Seeing Shen Yu look at him, Zhao Erniu had to change his words. Xiao Shen, you learn fast. Not like me, I'm slow-witted. When I worked at the landlord's place, it took me over a month to learn. Shen Yu asked casually, as if making conversation, Brother Zhao, you used to work for a landlord. Zhao Erniu crouched down, scooped up a handful of mud, his movements far more deft than Shen Yu's. He was silent for a long time before speaking. Yeah, I mended the wall of his estate for a year. He provided meals, but no wages, said he'd settle at year's end. But at year's end, the steward said there'd been a disaster in the east, the harvest was bad, so they could only give us 2 sheng of moldy rice. Shen Yu's movements paused. What happened then? Zhao Erniu smoothed a crack in the wall, his tone devoid of resentment, only the numbness of a life ground down by hardship. Then the landlord's estate was suddenly hit by soldiers. The manor burned down. We couldn't even get those 2 sheng of moldy rice anymore. Then I fled the famine all the way here. Shen Yu's hands clenched into fists, a complex emotion in his eyes, both indignation and a profound sense of powerlessness. A peaceful life for the people, a world at peace. He had read that phrase 1,000 times in his study and written it 100 times in his policy essays. But the reality was, within the capital there were feasts of wine and meat in gilded halls, while outside the city walls people devoured each other, ghosts wailed in the night, and white bones littered the wilderness. How bitterly ironic was that? Shen Yu well read. I want to ask you, will the goddess come back? Zhao Erniu asked, full of hope. Hearing this, Shen Yu gradually came back to his senses. He replied calmly, Brother Zhao, when the goddess left, did she say she would never return? Zhao Erniu thought for a moment. No, she didn't. There you have it, Shen Yu continued. The goddess just didn't say when she would return. But this temple is here. If she passes by, she should come into rest. Zhao Erniu grinned, about to say something, when suddenly there was a sound of urgent footsteps from outside. A refugee stumbled up, his face ashen, gasping for breath. Bad news. The bandits caught Go-Wa. Everyone stopped working simultaneously. We asked someone to buy incense for the goddess in town. On the way back, we ran into those bandits. He said dejectedly, Go-Wa couldn't escape. I had no choice but to come back and report first. An abrupt, suffocating silence descended upon the surroundings. Several women clapped their hands over their mouths as silent tears streamed down their cheeks. The men's faces tightened like stones, on the verge of shattering, their fists clenched so tightly that knuckles cracked. But they stood utterly helpless. That band of mountain marauders had entrenched themselves atop the ridge for years. No fewer than 2 or 3 dozen strong, armed with blades, and ruthless, without mercy. The local authorities had launched 2 punitive expeditions against them, only to retreat in failure, utterly powerless before their brutality. Famine-stricken refugees passing through this territory dreaded encountering these savage outlaws above all else, for to meet them was certain death. The men were slaughtered outright, the women abducted, the children boiled alive. Dagwa, only 7 years old, could expect no different fate, and every soul present knew it all too well. Dagwa, my Dagwa. His mother collapsed onto the ground, weeping so violently she nearly lost consciousness. Her fingers clawed desperately at the earth as though warmth might still linger beneath the soil. Yet all she grasped were cold, jagged stones and lifeless dirt. A few women, eyes red-rimmed with grief, rushed to support her. The men turned their faces aside, tears welling unbidden. A breeze swept up from the stream, lifting strands of her disheveled hair and revealing a face ravaged by sorrow and tear-streaked despair. Everyone longed to speak, to offer comfort, defiance, or solace, but words lodged in their throats, impossible to utter. Then suddenly a cacophony of hooves and coarse guttural shouts echoed up from the hillside below. Every face paled instantly. Disaster. We're surrounded by the marauders. Several women hastily pulled their children behind them. The men gathered in small clusters, gripping whatever weapons came to hand. Hoes carrying poles, wooden clubs, the finest among them merely a firewood axe. Dozens of marauders emerged one after another from the bend in the mountain path. At their head strode a one-eyed giant, his tunic thrown open to expose a chest thick with coarse black hair, twin broadswords strapped low on his waist. His followers were cut from the same brutal cloth, fierce, merciless, each bearing the grim aura of seasoned killers. One dragged a rope, its other end tied to a gaunt, hollow-cheeked child. Dagwa's wrists were bound with coarse hemp rope. He stumbled along behind the horse, his small face, bloodless lips, trembling uncontrollably. So I hear you've struck sudden fortune. The one-eyed brute reined in his mount and grinned, revealing yellowed teeth. This little brat spilled everything to me. He said you found a basket full of gold and jewels beside the stream. He swung down from his horse and waved a dismissive hand. Instantly several thugs dug a shallow pit, set up an iron cauldron, poured half a bucket of water inside, and stacked dry firewood beneath it. Movements practiced, precise, chillingly routine. Indeed, they had performed this ritual countless times before. You have 1 incensestic's time, the one-eyed leader drew his blade, to surrender the treasure. Otherwise, he jerked his chin toward the cauldron. I'll boil this brat alive first. Tender meat, sure to be fragrant. Flames leapt upward beneath the pot, casting an orange glow across every refugee's face, illuminating terror raw and unmistakable. Dagwa's mother collapsed to her knees and crawled forward until she reached the one-eyed leader, clutching his pant leg. Sir, please. We have no treasure. The child is lying. Lying. He kicked her aside with contempt. This brat recounted your entire temple-building scheme. Spoke of sacred relics left by the divine maiden. Do you think I'm ignorant? He rose, strode to the cauldron, dipped a ladle into the water, and poured it slowly onto the ground. The water's nearly boiling. Take your time thinking. Outraged murmurs rose from the crowd. Those relics belong to the divine maiden. How dare you seize them? Will you not fear her divine retribution? You'll descend straight into the 18 levels of hell. Yes. Your sins are legion. The divine maiden will surely punish you. The one-eyed leader threw back his head and roared with laughter. His men joined him, howling with unrestrained, grotesque mirth. The divine maiden. He laughed until tears streaked his cheeks, then pointed his blade at the humble shrine. that thatched, you wretched peasants can't even fill your bellies. Yet you worship gods. With a contemptuous kick, he overturned the crude altar bowl filled with wildflowers, petals scattered across the dirt trampled into mud. I've lived 40 years. I've killed more men than you've ever seen and devoured more children than you dare count. Gods, Buddhas, or have I ever laid eyes upon them? If gods truly exist, let her step forth now. Arms flung wide as laughter pierced the air, arrogant and defiant. I'd love to see what a god looks like, whether her golden body withstands my steel or mine hers. His laughter reverberated through the valley, echoing long after it faded. The refugees' faces grew ashen hollow. They had built the shrine themselves devoted to the divine maiden, yet no sign had ever confirmed her acknowledgement. No matter how fervently they prayed, inwardly the divine maiden would surely remain silent. Some closed their eyes, others wept soundlessly, still others clutched their children tighter, as if holding fast to the last fragile thread of hope. Shen Yu's brow furrowed deeply. These refugees were simple, honest farmers. How could they possibly stand against ruthless, battle-hardened marauders? Worse still, the outlaws vastly outnumbered them. Shen Yu had only one capable guard, Shen Da, by his side. Escaping himself posed no difficulty, but rescuing both the child and the refugees from the marauders' grasp seemed utterly impossible. Even with a mind brimming with stratagems, he faced the cruel truth: brilliance cannot flourish where resources are barren. Seeing no movement from the crowd, the one-eyed leader impatiently gestured. Chop off one of his legs. Toss it into the pot. Let's see if these vermin finally yield. Halt! Who dares defy the divine so brazenly? The voice descended from the heavens, crystalline cold as shattered jade, drowning out every clamor. Instinctively, all heads tilted upward. A full moon hung serene and luminous. Within its silver radiance, a figure of ethereal grace drifted down from its very heart. Her robes billowed like clouds in motion. Her raven-black hair, loosely pinned, with a white jade butterfly-shaped hairpin, streamed freely in the wind. Her bare toes barely brushed the void, each step poised as if treading invisible stairs descending upon moonlight itself. Behind her, moonlight coalesced into a shimmering silver trail, like unfurled wings, or a celestial pathway paved for a deity's arrival. The moment her feet touched earth, the night wind ceased. Even crickets fell mute within a tinjong radius. A marauder's blade clattered to the ground. Shen Yu gazed upward, transfixed, his eyes locked upon the divine maiden, unable to look away. Refugees sank to their knees one after another, foreheads striking the earth in rhythmic succession. The divine maiden has come to save us. The divine maiden. Oh, holy lady. The one-eyed leader recovered his composure and appraised the white-robed woman with disdainful amusement. So, you're that so-called divine maiden. He spat contemptuously onto the ground. Thought you'd be some celestial being. Turns out just a delicate, fair-skinned maiden. Sword drawn, he advanced step by step, its tip carving a shallow furrow in the soil. Today I'll mince you into paste. See how well you play goddess. He brought the blade down in a thunderous arc. All heard the shriek of steel cleaving air. Yet the blow struck nothing. Instead, the blade slammed into an invisible golden barrier, reverberating with a deep resonant clang like a temple bell struck at midnight. The shockwave surged up the hilt, numbing the one-eyed leader's entire arm. His palms split open, blood streaming down the fractured blade, now snapped cleanly in two. The barrier remained unbroken, golden light flowing seamlessly across its surface, flawless without a single fissure. The surge of awe continued unabated, shock values climbing steadily, inexorably upward. The divine maiden stepped forward calmly, over broken stone and muddy earth, her white robes trailing behind gathering dust, yet untouched by stain. You spoke of mincing me into paste. Her expression remained unchanged, serene, detached, profoundly calm. Demon. Terror flooded the one-eyed leader's eyes. He recoiled instinctively, tripped over a stone, landed hard on his backside, and scrambled backward on hands and knees. Don't come near me. She looked down upon him, towering, immutable. You cannot discern God from demon, yet you devour human flesh. She raised her palm open and upward. A dark, heavy token rotated slowly within it, its surface etched with lightning sigils glowing with silvery luminescence. Your sins are heinous, and you remain stubbornly unrepentant. Today I shall deliver divine punishment, purify the world, and uphold the heavenly Tao. The clouds in the sky began to churn. The moon was swallowed, and a fierce wind surged from the valley floor, causing everyone's robes to billow noisily. The light on the token in the divine maiden's palm burst open abruptly, and a silver-white pillar of light shot straight into the clouds. The first heavenly thunderbolt struck down. It landed precisely on the head of a bandit, the very one who had just raised his blade to strike the child Goa. He did not even have time to let out a scream before his entire form turned into a clump of charred ashes. With a gust of wind, the ashes scattered. The bandits finally broke down. Divine maiden, spare us please. Some threw down their weapons and knelt kowtowing until their foreheads hitting the stones became a bloody mess. The second bolt struck the bandit who had kidnapped Goa. The third, the fourth, the fifth. Each heavenly thunderbolt seemed to have eyes landing on the heads. The second bolt struck the bandit who had kidnapped Goa. The third, the fourth, the fifth. Each heavenly thunderbolt seemed to have eyes landing on the heads of the bandits, without a single one harming the innocent. The bandits turned into ashes one after another. Shouldn't a god have mercy on all living beings? I am also one of the living. You cannot kill me. To kill is to protect life. Severing karma is not killing people. The divine maiden lowered her eyelids and murmured, all is for the living. You are not a god. They'll fight you. Someone attempted to resist raising a blade and charging forward. But before he could take 3 steps, the heavenly thunderbolt descended, reducing both man and blade to flying ashes. The one-eyed giant was the last. He sat slumped on the ground, watching his men vanish one by one before his eyes, the color draining from his face. His trousers soaked, his entire body shaking like a sieve. Spare me. I beg you. Spare me. His lips trembled violently, tears and mucus smearing his face. Yunshu looked at him, her gaze devoid of any emotion. People like these who have eaten human flesh can no longer be called human. Keeping them would only bring disaster. The final lightning bolt struck down. The one-eyed giant turned to ashes on the spot. Wang Air shock value 100. Li Si shock value 100. Zhang Sen shock value 100. Current shock value 4750. The thunder command token in Yunshu's hand gradually faded away. The clouds in the sky parted and the moon emerged once more, large and round, casting a silvery white glow over the stream valley. The old man lowered his head tremblingly, presenting the treasures before Yunshu with both hands, stammering, Divine Maiden. These are what you left behind that day. Mortal things are of no use to me. Yunshu glanced at them indifferently. Take them for yourselves. How can we? We are unworthy of such gifts. These treasures should be used to build a temple for you, your holiness. Yes, yes. Yunshu's gaze swept over the refugees kneeling on the ground, babbling among themselves. Her voice was cool, impossible to read. Did I not say I need no offerings? Why must you build a temple for me? The refugees looked at each other. The lingering might of those thunderbolts had not yet dissipated. Now that the Divine Maiden was asking, no one dared to answer, fearing that a single wrong word might displease her. Thus everyone turned to look at Shen Yu. Among them, he was the only scholar, and they thought he would be better with words. Shen Yu stood at the edge of the crowd. His moonlight robe was stained with mud, and the cuffs still bore traces of yellow clay from plastering the wall earlier. Feeling the pleading gazes of the crowd upon him, he took a deep breath and stepped forward. It was my idea, he said. Yunshu's gaze shifted to Shen Yu. Her eyes were clear as a spring, revealing no emotion, merely looking at him calmly, waiting for him to continue. Shen Yu did not avoid her gaze. This was the first time he had been looked upon by the Divine Maiden, or it would be a lie to say he was not nervous, but he forced himself to remain calm. Building the temple is not about the people trying to coerce you, Divine Maiden, but because they are terrified. He paused, seeming to choose his words carefully. The world is in chaos, the people are suffering. Only by placing their hearts before your statue can they live with peace of mind. This is their hope for survival in this desperate situation. After a long silence, she spoke. Who are you? I am Shen Yu. He bowed slightly, his posture composed. Even covered in mud, the innate nobility in his bones could not be concealed, just a scholar. The Divine Maiden said slowly, since you are a scholar, why do you not pursue official rank? Moonlight fell upon her brow, cold as frost and snow. Achieving official rank might save hundreds or thousands, but it cannot save the world. Shen Yu spoke frankly. Only you, Divine Maiden, can save this chaotic age. There was a moment of silence. The Divine Maiden's long, slender eyelashes drooped slightly. Mortal affairs have their own cause and effect, like a river flowing in its own course. I will not interfere excessively in human matters. Shen Yu stepped forward and bowed respectfully, his demeanor courteous, but not humble. Divine Maiden, please understand. I do not ask you to defy fate, nor to forcibly alter the cause and effect of the mortal world. He looked intently at the ethereally beautiful Divine Maiden, his gaze clear as a stream. A river has its course, but if the dikes burst and the dams collapse, it also requires guidance and dredging to protect the lives along its banks. The Divine Maiden's eyelashes fluttered slightly, but she did not raise her eyes. Her fingertips gently twisted a wisp of faint cloud energy. The cycle of heaven has its times of prosperity and decline. The end of chaos also has its limit. But in this chaotic world, the very foundation of the people's survival has been trampled upon. How can we speak of the natural? It is like plants growing towards the sun. If storms break their stems and destroy their roots, they do not even have the chance to grow. How can they follow the natural law of flourishing and withering? Shen Yu bowed deeply. I know you are unwilling to interfere in mortal cause and effect, and I have never dared to ask you to determine the unification or division of the world. I only hope you will take pity on all living beings, exert a little power, set things right, and protect a thread of life for the countless innocent. This is not excessive interference in human affairs, but guarding the original heart of heaven and earth, protecting the righteous path of cause and effect, allowing the rivers of the mortal world to flow back into their proper channels. The divine maiden finally raised her eyes, her gaze shallow and cold as a deep pool. You certainly have a silver tongue. Build this temple if you wish. Her tone was indifferent, but there is no need to offer incense. I do not partake of those things. With those words, the divine maiden before the eyes of the crowd transformed into a wisp of breeze and vanished without a trace. The crowd was silent for a moment, then erupted into chaos. Master Shun, Little Shun, Sir. The refugees surged forward like a tide surrounding Shen Yu. 7 or 8 hands simultaneously grabbed his sleeves, some tugged at his arms, others pulled at the hem of his robe. Faces crowded before his eyes. Anxiety, hope, and fear all mingled together. What exactly did the divine maiden mean by those words just now? I couldn't understand a single sentence. Young master, please say something. Has the divine maiden agreed to accept us? Will the divine maiden appear again? The clamor poured into his ears, wave after wave. Shen Yu stood still, his lips slightly parted, but for a moment he could not utter a sound. Only then did he realize that the clothes on his back were soaked through with cold sweat, and his palms were sticky. The spine he had kept straight while arguing before the deity now felt stiff in hindsight. He took a deep breath, slowly unclenched his hands, and looked up at the desperate eyes surrounding him. Don't worry, his voice was lower than usual. The divine maiden has likely acknowledged us. From now on we are all her He tried to put it in the simplest terms so that the refugees could understand. Great. I can become a follower of the divine maiden. Am I dreaming? Hurry everyone, let's work harder. Well, build the temple for the divine maiden in the next couple of days. Some cried, some laughed. But without exception a light had returned to their eyes. Using the system space, Yunshu relocated and collapsed ungracefully onto a rock. She said weakly, talking to a pedantic scholar like Shen Yu is damn exhausting. A snow-white fox hopped beside her. Host, you are a divine maiden. How can you swear? I'm just a fake divine maiden. It's fine to put on an act in public, but if I kept it up in private, wouldn't I be a fool? Yunshu turned her head to look at it. How many shock points do I have now? Host, let me tell you, with that last move we earned a full 3,200 shock points. The little fox's 9 tails wagged excitedly from side to side. After deducting the points for entering the system space, you still have 4,500 shock points. Yunshu stroked her chin. System, bring up the lottery pool. Let me do a 10 pull. The 10 pull gacha animation was far more magnificent than a single pull. The moment the golden light burst forth, 10 cards fanned out like a deck of playing cards, revealing themselves one by one. The first card flipped open. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Tianheng Zhaozhang set I component 28, the Eye of Good and Evil. Component description: wherever you tread, every good deed and evil thought shall be reflected as in a mirror with nothing hidden. Set skill: collect all components to unlock the crime and punishment skill to punish all sins in the world. Then came the second card. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Fuxing Yiming set robe component 36 Fuxing Gauze. Component description: when attacked, automatically activates a protective barrier to repel enemies. Set skill: collect all components to unlock the medical encyclopedia and dream entry skills. The third card. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Fuxing Yiming set footwear component 46 Fuxing shoes. Component description: treading lightly on waves, socks stirring dust. Wear them to walk upon water. Set skill. Seeing the 3 fashion components she had drawn, Yunshu was thoroughly pleased and was about to praise the 10 pull gacha. But then the next moment, the remaining 7 cards were flipped open one by one, all various attribute boosting sets. Most beggars set misfortune 10. Rangers set strength 10. Dancer set charm 10. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Jiutian Xianin set scarf component 18 Wan Luyan. Component description: when draped, your body becomes as light as a feather riding the air to the heavens. Set skill: collect all components to unlock the blessing skill, bestowing fortune upon those with merit. Chef set cooking 10. Scholar set knowledge 10. Thief set sneakiness 10. Current shock value 1,500. Yunshu abruptly sat up, pinched the nape of the little fox beside her, and lifted it. System, did you secretly tweak the drop rates? Her eyes narrowed, her tone dangerous. The little fox's 4 legs kicked in the air. It wasn't me. The drop rates in the gacha pool are set by the main god. Yunshu glanced at the gacha pool again, her face falling. Then why is my 10 pull worse than a single pull? The system quickly explained, host, because the first 10 pulls have a guaranteed drop, so the ones you got earlier were all high-level fashion components with skills. Now that the guarantee is over, it muttered quietly, this is the normal drop rate. Maybe you're just a bit unlucky. Yunshu. Previously, every single pull had yielded great items, and she thought her luck had skyrocketed after transmigrating into the book, becoming in favored one. But the truth proved otherwise. Mysticism cannot save the unlucky, and spending cannot change fate, She was still the unlucky one who always got thank you for your patronage when opening bottle caps. Alright then. She put down the little fox. Then she opened the system wardrobe and looked at the fashion items and components. Fashion items could be mixed and matched, but only one component of the same type could be worn. For example, if she wore the Sushiwa Hanxiang with the infinite white porridge skill, she couldn't wear the Fuxing gauze. The skill attached to Fuxing gauze was indeed good. Wearing it would provide excellent safety. But she needed Sushiwa Han. At the beginning of this chaotic era, the common people could still survive by eating bark and grass roots. But in 3 months, when the emperor of the Yong dynasty dies, the sorcerers will hold the emperor hostage to command the nobles, leading to warlords vying for power, natural disasters, and war. That will be a true hell on earth. Therefore, she needed more shock value to draw fashion items with skills to fight for a glimmer of hope for the sentient beings of this world when the calamities come. She raised her hand and tapped on the Wan Luyun scarf, the eye of good and evil, and the Fuxing shoes in the system wardrobe. The next moment, a gossamer thin veil cascaded from her shoulders, softly wrapping around her arms. The scarf was embroidered with silver patterns at the edges, shimmering with fine light. It complemented the moon-white long dress she wore. She blinked. Her originally dark eyes transformed. Her left pupil glowed with a pale golden light, while her right pupil shimmered with a silver radiance like the sun and moon shining together. As the light faded, her eyes returned to black. This mix and match looks pretty good too. Yun Shu walked slowly to the stream and looked at her reflection in the water. Her plain clothes were like the moon, her white veil like mist, her black hair held up by a butterfly-shaped white jade hairpin. She was truly of jade-like bone and icy grace, like an immortal descended to earth. The next moment, she lightly touched the clear water with her toes, walking on the water as if on flat ground, then soared into the air. This time she achieved flight without needing the system to cooperate by being invisible and acting as a stepping stone. After trying to fly several times, she realized she could only reach about half the height of the sky, though flying any higher would cause problems with her heart and lungs. Even if she pretended to be a goddess, no matter how convincing, it was still fake. In the end, she was just an ordinary person who only wanted to follow her heart and seek a clear conscience. The system watched as Yun Shu flew out, and then returned with a pile of strange fruits, its face turning green. Host, are we eating roasted fruits again today? Isn't it good? Yun Shu crouched by the stream, washing the fruits one by one in the water. The system. Sometimes it really wondered if its host had a problem with her sense of taste. Those awful roasted fruits, she ate them with relish, and even said they were delicious. On the day the temple was completed, the sky was not yet fully light. The temple, built from bluestone, stood in the valley, still bearing the rough edges of fresh stone. The copper bells at the eaves chimed softly in the morning breeze. Ring after ring. The refugees knelt in the open space before the temple, gazing up at the newly sculpted deity's statue inside. The clay was not yet dry, but the features already held a hint of compassion, bringing a sense of peace at first sight. May the goddess bless us. Pray to the goddess for protection. Low murmurs rose and fell before the statue. The east was growing light, and the first ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, landing precisely on the statue's brow. The statue suddenly glowed for a moment. A faint fragrance floated in the air. Then a flash of white light, and a slender figure stood before the statue, her robes billowing without wind. Behind her, the statue, drawn by Shen Yu and meticulously carved by the town's best craftsmen, could not match even a tenth of the goddess's elegance. The refugees stared momentarily, speechless. "Mom, I'm so hungry." A childish voice suddenly broke the temple. "Mom, I'm hungry, so hungry." The mother hastily covered the child's mouth, her expression panicked. She was about to kowtow and beg for forgiveness when a bowl of white porridge was placed in her hands. Before she could react, the goddess lightly raised her hand and swept her sleeve. In an instant, everyone present found themselves holding a white jade bowl filled to the brim with white porridge. The porridge was extremely white and thick. The rice grains had bloomed steam, rising with a thin layer of rice oil forming on the surface. Everyone stared at the white porridge in their hands, unable to help but swallow hard, their eyes fixed on it. White porridge. A full large bowl of white porridge. Ever since they started fleeing the famine, they had been tightening their belts every day. It had been a long time since they smelled the aroma of cooked rice or felt what it was like to be full. They had eaten grass roots gnawed on tree bark, and when starving, even eaten a handful of lus. Now holding a steaming bowl of fragrant white porridge felt like a dream, an unreal sensation. Even Shen Yu, who had seen the goddess conjure items out of thin air before, couldn't help but widen his eyes. He instinctively held his breath. His gaze swept over the 100 or so white jade bowls before settling on the goddess's calm profile. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly, and the shock in his heart was even greater than when he first saw her. Was this the power of a deity? The goddess is merciful and compassionate. Someone cried out first. In an instant, a vast crowd knelt within the temple, the refugees clutching their white jade bowls as their hands trembled uncontrollably, their foreheads striking the cold stone slabs in a relentless rhythm. Merciful and compassionate. Thank you, goddess, for saving our lives. Long live the goddess. At once a cacophony of prayers, sobs, and kowtows echoed through the temple. The goddess stood before them, her countenance as flawless as jade, her expression serene, yet sorrowful, as if she had long grown accustomed to the overwhelming tide of gratitude. She lowered her gaze, slightly sweeping over the gaunt faces, and spoke softly, "Good." Before the word faded, she turned, her robes fluttering like clouds. A white light blazed forth, even more brilliant than before, forcing the crowd to shield their eyes and bow their heads. When the radiance dissipated, the space before the statue was empty. Only the white jade bowls filled with porridge remained in their hands, exuding the fragrance of grain, a testament that what had just occurred was no dream. After a long silence, someone raised a bowl and began to drink heartily. The sound spread like contagion, and soon the temple was filled with the rhythmic gulping of many. Some drank too hastily, their eyes red from choking, yet they refused to stop coughing as they continued to bring the bowl to their lips. Others licked the bottom of their bowls, repeatedly regretting they could not devour the fragrant vessel itself. Still others held their bowls, and wept silently, hot tears falling into the porridge before being swallowed along with it. Within moments the bowls were empty. As the crowd savored the last remnants, the white jade bowls suddenly dissolved into shimmering specks of light, slipping through their fingers as if they had never existed. The refugees gasped in astonishment. Just then a silver light descended gracefully from the temple's dome. A snow-white fox landed lightly on the statue's shoulder, its 9 tails like clouds, its eyes like amber, and its body cloaked in a faint lunar glow. It surveyed the crowd below with a haughty yet intelligent demeanor. Under the people's uncertain gaze, the little fox raised its head and spoke in human tongue. "You have received the goddess' blessing. Now leave at once." Its voice was clear as a spring, betraying no gender. The people exchanged glances, but hesitated to move. They were refugees fleeing their villages, originally seeking a path to survival in Shen Yu city. But the governor of Shen Yu had posted notices at the city gates days ago, forbidding refugees from entering. They were now homeless and without destination. Shen Yu stepped forward. Meeting the fox's vertical pupils, though he felt uneasy, the ingrained manners of a nobleman forbade him from showing weakness. He bowed respectfully with cupped hands and asked in a courteous tone, "May I ask who you are?" The spirit fox tilted its head, its 9 tails swaying gently behind it, seemingly surprised by his composure. After a moment it spoke slowly, its voice laced with lofty arrogance. "I am the spirit beast beneath the goddess throne." The host had instructed it to maintain a formidable demeanor before this was the host's first task for it. It absolutely could not fail. Shen Yu said warmly, "I am ashamed to say that we mortals are ignorant and have never encountered a spirit beast like you, Lord Fox, who speaks in human tongue and understands the affairs of immortals. Surely you must be highly valued in the goddess' presence." This flattery soothed the spirit fox, and its earlier haughty demeanor unconsciously softened. "You have some insight. I have cultivated before the goddess for 300 years, so naturally I am trusted by her." Shen Yu clasped his hands and adopted a look of earnest inquiry. "Lord Fox, you possess great powers. I dare to ask for your guidance. Since the goddess does not accept incense offerings, how should we worship her?" The fox flicked its tail. "The goddess often says, 'Do no evil though it be small, do no good though it be small.' If you sincerely wish to honor her, perform good deeds from now on." It turned and disappeared from sight. Meanwhile, Yin Shu sat by the stream in the upper valley fishing. She had changed into a cook's attire. A fitted blue satin jacket cinched her slender waist, lotus-colored armbands tied around her arms, and an apron embroidered with half a pair of twin lotus blossoms adorned her. In the nearby creel was a plump grass carp, lively and fresh. "Host." A weary voice came from behind. Yin Shu did not turn around. After a moment, a white blur emerged from the grass, flopping onto a stone beside her, its 9 tails spread out like a fluffy pancake. "That Shen Yu is so hard to deal with," the little fox complained, lying on its back with paws up, looking utterly drained. Yin Shu patted the fox's head. "System, it's precisely because Shen Yu is difficult that I sent you to handle him." She said earnestly, "What does that tell you?" "It tells me that in my heart you're the one who can bear the most responsibility." Her sincere tone and approving gaze were the epitome of a leader motivating a subordinate to work harder. And the system fell for it every time. "Host, next time you need something done, just tell me directly. I'll handle it beautifully." The little fox puffed out its chest, its tail lifting unconsciously. "By the way, host, I just earned 130 shock points by pretending to be a divine beast. We now have 4500 shock points in total." Yun Shu smiled. "Keep half of those 130 shock points for yourself to save for a skin. To make a horse run, you must feed it grass." This place was Shen Yu City, located in Jinbei Prefecture of the 13 prefectures of Daeong. With a dense population, refugees were naturally abundant. After the porridge distribution given Shen Yu's intelligence, he would surely spread the news among the refugees. Soon refugees near Shen Yu City would be drawn to the goddess temple for warmth and sustenance. With many people, trouble would arise. Then a bad cop would be needed. The system was perfect for the role. Unaware of Yunshu's plans, the system's eyes welled with tears. Host, you're so good to me. How could there be a host as wonderful as you? Alright, give me that seasoning powder from last time, Yunshu said, grabbing the fish from the creel. We're having grilled fish today. The system sniffled. Host, aren't you the goddess who loves all beings? How can you eat fish? Are you silly? I told you I'm pretending to be a goddess, not a real one. It's just acting. You actually believed it. My bad for getting too into character, he. As Yunshu grilled the fish, the system asked, by the way, when are we going to win over the male lead? Yunshu paused. What's the rush? I have my own rhythm. Don't disrupt my plan. At this moment, solidifying her persona as the goddess was crucial. Any misstep would undo all her efforts. In the following days, Yunshu appeared at the Divine Maiden Temple punctually each morning to distribute porridge, as if clocking in for work. At first, only the refugees who had built the temple were present. Gradually, unfamiliar faces began to appear, mostly relatives of those refugees. This was only natural. In this chaotic era, even minor landowners could not afford thick porridge thick enough to stand a chopstick in daily, let alone the common folk. Most subsisted on bean rice and barley rice. The bean rice and barley rice of this time were vastly different from the refined coarse grains of later ages. Bean rice caused bloating, and the husk of barley was extremely hard, making it rough and difficult to swallow. Sensing the Divine Maiden's tacit approval, Shen Yu sat by the stream and pondered through the night. He then instructed the refugees to spread word of the Divine Maiden's descent to distribute porridge to other refugees around Shindu City. As the number of refugees coming to the Divine Maiden Temple grew day by day, the open space before the temple became insufficient for kneeling. The troubles Yunshu had anticipated did not arise. Shen Yu managed these people with absolute obedience. From beginning to end, not a single person caused trouble. Every individual who came to the Divine Maiden Temple awaiting the porridge distribution was endlessly grateful and moved to tears. After finishing the day's porridge distribution, Yunshu lightly tapped her toes and flew away under the devout gaze of the crowd. Landing on a hillside, she remarked admiringly, this Shen Yu is truly a talent. Shen Yu was adept at handling human hearts, and being educated, the refugees subtly regarded him as their leader. From these refugees, he selected 20 strong young men and had Shen to teach them martial arts. This was the fundamental reason he could keep the refugees in check. Host, they seem to be preparing to build shelters, the system said, opening its camera to project the ongoing scene at the Divine Maiden Temple onto the system screen. Yunshu watched the screen with interest. With hunger-sated people's hearts had room to think of more. Shen Yu did not remain up. He stood before the temple addressing the refugees who had just finished their porridge. His voice was low but steady and forceful. The Divine Maiden has given us this bowl of porridge to give us the strength to live. But from now on we cannot rely solely on her daily charity. The crowd exchanged glances. Shen Yu had no intention of lecturing these illiterate refugees on grand principles. He pointed toward the forest beside the temple. I just want to look. There are wild bamboo and deadwood in those woods. We can cut them down to build shelters. At first no one. These people accustomed to displacement had long forgotten how to settle. They only knew how to flee, how to wait, how to kneel and beg for a morsel of food. Shen I'll go with you. Zhao Erniu was the first to step forward. Having trained in martial arts with Shunda for a few days, and eating, well, he appeared much sturdier. Soon after, those who had helped build the temple stepped forward. Master Shen, come too. Sir, count me in. Me too. Shen Yu felt heartened. Good. He did not force the others, leading only Zhao Erniu and the rest to source materials locally, cutting bamboo and felling wood. Then near the Divine Maiden Temple, they found a sheltered sunny spot and erected a row of simple yet sturdy bamboo shelters. The roofs were thatched with straw and the sides enclosed with bamboo fences. Though crude, they provided shelter from wind and rain. On the day the first bamboo shelter was completed, several women carried their children inside, touching the dry ground, their eyes welling up uncontrollably. Finally, a place to keep out the wind and rain. Previously, they had wandered from place to place, homeless, cold, and hungry at night, fearing wild beasts and cannibalistic bandits, their children crying night after night. Now, lying in the bamboo shelter listening to the babbling brook, they slept more peacefully than ever. Before long, the number of shelters grew from 3 or 5 to over a dozen, scattered along the stream bank, taking on the semblance of a village. Smoke rose from the open ground, clay pots were set up, and rows of sun-dried wild vegetables hung on bamboo poles, lush and green. Children chased and played in the open space. Women sat mending clothes before the shelters, and men busied themselves with construction. Mother's second brother and I gathered fish grass today to feed the carp by the stream near the temple. Chui Sonya ran over. Look at you all sweaty. The woman wiped the little girl's forehead with her sleeve. Those carp are the Divine Maiden's followers. You bit one before, so we must make amends. Chui Sonya blushed. I was just starving. Now I feed them fish grass every day. Yes, mother, little sister is very diligent. She goes to gather fish grass before dawn, said a simple, honest man as he approached. Good child. Tears glistened in the woman's eyes, but a long-lost smile appeared on her face. The once lifeless group of refugees gradually regained vitality and order, and even laughter could be heard. They were no longer a desperate fleeing mob. They had porridge to drink and shelters to live in. They began to live like human beings. All these changes started with that single bowl of white porridge. Shen Yu stood by the bank, gazing at the scene of human activity before him, his eyes involuntarily turning toward the divine maiden temple. The temple doors were wide open, the statue solemn, as if the graceful figure in white had never left. The merciful divine maiden had brought vitality to this chaotic world. He firmly believed that as long as she was here, such scenes of thriving life would only, and he was willing to be a candle burning to the last inch of his bone and blood to pull a pure, peaceful world from this famine-stricken, to make this world worthy of her compassion. With this conviction, he turned and left. Meanwhile, on the system screen, the final image froze on a slender, upright silhouette. His blue robe billowed slightly in the wind, his back straight as a ramrod as he walked further away, disappearing into the vast twilight. Then the screen gradually dimmed. Yunshu withdrew her gaze. System, how many shot points do I have now? A bowl of porridge was indeed life-saving for the starving refugees, but to change this chaotic world, a bowl of porridge alone was far from enough. The little fox said, host, with so many refugees coming to the Divine Maiden Temple recently, the shock points have accumulated to 15900. It had never seen so many shock points before. Even a few hundred was considered high for its previous hosts. Host, want to draw a costume? It asked. Draw. The lottery interface instantly appeared. Yunshu looked at the 10 draw button, thought for a moment, turned to wash her hands first, then clicked to draw. Congratulations, host. You obtained the Floating Life Dream Set Accessory Part 56 Dream Entering Bell. Part description: ringing it can induce sleep and weave dreams, immersing the listener in the scene. 8-hour cooldown set skill. Collect all parts to unlock the Medical Encyclopedia and Dream Entering skill. This 10 draw yielded only one high-level costume part, with a skill, the rest being low-level appearances. Yunshu gritted her teeth in frustration. This must be rigged. How could my luck be this bad? Only 1 in 10 draws. Not believing it, she opened the lottery interface, but she unexpectedly noticed a limited-time lottery pool beside the regular one. Limited-time pool, high-level costume, preview, Kunyu Harvest Set, Pomegranate Abundance Set. 7-day limit. What is this limited-time pool? Host, the limited-time pool is unlocked only after spending a certain amount of shock points. The 2 sets in the pool cannot be drawn after the time limit. You'll have to wait for their return. Yunshu clicked on the skill preview for the Kunyu Harvest Set. Increased crop yield. She didn't hesitate to click the 10 draw button. Congratulations, host. You obtained the Kunyu Harvest Set Handheld Part 14 9-eared grain. Part description: waving it can randomly obtain a type of crop seed. 4-month cooldown set skill. Collect all parts to unlock the Vast Fertile Field skill, increasing crop yield. Again, only 1 high-level costume part. The system comforted host, getting 2 high-level parts in 20 draws isn't actually, it's just that this 9-eared grain seems rather useless. However, the Dream Entering Bell is excellent. We can hypnotize the male lead in his dreams, do things to him, make him addicted and unforgettable. Yunshu tuned out the system's chatter, staring thoughtfully at the Kunyu Harvest Set. The skill of this set was simply too good, and she only needed 3 more parts to complete it. She had 9900 shock points left, and wondered whether she should go all in on the Kunyu Harvest Set. In ancient times, grain was scarce, and yields were extremely low. The 9-eared grain only granted a random crop every 4 months, its uncertainty too high. It would take an eternity to obtain high-yield crops like sweet potatoes or potatoes. Moreover, even if she did manage to get them, she knew nothing about planting sweet potatoes or potatoes. How could she teach those refugees who had never seen such crops to cultivate them? After much deliberation, Yunshu decided to take a gamble. She desperately needed the complete set of skills from the Kunyu CGI outfit. She drew 30 times in a row, and the gacha pool blazed with golden light. Gazing at the cards laid out before her, Yunshu clenched her hands nervously. The last time she had been this tense was during her first medal ceremony in the police force. Let her get lucky just this once. She would trade her lifelong romantic fate for it. Even if it meant being forever alone, never knowing love or the joy of having children, she would willingly accept it. Yunshu silently prayed in her heart. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Kunyu CGI Set Accessory, 24 Fingyinju. Item description: wearing this within a radius of 800 meters, crops ripen early, and seasons can be shifted. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Kunyu CGI Set Robe, 34 Jasue Ingche. Item description: clad in this garment, wherever you tread, barren soil gains moisture, and in fertile land, turns fertile. Perhaps Yunshu's prayers had worked, for within the first 20 draws, she had secured 2 pieces of the Kunyu CGI Set. 10 draws remained. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Shirlu Duozi Set Handheld Item, 14 Duobao, Shirlu Ji. Item description: eating its seeds enhances fertility and ensures abundant offspring. Cooldown 1 month. Set skill: collect all pieces to unlock the fertility blessing skill. It can enable those who are barren to bear children. Refund. I quit. Yunshu felt her vision darken. System, can I apply for a minor's refund? The system. Host, you're an adult. Yinshu's heart sank like ashes. Just as she thought she had lost everything, the final call. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the congee-chumming set headpiece, 44 Shen Yu. Item description: wearing this crown enhances the vitality of nearby crops. Yinshu sprang back to life. She scooped up the little fox and kissed it. Alan is truly a kind of wisdom. The system covered its fluffy face with a paw, shyly saying, "Oh host, why did you suddenly kiss me like that?" "I'm not that kind of system." It wiggled its foxtail coquettishly. Yinshu ignored it entirely, eagerly changing into her newly acquired congee-chumming outfit. In the blink of an eye, she was completely transformed. She wore a light golden wide-sleeved robe embroidered with delicate golden patterns, accented with a wide crimson woven gold sash at the waist and edges, exuding elegance and opulence. At her side hung an exquisite jade pendant, its milky white base carved with grain motifs. Her headpiece was a red gold crown etched with grain patterns, with fine gold chains dangling tiny millet beads that swayed like new grain with every movement. The 9-eared grain in her hand had a golden stem, jade green leaves, and ruby red fruits with plump ears of grain. The moment she donned the outfit, plants within an 800-meter radius began to change subtly. Wild vegetables sprouted in abundance. A peach tree that was about to bear fruit prematurely produced green wild peaches which slowly ripened. Seeing this, Yinshu widened her phoenix eyes in astonishment. Regaining her composure, she plucked a wild peach from the tree. "This outfit's skills are incredible." The system said, "Host, it's not just the outfit's power. Wearing a complete set versus only 1 or 2 pieces makes a huge difference in effectiveness. If you collected the Fuxing Yiming set and wore it with the Rumeng Ling and Bailan Xianlan, the effects of healing and dream and Yinshu, I see. Today seemed lucky. Why not try to obtain a high-yield crop?" Thinking this, she waved the 9-ear. The next moment, a pile of sweet potatoes appeared on the ground before her. Yinshu, how had she suddenly become so lucky, getting whatever she wished for? Could it be that she had used up all her luck for a while? The little fox blinked its eyes. "Hosted sweet potatoes. Let's start a fire and roast them," it said, licking its lips. Lately it had been eating nothing but plain porridge, grilled fish, and roasted fruits, and it was tired of it. Yinshu held back the little fox's paw, reaching for the sweet potatoes. "You're a system, why are you so greedy?" The little fox stammered. "Before I was just a light ball, and couldn't eat anything. Now that I can eat, I want to try everything." Its voice grew quieter. Yinshu patted the little fox's head. "These sweet potatoes aren't for eating. I'm using them as seeds." The system didn't. It assumed Yinshu wanted to plant them all first, so they'd have an endless supply later. Truly, the host was farsighted. Its own vision was too narrow, focused only on the moment. "Host, you actually know how to plant sweet potatoes." Its eyes sparkled with admiration for Yinshu. Yinshu was speechless. "I graduated from the police academy, not an agricultural university. How would I know how to plant sweet potatoes?" That was her biggest headache. In Yong Dynasty, the northern regions primarily grew barley, millet, and soybeans, while the south cultivated rice. Even in peaceful times, the yield per mu of barley or rice was only about 200 gene. Now, with constant natural disasters and wars, the yield per mu might barely reach 100 gene. Sweet potatoes, however, could yield as much as 200 gene per mu. But knowing the yield was useless, she had no idea how to grow them. It felt like sitting on a mountain of gold and silver with no way to spend it, utterly helpless. "Host, I have a solution," the system suddenly said. A previous host of mine once wrote a guide on planting sweet potatoes. She intended to offer it as a gift to the male lead to win his favor, but she discovered this world didn't have sweet potatoes at all. In the end, it was shelved. I remember I stored it in the system backpack. "Hang on, let me look for it." It rummaged through the backpack. "Found it. Here it is. Host, take a look." Yinshu's eyes lit up as she read the character. "System, you're my darling," she said, pulling the little fox into her arms and kissing it again. The little fox's ears turned. Yinshu set the little fox down, then picked up the precious sweet potatoes from the ground and sat by the stream pondering. She needed to find a way to teach the refugees how to plant these sweet potatoes and share the guide. Then she could harvest a wealth of shock points. What did it matter if she had bad luck? With enough shock points, she could draw anything. Earning shock points was urgent. Meanwhile, in the dim southern woods, a man leaned against a rough tree root. His dusty, coarse brown tunic was darker on the left side, the dampness spreading from his shoulder down to his waist. It was blood. His upper garment had a clear slash, its edges curling outward, revealing the flesh beneath. The wound was deep, inflicted from behind at a slant. The blade had missed his vitals by half an inch, but he had lost so much blood that escaping the forest seemed impossible. This was the 5th assassination attempt he had endured. Since leaving the capital, his pursuers had been relentless, and they seemed to know his every move. No matter how he disguised himself or hid in the most secluded places, they found him swiftly. The man lowered his head, his chin nearly touching his chest. His disheveled hair was messier than before, several strands plastered to his neck and cheeks with sweat. The grime on his handsome face was streaked by sweat, revealing pale skin beneath. A dried bloodstain dotted his cheekbone. His breathing was shallow, his chest barely moving. He was conserving every breath. Suddenly a faint crack of a twig echoed from the woods. There was more than one person. The man's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Listening to the approaching footsteps, the man closed his eyes. 5 people. Perhaps 6. The wind in the forest ceased, and the birds fell silent. An arrow grazed past his ear and embedded itself into the tree trunk. He moved. His killing technique was exceptionally clean and efficient. The first assassin's throat cartilage was shattered by his elbow, the second had his blade seized and was stabbed through the heart with it. The third came swiftly, his blade slicing across the man's waist. He twisted his body sideways, contorting himself in a posture that nearly broke his own frame, and drove the sword into the assassin's neck. Scalding blood splattered onto his jaw. The fourth turned to flee. He hurled the stolen blade, striking him squarely in the back. Just as he was about to deal with the 5th assassin, he suddenly dropped to one knee, his face deathly pale. It was not from injury, but from excessive blood loss. The edges of his vision began to darken like ink seeping into rice paper. Dozens of yards away, an ancient tree spread its canopy like a cloud. Yun Shu sat on the highest branch, her back against the trunk, her eyes lightly closed. Her breath was long and steady, as if she had entered a deep meditative state. The cool, thin moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a soft glow upon her, dreamlike and ethereal. Host, are we really not going to save him? The little fox crouched on Yun Shu's shoulder, its tail gently brushing past her ear. The male lead seems kind of dead. No, Yun Shu replied without even lifting her eyelids. To make the surrounding land fertile, she had worn this outfit and walked from dawn till dusk like a rampaging king. Right now she was exhausted and only wanted to sleep. Besides, didn't the male lead have plot armor? Even if she didn't save him, he probably wouldn't die. But, host, the system was anxious. What if the male lead dies? Our mission fails, this world collapses, and everyone perishes. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Yun Shu sat up abruptly, as if a dying man had been startled awake. Beneath the tree, the clash of weapons rang out again. With a muffled grunt, Shen Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. He was clearly at his last gasp. The 5th assassin approached with his blade. General Shen, blame yourself for offending the wrong people. What exactly did Luo Daoqing offer you? Is it worth laying down your lives for him? The assassin gritted his teeth against the pain and raised his sword. The Grand Preceptor is a reincarnated immortal. He is worthy of our unwavering loyalty. Shen Yu let out a low laugh which pulled at his wounds and caused him to cough up more bloody foam. A reincarnated immortal. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Would an immortal order you to commit such assassinations? What's more, this immortal Luo Daoqing, for his own selfish desires, extorts the people, sells official posts, and imposes exorbitant taxes that force the common folk to sell their children. These alchemists are nothing but charlatans who bewitch the emperor and plunge the court into chaos. Silence. Do not slander the Grand Preceptor. You understand nothing. The assassin gritted his teeth, his voice low but resolute. The Grand Preceptor said, first destruction, then rebirth. Only through great chaos can the world be greatly governed, leaving a pure land for the people. What is the death of a few people, eh? General Shen, rest in peace. He swung his blade without hesitation. Shen Yu's eyes darkened. Then with the last of his strength, he drove the short blade hidden in his sleeve into the assassin's abdomen. The blade twisted upward, shredding the internal organs. As the assassin fell, the sword slipped from his grasp. He collapsed to his back, hitting the ground, the impact causing blood to gush from all his unhealed wounds. His consciousness began to slip away. Just then, through a blurry haze, he saw a figure descending from the sky. It was like a tapestry suddenly unfurling, and when she landed, her skirt swirled open and closed. The fine gold chains on either side of her small golden crown swayed gently with her movements. Shen Yu's heart skipped a beat. Then uncontrollably it began to race, as if a reckless snow-white fawn had burst in. The woman passed by him. She did not look at the corpses on the ground, nor at him. The pale golden hem of her robe brushed lightly over his dangling fingers, a sensation of silk, cool and smooth. Shen Yu instinctively grabbed it, abruptly tightening his fingers, the fabric crumpling in his hand. The woman stopped. Her voice was low, flat, and calm. Shen Yu did not release it. Miss. He began, his voice hoarse as if scraped by gravel. Save me. I will reward you handsomely. Before he could finish, he fainted. Yun Shu. She had originally planned to earn some shock value. Now that he was unconscious, who was she supposed to show off for? For a moment, she even considered waking Shen Yu up first, then saving him in a dramatic fashion. Unfortunately, Shen Yu's injuries were too severe. She let out a silent sigh, then replaced the 9-eared grain in her hand with the azure fallen orchid. The jade-white orchid petals glowed faintly. She gently turned her wrist, her fingertips brushing the flower's stem. Tiny specks of golden light trembled from the petal tips, scattering and sinking into the blood-soaked body on the ground. The moment the golden light entered his body, Shen Yu's wounds began to close at a visible rate. The curled, exposed flesh reattached itself. The deathly pallor on Shen Yu's face gradually faded, and his breathing shifted from weak to steady. Yunshu withdrew her hand. The azure fallen orchid disappeared between her fingers. Just as she was about to rise, her ears twitched. Footsteps. Very light, very distant. They were approaching. System, host, it's Shen Air. He's coming. Yunshu's expression instantly relaxed. With a flick of her sleeve, she turned and left this scene of conflict. Host, why didn't you stay? If you leave like this, the male lead won't even know it was you who saved him. The system was puzzled. Yunshu only said the time is not yet right. In reality, she was unbearably sleepy. She had to go to sleep. Tomorrow there was a grand performance waiting for her, and she didn't want to show up with dark circles under her eyes. Alright. System darling, I have a task for you. She handed the sweet potato planting manuscript to the system. Turn the content into a simple instructional video. For a top-tier AI like you, this little task shouldn't be hard, right? She looked at it expectantly. The system couldn't refuse. Host, rest assured. Leave it to me. Having received the system's guarantee, Yunshu found a place to sleep with a clear conscience, leaving the system to toil through the night editing the video. Meanwhile, in the forest, Shen Air walked over and immediately saw Shen Yu slumped against a tree root drenched in blood. His face changed drastically. Eldest young master. He rushed forward in 3 long strides, dropped to one knee, and reached out to check Shen Yu's breath. The moment his fingertip felt the faint warmth at the tip of Shen Yu's nose, his suspended heart finally settled halfway. The news of the divine maiden descending to distribute porridge spread like wings throughout the 10-mile radius of Shindu City. Before dawn, with the mountain mist still lingering, the open space before the divine maiden temple was already packed with a dark kneeling crowd. A rough count showed nearly 300 people. They were refugees who had traveled from all directions, mostly in tattered clothes, their expressions devout and humble. The first light of day broke. In the distant sky, a figure pierced through the clouds. Clad in white, like snow sleeves fluttering, the divine maiden descended from the eastern mountain peak, treading upon a ray of morning light. The mist parted around her, then was swept up by the rushing wind, trailing a long wake behind her. An immortal descending to the mortal world. No matter how many times one witnessed it still evoked a sense of awe. Shortly after she landed on the stone steps before the divine maiden temple, her toes barely touching the ground, stirring not a speck of dust. Her sleeves slowly fell, and the morning light perfectly pierced the thin mist, coating her form in a pale golden halo. Her features were cold and clear, her brows and eyes lowered, a faint, almost imperceptible trace of compassion flickering in her gaze. Divine Maiden. The Divine Maiden has manifested. Great merciful Divine Maiden. The people kowtowed repeatedly, their foreheads striking the ground heavily. Various prayers and dull thuds rose and fell in succession. Yunshu did not dawdle. As usual, she activated the infinite porridge skill of the Snow White fragrance set. Sun Tieshan shock value 100, Zhao Ernyang shock value 100, Wu Matzi shock value 100. Current shock value 3550. Glancing at the semi-transparent system panel, seeing that the shock value was half of yesterday's, Yunshu was not surprised. Distributing porridge every day was bound to cause desensitization. It was time to give them a new shock. Yunshu's fingertips gently curled inward, and a faint golden ripple shimmered deep within her eyes. The telltale sign of the Guten Devil eyes awakening. Once activated, the eyes caused ethereal silhouettes to flicker above each person below like shifting lantern light, revealing every virtue and vice, every merit and transgression with crystalline clarity. She saw the grain shop owner who habitually cheated customers with short measures. Yet during famine, he dispensed every last grain without stint. She saw the gossipy woman who stirred discord among neighbors, yet secretly pressed half a coarse wheat cake into a beggar's palm. She saw the humble farmer driven by desperation to raise his hoe in violence. Amid this vast sea of mortals, light and shadow intertwined, good and evil coexisted inseparably. There was no absolute goodness nor absolute evil, only souls struggling to survive in the mire. Yunshu withdrew her gaze, and the crimson glow in her eyes faded. Once she had believed herself cursed by ill fortune. Now she realized simply being born in 21st century Huaxiao was already winning life's grandest lottery. For beyond Huaxiao's borders, mere survival remained an unattainable luxury for countless souls. Today upon the 9th heaven, I chanced upon the divine farmer, who, moved by humanity's arduous toil and cultivation, entrusted me with a sacred artifact to descend to the mortal realm. Yunshu flicked her sleeve. A plump fist-sized tuber, its skin deep purplered, rested perfectly still upon her luminous palm. Sweet potato. More precisely, an exquisitely formed specimen, its surface smooth and gleaming as if freshly unearthed. The displaced peasants had never seen such a thing. They only perceived a strange, unfamiliar object materializing in the goddess's palm, shaped like a peculiar stone colored like congealed blood. This is a divine seed, called the sweet potato. The goddess raised her palm slightly higher, ensuring all could behold it. Her gaze swept across the crowd. The divine farmer declares this sacred seed thrives in barren soil, defies drought, and takes root effortlessly, even on rocky ridges or sandy wastelands. One plant yields multiple tubers, each may weigh over a gene. Sown in spring, harvested in autumn, yield per mu exceeds 2,000 gene. A hush fell, absolute and profound. What did 2,000 gene mean? Even the finest irrigated fields in Zhongyuan yielded barely 200 gene of millet in the most bountiful years. 2,000 gene, tenfold abundance. If such celestial bounty truly existed, if such a crop could truly be grown. Lips trembled, eyes widened until whites showed, mouths gaped open. Shen Yu's shock value 100. Chui Erling's shock value 100. Zhongsan's shock value 100. The system interface erupted, numbers cascading wildly from 3550 to 23500 in mere heartbeats, still surging upward. A subtle curve lifted the corners of Yunshu's lips. Excellent. Precisely the effect she intended. Though her heart danced with triumph, her expression remained serene, divinely composed, unshaken. Should any mortal successfully cultivate this divine seed into harvest, I shall bestow a celestial boon, ensuring this land enjoys harmonious winds and timely rains, abundant harvests, and freedom from hunger for 3 full years. At those words, tears flooded their eyes. 3 years without hunger. It meant children would no longer starve into silence, elders would no longer hoard their rations for younger kin before vanishing into the mountains, women would no longer sell themselves for half a coarse wheat cake. This was salvation itself. Did they yearn to plant it? Desperately, madly so. Dare they accept it? No. What if failure invited divine retribution, or the goddess's wrath? Who could bear that burden? Silence lingered, until a voice rose calm and clear as mountain springs, striking stone. Goddess, may Shen Yu. Shen Yu stepped forward, his robes whispering softly. In his life, he had knelt to heaven and earth, to sovereign and father, to cold ancestral tablets in solemn halls. Never had he bent his spine otherwise. Yet now his descent into kneeling flowed like water, effortless and practiced 1,000 times over. The goddess upon the dais looked down, her gaze tranquil as autumn waters. You bear no karmic affinity with this. It was not dismissal. His virtuous deeds alone proved him a man whose heart embraced all under heaven. Yet born of aristocracy, favoring him would serve the people poorly. Moreover, it undermined her own design. From the outset, her masquerade as a goddess sought more than merely ending war and quelling chaos. She envisioned universal harmony, the destitute clothed, the starving fed, elders honored, children nurtured, and ignorance banished forever from this world. Henceforth, every person would read, every household understand ritual and righteousness. Let scholarly lineage endure, let justice prevail, let common folk live. Not merely survive, but with dignity. Perhaps idealistic, yet not impossible. Her costume system's skill sets could transform this world's ecology, and her knowledge far surpassed this era's. How could she rest without trying? She held fast to one truth: roads are forged step by deliberate step. Shen Yu's lips parted, then stilled. A collective sigh of disappointment rippled through the crowd. If even Shen Yu failed, who then could succeed? The air thickened heavier than before. Near the rear, Chui Sonya tugged her elder brother's sleeve. Brother, you farm so well. Why not try? Little sister, this is the divine farmer's sacred seed. Even Master Shin bears no affinity with it. How dare a simple farmer like me presume? Father always said yours were the finest yields in our village. That's different. Chui Erling broke into a sweat, reaching to cover his sister's mouth. Don't speak rashly. Others will mock us. Sonya muffled cries escaped his grip. She wriggled fiercely, then stopped entirely. After a pause, as Erlang released her, she seized his wrist and thrust it skyward with all her might. Goddess, my brother farms superbly. He grew the best crops in our village. Her voice rang out. Every eye turned. Erlang wished for a crack in the earth to swallow him whole, his free hand clawing at her fingers. But the girl's grip held firm, fingers like iron clamps, unyielding to his desperate prying. Possessed by the fearless boldness of youth, Sonya understood nothing of the weight such acceptance carried, only that her brother farmed well and thus deserved to ease the goddess's burden. Goddess, please let my brother try. He will surely succeed. Yunshu met Sonya's bright, sparkling eyes. She remembered the child who once gnawed greedily on a fish. Perhaps nourished these past days, the girl's complexion glowed with newfound health, hollow cheeks softened with gentle plumpness. Then Yunshu's gaze shifted, to the man beside her, trembling with reverence, and settled upon his rough, weathered hands. Knuckles, thick palms calloused from decades of labor, old fissures etched across the skin, nails clipped short, nails rimmed with stubborn ingrained earth. Hands unmistakably those of a farmer. Step forward, both of you. Erlang's heart hammered wildly, yet defiance before a goddess was unthinkable. Unlike Erlang's stiffness, 80-year-old Sonya stood unafraid. Joyfully, she knelt at the foot of the steps, gazing up at the goddess who surveyed all creation with quiet majesty. How beautiful the goddess was. The child lacked words for such beauty. Only sensed sunlight pooled upon her, and the arc of her flowing sleeves resembled clouds reserved for heaven alone. That moment stayed with her for life. Even when she later ascended to power, her name inscribed in history scholars, declaring her rise from peasant girl to imperial court, a miracle of destiny, blessed by heaven. Yet she disagreed. She possessed no divine mandate. Only audacity born of ignorance, a reckless courage that won her the goddess's fleeting grace. Yunshu's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Using the good and evil eyes to observe the siblings' experiences, she discovered that both were grateful individuals who would repay kindness. She couldn't help but ponder. Compared to Cui Erling, Cui Sanya was evidently more suitable as the one to cultivate the divine seed, but she was too young to shoulder such a heavy responsibility now, and could only be nurtured slowly. Yet upon further reflection, youth had its own advantages. A fresh mind was more receptive to new things. Cui, the goddess, spoke slowly, her voice carrying an ethereal compassion. Cui Erling shuddered. The divine lady was truly all-knowing. He had not even stated his name, yet she already knew who he was. He dared not think further, pressing his forehead lower. Your humble servant is here. I entrust the divine seed to you. Are you willing? The goddess opened her palm. The purplish red sweet potato lay quietly. Cui Erling raised his head, gazing at the divine seed, his lips trembling uncontrollably several times. Your humble servant fears he cannot cultivate it well. He stammered. After a long while, he finally managed a complete sentence. Your humble servant is unambitious, only knowing how to tend a few barren fields. I fear that if I fail to cultivate the divine seed, I will betray your ladyship and the agriculture god. Not so. Yunshu's words cut him off. What the agriculture god values is not the refinement of skill, but sincerity of heart. You have spent half your life with the land, and those hands are the best testament. She paused, then added, you need only do your utmost. If it flourishes, it is your fortune. If it fails, then the spiritual energy of this land is insufficient to sustain the divine seed. It is not your fault. Due to the uncertainties of sweet potato cultivation, she had a plan ahead. In case of failure, she could protect Cui Erling from becoming a target of blame. I do not kill Bo-Rin, yet Bo-Rin dies because of me. Such a tragedy she would never allow. Your humble servant is not eloquent, Cui Erling choked out. But I swear to your ladyship, I will cultivate this divine seed with my life. The goddess nodded slightly, a faint warmth flickering in her eyes. Good. In the next instant, before the eyes of all, the sweet potato lifted from her palm and flew into Cui Erling's hands. The bewildered crowd, unaware of the truth, believed this was a divine feat and were deeply shocked. In reality, the invisible system had taken the sweet potato from Yunshu's hand and placed it into Cui Erling's. Yunshu glanced at the system. Then she turned her gaze to the little girl beside her. Cui Sanya, come to my side. Cui Sanya froze for a moment, then joyfully shuffled forward a few steps, gazing up at the goddess with reverence. The goddess looked down at Cui Sanya. Your heart is pure, your spirit clear. You are destined for the path of the agriculture god. Today I shall impart to you the method of sweet potato cultivation. Her hand gently rested on the girl's head. May you siblings work together, complement each other, and nurture this divine seed to fruition. As the words fell, countless images exploded in Cui Sanya's mind. She saw rough, dark hands burying the sweet potato in soil, watering it, and covering it with a thin layer of earth. The scene shifted. Tender green sprouts emerged from the soil, growing taller, then were cut into segments and planted into raised mounds. Another shift. Vines sprawled across the ground, leaves lush green, as someone bent over turning vines, weeding and applying fertilizer. Suns rose and set, spring passed, and autumn arrived. Countless farmers hoed open the soil ridges, revealing a nest of purplish red sweet potatoes crowded together in varying sizes. Image after image spun like a lantern in her mind ceaselessly. Cui Sanya's eyes widened, frozen in place. The divine lady was so powerful. Just a touch on her head, and she had seen so much. What she didn't know was that Yunshu's other hand, hidden beneath her sleeve, was holding a delicate string of tiny bells. This outfit-changing system was truly amazing. Every item drawn was more practical than the last. Take for instance the dream bell from the Fleeting Life set. Its dream-weaving skill could implant the system-made sweet potato cultivation tutorial video into Cui Sanya's mind in the form of a dream. The only drawback was that the dream bell could only be used on one person at a time with a 48-hour cooldown. Otherwise, she could have implanted the tutorial into everyone's minds, saving time and effort. Cui Sanya, I have imparted to you the method of sweet potato cultivation. Remember it well. If you one day spread this method among the people and benefit all beings, the agriculture god will surely be pleased. The ethereal voice echoed in her ears. Cui Sanya snapped back to reality, blinking hard, her small hand touching her head where the goddess had laid her hand, as if confirming that it was not a dream. By the time she came to her senses, the goddess had already vanished. Cui Erling carefully cradled the sweet potato, leaning close to Cui Sanya, his expression anxious as he tugged at her. Sanya, do you clearly remember the sweet potato cultivation method the divine lady taught you? Quick, tell your second brother. It wasn't that Shui Erling coveted his little sister's fortune, he simply feared her poor memory. The others present also watched the Shui siblings nervously, who had received the goddess blessing. Their gazes at the two were a mix of envy, doubt, admiration, yearning, and expectation. In these times, while human hearts were unpredictable, these refugees still harbored their own calculations. If the divine seed could be successfully cultivated, it would be a great boon for everyone. Once interests were tied together, people became more united than ever. Shui Sonya's voice brimmed with excitement. Second brother, I saw so many things. Sonya, tell me. Shui Sonya recalled. I don't know where I went. I just saw people in strange clothes burying the sweet potato in soil, watering it, covering it with thin earth, and then green sprouts came out. The divine lady must have used some method to send your soul to the heavenly palace, letting you observe how the immortals there farm. The man grew more envious as he spoke. The heavenly palace. Who wouldn't yearn for it? Shui Sonya thought so too. In the images she saw, there were houses she had never seen before, and things flying in the sky. If not the heavenly palace, then what? Oh, and there's more. She gestured animatedly. When the sprouts grew tall, they were cut and planted into mounds. After the vines grew, they had to be turned, and someone applied fertilizer in the fields. What is fertilizer? What's used? An old farmer who had worked the land all his life pressed urgently. The crowd pressed closer, eager to etch every word from Shui Sonya into their minds. It's human. Human. Shui Sonya strained to remember images flashing in her mind. Human waste, but it has to be composted, not used directly. Seed in his hand. It's human. Human. Shui Sonya strained to remember images flashing in her mind. Human waste, but it has to be composted, not used directly. Though the onlookers found it hard to believe, they trusted Shui Sonya's words implicitly. How else could an 8 or 9-year-old girl know such farming secrets unless she had seen them herself? Since we now know how to grow sweet potatoes, why don't we look for land before dark, see if there's fertile soil nearby? Everyone buzzed with discussion. Yes. If it succeeds, none of us will have to worry about hunger anymore. Watching through the system's surveillance as the refugees united to search for land, Yin Shu's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, people were always the smartest. Give them fertile soil and a glimmer of light, and they would naturally grow toward the sun, step by step becoming better. Host, I really can't understand why you used the Dream Bell skill on Shui Sonya. The system said, perched on Yin Shu's shoulder. You could have saved it to craft a dream rendezvous for the male lead. Yin Shu let the words go in one ear and out the other. She had no time for romancing the male lead now. Her biggest headache was how to legitimately seize Shindu City in Xinbiazu. A goddess couldn't meddle in mortal power struggles. It would ruin her prestige. Yet such a small valley was far from enough to fulfill her ambitions. Host, we can't waste it like this. The system droned on. Yin Shu pinched its mouth shut, manually silencing it. System, we just earned tens of thousands of shock points. Do you think this skill was wasted? The little fox glanced at the system panel, its eyes nearly watering at the glaring 37600 shock points. Shock points are certainly tempting. It smacked its lips, then frowned. But host, our mission is to win over the male lead. If we fail, we'll be expelled from this world. Yin Shu frowned slightly. It seemed she needed to do something to appease the system, at least to keep it from discovering her ulterior motives. Night arrived early in the Creek Valley. The last blush of twilight was devoured by the mountain peaks, leaving only a single bean oil lamp in the bamboo shack. Its dim yellow radiance cast a long shadow of the figure hunched over the desk. After observing the refugees tilling the land during the day, Shen Yu had Shinda purchase some books on agriculture from the town. Now he was deeply engrossed in a yellowed volume on farming. Outside, the creek babbled softly, punctuated by the occasional chirp of insects. Not disturbing, but rather bringing an indescribable sense of ease. Master Shun. A soft call came from beyond the bamboo curtain, the voice lowered, as if afraid to disturb something. Shen Yu put down the book, rose, and parted the bamboo curtain. In the moonlight, a woman with graying temples leading a thin, small girl stood with her head bowed in the clearing. Master Shen, I heard from Aunt Jo next door that Sanya today instigated her second brother to snatch your fortune. Children are young and ignorant, but as a mother I cannot be. You have been immensely kind to us, yet we have repaid kindness with enmity. This weighs heavily on my conscience. The woman lowered her head in shame, then handed a basket to Shen Yu. We possess nothing of value, only this basket of wild greens dug this morning. I beg, because the space before the goddess temple was insufficient, they had to take turns to kneel and worship the divine maiden. She never imagined that in just one day of neglect these two siblings would cause such a huge trouble. Erlang's divine seed had already been planted in the soil, impossible to dig out. But Sanya, these nobles were mostly ill-tempered. If they harbored a grudge, her family would face dire consequences. Young master, rest assured. At dawn tomorrow, I will take Sanya to pray to the divine maiden and return this blessing to you. She said this only to gamble that this Master Shun would not dare to let them seek the goddess. Shen Yu looked at the mother and daughter, his gaze gentle. Standing before the bamboo shack, he smiled faintly. Aunt Wang, you misunderstand. It wasn't that Lang and Sanya snatched my fortune, but that the divine maiden said, I am not fated for the divine seed. Shen Yu's voice was unhurried like the night wind in the valley brushing the bamboo tips. Wang, do not blame Sanya. If she had not bravely stepped forward today, Shen Yu's voice was unhurried like the night wind in the valley brushing the bamboo tips. Wang, do not blame Sanya. If she had not bravely stepped forward today, we might not have obtained the divine seed and its cultivation method. I absolutely cannot accept these wild greens. He glanced at the sky and added, Aunt Wang, take Sanya back to rest now. Wang Xuantao's eyes reddened instantly. She pulled Shui Sanya to kneel before Shen Yu. Master Shen, Sanya has been clever since childhood, but unfortunately, she was not born into a good family. Her father passed away early and I am but a crude woman who knows nothing. I fear I cannot teach her well and will hold her back. She looked at Shen Yu with hope. Master Shen, you are a man of great learning. I do not ask for Sanya to achieve prominence in the future, only that you allow her to stay by your side and learn even the basics. Shen Yu did not reply immediately. His gaze fell upon the little girl who had remained silent all along. Senya, do you want to learn to read? Shui Senya was startled. She looked at her mother, then back at Shen Yu and nodded firmly. Yes. Then from now on you shall call me master. Shen Yu pondered for a moment. Senya is a name based on your birth order, fine as a nickname. But for formal education, you should be the fine grain. It sprouts in spring and ripens in autumn. Though it does not vie with 100 flowers for beauty, it nurtures all people and sustains the world. From now on you shall be called Shui He. Shen Ju was awakened by a piercing glare of sunlight. His brow furrowed slightly, his consciousness heavy and sluggish. His eyelids struggled to part into a narrow slit. What met his eyes were scattered patches of light filtering through the leaves, making him squint instinctively again. Eldest young master, you're finally awake. A familiar voice reached his ears laden with barely restrained anxiety. Shen Ju turned his head and propped himself up on his arm to sit. Shen Er quickly stepped forward to assist. Shen Ju leaned back against the tree trunk behind him. Then he glanced down at himself. His clothes were torn and stained with blood, a shocking sight. Yet the wounds that should have been hideous and ferocious were now only faint pink marks, as if they had been healing for 10 days or half a month. He froze for a moment. Seeing Shen Ju's strange expression, Shen Er hesitated and tentatively called out, eldest young master. Shen Ju ignored him. Instead, he first raised his hand and gently moved his shoulder and arm. His bones and muscles were intact. Were it not for the dried blood on his body as evidence, he would have almost thought that deadly calamity was merely a nightmare. Did you find a doctor for my injuries? Shen Er was taken aback and shook his head. When I found you, your wounds had already healed by more than half. Shen Ju fell silent. He knew well how severe his injuries were. With such wounds, even the imperial physicians of the Thai hospital would need at least 10 days to half a month before he could leave the bed. Yet now he could move freely. Could there be such medical skill in the wilderness? Could it be a reclusive master? Did you see a young woman? Shen Er answered bluntly, within 100 paces. I checked everywhere when I arrived. There was no one else. Shen Ju frowned slightly. He distinctly remembered smelling a faint fragrance of grain from the young woman's sleeve before he fainted. After thinking for a while, he set the matter aside for now and continued questioning Shen Er. Why are you alone? Where is Fu Yan? Shen Yu was his younger brother. Upon hearing that he had been banished from the capital, he surely could not sit still. The second young master. Shen Er hesitated for a moment, as if weighing his words. On our way to find you, we encountered a divine maiden of boundless power by the stream. Divine maiden. Shen Ju repeated the two words in a flat tone, yet inexplicably sent a chill down Shen Er's spine. Sorcerers corrupt the court, bewitch the sovereign, plunging the government into chaos and the people into destitution. Shen Er, you are a retainer of the Shun family, having grown up by my side and Fu Yan's. Do you not know what I detest most? Meeting Shen Ju's gaze, Shen Er's heart pounded, but he still braced himself to continue. Eldest young master, the divine maiden is different from those sorcerers. That day the second young master, and I saw her manifest divine power, conjuring objects from thin air, and even causing the heartless carps in the stream to bow and offer treasures. Shen Ju barked sharply enough. What gods or ghosts exist in this world? They are nothing but charlatans who deceive people, having learned a few sleight-of-hand tricks and daring to call themselves immortals or goddesses. One day, he would surely kill all these charlatans who fool the common people. Yes, eldest young master. Shen Er, intimidated by the stark killing intent in Shen Ju's eyes, dared not speak further. Shen Ju stood up. Where is Fu Yan? Shen Er said in a voice as faint as a mosquito's. Eldest young master, the second young master, is not far ahead. Why are you stammering? Shen Ju's sword-like brows knitted tightly. Shen Er lowered his head, fine beads of sweat on his forehead. The second young master has now become a follower of the divine maiden and is leading a group of refugees to build a temple for her. Shen Ju's face was as dark as water. Preposterous. Take me to Fu Yan. I want to see for myself what extraordinary abilities this divine maiden possesses. Meanwhile, the divine maiden he was thinking of was sitting cross-legged before a fire drinking plain congee. Host, I have good news for you. The system was overjoyed. My previous hosts fussed over the male lead their entire lives, and at most got 50 favorability points. But just now the male lead gave you a 20-point boost in one go. Oh, that's nice. I knew you could do it. The little fox grew more excited. You didn't save the male lead immediately. You must have waited until he was on the brink of death to act, so he would remember your life-saving grace forever. Then you left before he woke up. It clapped a paw in sudden realization. It must be to make him yearn for you, because what you can't have is always the best. Yin Shu. So this is what overthinking looks like. Indeed. After success, there will always be a great scholar to justify your actions. Host, you are amazing. The system was still marveling. Suddenly glancing at the system panel, it panicked. Oh no, the male lead's favorability dropped. Damn it. It took so long to gain 20 points, and now it's deducted 40, becoming negative 20. What's the— Yin Shu thought for a moment. The book mentioned that the male lead dislikes witchcraft and sorcery. He must have heard about my public display of divine power and mistaken me for a fraud. The system hopped around anxiously. What do we do? Yin Shu remained calm. Don't worry. Hearing is not believing, seeing is. When he comes to me of his own accord and realizes I am not what he imagines, the favorability will return. The system worried, what if the male lead doesn't come? Have you forgotten? Shen Yu is still with me. Would Shen Yu abandon his own? Host, you are truly cunning and calculating. If— Yin Shu remained calm. Don't worry. In the capital within the National Preceptor's mansion, wisps of blue smoke rose from the gilded Bashan incense burner, casting shifting shadows over the Tai Chi diagram on the wall. A young man sat on a meditation cushion clad in a Taoist robe, and crane feather cloaked the very picture of an enlightened master. A soft knock came at the door. Enter. A black-clad shadow guard slipped in silently and knelt. How did it go? The man did not look up, his voice flat, as if inquiring about a trivial matter. The guard bowed his head. Reporting to the National Preceptor, it failed. At this the man slowly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze on the kneeling figure for a long silent moment. How many times is this? The guard pressed his forehead to the floor. The fifth. The man closed his eyes. The fifth time. He was not originally a man of this era. A year ago he had traversed from a later age into the twilight years of the Yong dynasty, becoming the most favored alchemist of Emperor Yongling, Luo Daoqing. Yet this was no blessing. Historically, Luo Daoqing was a great traitor. To satisfy his selfish desires, he formed factions, persecuted loyal ministers, and framed General Shen Yu, leading to his banishment from the capital. After Emperor Yongling's death, Luo Daoqing propped up a child emperor, used the throne to command the realm, and plundered the people's wealth, inciting widespread resentment and rebellion among local powers. A year later, General Shen Yu, under the banner of purging the court, led his trusted followers to breach the imperial city. Luo Daoqing was executed by 1,000 cuts, and all other alchemists were burned alive. Thus chaos engulfed the land and heroes vied for supremacy. He had thought to use his knowledge of history to strike first and kill Shen Yu, but the result was far from satisfactory. Could it be that history cannot be changed? The more he thought, the more terrified he became. National Preceptor, what is wrong? The guard asked, seeing Luo Daoqing's pale face. It is nothing. Luo Daoqing waved a hand in slight irritation. Take some men to Shindu City and keep watch. The Commandant Zhou Bai is a former subordinate of Shen Yu. When they meet, make your move. Understood. The guard hesitated. By the way, National Preceptor, there are rumors near Shindu City of a divine maiden descending to the mortal world. Luo Daoqing was taken aback. He had just fabricated a facade of being an immortal reincarnated to become the Yong dynasty's National Preceptor, and now someone in Shindu City claims to be a divine maiden. Damn it, who was this person even better at pretending than him? Do you know the details? The guard replied. According to nearby refugees, that divine maiden possesses great powers. She can conjure objects from thin air and summon heavenly thunder to punish the wicked. Luo Daoqing had been listening for amusement, but when he heard the mention of thunder, his eyes flew wide open. What did you say about thunder? As a modern man, he was not superstitious like these ignorant ancients. Thus, upon hearing about the divine maiden summoning thunder, he immediately thought of gunpowder. No. How could gunpowder exist in the twilight of the Yong dynasty? The guard said in a low voice. I am not entirely sure. I only heard from refugees who witnessed it that the thunder was immensely powerful, reducing people to ashes in an instant. Luo Daoqing could no longer remain seated. He stood and strode hastily out of the room, his back radiating urgency. How could he not be anxious? A fellow time traveler had appeared in this world, and had even managed to produce gunpowder. What was worse, this person was active in Shindu City, likely already allied with Shen Yu. After all, the historical founding emperor of the great Xia, Shen Yu, possessed immense charisma, with countless admirers online. He guessed this female time traveler was also a lovesick fool wanting a romance with Shen Yu. No, he could not remain passive. He had to win over this female time traveler. If he could not, then he would have to find a way to eliminate. Otherwise, he stood even less chance against Shen Yu. A lovesick fool was not terrifying. What was terrifying was that this lovesick fool knew how to make gunpowder. Using gunpowder in ancient warfare was a complete and utter dimensional reduction. Shen Yu City. Shen Yu mingled with the stream of refugees, his head low, hiding his overly striking features beneath a tattered hood. He smeared mud and ash on his face and turned his blood-stained outer robe inside out, making himself indistinguishable from the disheveled refugees around him. He had also ordered Shen Yu to do the same. Now Shen Yu trudged behind him with a drooping head, his face a mix of anger and resignation. The procession moved slowly along the forest path, surrounded by ragged commoners. There were old and young families and loners, all gaunt and staggering. At noon, the group rested by the roadside. Some pulled out hard, dry rations from their bosoms. Others went to peel bark from trees. Shen Yu was silent for a moment, then walked to an elm tree, broke off a piece of bark, and put it in his mouth. The coarse fibers scraped his throat as he chewed expressionlessly, his jaw clenched tight. Shen Yu sidled over and muttered, "Young master, this stuff isn't fit for human consumption." Shen Yu shot him a glare. Shen Yu immediately shut up, grimaced, and broke off a piece of bark himself, chewing with a pained expression. Nearby, a few refugees huddled together, speaking in low voices that drifted over intermittently. "Have you heard? The divine maiden enshrined in the temple gives out porridge that's not ordinary. It's laced with immortal dew. One bowl can keep you full for 3 days. Is there really a divine maiden who descended to give out porridge? I've seen it with my own eyes. How could it be false? Why else would so many people be heading to the temple? Wonderful, truly wonderful. The divine maiden must have come specifically to save us from suffering." Shen Yu paused slightly in his chewing of the bark. He lowered his eyes, crushing the rising disgust along with the bitter bark in his mouth. Immortal do celestial descent, salvation from suffering. He had heard these rhetoric too often in the capital. Those alchemists used the same spiel when they deceived the emperor with 5-stone. They claimed that consuming 5-stone powder could prolong life, causing the capital's elite to flock to buy it at great expense. Initially, those who took it indeed had rosy complexions and high spirits. But gradually their behavior became increasingly manic, utterly unlike normal people. 3 months ago, one of his lieutenants had somehow become addicted to the powder. To buy more, the lieutenant sold everything in his house. If Shen Yu hadn't stopped him, he would have even sold his wife and children. Clearly, this so-called 5-stone powder was no immortal medicine, but a deeply harmful poison. With every such incident, how could he not detest those swindling alchemists? At around 4 in the afternoon, the procession finally reached the valley. Standing at the end of the refugee line, Shen Yu looked up and was slightly startled by the scene before him. The valley was lowly flanked by dark green mountains. A clear stream wound through its waters, murmuring. The valley opened wide with the divine maiden's temple at its heart, surrounded by rows of neatly arranged bamboo sheds. Though the sheds were simply built, they showed care. The pillars were driven deep into the earth, and the roofs were thickly thatched with reeds and bamboo mats, providing ample shelter from wind and sun. Most remarkably, the refugees living here did not wear the usual expressions of numbness and fear. This place possessed a rare peace in these chaotic times. Yet he did not immediately change his view of the divine maiden, for the precedent of the 5-stone powder was still fresh in his mind. False prosperity is but a reflection in water, a flower in a mirror. It shatters at the slightest touch. Ever since the system acquired shock value, it upgraded its surveillance capabilities. Initially confined to the vicinity of the goddess temple, its monitoring range had now expanded to encompass the entire valley. This was akin to swapping a blunderbuss for a cannon. Thus, the moment Shen Yu appeared in the valley, the system locked onto him through its surveillance feed. It couldn't help but sigh. "Host, you truly possess prophetic foresight. The male lead has indeed arrived. Should we show our face? System, I am currently playing the role of a goddess. If I appear so casually, how can I maintain an air of mystery?" The system found this reasoning sound and asked, perplexed, "What shall we do then?" "No rush. Once Shen Yu witnesses me using those costume skills with his own eyes, he will undoubtedly exhaust every means to seek an audience with me." Yun Shu cast a brief, indifferent glance at Shen Yu among the refugees, her gaze lingering not a moment longer before shifting to another monitor. They're led by Cui Erlang. Several refugees were gathered around a few verdant sweet potato seedlings. Although the Kunyu harvest ensemble can hasten crop maturity, it cannot make these sweet potato sprouts grow overnight. She furrowed her brow slightly. As it stands, the sweet potatoes will take at least 4 more months to mature. That's far too slow. The 3-month deadline was approaching, if she could not afford such a delay. "Host, you can enhance the ensemble," the system suggests. It scrolled through the system panel. "I've checked. You only need to spend 10,000 shock value points to unlock the ensemble enhancement function. The enhanced skills will yield doubled effects." Yin Shu's eyes lit up. "System, you're wonderful." Since she had already collected the entire Kunyu harvest set and had no interest in the other ensemble granting fertility skills, she had hoarded her accumulated shock value without spending. In total, the scattered points amounted to 43500 shock value. A mere 100 was well within her means. With that thought, she opened the permanent gacha pool and initiated a 30 consecutive draw, spending shock value like water. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Floating Life Dream Ensemble Mount Component 66 Floating Dream Celestial Chariot. Component description: ignores terrain obstacles, treads mist over water, traverses forests through mountains, covering 1,000 li in a day. Ensemble skill: collect all components to unlock the medical encyclopedia and dream entry skill. As Yin Shu struggled to maintain composure. 30 consecutive draws yield only one advanced costume component. Host, the system asked cautiously, shall we draw again? It had never seen a host more adept at earning shock value than Yin Shu, nor one with worse luck. Draw. Gritting her teeth, Yin Shu tapped for a 10 consecutive draw. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Tianheng Manifest Ensemble Robe Component 38, Xiaoming Qingtian. Component description: donning this dark robe feels like bearing the celestial laws. Unlocks the punishment domain, cooldown 120 hours. Ensemble skill: collect all components to unlock the crime and punishment skill to punish all evil in the world. Current shock value 31500. Previously 30 consecutive draws yielded only one component. This time 10 draws produced one. Most importantly, the skill of this Xiaoming Qingtian robe was highly practical. It could drag the guilty into a domain where they experienced the victim's suffering. Yin Shu felt a measure of consolation. Just then the system panel flashed with golden light, and a new ensemble enhancement function appeared. She clicked it open and cursed aloud. Damn it. What kind of ripoff is this? Enhancing an ensemble costs 3000 shock value. Why don't they just rob me? The system lamented, host, I never expected enhancement to be so costly. Its previous hosts had barely scraped together enough for a single gacha pull, let alone unlocking new features. Thus it genuinely had no idea how expensive enhancement was. The capitalist's ugly money-grabbing face. Yun Shu grumbled as she spent 3000 shock value to upgrade the Kunyu Harvest Ensemble. In the blink of an eye, her shock value dwindled from tens of thousands to a paltry 1500. However, the enhanced Kunyu Harvest skill was now several times more potent, capable of shortening crop growth cycles by 4 months. Moreover, its appearance had grown even more resplendent. Perhaps the shock value had been well spent after all, she mused. On the other side, Shen Yu traversed winding muddy paths and finally found Shen Yu on a slope east of the valley. The setting sun cast a warm golden glow over the entire hillside. Shen Yu squatted by a ridge, surrounded by a few refugees, all pointing at the seedlings in the field. Cui Erlang exclaimed ecstatically, the sprouts shot up again last night. It seems we've successfully cultivated this divine seed. Indeed, I've farmed all my life, but never have I seen such vigorous seedlings. Shen Yu's eyes brimmed with joy for these. The sweet potato seedlings are not yet mature. We must not be complacent. They require careful nurturing. Fu Yin. A cold voice interrupted him. Shen Yu turned his gaze, passing over the refugee's shoulders to the slender figure below the slope. Elder brother. His eyes lit up. Then, almost bounding down the slope in 3 steps, he stopped before Shen Yu, breathing rapidly. I'm so glad you're... By the way, brother, let me show you the sweet potatoes we've planted. They are divine seeds capable of yielding 2,000 gene per mu. Once they mature, there may be no more starvation in this world. Sweet potatoes? Shen Yu repeated the unfamiliar term. Then, looking at his usually astute younger brother, he said, currently the highest grain yield is no more than 200 gene per mu. This person claims 2,000 gene. Such absurdity, and you believe it. Shen Yu hastily explained, brother, these divine sweet potatoes were brought from the heavens to the mortal realm by the goddess of agriculture via the divine maiden. Mortal crops cannot compare. Hearing Shen Yu repeatedly speak of the divine maiden and divine seeds, Shen Yu's temple veins bulged with anger. I thought Shen Er might be exaggerating, but now I see you have truly been bewitched. Shen Yu sighed helplessly. I know you detest charlatans who ruin the state, but the divine maiden is no deceiver. She is a true deity who cares for all living beings. Shen Yu's brow tightened as he sternly commanded, I cannot let you stay here any longer. You're coming with me. But Shen Yu stepped back. The two brothers stood 2 paces apart, locked in a standoff. I will remain here, Shen Yu declared. I have found the path I wish to walk. Disappointment flickered in Shen Yu's eyes. Fu Yin once swore to ordain conscience for heaven and earth to secure the fate for the people, to continue the lost teachings of the sages, and to establish peace for all eternity. Have you abandoned all of that? Shen Yu gently shook his head. I have never forsaken my aspirations. Brother, do not try to persuade me further. My mind is made up. I dedicate my life to the divine maiden to follow her steps forever. He paused, glanced at the goddess temple, and slowly uttered his final words, until death. Shen Yu stared at him, long silent. The helplessness of exhausting his words, yet failing to move him an inch, weighed heavily. Master Shun, it's terrible. The government troops are here. An urgent voice shattered their conversation. The next moment, a clatter of hooves echoed from outside the valley. Harsh shouts tore through the valley's tranquility like torn fabric. Nobody moved. By order of the Shindu prefect, these refugees have illegally reclaimed land violating the laws of Great Yong. Men uproot all these seedlings. A troop of about 30 to 40 soldiers filed in, each bearing long spears and swords at their waists. Their leader, clad in iron armor with a face full of brutish flesh, rode a blackmaned horse. He waved his arm directing his men to drive away the refugees gathered around the sweet potato field. The sudden commotion terrified the refugees, who had never witnessed such a scene, their faces turning ashen with fear. One of them shuffled forward tremblingly. "Sir," he began, but a horsewhip lashed across his face, sending him staggering backward to fall heavily on the ground. His forehead struck a stone, leaving a bloody gash. "Let's talk." The leading deputy captain didn't even lift his eyelids, pointing at the lush green sweet potato seedlings on the slope. "Pull up all these sprouts immediately, not a single one left." The soldiers moved at once, brandishing spades and hoes as they strode toward the slope. "You can't pull them. These are the divine seeds bestowed by the goddess. We're counting on them to survive." The refugees finally erupted into chaos. Yet facing the officers, their instinctive fear held them back. With no other choice, they fell to their knees, foreheads pressed into the mud, wailing as they blocked the soldiers' path. "Get lost." A soldier impatiently kicked aside a refugee blocking his way and raised his spade to chop at the tender green shoots. "Stop." A roar burst from the crowd. Chui Erlang charged forward. This small patch of land was one he and the villagers had toiled day and night to reclaim hoe by hoe. Those seedlings were ones he had guarded day and night by the field, watering them ladle by ladle until they grew. How could he bear to watch them be uprooted? "Sir, please don't destroy them. When these divine seeds ripen, they can save countless lives." He threw himself before the soldier, clutching the arm that held the spade, his eyes bloodshot. The soldier stumbled from his grip, enraged, and elbowed Chui Erlang in the face. Blood gushed from his nose, splattering onto the emerald green sprouts, a shocking sight. Even so, he didn't let go. Rebellion. Daring to obstruct an officer. The soldier kicked Chui Erlang in the chest, sending him sprawling. Chui Erlang struggled to his feet and lunged again. He was like a bull protecting its calf, using his own flesh and blood to shield the seedlings. "Kill me first if you want to destroy these sprouts." The deputy captain, washed with a darkened face, snorted coldly and signaled to his men. Two more soldiers closed in. They reversed their spears, striking Chui Erlang's back, shoulders, and legs with the wooden shaft. Once, twice, thrice. The dull thuds mixed with the crisp crack of dislocated bones set one's teeth on edge. Chui Erlang finally collapsed, blood spilling from his mouth, staining the earth beneath him. Yet his hands still reached out, fingers digging deep into the soil, cradling the seedlings in his palms. "Second brother." A heart-wrenching cry came from the crowd. Chui tried to rush forward, but was firmly held back by soldiers. Shen Yu steadied Chui, he who was nearly pushed down by the soldiers, and looked up at the deputy captain on horseback. With a cold voice, he said, "These refugees have reclaimed unowned wasteland. According to the laws of Dayong, they are exempt from taxes for 3 years. As a court official, are you ignorant of the law?" The deputy captain glanced down at this beardless, refined young man and sneered. "Who do you think you are? You dare lecture me on the law?" Shen Yu clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. He had studied literature since childhood and knew no martial arts. Faced with these wolf-like soldiers, he couldn't even get close. "Pull them up." The deputy captain's voice was lazy. Shen Yu made to force his way through, but a hand with distinct knuckles pressed down on his shoulder. "Going there is suicide." Shen Ju's voice came from behind. Then he stepped past Shen Yu, deftly snatching a spear from a soldier's hand. No one saw how he moved. All they heard was a crisp clang. The spear flew from his hand, tracing a clear arc through the air before embedding itself in the ground several meters away, driving back the soldiers near Chui Erlang and the seedlings. The deputy captain's face changed drastically. "Who are you?" He reined in his horse, squinting to size up this refugee who had appeared from nowhere. Ragged clothes covered in mud. Clearly nothing but a lowly pauper. Yet the skill he had just displayed and the aura he exuded were far from ordinary. "Tell Zhou Bai to come see me," Shen Yu said. The deputy captain's heart skipped a beat. This refugee actually knew Captain Zhou. If today's events reached Captain Zhou's ears, given his superior's righteous and unforgiving nature, he would surely face severe consequences. He gritted his teeth, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. With no other choice left, he shouted, "All troops hear my command." 30 or 40 soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, encircling the crowd. These refugees are gathering to riot, resisting law enforcement and attacking officers with weapons. Execute them on the spot, leave no one alive. The moment the words fell, the air froze. The refugees' faces turned deathly pale. Some collapsed to the ground, others closed their eyes, lips moving silently, praying or waiting for death. Chui Erlang lay on the ground, covered in blood, but struggled to lift his head, fixing his blurry gaze on the sweet potato seedlings. A foot stomped down heavily, snapping the sprout. "No." He crawled desperately toward it, his nails breaking, blood seeping into the mud. Those are everyone's lifeline. Tears mingled with blood streamed down his face. The soldiers present were human too. Witnessing such a scene, it was hard not to feel compassion. Seeing them hesitate, the deputy captain roared, "Are you defying military orders? What are you standing around for? Get to it." Just then a strange fragrance spread without warning. It was crisp like an orchid from a deep valley, carrying a hint of frost neither strong nor faint. Then a burst of heavenly light appeared, coating the grass and trees with a faint silver glow. After that they saw a carriage. The carriage was pure white, unadorned, yet it shimmered with a pearlescent luster. Silver bells hung from the four corners of the canopy, swaying, without wind, emitting clear, distant chimes, like mountain stream water, or temple bells, each note striking the heart. Two snow-white beasts pulled the carriage, resembling horses, but with manes like tassels reaching their knees, their hooves treading. The carriage curtain, woven from deep-sea mermaid silk, fluttered gently, in an invisible breeze, revealing a seated figure behind it, yet the face remained indistinct. The entire carriage, along with the two beasts, hovered half a foot above the ground, slowly entering the valley. The refugees were the first to react. "It's the goddess," someone shouted. The next moment, thud after thud echoed as the refugees fell to their knees, foreheads pressed to the earth, trembling, but not from fear. They were overwhelmed with excitement, the wild joy of a dying man seeing a lifeline. "The goddess has appeared. The goddess has come to save us." Cries, prostrations, and prayers mingled together, echoing through the small valley. The soldiers' legs began to shake, a fragrance born from thin air, a radiant light descending from the sky, a carriage floating 3 feet above the ground. All of it defied their understanding. "Mercy, goddess." A soldier dropped his weapon, knelt, and kowtowed frantically. "Mercy! Mercy!" The other soldiers followed suit, kneeling and begging for forgiveness. Shen Yu shock value 10, Shen Yu shock value 100 Wong, Lao shock value 100. Current shock value 13510. The deputy captain's face was paler than a corpse's. He drew his waist blade, gripping the hilt tightly, his eyes fixed on the approaching carriage. The carriage stopped before the crowd. The two beasts lowered their heads, their golden eyes sweeping over the crowd, an invisible pressure descending. The figure behind the curtain stirred slightly, and an ethereal, melodious voice emerged from within. "Destroying divine seeds. Do you know your crime?" Cold sweat trickled down the deputy commander's temple. He wished to invoke the prefect's name to bolster his courage, yet his throat felt as if clutched by an unseen force, rendering him speechless. The soldiers beside him quietly withdrew their spears, kneeling with bowed heads, not daring to meet the gaze of that carriage. In ancient times, knowledge was monopolized by aristocratic clans. These soldiers, mostly from impoverished origins, had no chance to learn reading or writing. Even military orders could terrify them, let alone the prospect of defying a deity. Shen Yu stood among the crowd, a stark contrast to the kneeling refugees and soldiers. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze piercing through layers of white gauze, attempting to discern the true visage of the one behind the curtain. Yet no matter how intently he focused, he could only make out a blurred silhouette seated motionless within. A mythical beast, a radiant glow, a floating carriage. All of this was utterly beyond belief. It was no mere trick of illusion, at least not any he had ever known. Could it be a hallucination? He had once led troops to quell a rebellion in Wuling Prefecture, where there were so-called sorcerers skilled in using witchcraft to trap people in false illusions. Was the woman in the carriage also a sorceress? Before he could figure it out, he saw his own brother kneel before the carriage. Shen Yu's kneeling motion was gentle and natural, as if performing a self-evident act. "Shenfuyan," Shen Yu hissed under his breath. Shen Yu, however, turned a deaf ear. He looked up, his gaze burning as he stared at the otherworldly carriage, the ethereal glow reflected in his eyes, as if his entire being was seized by some force. The bell chimes suddenly ceased. A profound silence fell. The two beasts pulling the carriage lowered their heads in unison, their forelegs bending slightly in a posture of reverent submission, as if in pilgrimage. The carriage curtain lifted without wind. The white gauze slid open to both sides like a snow-white lotus, blooming layer by layer. First a hand emerged from behind the curtain. That hand was slender and long, fair as jade, with a faint touch of vermilion on the fingertips. A jade bangle on her wrist emitted a soft, crisp sound with her movement. Then a figure slowly stepped out from the carriage. She lightly touched the void, as if an invisible staircase supported her. With each step, a faint silver ripple spread beneath her feet, like a dragonfly skimming the water. Before the ripples faded, she had already taken the second step. Everyone's breath caught in their throats. Yunshu glanced at the skyrocketing shock value. Then she descended step by step from midair, unhurried, her skirt fluttering, ethereal, and divine. She wore a white and green gown, her black hair coiled high in a bun, a plain veil draping down from it. In her hand, she held a verdant orchid, her hem trailing 3 feet on the ground. White like fresh snow, green like new sprouts. A white silk sash loosely tied around her waist, its hanging tassels swaying gently with the wind like willow branches brushing the water. Over it, she wore a layer of gossamer thin gauze with faint orchid patterns that shimmered with her every movement. The gauze draped over her shoulders, its ends falling naturally, making her appear like smoke and mist, dreamlike and illusory. The floating life dream ensemble, when worn complete, emitted its own luminous effect. Especially when paired with the winding cloud sash, it created a water ripple effect beneath the feet when walking in the air. This was the stunning entrance she had concocted after various attempts at fashion combinations. And it did not disappoint. The shock value spent was almost earned back. But this was not enough. The real show was just beginning. Goddess. Goddess. Chui Erling lay on the ground in agony, his eyes full of shame and self-reproach. It is this humble one's uselessness. I failed to protect the divine seed. The refugees beside him also sobbed. The goddess let out a soft sigh. Do not blame yourself. The sweet potato is a celestial thing. Forcing it to be planted in the mortal world is an act against heaven. It was fated to face this tribulation. Yet you protected it with your lives. Your sincerity is evident, leaving a thread of hope for this sweet potato sprout. She slowly raised the verdant orchid in her hand. The snow-white flower at the tip of the orchid gathered a point of golden light, growing brighter and more intense, silently dripping from the petals. The golden light hit the ground and burst forth. Where the halo passed, the trampled seedlings stood upright again at a visible speed. Broken stems reconnected, torn leaves slowly unfurled, returning to a vibrant state. Chui Erling's eyes widened, tears streaming down his lips, trembling, a choked sob escaping his throat. The goddess is merciful. Thank you, goddess. But the goddess did not stop. The orchid waved gently again, and golden light flew from the flower like silk threads, softly enveloping Chui Erling. In moments his broken bones miraculously mended, the bruises on his chest vanished at a visible rate, and his torn flesh gradually healed. The golden light continued to spread. It fell upon every injured refugee. Those who had been shoved, beaten, or stabbed by spears were healed one by one. Their wounds closed, their pain disappeared, as if the injuries had never existed. The refugees wept loudly, kowtowing incessantly. The goddess is all-merciful. Goddess. The goddess withdrew, the orchid hovering in the void. Her white veil fluttered gently in the wind, and her light green gauze billowed like clouds. The splendid sunset on the horizon made her figure appear even more transcendent, not of this mortal world. Shen Yu shock value 50, Chui Erling shock value 100, Tang Guzi shock value 100. Current shock value 26660. Shen Yu stood still, watching from afar, his posture as firm as a pine, unmoving. His face bore neither the devout fervor of the kneeling refugees nor the terror of the terrified soldiers. His deep eyes held only a hint of surprise and an unconscious trace of captivation. Such a method of raising the dead was no longer something achievable by mere illusions and hallucinogens. The mysterious woman before him was no ordinary person. She possessed true ability. If he could gain her assistance, casualties in future battles could surely be greatly reduced. Host, the male lead, just increased his favorability. It went from 20 to 20. We've hit the jackpot. The system's excited voice echoed in Yunshu's ear. A faint smile curled at the corner of Yunshu's lips, but she quickly suppressed it. She turned her gaze, falling on the deputy commander, as if she could pierce through all illusions and see into all hearts. A chill shot straight to the deputy commander's crown. Guopan Yunshu called out his name. Deputy commander of Shindu City, served for 7 years. Deputy Commander Guopan's face turned ashen. He had not introduced himself. How did she know? Could she truly be a goddess? No, that was impossible. The National Preceptor had said there were no other immortals in this world besides himself. This person must be a demon pretending to be a deity. Since your tenure you have embezzled 120 taels of military pay, stolen 800 caddies of disaster relief grain, forcibly occupied 15 acres of farmland, driven 7 commoners to their deaths, and violated 3 women, the youngest of whom was 12 years old, Yin Shu recited calmly, as if reading from an account book. In these 7 years the souls who perished because of you total 39. The refugee's eyes were filled with shock and anger. Guopan's face had lost all color. He had covered up his deeds well. How did this woman know? Fear and anger flickered across his face, eventually twisting into a frenzied grimace. Witch, you must be a... He roared at the kneeling soldiers behind him. Get up, all of you. Whoever kills this slanderous witch, I will reward him with 100 taels of silver. No matter how Guopan threatened or cajoled, no one moved. The soldiers knelt on the ground, not daring to lift their heads. Some quietly shrank back, while others buried their faces in their arms, pretending to have heard nothing. Spears and horizontal blades lay scattered across the ground, yet not a single hand dared to pick them up. You... Guopan trembled with rage, his voice warping. How dare you disobey a military order? A young soldier finally raised his head, his face streaked with tears, and snot, his body shaking violently. Jigua, Master Gua, that is the Divine Maiden. We cannot raise a hand against the Divine Maiden. Nonsense. She is nothing but a witch. Guopan kicked the soldier over and swept his gaze around, only to find every soldier avoiding his eyes. These soldiers were no longer under his control. In an instant a surge of fury shattered his last shred of reason. Gripping the hilt of his blade, he spun around and charged at the seemingly fragile figure in green. "He'll kill you." The blade traced a cold arc through the air, slashing straight toward the Divine Maiden's face. Divine Maiden. Shen Yu's body moved faster than his mind. A frail scholar, he had no idea what he would do even after lunging forward, but he lunged nonetheless. Yet he was far too slow. The blade was still a foot away from the Divine Maiden. Light. A verdant light radiated from within the Divine Maiden, blooming outward like a colossal orchid. It enveloped her. Guopan's blade struck the barrier of light, as if hitting an invisible wall. No, it was harder than any. It was a chasm, an insurmountable boundary between a mortal and a deity. A tremendous force of recoil traveled back along the blade, and Guopan felt a searing pain in his hand. The next moment his body was flung backward like a kicked ball, arcing through the air for over 15 yards before crashing heavily. The trunk snapped with a crack, and he landed on his back, blood gushing from his mouth. Seeing this, Shen Yu felt the taut string in his mind relax. He had been blinded by concern, momentarily forgetting that a deity possessed power no mortal could match. For a mortal to harm a god was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Shen Yu's expression darkened. The beliefs he had held so firmly were now cracking under the relentless visual assault. Could it be that gods and spirits truly existed in this world? Shen Yu's shock value 50, Li Sis shock value 100, Wang Lao's shock value 100. Current shock value 42610. Cough. Guopan struggled to his feet, his bloodshot eyes fixed on that silhouette, grinding his teeth. "Witch? You witch?" The Divine Maiden looked down at him from on high. Incorrigible. As the words fell, her dark eyes transformed. Her left eye blazed with a pale golden light like the rising sun, while her right eye surged with a silver radiance like the cold moon in the sky. Gold and silver converged, sun and moon shone together. Then her attire began to change. Black. An overwhelming blackness. An ink-dyed robe cascaded from her shoulders layer upon layer, each flowing with dark gold patterns that resembled ancient incantations. A sash cinched her waist with a dark gold belt hanging down to her knees, embroidered with intricate totems. Dragon-like, yet not, serpent-like, yet not. Coiling and intertwining, exuding an aura of inviolable majesty. Her hair bun also changed. The white jade ornaments faded, replaced by a crown of black and gold. Delicate dark gold bead chains hung from the crown, half concealing her brows and eyes. Paired with those gold and silver heterochromatic pupils, she appeared both mysterious and dangerous. Everyone present stood frozen. Legend said that deities possessed many forms. They had never expected it to be true. Suddenly the entire valley darkened. The light was utterly devoured by something. Black mist spread from beneath the Divine Maiden's feet, expanding rapidly like ink dropped into clear water. It devoured the forest, the stream, the bamboo, shed the Divine Maiden temple, and everyone. "What's happening? I can't see." The Divine Maiden must be angered. The crowd cried out in terror. Yunshu watched the still busy system, and silently urged it to hurry up. "Almost there, almost there," the system said. Though anxious, Yunshu could only wait. Originally she had intended to draw the full Tianheng Zhaozhong set, but her luck was too poor. She only pulled the crown component Jinyu at crown, and gained the skill of oppressive aura. Without the complete outfit, the skill of the Xiaoming Chengxing robe could only pull one person into the punishment domain. She had to find another way to punish Guopan, while earning a hefty sum of shock value. Killing two birds with one stone. The system wiped its sweat. "Host, it's ready. I've set up the scene. You can use the dream entry skill now." Yunshu didn't dawdle. As the crowd's vision was obscured by the black mist, she swiftly switched to the Fuxing Yiming set, and used the dream entry skill. The set's dream entry skill was area effect, plunging everyone nearby into a fabricated dream. The next second she switched back to 4 components of the Tianheng Zhaozhong set, and pulled Guopan into the punishment domain. The system was responsible for linking the dream with the punishment domain. Their coordination was flawless. After an unknown length of time, light returned. The crowd was no longer in the valley. Refugees, soldiers, Shen Yu, and Shen Yu all stood on a circular platform, staring at each other in bewilderment. Where is this place? Could it be the 18th layer of hell? How could the 18th layer of hell be so bright? Then is this the heavenly palace? The murmurs buzzed like a swarm of bees. Some were terrified, others curious. After all, they had never seen such a sight. This magnificent circular hall, unlike anything of the mortal world, was many times larger than the official court of Xindu City, more spectacular than any building they had ever seen. Shen Yu reached out and touched the railing of the platform. The overly realistic texture left him utterly perplexed. How was this done? Compared to the others, Shen Yu appeared much calmer. He gently patted Shen Yu's shoulder. "Brother, no mortal could possess such power. This is the might of a deity. Sorcerers have misled the state, causing the people untold suffering. It is only natural that witchcraft is now deeply resented." A fervent light suddenly blazed in his eyes. "But everything the Divine Maiden does is for the people. True or false in my heart, she is the one true god of this world. Shen Yu's expression was dark, but for the first time, he offered no rebuttal. Simply because Shen Yu's words made sense. There were good and bad people. Naturally, there were good and bad sorcerers or magicians. He should not generalize. Yet his deep-seated aversion still prevented him from feeling any fondness for these acts of trickery. The tribunal is now in session. No sin shall escape judgment. Hearing this, the crowd instinctively looked toward the open space in the center. In but a moment, Deputy Colonel Guapan appeared before them. He was dragged into the tribunal like a dead dog by two faceless shadows, all his former arrogance gone. The divine maiden stood at the highest point overlooking the entire scene. A black gold crown and ink-colored robe, her face, half hidden by dark gold bead, chains her gold and silver heterochromatic eyes flickering in and out of view. Guapan, the divine seed, bears the fortune of heaven and earth, protecting the people of this land. In your foolishness you nearly destroyed the hope of countless lives. Today I shall personally judge your sins. You embezzled 1,200 taels of military funds, leaving the soldiers without winter coats, resulting in the deaths of 13 from the cold. Do you confess to this crime? Guapan, already terror-stricken, trembled violently. I was merely blinded by greed for a moment. The divine maiden closed her eyes. Every deed, whether good or evil, has its destined reckoning. You must repent before those 13 soldiers. The scene at the center of the arena shifted. A snowy night descended with snowflakes drifting down in a flurry. The surrounding air suddenly turned bitingly cold, chilling teeth to chattering and limbs to stiffness. Kneeling on the ground, Guapan looked down and realized his armor had vanished. In its place was a tattered winter coat. No, it was not a winter coat. It was but a thin scrap of cloth, a few ragged pieces barely stitched together, utterly incapable of shielding against the chill. His body trembled uncontrollably. The cold seeped from the marrow of his bones, his lips turned purple, his fingers stiffened, his toes lost all sensation. He curled into a ball like a dog abandoned in the snow. Cold. So cold. Help. Someone save me. In the audience, the onlookers, especially the soldiers, watched with wide eyes. An old soldier suddenly reddened around the eyes. If not for the desperate poverty at home, who would choose to join the army risking their life on a thread? Moreover, the camp was plagued by shortages of clothing and food. Every winter some froze or starved to death. The old soldier's voice was hoarse. So the court did provide us with military pay all along. It was just embezzled. Another soldier gritted his teeth and said, last year Commander Gua ordered my younger brother Liuzi to guard the city in winter. Liuzi froze into an ice sculpture on the city wall, while Gua squandered his pay in pleasure houses. Liuzi was still a child. Only 17. The soldiers' eyes were red-hot, tears streaming. Guapan is not even... All the soldiers clenched their fists unconsciously. Shen Yu, a man of military background, hated the embezzlement of military funds and provisions more than anyone present. Had an invisible wall not stood in his way, he would have already drawn his blade and reduced Guapan to a mist of blood. The snow at the center of the arena grew heavier. Watching Guapan freeze to death in the snow, the crowd felt a surge of vindication. Soon the snowy scene vanished. I am alive. Guapan, who should have been dead on the ground, slowly rose, looking around in lingering fear. It was still that strange court of judgment. The biting cold from moments ago had been all too real. Oh, he felt as though he had truly died once. The divine maiden on the high platform slowly opened her eyes and questioned again. Guapan, you embezzled 800 jin of disaster relief grain, leaving the afflicted people without food, resulting in the starvation of 16. Do you confess to this crime? Having experienced it once, Guapan's face turned deathly pale as he hastily defended himself. Divine maiden, the grain relief was ordered by Prefect Zhao. I was only responsible for transporting it out of the city. The grain was sold at a high price in a neighboring county by Zhao's nephew. I never touched it. Your Holiness, please see clearly. Please see clearly. The divine maiden glanced at him with indifference. In this matter you are indeed not the principal offender. But you aided the wicked by smuggling the grain. The deaths of these 16 commoners are indirectly tied to you. The winter chill in the arena gradually receded. In its place came a sweltering heat. Guapan lay on cracked earth under a blazing sun. Suddenly his stomach cramped, as if an invisible hand were twisting his insides into knots. Hungry. So hungry. He now felt the gnawing hunger of days, weeks, even months without enough to eat. His stomach contracted, his intestines churned, and his body frantically issued commands to eat. Hungry. I'm so hungry. His voice was so weak it was almost inaudible. He clawed wildly at the ground, scooping up handfuls of yellow earth and stuffing them into his mouth. In the stands, refugees wept silently. They had all experienced fleeing famine, eating tree bark, grass roots, and even clay along the way. My wife starved to death, just like that. A man murmured, tears streaming silently. These corrupt officials leave us no way to survive. Corrupt swine. Serves him right to die. Everyone cursed Guapan with righteous fury, but his sins did not end there. The scene at the center shifted once more. Before Guapan's eyes appeared a stretch of farmland. It was the 15 hectares of fertile land he had seized from commoners leveraging his position as deputy commander. The crops in the fields were flourishing, golden wheat ears swaying in the breeze like waves of gold. But soon the waves, an old farmer appeared before him, kneeling on the ground, clutching his leg, and weeping, begging him not to take the land away. Your Excellency, this is the fruit of my lifetime's labor, the only lifeline for my entire family. No matter how the old farmer pleaded, Guapan remained unmoved and haughty. Your Excellency, please show mercy. You worthless rabble, get the hell out of my way. With that he kicked the old farmer aside. The old farmer, already gaunt and frail, could not withstand the blow. He flew backward, his head striking the threshold with a sickening crack, blood splattering everywhere. Father! Father! A girl with an indistinct face suddenly rushed out of the house, collapsing beside the old farmer. Her hands trembled as she tried to support his head, only to touch sticky warm blood. Tears burst from her eyes. The old farmer's eyes were wide, his pupils already dilated. His lips quivered faintly. Nan, run. Run quickly. Before he could finish, his head lolled to the side. His eyes remained open, a death without closure. Before the girl could even cry out, her hair bun was seized by a hand, and she was dragged into the house. Help! Someone help! The desperate pleas for rescue wrenched at everyone's hearts. The divine maiden said, for personal gain you seized 15 hectares of land, drove 7 commoners to their deaths, and violated 3 women. Guapan, do you confess to this crime? This was the 3rd time the divine maiden had questioned him. Having endured freezing and starvation, Guapan dared not even defend himself. He merely knelt on the ground, weeping and kowtowing profusely. Divine maiden, I know I was wrong. I am willing to return all the seized lands to their rightful owners. He raised a trembling hand and swore to the heavens. From now on I will reform and do good deeds to make amends. Please forgive me. Too late. The divine maiden raised her hand, revealing a dark, heavy token in her palm. Those who have the right to forgive you have all reincarnated by now. You can only atone for your sins in the Avicii hell. The state preceptor is also a reincarnated immortal. My sister enjoys his favor. If you kill me, Guapan's voice was cut short. 9 bolts of heavenly lightning descended simultaneously from the dome, freezing his figure in a flash of white light. Then, like a sandcastle collapsing, he disintegrated from the head down, turning to ash. The divine maiden enacts justice on behalf of heaven. One by one the crowd knelt, their eyes filled with fervent reverence for the deity on the high platform. Long live the divine maiden. Boundless are the merits of the divine maiden. The system watched the scene and muttered, Host, this is starting to look more and more like a cult. Yunshu ignored the system. She maintained her divine persona, waving her sleeve to bring everyone out of the dreamscape. Having garnered enough shock value, it was time to execute her next plan. Given Guapan's heinous deeds, could the prefect of Shindu, who was in cahoots with him, be any better? Regardless of the considerations, capturing Shindu City was urgent. According to the plot of the book, Shindu City was about to face a massive locust plague with crops reduced to less than 1 in 10. This might be an opportunity. With the uninvited guest dealt with, the valley returned to tranquility. Yunshu leaned against a large tree, hands pillowing her head, gazing into the distance as bamboo sheds in the valley lit up one by one. Initially, she had intended to don the Kunyu harvest set to directly accelerate the growth of the sweet potato seedlings planted by Chui Erlang and his companions, granting them a glimmer of hope for their future lives. However, she then recalled the locust plague in Shindu City and had to temporarily shelve that thought. Until she was certain of resolving this calamity, she needed to keep a trump card for the worst-case scenario. After its enhancement upgrade, the Kunyu harvest set skill range was estimated to encompass the entire Shindu City. The skill effect was substantial, yet the added 1-month cooldown period after the upgrade was rather vexing. If she used it today, she could only watch helplessly as the crops in Shindu City were devastated by the locusts. System, how many shock points do I have now? 76,660. The little fox leaped onto her shoulder, murmuring softly. Host, with all these shock points you've earned, why do you still live out in the open like this every day? The system space has a bedchamber. A night stay only costs 5,000 shock points. You can easily afford it. System money must be spent where it counts. Yunshu said this, then looked up again at the twinkling stars in the night sky. Spending shock points to return to the system space for personal needs and hygiene was a necessary expense. Going back to sleep in the system space's bedchamber was not. She murmured softly, when I used to sleep out in the wild on missions, I not only had to worry about getting shot, but also about being bitten by snakes, rats, and insects. I didn't have such good conditions back then. The butterfly hidden hairpin from the Fleeting Dream set was hundreds of times more effective than modern insect repellent sprays. Host, once the mission is complete, it'll apply to the main god for an extra billion bonus for you. The system's large fox tail gently brushed against Yunshu's arm. That way, when you're reborn back into your original world with financial freedom, you can quit being a narcotics police officer and just lie back and relax like a salted fish. MMOK. Yunshu smiled, pulling the little fox into her arms. The furry bundle nestled in the crook of her elbow, warm and cozy. Then she freed a hand and tapped open the system panel. A pale blue screen unfolded before her, with various function icons arranged neatly. The permanent gacha pool was always available, but the outfits within were too cluttered. The probability of drawing what she needed was minimal. Compared to the permanent pool, she preferred the limited time one. The limited time pool only contained 2 high-level outfits, so the odds of completing one set were relatively high. Unfortunately, the limited time pool hadn't refreshed yet. Just as she was about to close the system panel, her peripheral vision caught sight of the system skin feature in the corner. After a moment's thought, she tapped into it. An array of skins instantly filled the entire screen, dazzling and overwhelming. There were ordinary animals and mythical beasts from the classic of mountains and seas. Each skin was marked with a different price, ranging from a few thousand to hundreds of thousands of shock points. Her gaze swept across them until she spotted a high-grade skin that showed you a mythical beast from the mountains and seas. Wherever it appeared, plagues of locusts would follow. This system skin was priced at 50,000 shock points. Of course, there was a reason for its high cost. High-grade skins came with attached skills. For instance, this Yu skin possessed the ability to control locusts. System, I'll buy you a new skin. Upon hearing this, the system instantly perked up. But a second later, its fox ears drooped, its gaze filled with disdain for the Yu skin on the screen. Host, I don't want it. This skin looks like a rabbit, but has a bird's beak and a snake's tail. It's so ugly and it costs 50,000 shock points. We can't be such a fool, it urged. Buying this skin is really not worth it. Yunshu was clearly not seeking the system's opinion. Without batting an eye, she decisively clicked to purchase. The sound of shock points being deducted made the system wince with pain, but it couldn't stop her. Hurry up and put it on for me, Yunshu urged. The system was speechless. Thinking it was already bought, it reluctantly switched to the Yu skin, transforming from a spirited little fox into a strange large gray rabbit-like creature. Not bad, not bad. Yunshu's eyes curved in a smile. This Yu skin was a godsend. She had already thought of a legitimate way to occupy Shindu City while resolving the locust plague and harvesting a wave of shock points. The system couldn't help but complain. The Shen brothers are so handsome, but you don't even spare them a glance. Instead, you're fixated on a group of gaunt, yellow-faced refugees. My little fox skin is so beautiful and cute, yet you insist on making me switch to this ugly one. Host, I've noticed you have a fetish for ugly things. Yunshu grabbed the system's bird beak. Shut up and sleep. The first rays of dawn filtered through the gaps in the bamboo shed, falling upon Shinju's face. He slowly opened his eyes to the sight of a crude bamboo roof and hanging withered grass. He had spent the night sleeping fully clothed in the valley's bamboo shed. After a moment of stillness, he sat up, raised a hand to rub his sore neck, and stepped out of the shed. The morning mist had not yet fully dissipated, drifting through the valley and shrouding the distant stream in a layer of hazy blue-gray. The air was damp, carrying a faint aroma of rice. The scent of rice. Shinju was momentarily startled, following the fragrance with his gaze. Standing outside the bamboo shed was a young girl of 8 or 9, thin and small, dressed in patched coarse cloth clothes that had been washed white, likely a refugee from this place. Yet her complexion was rosy and her eyes sparkled like 2 black grapes, soaked in water, completely unlike the gaunt, hollow-eyed children he had seen on the road from the capital. The girl held a coarse porcelain bowl, steam rising from its rim. The scent of rice drifted from within. She looked up at Shinju, showing no sign of shyness. Big brother, my name is Chuehi. I'm a student of the teacher. He asked me to bring this to you. Shinju looked down. The congee wasn't very thick, but the grains were plump and cooked to a soft mush, clearly made from high-quality rice. He stared at the bowl, as Adam's apple bobbing slightly, not out of craving, but confusion. Where could rice come from in this desolate wilderness? In recent years, Shindu City had suffered constant famine. Even the prefectural granaries were nearly empty, forcing the city to shut its gates to refugees. Who could afford to distribute congee so generously? As for Shun Air's earlier talk of a goddess descending to grant congee, he had dismissed such nonsense long ago. Where did this congee come from, he asked hoarsely. The divine maiden bestowed it upon us. Chuehi smiled, revealing 2 dimples. Now all of us can drink congee every day. Shinju's pupils contracted. Everyone. Every single day. Chuehi said, not every day before, because the divine maiden temple couldn't accommodate too many people coming to worship. Hearing this, Shinju's heart gradually calmed. He knew it. Even the wealthy and powerful of Shindu City couldn't sustain distributing such congee daily. But the teacher is very clever. He has those who go to worship the divine maiden bring the congee back, then mix it together with some hot water, so everyone can have some. Shinju was silent for a long moment. Then he picked up the coarse bowl and took a sip of congee. The fragrance of rice melted on his tongue, sliding down his throat like a warm current flowing into his empty stomach. So fragrant. This was real. Not a dream, not an illusion. Real grain, real congee. After finishing, he returned the bowl to the girl before him. Considering she might not know Shen Yu's courtesy name, he addressed him directly by name. Is the teacher you mentioned Shen Yu? Where is he? Shen Yu pressed. The teacher has taken people to reclaim fields in the back mountains, saying they'll all be used to plant sweet potatoes. Can you take me to him? Shen Yu urgently needed to find Shen Yu and get to the bottom of this congee. What happened last night could be dismissed as an illusion, but the congee was undeniably in his stomach. How could that sensation of fullness be faked? Could it be that gods truly existed in this world? This was the second time he had asked himself the same question. Shen Yu followed Chui, he toward the rear mountain. Along the way he saw more people. Surrounding the goddess temple were throngs of refugees in tattered clothes, each clutching a bamboo tube filled with white congee. An old man finished his congee scraping the inside of his bamboo tube with his finger before sucking it clean. This congee is truly fragrant. His eyes suddenly reddened. If only my poor grandson could have some too. Old Xia each has his fate. To receive the goddess grace is already a blessing amidst misfortune. A bystander comforted him. Indeed, the goddess is kind. Shen Yu's steps unconsciously slowed. His gaze swept over each face. Their genuine smiles and reverence stirred something within him. Big brother, why? Chui He's voice interrupted his thoughts. It's nothing, let's go. They continued onward, and soon reached the rear mountain. Shen Yu surveyed the open slope before him. The earth had been turned with neat rows of ridges as if measured by a ruler. Dozens of men swung hoes in the field, sweat streaming down their backs. Shen Yu stood at the end of the ridge pointing at a freshly plowed plot and giving instructions to someone. He wore a coarse linen tunic, his hair casually tied back with a wooden hairpin, a few stray strands damp, with sweat plastered to his temples. Utterly unlike the refined young master of days past. Gathered around him were the soldiers who had come with Guopan to destroy the fields yesterday. Now stripped of armor, they gripped hoes and worked diligently in the earth. Chui He bounded over, tugging at Shen Yu's sleeve. Master, the big brother is looking for you. Shen Yu looked up, saw Shen Yu, froze for an instant, then broke into a smile. That smile was open and radiant, more vivid than any Shen Yu remembered. Brother, why have you come? He brushed the dirt from his hands and stepped down from the ridge. Don't play dumb. Shen Yu shot him a sidelong glance. You had that little girl bring me congee early this morning, just to lure me here, didn't you? Nothing escapes you, brother. Shen Yu said with a helpless look. More refugees arrive at the goddess temple every day. Even with 3 heads and 6 arms, I can't manage alone, so I had to find a way to keep you here. Desperate times breed desperate people. This saying holds true. The city governors posted notices barring refugees from entering, not only because they lacked grain to feed them, but also because refugees were notoriously hard to control. These people had fled their homes, lost their families, and been driven to the brink by hunger and despair. What wouldn't someone push too hard? They might even rob the authorities. Yesterday he had Shunda conduct a rough count. There were now over 800 people in the valley. If he had to manage everything himself, he might meet an early grave before seeing peace restored. Take me to see the goddess. Shen Yu didn't know the woman's name, so he followed Shen Yu and the others in calling her the goddess. Shen Yu frowned slightly. Brother, the goddess is not someone mortals like us can see on a whim. Shen Yu was speechless. He had followed his father into battle at 16, campaigned for 5 years, and become a general of agile cavalry at 21, ranking among the 3 dukes. Who in the court dared not greet him with a smile? Though he had been exiled from the capital for offending the emperor with his remonstrance, he had not been stripped of his rank. He was still a general. At the border, he could still command the frontier troops. Born a marquis heir and rising to high office young, how could he not be proud? If anyone else had shut the door in his face, his temper would have demanded a severe reckoning. But this goddess was different. Even if she were a pretender, the bowl of white congee this morning alone commanded his respect. Without a method to increase grain yields, how could she afford to distribute congee daily? For the sake of that method, he swallowed his pride. I hear the refugees say the goddess distributes congee at the temple every morning. May I join them tomorrow to kneel before her? Shen Yu glanced at Shen Yu, a trace of inscrutable meaning in his eyes. He pointed toward the entrance of the valley. See, they all want to kneel before the goddess, but the open space in front of the temple is limited. It can't hold so many. Brother, if you want to kneel before the goddess, you'll have to queue for a number and wait your turn. Shen Yu followed his pointing finger. A long line had formed, their men and women, old and young, most in rags. The queue wound its way at least 200 or 300 people, a dark oppressive mass that made him frown deeply. Shen Yu patted his brother's shoulder, a hint of mischief in his voice. Don't say I didn't warn you. This line won't move quick. He knew his brother well. He was convinced that once Shen Yu witnessed the goddess distributing congee, he would stay and devote himself to her cause, body and soul. That way he could ease his own burden and stop working from dawn till dusk, doing the work of 5 or 6 men single-handedly. Speaking of which, he suddenly remembered a few old classmates he could write to. Head draft some letters and trick as many as he could into coming. Shen Yu, oblivious to his brother's thoughts, strode toward the end of the long queue. He waited the entire day, the sun climbing from the east to its zenith, then sliding down to the west. The blazing heat scorched his back, soaking his clothes with sweat that clung stickily to his skin. The people ahead of him inched forward one by one. By the time the sun dipped westward and dusk began to fall, the number ahead had dwindled. Finally, just before nightfall, his turn came. Before the goddess temple stood a simple wooden table. A man in blue cloth sat behind it, a thick ledger open before him, writing without pause. Without looking up, his voice hoarse and mechanical, as if he had repeated the same words hundreds of times. "What's your name? Can you read? Do you know what to say when kneeling before the goddess?" Shen Yu, courtesy, named Changfeng. The moment he spoke, the man busy writing jerked his head up. "El Lord, Shen Air." Shen Yu narrowed his eyes. "Why are you registering refugees here?" Shen Air, dark circles under his eyes, looked on the verge of tears. "I learned a few characters from the tutor back at the manor, so the second young master assigned me this task. Heavens above, who would have thought that a bodyguard would one day end up doing clerical work? It was maddening. Right now he envied Shun Da, who being illiterate had escaped this fate. Fu Yan said, "I need a number to kneel before the goddess." Shen Ju extended his hand. "Give it to me." Shen Air, jolted in fright, quickly grabbed a bamboo slip from the table and handed it over with both hands. The bamboo slip was crudely made with 3 crookedly carved characters, Air Chi Sure. Shen Ju stared expressionlessly at the slip in his hand. "Lord," Shen Air suddenly leaned and lowering his voice. "There are rules for kneeling before the goddess. Your forehead must touch the ground, and it must make a sound. Otherwise it's not considered sincere. Then you must say, 'Merciful Goddess.'" Shen Ju remained silent. He swallowed his pride, reminding himself that patience was key to a greater plan. The next day in the morning, the open space in front of the goddess temple was filled with people kneeling. Shen Ju mingled among the crowd, his knees touching the ground, yet his back was taut like a bowstring. He rarely bowed, even before the king, yet now he was to kneel before an unknown woman. He took a deep breath, suppressing the discomfort that welled up inside. When kneeling, your knees should not be too far apart, palms facing up, and your forehead must touch the ground. Shen Air's nagging voice echoed in his mind from last night. Shen Ju expressionlessly followed the instructions, lowering his gaze to the smooth stone slab worn by countless knees. "Goddess." At the sound, he instinctively raised his head. He saw a figure on the steps of the temple. The goddess wore a moonlight long dress today, her hair styled high, adorned with a single butterfly-shaped jade hairpin, appearing ethereal. Shen Ju's gaze was fixed on her. He could not look away. In his childhood, he often accompanied his father to the palace and had glimpsed the stunningly beautiful Mi Guifei a few times. Everyone said Mi Guifei was the emperor's favored consort and the most beautiful woman in Dayong, but he did not feel that way. Compared to the woman in white before him, the beauties of the harem were like fireflies competing with the brilliance of the moon. The goddess did not speak. She merely raised her hand, her sleeve brushing through the air as the sheer fabric floated lightly in the wind. In the next moment, everyone present held a white jade bowl in their hands filled with fragrant white porridge. Shen Ju's breath stalled for a moment. He extended his hand, his fingertips touching the bowl's wall. It was warm, real, it was fragrant, the aroma of grains. Amidst the noisy voices thanking the goddess, he lifted the bowl to his lips, and it was just a bit thicker than the small bowl of white porridge Chui he had served him yesterday, but the taste was identical. It was not an illusion, nor a drug, nor any form of illusion he was familiar with. It was just a bit thicker than the small bowl of white porridge Chui he had served him yesterday, but the taste was identical. It was not. Shen Ju's shock value 100, Sun Chi's shock value 100. Current shock value 29,660. Host, the male lead, is utterly mesmerized by you. The system excitedly wagged its tail. He just added 10 points to your favorability, bringing it to 30. I can already see the dawn of victory. Yun Shu glanced at the dazed system. Shen Ju was not mesmerized by her, but by the white porridge. However, let the system misunderstand, it was quite good, saving her a lot of trouble. Thinking of the important matters at hand, she did not intend to linger, and turned to fly into the sky with the flowing clouds. Seeing this, Shen Ju instinctively stood up. However, before he even stepped onto the steps in front of the temple, someone beside him swiftly pressed him down. "What are you doing?" An elderly voice exploded in his ear, filled with suppressed anger and fear. When the goddess bestows porridge, no loud noises or standing is allowed. The goddess has shown us mercy by giving us porridge. How can you be disrespectful to her? Throw him out. Yes, throw him out. We cannot allow someone who disrespects the goddess to remain here. Angry voices surged from all directions. Everyone present glared at Shen Ju, their eyes filled with hostility, as if he were a heinous criminal. Shen Ju slowly came to his senses and looked down at the hand pressing on his shoulder. It was a hand covered with calluses and cracks, the veins on the back of the hand swollen, resembling the roots of a withered tree. He could easily shake it off. These refugees were emaciated and weak. With his strength, he did not need to exert any force. A gentle shake would send that person stumbling back 3 steps. But he could not. They were all unarmed commoners. For a moment, neither side could budge. In the end, it was Shen Yu who had rushed over upon hearing the news who managed to calm everyone down and rescue Shinju. The two walked side by side on the muddy path in the valley. Shen Yu sighed lightly. Elder brother, the goddess has become the only faith of the people here. I know you do not believe in gods and spirits, but if you wish to stay you must not act as you did just now when facing the goddess. I believe now. Shinju suddenly interrupted his younger brother. The commotion at the goddess temple and the conversation between the two brothers were being monitored clearly by the system. Yunshu looked at Shinju in the screen deep in thought. She remembered that the plot mentioned that the Weiwei in Shindu City was an old subordinate of Shinju. This time regarding the layout of Shindu City, if Shinju, the male lead in the book, were involved, it might yield twice the result with half the effort. System, it's up to you now. Yunshu stood at the cliff's edge on the southern side of the valley. No problem. The system patted its chest with its paw. The mountain wind whistled, causing Yunshu's clothes to flutter. Gazing at the distant gray city, the smile in her eyes deepened little by little. Once she took control of Shindu City, she could spread her wings, beginning to develop agriculture and industry, eyeing all 13 provinces. That afternoon, the sky suddenly turned ominous. An old man drawing water by the creek straightened his back, looked eastward, and his face instantly turned pale, the bucket in his hand crashing to the ground. Water splashed everywhere. Locusts! Locusts! His voice was filled with terror. Everyone turned to look in that direction. A dark shadow appeared on the horizon. Slowly the dark shadow approached the valley, becoming denser, almost occupying half the sky. The sunlight was quickly obscured. It was not clouds blocking the sun, but locusts. Tens of thousands of locusts, overwhelming in number, crowded together enough to unsettle anyone who glanced at them. The valley erupted into chaos. A locust disaster, it's a locust disaster. Run, the locusts are coming. The chaotic screams rang out, and the refugees scattered like frightened sheep, the scene descending into utter disorder. It was not until Shen Yu appeared that the situation was brought under control. Everyone please remain calm. Shen Yu surveyed the crowd, his expression composed as he said, the valley we are in is lowly, surrounded by mountains. The wind blows from above, and the insects fly upwards. These locusts may not come in. Upon hearing this, the refugees exchanged glances, their steps unconsciously. Goddess bless us. An elderly woman sat on the ground, her hands clasped together, her lips trembling. I've finally found a place to stay. I don't want to flee anymore. Her words pierced the hearts of everyone present like a needle. Not wanting to flee anymore. Those 6 words were the shared thoughts of all of them. Before long, a massive shadow slid over the valley like a black river flowing across the sky. Everyone looked up, their mouths agape. Watching the swarm of locusts fly overhead, their hearts hung in their throats, afraid to breathe loudly. The locusts did not descend. They flew past. The buzzing sound gradually faded and sunlight poured down again, illuminating every face. It must be the goddess blessing us. Goddess bless us. The refugees rejoiced at the locust's departure, but Shen Yu was unable to feel joy. Simply because the direction in which the locusts flew off was Shindu City. When locusts pass, the land becomes barren. It was never an exaggeration. Such a massive locust disaster, once it descends on Shindu City, the crops in the fields would instantly vanish, the tree bark would be eaten away, leaving not even a blade of withered grass. Goddess. Shen Yu's voice echoed across the square before the temple, laden with a fervent piety. A locust plague is about to befall Shindu City, putting thousands of lives at stake. We beseech the goddess to show mercy and save the people of Shindu. The refugees behind him kowtowed in unison, their foreheads striking the stone slabs with a resounding thud, one after another. Everyone was praying. Yet within the temple there remained only that clay statue of the goddess. Its painted eyes drooped faintly, as if gazing upon the multitude, yet seeing nothing at all. How could summoning a deity be so easy? Despair began to spread. Just as the crowd believed the goddess would not descend, a white light suddenly flared upon the temple eaves. From within the radiance, a spirit fox leaped down from the eaves, landing gracefully on the stone steps before the main hall. Its form was a full circle larger than an ordinary fox, with 9 tails unfurling behind it, like a colossal white fan, the tips of its fur shimmering with a faint silver light. Its amber fox eyes held a spiritual intelligence and pride beyond that of mortal beasts. The goddess is not in the mortal realm, it spoke. The Queen Mother of the West hosts a peach banquet, and the goddess has gone to attend at the jade pool. Shen Yu's face turned deathly pale. The peach banquet, the jade pool, the Queen Mother of the West. These mythical tales he had only read in ancient texts. It was said that a day in heaven was a year on earth. By the time the goddess returned from the banquet, Shindu City would likely have become a ghost town. Before such a natural calamity, humanity was far too insignificant. His voice was filled with entreaty. Great Spirit Fox, could you, for the sake of the thousands of lives in Shindu City teetering on the brink, plead with the goddess on our behalf? The sacred land of the Jade Pool is the Tao field of the Queen Mother of the West, not a place I can freely enter. The fox set its tail, twitching slightly. Since you are the goddess followers, if you pray sincerely to the heavens, perhaps she will sense your call. With these words, the spirit fox vanished, leaving the crowd exchanging bewildered glances. Shen Yu suddenly stepped forward and walked towards the goddess temple. "Elder brother!" Shen Yu exclaimed, alarmed. Shen Yu paid him no heed. Facing the temple gate, he bent his knees and knelt heavily upon the stone slabs. Thud! Shen Yu watched his elder brother's back, his mouth slightly agape, yet unable to utter a single word. Previously, when Shen Yu said he would go to pay respects to the goddess, he thought it was merely a pretense to investigate the matter of the goddess distributing porridge. This was because he had never seen Shen Yu kneel to anyone, nor did he believe he would ever bow to another. In his memory, his elder brother had always been an unyielding mountain he looked up to, indomitable. Even on the battlefield facing enemy forces several times their number, with no hope of reinforcement, he still fought to the death, holding the line against the barbarians outside the border city with sheer solitary courage. Everyone said his elder brother achieved fame young and rose swiftly through the ranks due to his noble birth in the Marquis manor. Only he knew the truth. Those glories were all earned by his brother with his life. Shen Yu made his first kowtow. His forehead touched the ground, the stone slab was ice cold. Then he stood up, walked 3 steps, and knelt again. 3 steps, 1 kneel, 9 steps, 1 kowtow. He knelt all the way from the edge of the square to the temple gate, his forehead bruised red, smeared with dirt and tiny gravel. After a moment of silence, he drew a short blade from his waist, and without hesitation, slashed his own palm. Blood gushed forth, dripping through his fingers and blossoming into dark crimson flowers on the bluish-gray stone. Then raising his bleeding hand, his voice hoarse and low, he enunciated each word slowly. "I, Shen Yu, swear this oath today. If the goddess will descend to save the people of Shindu City, I vow to dedicate the rest of my life to serving her, to give my all, and never to betray this pledge." With that, he kowtowed heavily before the goddess statue, his forehead striking the stone slab as blood trickled down his brow. The setting sun streamed through the temple's latticed windows. It fell upon Shen Yu's back, upon his bleeding hand, upon the lowered eyes of the goddess statue. Far away in a valley, Yun Shu, through her system monitor, was intently watching every development at the goddess temple. "Host, why don't you just show yourself directly?" the system asked, puzzled. "Why go through all this trouble?" Yun Shu stroked her chin. System things obtained too easily are often not cherished. Watching the devout crowd on the screen, she thought, "Alright, it's about time for me to step in and show off." She opened the system wardrobe, pondered for a moment, and changed into the enhanced congee-chumming attire. At the goddess temple, the crowd remained kneeling, their knees numb, yet no one rose. Suddenly, the goddess statue radiated a burst of golden light. A figure walked slowly out from within the radiance. A robe of pale gold trailed 3 feet on the ground, its layered fabric embroidered with intricate wheat ears and cloud patterns in gold thread, shimmering with a delicate luster, a masterpiece of craftsmanship. A vermilion gold-embroidered waistband cinched a slender waist. The garment's edges were also trimmed with red gold brocade. Wide ornamental sashes hung down to the knees, a resplendent weave of gold and red, impossibly majestic. A crown of red gold was set high upon her coiled hair, with fine gold chains falling from either side of the crown, adorned with pearl-like gems the size of rice grains. Each was perfectly round with a warm, gentle sheen. The goddess has manifested. Thank heavens. The goddess has heard our prayers. The crowd, weeping and laughing, kowtowed to the goddess. After his initial shock, Shen Yu's gaze drifted, landing on the goddess hem. A flicker of familiarity crossed his mind. The color and pattern of this robe. He felt he had seen them before. That day in the forest, ambushed and grievously wounded on the verge of death, his consciousness fading, he had seen a figure descending from the sky. That girl wore a robe similar to the goddess. Less ornate, but the same style and pattern, and even the same aura. A faint scent of grain, he could not be mistaken. Could it be that the one who saved him that day was the goddess? At this thought, his heartbeat lost its rhythm. The look in his eyes as he gazed upon the goddess grew fervent, no different from the fanatical devotees around him. The goddess held a stalk of 9-eared grain in her hand, with a stem of pure gold, leaves of green jade, and fruit of red gems shimmering with iridescent light. Her gaze swept slowly over the prostrate crowd, her eyes holding both compassion and majesty. When the clamor of the crowd gradually subsided, she spoke. Her voice was not loud, but it was as clear as the striking of metal and stone, reaching the ears of every person present. "I am aware of your prayers." These words caused everyone's tears to break free once more. The goddess had truly heard their prayers, and rushed from the jade pool to the mortal realm to save them. After a long moment, the goddess' gaze shifted from the people to Shindu City in the southeast. Natural disasters befalling the world are part of the celestial cycle. The gods are not to intervene arbitrarily, disrupting the order of the Tao. She slightly lowered her eyelids. However, this locust plague is not a natural calamity, but the work of an evil spirit. The crowd's eyes widened in shock. Even Shen Yu and Shen Yu were stunned for a long moment before they could react. An evil spirit. No wonder this plague is so terrifying. So it's the work of an evil spirit. Gotta save us. The refugees murmured among themselves, their eyes filled with terror. When evil wreaks havoc, the people suffer. The goddess said, her tone unhurried, solemn, and sacred. As a deity, I naturally cannot stand idly by. I shall personally go to Shen Yu city to subdue the evil. These words carried immense weight. Long live the goddess. Goddess, save us from our suffering. Goddess, great compassion. The cries rose and fell wave after wave like the tide crashing against the rocks. Yunshu watched this scene with immense satisfaction. Now she could legitimately take up residence in Shen Yu city, and moreover the people had begged her to come out and solve the disaster. Who would suspect her? As for how this disaster came about, never you mind. You too will accompany me. Hearing this, Shen Yu and Shen Yu were both startled, never expecting the goddess to call upon them. The two brothers exchanged a glance, seeing the same shock, confusion, and nervousness in each other's eyes. Before they could reach, the goddess raised a pale hand and gently waved her wide sleeve. A carriage materialized out of thin air. Its body was pure white, with silver bells hanging from the four corners, ringing, without wind, producing a clear melodious sound. Two strange beasts stood quietly before the carriage, their hooves treading on clouds. The carriage moved in silence, yet there was no road beneath its wheels. The wheels rolled over a steep rocky slope, yet the carriage remained as steady as if gliding on a mirror-smooth surface. Where the horses' hooves landed, there was no solid earth, only mist. The mountain rocks passed beneath the wheels like phantoms, without jolts or vibrations, and even the tassels on the carriage curtains did not stir. Shen Yu and Shen Yu sat on the carriage shaft. This was not the first time they had seen this carriage. That day when Guopan led soldiers to destroy the divine seeds, the goddess had arrived in this very carriage. Such a divine chariot was a blessing beyond mortal reach, even to glimpse from afar. Who would have thought that one day they would sit on its shaft driving it for the goddess? The carriage traveled about 100 li from the valley. A stream several zhang wide lay ahead, its current swift with jagged rocks lining both banks. Shen Yu instinctively tightened the reins and turned his head toward the figure seated within the carriage, asking in a low voice, "Divine lady, there is water ahead. Should we take a detour?" "No need, continue forward." An ethereal voice came through the pristine white curtain. The two strange beasts pulling the carriage seemed to understand human speech. They dashed toward the stream, and the moment their hooves touched the water's surface, a thicker mist rose beneath them. The carriage floated gently. Shen Yu looked down and saw the wheels gliding smoothly over the stream, so clearly that he could even see the pebbles and fish beneath the water. Shen Yu's cloth-wrapped hand tightened slightly, and his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. He prided himself on facing death on the battlefield without flinching, even with a blade at his throat. But at this moment his heart raced within his chest, filled with an indescribable awe. After crossing the stream, a dense forest lay ahead. The trees towered high, their branches interwoven like a net. Not even a single person could pass, without squeezing sideways, let alone a carriage. Shen Yu was about to ask if they should detour again, when he witnessed a sight he would never forget. As the carriage passed through, all the branches rippled like water, not breaking or bending, but becoming transparent in a nearly fantastical manner. The carriage passed right through the tree trunks. Shen Yu and Shen Yu instinctively raised their hands to shield their faces. Yet their arms encountered nothing. They opened their eyes, stunned to see their fingers passing through the trunk of an ancient pine. As they emerged from the forest, they glanced. The forest's branches were intact, their shadows swaying as if nothing had happened. Shen Yu's fingertips still trembled. Suddenly, he realized something with crystal clarity. The being seated behind the curtain was separated from him not by a thin veil, but by an unbridgeable chasm that mortals could never hope to cross. Shen Yu shared the same thought. The power of the divine was far greater than they had imagined. Shen Yu's shock value 100. Shen Yu's shock value 100. Current shock value 37500 yen. Shu looked at the shock value on the system panel, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips, her mood exceptionally light. When the limited time gacha pool refreshed with her current shock value, she was guaranteed to draw a new outfit. The carriage emerged from the forest path, and the view opened up, but the colors of the sky and earth grew increasingly bleak. Compared to the idyllic valley, withered grass and dry streams were everywhere outside. "Someone's there," Shen Yu suddenly said in a low voice. Shen Yu, hearing this, followed his gaze. Beneath a slope beside the main road, a group of emaciated people huddled together. Men, women, the elderly, and children. Their tattered clothes had lost all original color, their cracked lips crusted with blood, and their sunken eyes held no truth. It was easy to see they were refugees. The world was full of refugees. Villages were gone, homes were gone, land was gone. All they had left were their legs to walk. So they walked and fell. Those who fell by the roadside became bones on the ground. Those who fell by the water became floating corpses. Wherever they fell, there they rotted. No one would spare a glance. The refugees seemed to notice the carriage. Among them, the first to look up was a man. His eyes were murky like stagnant water, but when the pristine white carriage entered his sight, a strange light burst forth. "It's a celestial chariot. The gods have shown themselves. The gods have shown themselves. God, God." The first to kneel was an old man, his knees hitting the dusty ground with a sharp crack of bone. Then everyone knelt, prostrating themselves, their foreheads pressed into the dust, trembling uncontrollably. The carriage stopped. A very soft sigh came from behind the curtain. Without any warning, a bowl of white congee appeared in everyone's hands, including Shen Yu and Shen Yu. As the two turned to look, Yunshu quickly switched her outfit to the snowy fragrance attire. "Let's go," she said in a calm voice. The locust plague in Shindu City was imminent, and Shen Yu and Shen Yu knew they could not delay. The refugees knelt in place, staring blankly at the bowls in their hands, watching the carriage slowly depart. "Congee, it's congee." Some clutched their bowls and wailed. Some devoured the congee ravenously. Some trembled as they lowered their heads to smell the rice fragrance. Some raised the bowls above their heads and bowed deeply once more. Holding the warm bowl of congee, Shen Yu looked back at the scene, his heart heavy, and couldn't help asking, "Divine Lady, will this chaotic world ever see better days?" Once he believed that as long as he guarded the border, keeping foreign tribes at bay, peace would reign, and the people would live in plenty, free from the suffering of displacement. But upon returning to the capital, he realized that foreign tribes were never the root cause of the people's suffering. The current emperor was obsessed with seeking immortality and cultivating Tao, favoring sycophants, indulging in pleasure, and burdening the people with exorbitant taxes, leaving them groaning in discontent. "I have observed the mortal world for 2,000 years. The goddess' voice held no weariness, no emotion, only a near-cold calm. 1,000 years ago someone asked me the same question. At that time I answered him, chaos is not a calamity sent by heaven, but something humanity creates itself. Since it is man-made, it must be ended by man. Now I give you the same answer. Ended by man." Shen Yu's eyelashes lowered. "By those nobles squabbling for power, or by those warlords who command their own armies? Chaos has never had a winner." Yunshu paused, then continued. "Even if someone finally ends the chaos, wins the realm, and establishes a new dynasty, all they will gain is a broken land." This was the fate of Shen Yu, the male lead in the book. He spent his life on horseback unifying the realm, yet he could never change the internal strife and external threats. To revive the land, he worked tirelessly, only to die of exhaustion on the dragon bed at the age of 45. The story ended there, but if it followed its natural course, she could foresee the future. A turbulent new dynasty, the emperor's sudden death, leaving only a young prince. War would surely erupt again, and Shen Yu's brow twitched. "Divine Lady, what do you mean?" Yunshu's gaze passed over the Shun brothers, fixing on the gray horizon in the distance. To truly end the flames of chaos, one cannot rely on a heavenly star descending to single-handedly turn the tide. Only by awakening every soul struggling to survive, making them carry light in their heart's blades in their hands and responsibility on their shoulders. Each person a spark, can we gather kindling into a torch. Burn away the darkness and forge anew the peace of the mortal world. Shen Yu and Shen Yu were both shaken, their eyes churning with tumultuous waves, long silent. Each person a spark, they murmured. These 6 words were like a key unlocking the deeply ingrained iron law of hierarchy that had bound them for over 20 years. Before they knew it, the carriage arrived at Shindu City. Within Shindu City, the streets lay deserted, all shops shuttered, every household's doors and windows tightly sealed. The common folk had gathered by the altar in the city center. A 3-hang-high platform rammed from yellow earth with colorful banners fluttering at each corner, snapping in the wind. Zhao Qian, the prefect of Shindu, stood atop the altar clad in a red official robe and black gauze cap, his complexion pale as paper. 3 days prior, the Taoist master Xuanhe had approached him, claiming that because the people of Shindu had failed to present annual offerings, the locust god had been angered and would soon unleash a plague of locusts, leaving the land barren. Xuanhe was the senior fellow apprentice of the current imperial preceptor. Zhao Qian dared not doubt his words. Gazing at the darkening shadow drawing near on the horizon, his legs felt weak. He turned to the man beside him for reassurance. "Master, will this truly appease the locust god's wrath?" Xuanhe, robed in dark Taoist vestments embroidered with intricate golden runes, his long beard reaching his chest, and his countenance, gaunt, bore an air of celestial grace. After a long pause, he lifted his eyes to Zhao Qian, a trace of displeasure in his tone. "Prefect Zhao doubts me." "No, not at all." Zhao Qian hurriedly bowed, veins bulging at his temples. "But this is a human life." Xuanhe's expression remained indifferent. "The locust god's fury demands a living sacrifice to be appeased. This maiden born under the Puristine sign, and just 14 years of age, is the ideal offering. Should you waver now and the locusts descend, turning 100 li of fertile fields to ash, leaving the people homeless, can you bear that responsibility, Prefect Zhao?" Zhao Qian's face grew even paler. A single death hardly warranted his compassion. In his years as Zinda's prefect, he had often colluded with Deputy Colonel Guopan to amass wealth and climb the ranks. He was merely afraid that if matters escalated, higher authorities would investigate. After all, conducting a live human sacrifice in public was a capital crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations under the Great Yong Code. Yet he feared the locust plague even more. If it truly came, Shen Yu would reap nothing, and the imperial court would hold him accountable regardless. Xuanha was right. As long as they claimed it was a spontaneous offering by the people that the girl had volunteered and silenced all witnesses, they could cover up the aftermath somehow. With this resolve, he gritted his teeth, straightened up, and said in a dry voice, "You are right, master. I was foolish." Xuanha nodded, faintly closed his eyes once more, and gently swayed his horsetail, whisk murmuring incantations. At the center of the altar, a massive pyre had been constructed, standing 3 zhang high. Thick pine and cypress logs were stacked crosswise, the gaps filled with dry wheat stalks and reeds. In the very heart of the pyre stood a stout wooden pillar to which a young girl was bound. She appeared about 15 or 16, her face sallow, her frame gaunt, her hair tangled over her shoulders. Her mouth was gagged with cloth, rendering her voiceless, but her eyes were wide, filled with utter despair. Tears streamed down her face, gathering at her chin, dripping one by one onto the firewood beneath. The droning of wings was now clearly audible. Zhao Qian glanced at the girl only once before averting his gaze. He took a deep breath. The hour has come. Light the fire. For constables advanced with torches. At that moment, a clear, melodious chime rang out in the distance. Zhao Qian froze, turning to look. At the end of the official road, a carriage was approaching slowly. It was drawn not by horses, but by horse-like mythical beasts. At its 4 corners hung pristine white gauze, so fine and light it seemed ethereal. 2 men sat on the carriage shaft. The one on the left was strikingly handsome, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, his gaze as cold as frost-covered mountains. The one on the right was refined and elegant, with gentle features and a leisurely demeanor, like one brewing tea on a spring day. One exuded coldness, the other warmth, yet both bore an unmistakable air of noble distinction. They were clearly no ordinary men. Zhao Qian was utterly stunned. In his 20-plus years navigating officialdom, he had witnessed the processions of princes and nobles, even the imperial consorts return to her family, but none could compare to the spectacle of this carriage. The carriage came to a halt before the altar. The handsome man on the left was the first to leap down from the shaft, his movements as swift and silent as an eagle folding its wings. The other man followed, stepping down as well. They waited in silence beside the carriage, their gazes fixed on the figure behind the curtain, watching with quiet composure. A profound stillness fell over the surroundings. Sensing something amiss, Xuanha opened his eyes and barked in displeasure. "Why have you not lit the fire? A living sacrifice. Do you offer this to an evil spirit?" A voice, ethereal and melodious, rang out as a figure of celestial beauty stepped from the carriage. As she moved, her pale golden train swept 3 feet behind her, yet remained immaculate, a subtle radiance shimmering along its hem. Silence. Xuanhe's voice remained steady, but Zhao Qian detected a faint tension within it. "This humble priest offers worship to the locust god. Your intrusion into this sacred rite, if it disturbs the deity, the consequences will be dire." The woman tilted her head, her gaze passing over Xuanhe to the bound girl on the altar. "Lowly minor deities indeed require earthly incense, but I have never heard of any that demand human sacrifices." Her phoenix eyes narrowed. "Under the guise of worshipping the locust god, you perform rites for evil spirits. What punishment do you deserve?" "I act on the mandate of heaven," Xuanhe retorted sharply. "In ancient times, during great calamities, emperors and lords performed live sacrifices to appease divine wrath. What would a mere girl know?" Before his words faded, a dark shadow swept before him. The next instant, Xuanhe was sent flying with a single kick, crashing heavily beside the pyre, a rush of bitterness in his mouth. Before he could rise, a foot pressed firmly onto his chest. "Who gave you the audacity to show disrespect to the divine maiden?" A man's crisp voice sounded above Xuanhe's head. Xuanhe's eyes flew wide. He tried to struggle, but the foot felt as heavy as a mountain, crushing his chest, leaving him unable to move or even breathe. Yunshu, observing Shen Yu's timely intervention, inwardly applauded her decision to bring him to Shen Yu. Though she was capable of handling these men, her role as the divine maiden was ill-suited for brawling. The skill from the celestial balance and shining regalia outfit would have perfectly matched her divine persona, but unfortunately, it was still on cooldown from its last use. She indeed needed a bodyguard. Zhao Qian, recovering his wits, stammered, You have some nerve. Release the master at once. Open your dog eyes and see clearly," Shen Yu said, reaching into his bosom and tossing out an object. A waist token arced through the air, striking Zhao Qian squarely in the face. He yelped in pain, picked up the token, and was about to rage when his eyes caught the inscription. Grand General of the Cavalry. Zhao Qian's knees gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. This was a senior second-rank military post commanding the Empire's armed forces, second only to the Emperor. A mere 4th-rank local prefect was unworthy even to polish his boots. Realizing he had offended someone far above his station, he scrambled on his knees to Shen Yu's feet, prostrating himself, his forehead striking the ground heavily. "Forgive me, Grand General. Your subordinate failed to recognize your eminence. I deserve death," he babbled incoherently, kowtowing again. "Mercy, I beg you." The commoners below the altar exchanged bewildered glances. Never had they seen their arrogant prefect in such a Shen Yu did not even glance at Zhao Qian. He turned and bowed to Yun Shu, asking in a low voice, "Divine Maiden, how should we deal with this false priest and corrupt official?" In the past, he might have run the swindler through with his sword. But with the Divine Maiden present, he dared not overstep. Yun Shu did not answer Shen Yu's inquiry. Her gaze fell upon the bound young woman. Then she glanced at Shen Yu. Understanding her intent, Shen Yu strode toward the pyre at the center of the altar. Trampled beneath a foot the face of Daoist Xian, he was flushed and ugly purple. He shouted hoarsely, "No. The sacrifice is not yet burned, the wrath of the locust god is not appeased. If you dare." Before he could finish, Shen Yu pressed down harder with his foot, forcing him to utter only guttural gasps. Shen Yu stepped onto the pyre. The pine and cypress wood creaked softly beneath his feet. The young woman's eyes widened in terror as she stared at him. Muffled whimpers escaped from behind the cloth gag. She struggled desperately to retreat, but the ropes held her fast. Her gaze held both fear and wariness. Shen Yu drew the short blade from his waist. With a deft flick of his wrist, the blade sliced across the ropes binding her wrists. The ropes fell away silently. Once free, the young woman did something no one anticipated. She snatched the short blade from Shen Yu's hand, turned, and stumbled toward Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian was still kneeling on the ground, trembling. Before he could react, something cold pressed against his neck. Looking down, he saw the blade against his Adam's apple glinting menacingly, freezing him in terror. "Where's my grandfather?" The young woman's voice was hoarse, almost inhuman. Tears welled in her eyes, her lips trembled, and her hands shook. The blade quivered against Zhao Qian's neck, threatening to cut at any moment. She was terrified, scared to death. But she did not let go. "Suaheng, you, put the knife down first." Zhao Qian shuddered, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "Where's my grandfather?" Suaheng shouted again, louder this time, her tears finally falling. "When you captured me, you said if I behaved, you wouldn't touch my— Where is he? Where did you take him?" Feeling the blade press closer, Zhao Qian panicked and yelled at a nearby constable, "Go to the dungeon, bring that old man up now." The constable scrambled away. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, two constables hurried from the side of the altar carrying a worn wooden plank. On the plank lay an old man, his hair and beard completely white, reduced to skin and bones. His tattered prison uniform revealed aged skin covered in livid bruises. His eyes were half open, his lips moving as if trying to speak, but no sound came out. The moment Suaheng saw the old man, the short blade clattered to the ground. "Grandfather." She rushed over, kneeling beside the plank. She lifted his withered hand and pressed it against her cheek, tears streaming uncontrollably. "Grandfather, it's me, it's Aheng." The old man's eyelids fluttered. It seemed to take immense effort for him to focus on her face. His lips moved more urgently, finally, emitting a faint raspy whisper, fragmented and broken. Not willing. My Aheng was not a willing sacrifice. Not. Over and over only these words. Standing still, Yin Shu's face revealed no emotion. Her brow was as calm as autumn waters, as if nothing in the world could stir a ripple within her. But inwardly she was not at peace. She had not anticipated, truly not, that within Shindu City anyone would dare to conduct a living human sacrifice. She had meticulously weighed the layout of Shindu City, believing it flawless. Yet she forgot that even the most careful plan can have a single oversight. The rope burns on the young woman's bony arms, the purple-black welts beneath the old man's prison uniform. These were indirect consequences of her schemes. Had she arrived even a step later today, this grandfather and granddaughter might have lost their lives. At this moment, she understood with stark clarity her master's words. If he could be on the front line, he would never choose to command from the rear. Now she treats the world as her chessboard. As the player, every move she makes can stir countless joys and sorrows, even personally forge tragedies for others. Yet even so, she can only grit her teeth and move forward. Caught in this torrent, there is no path of retreat. Your fates were not destined for this calamity. It is evil spirits disturbing the order of karma. A verdant orchid materialized in her hand. Since I have witnessed this, I shall set things right. White petals transformed into a cluster of golden light, drifting toward the grandfather and granddaughter, merging into their chests. The welts on the young woman's body faded visibly, her sallow complexion gradually regaining color. The old man on the plank coughed violently, his clouded eyes slowly clearing. He propped himself up on the plank, looking around in bewilderment like someone just waking from a nightmare. Gasps of astonishment surged like a tidal wave from beneath the altar. A miracle. This is a miracle. The goddess has revealed herself. The common people prostrated themselves in unison, foreheads touching the ground, worshipping Yun Shu on the altar. Suaheng's shock value 100, Su Dashan's shock value 100. Current shock value 56400. Daoist Xian, he still pinned to the ground, also witnessed this miraculous scene. His pupils constricted sharply in shock, but he quickly steadied himself. His junior brother was also a celestial being reincarnated possessing mighty powers and the ability to foresee the future. How could this goddess appearing from nowhere compare to his junior brother's vast supernatural abilities? Just then the dark shadow on the horizon finally loomed overhead. It was not a storm cloud. It was locusts. A sky-blanketing swarm of locusts. Their wings blotted out the last ray of light, plunging the world into an eerie twilight. Their drone rolled in like thunder. The people screamed and scattered in panic. The torches on the altar flickered violently and the gale nearly extinguished. Zhao Qian collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. It's here. The locust god is here. Drawing on some unknown reserve of strength Taoist Qian, he wrenched himself free from Shen Yu's foot and staggered upright, his robe in disarray, his hair falling loose and blood still at the corner of his mouth. He spread his arms wide and screamed hoarsely at the terrified crowd below the altar. Do you see? The locust god is coming. I told you long ago a living sacrifice was needed to appease the divine wrath. But this woman. He pointed a trembling finger at Yuan Shu, his eyes bloodshot. She interrupted the ritual and had the sacrifice released. The wrath of the locust god is all her doing. An uproar erupted below. It's all because of her. Taoist Qian He's voice grew louder, carrying a near-maddened fervor. If she hadn't sabotaged the ritual, the locust god would have been appeased, and the people of Xindu would be safe. But now, a plague of locusts descends, leaving nothing green. Your fields, your crops, your livelihood, all destroyed. The panic in the people's eyes began to shift. They looked from the sky-filling locusts to the figure in pale gold on the altar. In some eyes there was hesitation, in others fear, and in yet others resentment. Is it her fault? Isn't she a goddess? She even used celestial magic. It could also be demonic arts. Taoist Qian He is right. The locusts are here, the food is gone. How will we live? Fear spread like a plague through the crowd. Shen Yu and Shen Yu both furrowed their brows. Once the seed of fear is planted in the heart, it takes only a little nourishment to grow into a towering tree. And the swarm of locusts drawing ever closer on the horizon was the finest nourishment. Zhao Qian, who had been slumped on the ground, also lifted his head, the fear in his eyes slowly giving way to a kind of madness. His deeds could no longer be concealed. Moreover, he had offended the Grand General Shen Yu, and with the locust plague imminent, he would be lucky to escape with his life, let alone his skin. Now he had to find a way to shift the blame. Hearing the murmurs of the surrounding populace, he gritted his teeth, stood beside the Taoist master Qian He and glared at Yuan Shu and her companions. It's you. You have angered the locust god, he shouted, his voice growing louder. If you hadn't sabotaged the sacrificial ceremony, the locusts would never have descended upon Xindu City. Below the altar, the unrest among the people grew. Qian He took a deep breath, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, straightened his disheveled robe, and reassumed his air of otherworldly grace. People of Xindu, I have cultivated for decades, always taking it as my duty to save the world and help the people. His face wore a carefully crafted expression of compassion. As for what happened today, I have a clear conscience. His gaze swept over the crowd below. Seeing their hesitant and uncertain looks begin to waver, he added, the wrath of the locust god has already descended, it is unavoidable. Though I am unworthy, I am willing to devote all my learning to seek a glimmer of hope for the people of Xindu. A trembling voice from the crowd asked, Master, do you truly have another way? Qian He raised his head slightly, a fleeting gleam of complacency flashing in his eyes. Of course he had a way. His junior brother, said to be a reincarnated immortal, knew of future events, and had told him the method to exterminate the locusts before sending him to Xindu City. He had originally planned to reveal it after the sacrifice to elevate his prestige further. He hadn't expected someone to disrupt his plans. But it didn't matter. Revealing it now would only have a better effect. I have a way to appease the locust god and minimize the calamity, but there is one condition. He slowly turned his head, his gaze landing on Yuan Shu, a cold smirk curving his lips. This enchantress deludes the people, sabotages the ritual, and angers the locust god. She is the true source of this disaster. If she and her people do not leave Xindu City, even with my divine powers, I cannot quell the locust god's wrath. His words echoed over the altar like a pebble thrown into a lake, stirring ripples of unrest. The people exchanged uneasy glances. The shadow of the locusts grew nearer, the buzzing of their wings a maddening drone. The overwhelming pressure pushed everyone's sanity to the brink. The master is right, someone shouted first, and soon more voices joined in. Drive her out of Xindu City. It's all her fault. Only when she leaves will the locust god's anger subside. The faces that had been kneeling in prayer for the goddess' blessing now twisted into something else entirely. A few bold men rushed onto the altar. Shen Yu's eyes turned cold as he stepped in front of Yuan Shu, his body taut, like a drawn bow ready to spring. Shen Yu had also moved to stand beside Yuan Shu. They knew, of course, that the goddess possessed boundless power and needed no protection from mere mortals like them, but knowing in one's heart was one thing, acting on it was another. The goddess loved all living beings, and they had no way to repay her, only to offer their sincere hearts to the deity. The two sides confronted each other on the altar. The atmosphere was tense. Just then the sky went dark. The overwhelming swarm of locusts, like an endless black curtain, descended directly from the heavens. The people scattered in panic, a chaotic mess, forgetting all about driving Yunshu and her group out of Shindu. Zhao Qian cowered, clutching his head and trembling. Though Xian, he forced himself not to show fear facing the thousands upon thousands of locusts. His heart quailed. The locusts swooped down, surging like a tide. Qiu, you have descended to the mortal world without permission and brought calamity upon the people. Return with me to the 9 heavens to face punishment at once. A clear, cold voice rang out. In an instant, the millions of locusts froze in midair. They all remained in their diving posture, wings suspended, no longer buzzing. It was as if someone had pressed the pause button. The foremost locusts were no more than 3 feet from the altar, their compound eyes reflecting the figures below with startling clarity. A deathly silence fell over heaven and earth. The goddess stood on the altar. Her pale golden divine robe emitted a soft sacred light in the darkness, like the rising sun tearing through the shadows to illuminate all things. Everyone's gaze was riveted upon her. She looked at the locusts filling the sky, her tone calm, yet carrying an unassailable authority. Wretched beast, will you not reveal your true form? As her words fell, black mist surged from all directions. Within the mist, the sound of locusts' wings could be faintly heard. When the black mist dissipated, the sky was clear of locusts. On the open ground before the altar stood a colossal creature. It was a bizarre being with a body like a rabbit, but the beak of an eagle and the tail of a snake. Its back was covered in hard scales, and its eyes, a bloodthirsty red, were full of vigilance. Seeing this, Xian, he was struck by a sudden idea. He knelt before the Qiu, tearfully lodging his accusations. Great locust god, this enchantress destroyed the grand sacrificial ceremony I meticulously prepared for you, showing you no respect at all. You must not let her off. The system was utterly bewildered. Wasn't its host supposed to make it play the monster? Why was this man calling it the locust god, and who was this enchantress he spoke of? Could it be that someone had stolen its role? Damn it all, it had rehearsed for days to perfect the monster act, and now its part was snatched away. How was it supposed to perform? Yunshu looked at the utterly confused system. She lowered her eyes in thought for a moment, then spoke. Qiu, I was unaware that a mere minor demon like you would dare to call yourself the locust god in the mortal world and demand that the people of Shindu offer human sacrifices to you. The system was even more confused. Folks who can understand this. It felt like it had memorized the test questions in advance, only to open the exam paper and find. Good heavens, the questions had been changed. Ha ha ha, no worries, no worries. Just as the system managed to calm down, ready to improvise and play along with Yunshu. That old Taoist who had called it the locust god popped up again, pointing at its host and cursing, "Bold enchantress, stop your slander. This is clearly the great locust god." Great. Now it knew why the perfectly good open book exam had been maliciously changed. It was all the doing of this old bastard. The system was suddenly ablaze with rage. Xian, he watched as the strange beast, which had been lying quietly on the ground, suddenly bristled with scales and glared with blood-red eyes. His instigation had worked. A glint of ecstasy flashed in his eyes. Great locust god, we are all your devotees, and will not be swayed by this enchantress words. Before he could finish, a serpentine tail slammed into him, sending him flying dozens of meters. I am just a minor demon. Are you trying to frame me as a false locust god and get me locked up for eternity? You wretched Taoist, how insidious your schemes are. Goddess, please see clearly. This little demon is innocent. A childish voice rang out. No one had expected this strange beast to speak in human tongue. It can speak. The divine maiden said. It's a demon. Oh, of course demons can speak. If it's a demon, why did priest Xuanhe call it the locust god and demand that we offer it human sacrifices? Could priest Xuanhe be deceiving us? Whispers spread like a tide as countless gazes darted back and forth between priest Xuanhe and the armadillo. Those looks were laced with suspicion, scrutiny, and a simmering anger born of betrayal. Priest Xuanhe's face turned deathly pale, the color draining completely from his lips. Ignoring his pain, he scrambled to his feet, his Taoist robe covered in dust and debris, his graying hair falling loose around his shoulders, a picture of utter disgrace. You possess the power to command locusts, summoning devastating plagues. Such ability is far beyond that of an ordinary minor demon. How can you not be the locust god? If it wasn't the locust god, then he was nothing but a complete fraud. Worse, a villain who used human sacrifices to extort the people's worship. If that were the case, the deceived masses would tear him apart alive, and even his junior brother wouldn't be able to save him. You are the exalted locust god. Why should you fear some unknown enchantress? Unleash your divine power, and show her what true might is. The armadillo tilted its head, staring at him, with crimson slit-like pupils full of confusion, as if looking at a madman. Is this old man insane? Asking it to fight the divine maiden. She was its most beloved, dearest host. Recalling that Yun Shu's mission in the capital was to cement her divine persona in the eyes of the locals and harvest shock value, a sudden inspiration struck it. Turning around, it shuffled 2 steps toward Yun Shu, then flopped down with a heavy thud. This time it prostrated itself even more completely, its massive head pressed to the ground, its tail obediently trailing behind, like a guilty puppy begging its master for forgiveness. This minor demon would never dare offend the divine maiden. Its childish voice trembled with tears, pitiful and afraid. Priest Xuanhe's eyes nearly split with fury as he watched. He never expected this demon to be such a coward, cowed into submission by a few words from the woman. Yun Shu looked down at it, mentally applauding the system's cleverness, finally showing some improvement. Confess everything. The system racked its brain and began fabricating wildly. This minor demon was once a little armadillo in the spirit beast garden of the 9 heavens. I snuck down to the mortal world out of mischief, and that Taoist tricked me. He told me to pretend to be the locust god, said if I cooperated and scared the city folk with some locust ID, live a life of luxury. Its voice grew smaller and more uncertain, like a child confessing to an adult. I was young and foolish, so I agreed. Priest Xuanhe's eyes widened in disbelief. Making things up on the spot. He had deceived many, but he swore to heaven he had never tricked this demon. Yun Shu gave him no chance to defend himself. She spoke. Since you are a spirit beast, do you know that using human sacrifices has already led you down the demonic path, deserving of divine punishment? The armadillo trembled violently, its scales clattering, its crimson eyes filled with terror. Divine maiden, please see clearly. This minor demon is wronged. I had no idea that Taoist planned to use human sacrifices. Its voice was urgent, sharp, and shrill, like a child suffering a great injustice. When he found me, he promised offerings of incense and fruits. I was greedy, so I agreed to his scheme. Had I known he meant to sacrifice humans, I would never have dared, even if it cost me my life. Divine maiden, this minor demon knows its wrongs. Please don't send me to the heavenly punishment hall. The entire crowd fell silent. The 9 heavens. Spirit beast garden. Heavenly punishment hall. The people stood with mouths agape, overwhelmed by the flood of information, unsure how to process it. They stared dumbly at the massive, weeping creature prostrate on the ground, then at the pale golden figure on the altar, their hearts filled with nothing but awe. Priest Xuanhe frantically tried to rush forward and explain. Shen Yu, suspecting the priest meant harm to the divine maiden, subdued him with a single move. With everyone captivated by the divine maiden and the armadillo, no one heard Priest Xuanhe's muffled cries for help. The divine maiden stood silently, gazing at the prostrate armadillo, her face expressionless. After a moment of silence, she spoke. Considering you have yet to be stained by mortal karma and showed genuine remorse, I shall grant you a chance. The armadillo lifted its head abruptly, its eyes brimming with joy. The divine maiden's gaze fell upon it. From this day forth you shall guard Shindu City, ensuring it suffers no locust plagues for 3 years. Will you atone for your misdeeds? The armadillo paused, then nodded frantically. Willing, willing, willing. This minor demon is willing. Below the altar the people erupted into an uproar. 3 years. No locust plagues for 3 years. But it's still a demon. What if after the divine maiden leaves it changes its mind and devours us all? Yes. If only the divine maiden would stay in Shindu City. Could we offer sacrifices to the divine maiden every year like we did for the locust god and ask for her blessings? Are you mad? The divine maiden just said using human sacrifices is worshipping evil demons. But isn't that what we've always done? Hearing this, Yun Shu's expression shifted slightly as she turned her gaze to the murmuring crowd below the altar. At first, hearing that some wished to offer her human sacrifices, she was furious, even tempted for a moment to eliminate them all in an extreme act. Yet looking at their weather-beaten faces, the fire of her anger gradually subsided. They were not evil, merely unenlightened, bound by generations of ignorance, unable to discern right from wrong. Thus she should solve the problem by teaching them to distinguish truth from falsehood, rather than eliminating those who were misguided. Having reached this understanding, she spoke deliberately. True deities never require mortal incense or offerings, let alone the blood sacrifices of innocent lives. As her final word fell, the torches on the altar flickered in unison. Offering human lives is not honoring the gods, but committing heinous evil in their name, defiling the heavenly way and trampling on life. It is the greatest insult to divinity. The crowd was shaken to the core. Blacksmith Son's shock value 100. Old Chin's shock value 100. Current shock value 67450. An old man with white hair knelt down, his withered hands supporting him on the ground, tears streaming down his aged face. Divine maiden, please forgive me. My family has participated in the sacrificial ceremony for 3 generations. I always believed it was the proper way, never knowing it offended the gods. His kneeling was like the first domino falling. The surrounding people also knelt, and the sounds of kowtowing and weeping rose in a chorus below the altar. We were deceived. And Prefect Zhao ordered it. He said it was an imperial decree. Heavens, we nearly burned a living person alive. A wave of terror washed over them like ice water. Zhao Qian stood on the altar watching the kneeling crowd, his limbs trembling uncontrollably. Forging imperial edicts and conducting human sacrifices. If these charges were proven, not even his entire clan would be spared from execution. His jowls quivered as he forced an indignant expression, pointing at Yunshu. Don't be fooled by this enchantress. The 9 heavens, the spirit beast garden, it's all a fabrication. Think about it. Why did the demon confess the moment she arrived? This is clearly a staged act. Zhao Qian grew more convinced of his own reasoning, as he spoke, his voice rising as if trying to persuade himself. She is the true demon. She must be in league with this monster. If you believe her, you are handing the lives of every citizen in Shendu City over to— He knew words alone were futile. Guards, summon the city garrison at once. Soon the distant clatter of chaotic footsteps and the clang of armor grew near. A squad of city guards wielding long spears surged from the city gate toward the altar. Zhao Qian, emboldened, pointed at Yunshu, Shenju, and Shen Yu. Seize these heretics who spread lies and disrupt the ritual. Kill them without mercy. He had no more scruples. If these people left Shendu City alive today, he would be the one to die. Yes, sir. The guards acknowledged. In unison, their spears leveled at Yunshu and her companions, the tips glinting coldly in the firelight. At that moment, a thunderous roar split the air. Stop! All of you halt! The sound of hooves drew near, and a chestnut warhorse galloped from the city gates. The rider, clad in iron armor, bore a stern countenance etched with the battle-hardened aura of one who had weathered countless campaigns. He reined in his steed, the horse rearing high before landing heavily. Amidst the dust kicked up by its hooves, he dismounted and strode purposefully onto the altar. Zhao Qian's face turned ashen. Commander Zhou, why have you returned? Did I not order you to? To what? Zhou Bei's gaze cut through Zhao Qian like a blade. To patrol outside the city. So you could burn the people alive here. Zhou Bai. Zhao Qian's lips trembled. I am the prefect of Shendu, your superior. How dare you defy me? Zhou Bai ignored him. He studied Shenju for a moment, then suddenly knelt on one knee, his voice trembling with barely concealed excitement. General, your subordinate Zhou Bai pays homage. Shenju helped Zhou Bai to his feet. It has been 2 years since we parted at the border. I never thought you would still remember me. How could I forget? Zhou Bai said. Lower your spears, all of you. Who gave you permission to draw arms against General Shen? At his command, the guards exchanged bewildered glances, and their spears clattered to the ground. As Zhao Qian fumed, ready to speak again, the crowd below the altar stirred once more. Move aside. Let us through. A cacophony of footsteps approached from afar, and the crowd parted to form a path. A large group surged through the gap. There were about 30 to 40 of them, all able-bodied men, travel-worn and ragged. Their faces bore the exhaustion of a long journey, with dark circles under their eyes and cracked, peeling lips, a testament to the great distance they had traveled. Yet their eyes were bright, gleaming with light. A flicker of surprise passed through Yunshu's gaze, vanishing so quickly it was almost imperceptible. She was not surprised by Zhou Bei's appearance. She simply hadn't expected the refugees from Shigu to show up in Shendu City. She knew that by carriage the journey from Shigu to Shendu took 2 hours, on foot it would take at least a day. Why have you come here? Her voice remained cold, but softer than before. Are you not afraid of the demon? I, Divine Lady, of course we're afraid. Who wouldn't tremble at a sky-darkening swarm of locusts? The man scratched his head with a sheepish grin. But Divine Lady, you came to Shendu City to vanquish the demon, and we could— Ernie, you and the others are watching over the divine seeds. There was nothing for us to do in Shigu but fret. So we decided to come to Shendu City and see if we could help. Exactly. If we hadn't come, we would never have known that someone would slander you, Divine Lady. Divine Lady, you came here with good intentions to vanquish the demon, yet they are so ungrateful. How despicable. Yunshu's gaze swept across each refugee's face, finally settling on their feet. Straw sandals. No, they could no longer be called sandals. The straw had worn through, exposing their toes. Some were barefoot, their soles covered in blisters and calloused scars. She paused, her expression softening. Was the journey arduous? The refugees stared up at the altar, dazed. Somehow their eyes suddenly reddened. After a long moment, they found their voices. Divine Lady, we aren't tired. We took a shortcut. Besides, in the old days we'd walk for 3 or 5 days before we could rest. This distance is nothing. Yes, that's right, a few voices chimed in. Yunshu remained silent for a long time. She knew it wasn't true. These refugees were so accustomed to hardship that they had learned to swallow their suffering and deceive themselves into believing it. After a few seconds of silence, a lean young man pushed forward from the back of the crowd. His voice was low but carried an emotion that had been suppressed for too long, finally breaking free. Divine Lady, we heard everything that dog official Zhao said about you. The surrounding refugees nodded, their faces glowing with shared indignation. I won't let him slander you like this. The dark, thin man turned to face the citizens of Shendu City. In my hometown, there was a drought for 3 years. The cracks in the ground were wide enough to swallow a child. We ate all the bark and grass roots and couldn't even dig up a handful of clay. I followed my fellow villagers northward. People fell along the way, by the roadside in ditches and desolate wilderness. His voice choked for a moment. When we finally reached Shen Yu city prefect, Zhao shut the gates, called us bandits, and wouldn't let us in. He even had his men chase us on horseback, trampling several to death. Back then I truly thought I couldn't go on. Then we met the divine lady. She gave me a bowl of porridge and saved my life. He stared straight at the deity on the altar, his gaze burning with devotion. The divine lady is the greatest deity in this world. The other refugees began to murmur in agreement, at first in scattered voices, then swelling into a chorus. Exactly. He's right. We simple folk who dig in the dirt don't understand grand principles, but we know this: whoever gives us a way to live is a bodhisattva. The divine lady not only gave us porridge and a place to stay, but also brought divine seeds from the celestial palace. That dog Zhao slanders her as a demon. If you ask me, he is the demon. A great ruthless demon who devours people without spitting out their bones. People are swayed by the crowd. Hearing one person's words might leave little impression, but hearing a multitude, how could it not influence them? Moreover, Yin Shu exuded righteousness, and had just saved Sua Heng and her grandson. Unbeknownst to them, the hearts of Zinda's citizens began to tilt in her favor. What they say must be true. I heard someone mention it recently. A shrine to the divine lady was built outside the city, and she descends daily to give out porridge. Seeing the tide turn against him, Zhao Qian collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. Suddenly an arrow pierced the air, grazing Shen Yu's cheek before embedding itself in a wooden post behind him, its fletching quivering. Dozens of dark figures descended from the sky, blades flashing in a dance of cold light. Yin Shu furrowed her brows slightly. In the book, there was no plot about the male lead being ambushed in Shendu. The sudden appearance of these assassins completely disrupted all her plans. With the skills of the fleeting life dream set, she could protect herself well enough, but she couldn't shield anyone else. Surrounding the altar were unarmed civilians, as she couldn't possibly hope these assassins would spare the innocent. With a flick of her fingertip, she opened the system's gacha pool. Ancestors bless her, let her be lucky just once more. A flash of gold. 10 cards flipped over, all low-tier costumes. Another flash. Still all low-tier costumes. Yet another flash. Still low-tier costumes. The corner of Yin Shu's eye twitched uncontrollably. The title of unlucky was truly hers. 30 consecutive pulls, not a single high-tier costume piece. Undeterred, she tapped for another temple. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the 9 Heavens Mystic Sound Set, Sound Soul Component, 28 Transcendent Immortal Sound. Component description: sound like shattered jade, each spoken word leaves a clear echo lingering, traveling far for 1,000 miles. Set skill: collect all components to unlock the blessing skill, bestowing fortune upon those who bear merit. Current shock value 55450. Finally, she had drawn a high-tier costume piece. Skimming the component description, she took a deep breath, desperately restraining the urge to punch the light screen. This wretched permanent gacha pool. Every time she pulled it shattered her composure. What she wanted was an offensive costume piece. Yet after 40 pulls, this garbage pool had only given her something akin to a loudspeaker. In this situation, she couldn't very well stand on the stage and shout, "Stop, stop fighting." Wouldn't that just be laughable? Below the altar, the clamor of battle had already risen. Ignoring the blood from a scratch on his face from an arrow, Shen Yu snatched a blade from a nearby officer, swinging it to cleave through 3 black-clad assassins who rushed the altar. Glancing at the trembling civilians behind him, he instinctively stepped forward to shield them. The assassins were clearly prepared, striking lethally and targeting the densest crowds. He couldn't retreat. If he did, these people would suffer. But the assassins kept swarming. He killed one with a slash, only for 2 more to take its place. Shen Yu's robes were slashed in several places, sweat beading on his brow. Distracted by protecting the civilians, his movements lost their usual agility, and he narrowly avoided being stabbed multiple times. An assassin seized the opening, aiming for his back. Shen Yu dodged sideways, parrying with a backhand slash to force him back, but 3 more blades swung at him simultaneously. With a clang, his long blade snapped, numbing his hand as he stumbled back 2 steps. Seeing this, Yin Shu knew Shen Yu couldn't hold out much longer. She had no choice but to keep clicking the gacha. She still had 50,000 shock value. She refused to believe she couldn't pull something today. The cards flipped one by one, but no miracle occurred. A quick glance showed only a pile of trashy low-tier costumes. Yin Shu, she conceded, all right. Really, please give her something useful. If only she could draw an offensive costume piece, she'd even be willing to eat instant noodles without the seasoning packet. Silently praying, Yin Shu closed her eyes and tapped the permanent gacha pool for another temple. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Sword Dominion 9 Heavens Set Array Component, 18 Return to Void Sword Formation. Component description: when the formation rises, 10,000 swords pay homage, slaying enemies unseen, cooldown 120 hours. Set skill collect all components to unlock the sword immortal skill commanding the heavens, and subduing demons breaking all laws with a single thought. Current shock value 49450. The assassins pressed closer. Screams erupted from the crowd. A child wailed in terror, its mother clutching it tightly in a corner trembling. With no other choice, Shen Yu could only use his bare hands to fend off the surging assassins, his feet never leaving the line that more black-clad assassins closed in. He was on the verge of collapse. Just then a brilliant golden light blazed from the altar. A dazzling golden radiance shot into the sky, illuminating the space like daylight. All the assassins paused, instinctively raising their hands to shield their eyes from the blinding light. After an unknown time, the golden glow faded. Yunshu stood at the center of the altar, still adorned in that light golden wide-sleeved robe. Majestic, immaculate, ethereal, as if she might step onto a cloud and ascend at any moment. The enhanced Kunyu harvest set, like the fleeting life dream set, came with its own luminous glow. Though harmless, it was enough to intimidate. In my presence you dare to harm my believers. Have you not held me in regard? A celestial voice drifted from the altar. Though not loud, it overpowered all the chaos. As always, system products were top-notch. Everyone instinctively looked up toward the high platform. The next moment, the commoners knelt prostrate, trembling, whether in fear or reverence, muttering, "Goddess, protect us." The black-clad assassins collectively retreated half a step. Shen Yu caught a brief respite, yet remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on the remaining assassins. Meanwhile, Shen Yu, hiding behind the altar, watched the goddess suddenly display her might, and breathed a sigh of relief. Unlike his elder brother Shen Yu, who had just become a believer, Shen Yu was among the earliest followers of the goddess. From their first conversation, she had clearly told him that she would not interfere much in mortal affairs. And indeed it was so. The goddess summoned heavenly thunder to punish the bandits only because they had blasphemed before her temple, showing disdain for the divine. She called Guopan to account for destroying the divine seeds. She left Shigu because a demon caused chaos in the city. Counting each event, none were truly mortal matters. He thought the goddess remained inactive, likely unwilling to intervene in this assassination plot against his brother. But the goddess was more benevolent than he imagined, and more protective of her believers. The lead black-clad assassin stood still, staring at the light golden figure on the altar, the veins on his sword-wielding hand bulging. Just meeting the woman's sweeping gaze made him feel breathless. Such a sensation. He had never experienced it even before the reincarnated immortal, the Grandmaster. Could she be the legendary goddess? At this thought, hesitation arose in his heart, but recalling his mission, he suppressed it. This was his sixth attempt to assassinate Shen Yu. If he failed again to bring Shen Yu's head to the Grandmaster's residence, he would have no face to meet the Grandmaster. After a moment's thought, he rasped, "I only want Shen Yu's life. I have no desire to involve others. Leave now, and I will." Yunshu naturally couldn't agree. If the male lead were killed, this world would collapse, and everyone would be buried with him. "The Shen Yu you speak of is also my believer." Seeing that negotiations had failed, a ruthless glint flashed in the assassin leader's eyes as he waved his hand sharply. "Kill." With the command, dozens of dark figures lunged at Shen Yu like ravenous wolves. Every strike aimed to claim his life. On the high platform, Yunshu gazed down at the assassins, her lashes lowered, veiling the emotions in her eyes. She showed no mercy when dealing with the wicked. Yet through her good evil eyes she could see that among these assassins some bore no blood debts, and did not deserve death. If possible, she wished not to use the newly acquired Goeishu sword formation. That formation possessed overwhelming power, much like the Thunder command, unleashing lethal force with no room for redemption once activated. But now she had no choice. The banners at the four corners of the altar flapped loudly in the wind. Shen Yu was driven to the edge of the altar, his robes soaked through with blood indistinguishable as enemies or his own. The gleam of the blade reflected in his eyes, his breathing growing rapid and scorching clearly at his last gasp. A blade swept in from the side. His pupils contracted sharply with no time to parry. Just as the assassin's blade was about to strike him, the divine maiden moved. She formed hand seals, her fingers fluttering like butterflies. Crossing, clasping, bending, all in one fluid motion. Goeishu sword formation. Her emotionless voice seemed to fall from the clouds above the nine heavens, clear and ethereal, echoing through heaven and earth. Formation activate. The words fell, and the world transformed. A gale howled. A low hum arose like a giant bell struck, or 1,000 troops thundering. On the ground around the altar's silver-white light patterns suddenly emerged, spreading like vines to outline a massive formation spanning 100 jhon. Within the light patterns, long swords materialized out of thin air. At first there were only 3 or 5. In the blink of an eye they multiplied into tens of thousands, densely suspended in midair, their tips pointing downward, radiating a piercing cold light like a galaxy hanging overhead. The assassins froze, looking up at the sky as countless sword lights reflected in their pupils. "I gave you a chance. Since you failed to cherish it, do not blame me. Go." The divine maiden flicked her finger. 10,000 swords shot forth simultaneously. With a tearing shrill howl they transformed into silver-white streaks, weaving a deathly net that blanketed the sky. Where the sword light passed, the black-clad assassins were silently pierced and annihilated without even time to scream. 3 breaths. It took only 3 breaths. All the black-clad assassins collapsed to the ground. Then the myriad sword lights receded like a tide, vanishing into the void before the divine maiden. The ground beneath the altar was spotless, with no blood, only the lifeless bodies of the assassins. A profound silence. The commoners knelt prostrate, trembling, their lips quivering, unable to utter a sound. Behind the altar, Zhao Qian sat slumped on the ground, his legs as limp as noodles, his eyes wide. Beside him, priest Xuanhe was even more disheveled, his face ashen, his body shaking like a sieve. On the other side, Shen Yu helped Shen Yu to his feet. He looked up at the figure on the high platform, his gaze filled not only with shock, but also with something indescribable. This was the second time the divine maiden had saved him. For a fleeting moment, he dared to imagine that he was special in her eyes. Shen Yu was equally shaken. This was not his first time witnessing the divine maiden's divine powers, and he had mentally prepared himself. Yet facing that fearsome sword formation, his heart could not calm for a long time. The wrath of a deity was beyond mortal endurance. The shock value on the light screen surged wildly. However, this time, Yin Shu felt none of the usual joy from reaping shock points. Even as she told herself that killing these assassins was to save more lives, she could not fully convince herself. Today she could choose to sacrifice these assassins. Tomorrow might she sacrifice ordinary people. She suddenly feared that one day she might become utterly indifferent to life and rights, and dreaded that the dragon-slaying hero might herself become the dragon. Yin Shu stood there unresponsive for a long time. The system sensed something amiss, and in a voice only she could hear, quietly asked, "Host, what's wrong? Aren't you going to win the people's hearts with kindness and authority, and make the citizens of Xindu beg you to stay?" The system's voice pulled Yin Shu back from her tangled thoughts. She gave the system a reassuring look, indicating she was fine. The system obediently settled back down. Just then 2 believers escorted Zhao Qian and priest Xuanhe toward Yin Shu. Divine maiden, these 2 were acting suspiciously, as if trying to sneak out of the city while no one was watching. Zhao Qian and priest Xuanhe were forced to their knees, staring at the woman before them in terror. "SP, spare me, divine maiden." Zhao Qian scrambled forward, banging his forehead on the ground with a thud. "This humble official failed to recognize your greatness. I deserve to die, I deserve to die. Please show mercy, divine maiden." Priest Xuanhe also prostrated himself. Taoist friend, I was misled by Zhao Qian in a moment of folly. You are a cultivator, you must understand cause and effect, and cannot recklessly commit slaughter. If you kill me today, you will surely damage your Tao heart, bringing nothing but harm to your path of cultivation. He looked up, forcing tears into his eyes, trying to find any sign of wavering on Yin Shu's expressionless face. Taoist friend, how about we both take a step back, meditate, and discuss the Tao here to resolve this grudge? That is the righteous path. Yin Shu finally glanced at him. That glance was indifferent, as if looking at a fallen leaf, a speck of dust, something not my Tao. You are unworthy to hear it, she said, her voice as clear as an icy spring striking stone. Priest Xuanhe had not expected such arrogance from Yin Shu. You? Zhangji. Yin Shu directly spoke priest Xuanhe's birth name. For years, under the guise of priest Xuanhe, you have swindled people everywhere, inciting them to offer human sacrifices. You have claimed 3 innocent lives. Under the good-evil eyes, all sins were laid bare. Zhao Qian, as a local magistrate, you neglected your duties and turned a blind eye to the people's suffering. To amass wealth, you embezzled disaster relief grain, leaving refugees homeless and starving to death, their bodies exposed in the wild. What is more, you accepted bribes, twisted right and wrong in court, and callously took lives, creating countless wrongs. Your crimes are unforgivable, even 1,000 deaths cannot atone for them. Yin Shu's fingertips moved slightly, and 2 beams of sword light shot through the air. Spirit goddess, spare me. I was wrong. The pleas for mercy were abruptly cut short. Taoist Xian He and Zhao Qian had also become lifeless corpses, just like those assassins. The goddess killed them well. Corrupt officials who treat life like grass and charlatan priests like them both deserve death. They should rot in the 18th level of hell. Yes, they deserve to die. In the eyes of these fervent believers, the goddess slaying people was simply ridding the world of evil. Even if the victims were a regional governor, an official appointed by the imperial court, they saw nothing wrong with it. After all, divine authority reigned supreme over all things. What was imperial power in the face of divine authority? The lingering might of the sword formation from moments ago still hung in the air, its chilling, killing intent yet to dissipate. The believers who had rushed over from Shigu had mostly witnessed her punishing the bandits and Guapan before. Though they still looked shaken, they regarded her with reverence, not fear and terror. But the people of Xindu were witnessing such a grand spectacle for the first time, their eyes filled with nothing but dread. Yin Shu stood atop the altar, gazing down at the crowd below, taking it all in. She knew well in her heart that fear alone was insufficient. Fear could make people submit and maintain temporary order, but it could not make them follow and truly believe in her. Moreover, it would plant the seeds of long-term peril. If they feared her today, tomorrow someone might incite them, turning that fear into hostility, a blade aimed at her. Combining kindness with authority was the path to lasting rule. With this thought, she slowly walked to the edge of the altar. Below, the common people instinctively shrank their shoulders, averting their eyes, not daring to meet the goddess' gaze. They even breathed as lightly and slowly as possible. It was as if what stood on the platform was not a deity, but a sword of heavenly punishment poised to fall at any moment. I once declared that if anyone in this mortal realm could cultivate the divine seed, the sweet potato, into a harvest, I would bestow a blessing. This land would enjoy favorable weather, bountiful harvests, and no famine for 3 years. The ethereal divine voice cascaded from the high platform, unhurried, each word clear as pearls striking jade, falling distinctly into everyone's ears. The people of Shen Yu were jolted as one. They lifted their heads abruptly. The fear and lingering dread in their eyes had not yet faded before being replaced by incredulous astonishment. 3 years without famine. An old man repeated the words, shakily, hot tears streaming from his eyes. This old man didn't miss here, did he? Is this really? No one answered him, because the other citizens of Shen Yu dared not believe it either. It was a nearby believer from Shigu who came to his senses first, his voice hoarse and trembling with excitement. The goddess speaks the truth. The goddess once met the god of agriculture in the celestial palace. Seeing the hardship of mortal life, the god entrusted the goddess with a divine seed from heaven called the sweet potato. I have seen that divine sweet potato with my own eyes. It's completely different from the grain we usually eat. The people of Shen Yu turned to look at that believer in unison, then couldn't help but turn back to the high platform. The fear in their eyes was slowly being consumed by another emotion. That emotion was hope, ecstasy, a wild, almost explosive disbelief. A divine seed from the god of agriculture. It must be excellent grain. Excellent grain. The goddess said that divine sweet potato yields 2,000 jin per mu. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. 2,000 jin. Is that true? Could the words of the goddess be false? The believer glared at the doubter. Is anyone planting the divine seed now? Someone asked. Of course we tend to them like precious treasures. Just a while ago they sprouted into seedlings. I really want to see what the divine seed looks like. Whispers spread like a tide, growing louder and denser. On the high platform, the goddess looked down upon the multitude, her thumb pressing against the knuckles of her ring, middle and index fingers in sequence. After a moment, she lowered her hand and spoke again. I have just made a calculation. The divine seed has come to fruition. Today I shall fulfill my promise and bestow the blessing. Before her voice faded, she gently grasped the air, and a stalk of 9-eared grain materialized in her palm. Holding the 9-eared grain, the goddess waved it lightly. A golden wave of light radiated from the stalk, spreading in all directions, like ripples silently brushing across every inch of land outside Shen Yu City. The next second, a miraculous scene unfolded. The wheat field outside the city, which had just sprouted tender shoots, began to joint ear, fill, and ripen visibly. In just a few breaths, the green waves of wheat transformed into a heavy golden expanse. The air was thick with a rich, fragrant scent of grain. The crowd was stunned. Even Shen Yu and Shen Yu were astonished. They stared at the vast golden wheat field outside the city, at the full, almost bursting ears of grain, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Every time they thought they had seen the most awe-inspiring sight, the goddess brought them an even greater one. The people fell to their knees with a thud, wailing loudly. It's ripe. The wheat is ripe. Is this a dream? Husband, quick, pinch me. Pinch me. The gods have appeared. The gods have manifested. Cries of joy and the sound of kowtowing intermingled. The noise shook heaven and earth. The same miracle also occurred in Shigu. In the fields, the sweet potato vines suddenly grew wildly, their leaves covering the entire ridge in an instant. The soil ridges were split open by the expanding tubers beneath, revealing bright red skins. A few sweet potatoes were so large they popped right out of the ground, round and plump like chubby babies. Thighs. Shui Erling's mouth gaped open in shock, unable to form a complete word. A nearby farmer's hoe fell from his hand, hitting his foot. Without any reaction, his eyes as wide as brass bells. After coming to his senses, Shui Erling rushed into the field, brushed away the loose soil, and pulled out a massive sweet potato. He held it up before his eyes, turning it over and over. His lips trembled for a long time. Finally, he blurted out, the divine seed has grown. It must be a miracle from the goddess. Everyone's eyes reddened. They bent their knees and kowtowed heavily in the direction of Shen Yu, loudly praising the goddess' compassion. Meanwhile, Shen Yu City was also resounding with shouts. The goddess is infinitely merciful. We beg the goddess to stay in Shen Yu City. Let us build a temple, cast a golden statue, and worship you. Goddess, we implore you to stay in Shen Yu City. Shen Yu shock value 100. Shen Yu shock value 100. Shui Erling shock value 100. Current shock value 136. Yunshu withdrew the 9-eared grain, looked down at the myriad expressions of the crowd below her expression, still serene. If you can uphold goodness and righteousness and treat all living beings with kindness, that is already reverence for heaven and the gods. You need no golden statues or temples. With these words, her figure dissipated like smoke and mist before the eyes of the multitude, as if she had never existed. After entering the system space, Yunshu chose to land on the tallest building in Shen Yu City. It was a bell and drum tower with blue bricks, gray tiles, and upturned eaves. Standing atop the tower, she could overlook the entire city. She lifted her robe, sat down on the ridge of the roof, and let her legs dangle casually over the edge, swinging them back and forth like a child. The setting sun was slowly sinking behind the western mountains, dyeing the clouds a blend of orange-eared and deep purple. It was like a watercolor painting still wet with ink. Beyond the city, the wheat fields were a sea of gold. Tiny figures like ants could be seen still toiling in the fields. Though cheers from that distance were inaudible, she knew they were still there. Host. A fluffy white ball of fur materialized out of thin air, landing lightly beside Yunshu. The little fox shook its bushy tail. It brought all 4 legs together, nestled down beside her, and rested its front paws on the roof tiles. Host, what's wrong? It tilted its head, the evening glow reflecting in its amber vertical pupils. We earned so many shock points this time, and the male lead's favorability has risen to 50. Why do you seem so unhappy? Yunshu turned her head, glanced at the little fox, and the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. Is that so? Yes, the little fox replied seriously. I've been monitoring your emotional data. Ever since those assassins appeared, your happiness index has plummeted, and your anxiety index has shot up. Also, after you left the altar, you've been in a daze doing nothing. That's not normal. Every other time you earned shock points, you'd be eagerly preparing to earn even more. Yunshu did not respond. She leaned back, lying down on the roof ridge with her hands behind her head. Her gaze pierced through the thin clouds, looking up at the high, almost ethereal blue sky. The wind swept past her ears, carrying the scent of wheat and the faint laughter of distant villagers. After a long silence, she suddenly spoke. System, tell me, sacrificing a few to save many. Is that right or wrong? The little fox was stunned. That question is too complex, it said, ashamed. Even my database doesn't have a standard answer. But it looked up, its amber eyes fixed earnestly on Yunshu. I think whatever decision you make, host, it must be the right. Yunshu let out a soft, helpless laugh. You trust me that much? Host, you are a good person. The little fox bit the sleeve of her robe, pulling down the hand that was shielding her eyes. A translucent system panel unfolded before her eyes. The image showed the wheat fields outside Shen Yu City. A stooped old man knelt on the ridge of the field, holding a handful of wheat ears in his hands, tears streaming down his weathered face. His lips were moving, but the words were inaudible. Yet his trembling lips and tear-streaked face were more visually striking than any sound. Beside him, a young woman held a child who clutched a plump ear of wheat and giggled. In the distance, several men lifted a heavy bundle of wheat together, sweat glistening on their dark suntanned backs. There was no exhaustion on their faces, only a long-lost satisfied smile. The system's voice echoed in Yunshu's ear. These people were all supposed to die in a locust plague. The image shifted. The system called up the original timeline. Locusts blackened the sky, sweeping over the fields outside the city. Wherever they passed, not a single blade of grass remained. The villagers wept over their empty grain jars. Then came famine, the tragic exchange of children for food. Those bleak, gray frames stood in stark contrast to the vibrant smiles in the golden wheat fields before her. Host, you changed their fate. The little fox set its tail, gently brushing across the back of her hand. Though you always say you're a fake goddess, I think you truly embody the divine love for all beings. Don't flatter me, it feels like you're setting me up for a fall. Yunshu reached out and ruffled the little fox's head. I just did what I had to do. As a party member, no matter where she was, she would never forget her original aspiration and would always keep her mission in mind. She might feel lost, she might find the path fraught with difficulties, but none of this could stop her from moving forward. Giving up halfway was never her style. Has the limited time gacha pool released a new outfit? Hearing Yunshu's question, the system quickly brought up the limited time gacha interface. Yes, the current limited time set is the all phenomena are inherently empty outfit. Just one set. Yunshu pressed. Yes, the little fox nodded, explaining, the outfits in the limited time gacha pool refresh randomly. Yunshu clicked on the description of the all phenomena are inherently empty outfit. Collect all parts to fabricate an identity. A good find. Since she wasn't a real goddess, she had to keep her distance from mortals to avoid being found out. Thus, every time she finished playing the role of the goddess, she would avoid the crowds and hide in the wilderness. After a while, she figured she would turn into a wild woman. But now it was fine. With this outfit, she could create a small, alternate identity, making it convenient for her to rest without having to endure the elements. As for playing multiple roles herself, that wasn't part of her plan. Playing the goddess every day was already exhausting enough. she didn't need to add more difficulty for herself. In the end, she spent only 40,000 shock points to pull the entire All Phenomena Are Inherently Empty set. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the All Phenomena Are Inherently Empty set mask component 14 Faceless Visage. Component description: when wearing this mask, one's facial features and complexion can be changed at will. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the All Phenomena Are Inherently Empty set robe component 24 Myriad Forms garment. Component description: when draped in this robe, one can alter the robe's style and material. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the All Phenomena Are Inherently Empty set voice component 34,000 Sound Soul. Component description: can simulate all human voices sounding as natural as one's own. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the All Phenomena Are Inherently Empty set hair component 44 Illusory Silk. Component description: hair color, length, texture, and style can all be freely reshaped. Current shock points 96,000. The All Phenomena Are Inherently Empty set is different from other outfits. One must first create a face before putting it on. Yunshu reached out her fingertips, touching the featureless mask, molding the facial features like clay. Before long, a handsome mask took shape. It was a distinctive mixed-race look with deep-set eyes, a straight nose like a mountain peak, and thin lips that carried a hint of coldness when slightly pursed. She tilted her head to examine it, a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth. I didn't expect to have such a talent for face sculpting, and it turned out quite resembling someone. Next was the hair. She set the color to black and chose a default hairstyle from the system. The strands were tied high with a single red cord, forming a neat high ponytail atop her head. For the attire, she directly equipped the Ranger set. A dark form-fitting outfit, a slightly worn leather belt around the waist, and a black short blade secured on the right side. Sharp and dashing, with an air of heroic intensity in her brows and eyes. Finally, the voice. She adjusted it to be a bit rougher, adding a hint of a northern accent. The new identity was seamlessly established at this moment. Li Qinghe, a native of Longyo, born in a small town on the northwestern frontier. Her father was a retired border soldier, raising her as a son from childhood, teaching her martial arts, spear play, horse riding, and archery. Yearning for the world beyond, she left home to travel, relying on her martial skills to uphold justice. Yunshu carefully checked for any flaws in the new identity, then clicked confirm to save. Subsequently, she equipped the All Forms origin suit. A flash of white light passed, and her appearance transformed dramatically, becoming an entirely different person. Gazing at her current reflection through the system panel's mirror function, a trace of nostalgia flickered in Yunshu's eyes. This face was all too familiar to her. During those years undercover in the Golden Triangle, there were countless times she felt she couldn't endure it any longer. It was the original owner of this face who accompanied her through one painful ordeal after another. Back then, she always hoped that if she ever accidentally blew her cover and died, Li Qinghe would be there to collect her body. But Li Qinghe died, even younger, perishing before her, and she never even had the chance to collect her remains. Now that she thinks about it, not being able to collect the body might be a good thing. Though comparing methods of death sounds like a twisted joke, being blown up is indeed more comfortable than being tortured to death. Twilight deepened. The forests on both sides of the official road fell into dimness. Yunshu rode slowly, one hand loosely holding the reins, the other tucked into the inner layer of her waist guard. Her fingers rubbed against the few remaining copper coins inside. The Ranger set originally came with 10 taels of silver, but after buying the horse, only 6 copper coins were left. Staying at an inn was out of the question. As she mentally calculated where to find some money to secure a dwelling, sleeping in the wilderness every day was hardly sustainable. Suddenly, a sharp whistle came from ahead. Following that, the sounds of horse neighing, wheels screeching to a halt, and the clang of weapons being drawn echoed. Could it be bandits? Yunshu thought, gently nudging the horse's flanks with her legs. The black horse raised its forelegs and trotted around the mountain bend. The scene before her was just as she had anticipated. 7 or 8 bandits had surrounded a carriage on the mountain path, completely blocking it. The coachman slumped on the shaft, trembled violently, like a sieve lacking even the strength to fall off. The bandit leader, a burly man wielding a thick-backed chopping knife, used the blade tip to lift the curtain of the central carriage. As the curtain was lifted, the interior revealed a rather refined compartment. Blue curtains with simple white linings and dark patterned borders. Not extravagant, but the materials were of high quality, suggesting a family of unassuming affluence. Inside the carriage sat 2 people. A girl of 15 or 16 huddled in a corner, trembling uncontrollably, her features indistinct. The other was a young scholar, dressed in blue robes with a bamboo hairpin and holding a scroll in his hand. Even with bandits blocking the road, he remained seated reading, a rather intriguing sight. Yunshu narrowed her eyes, studying the blue-robed scholar with a hint of assessment. He appeared to be around 20, with a fair, refined face and an air of scholarly grace in his brows and eyes. The bandit leader's voice interrupted her observation. "Hand over your gold and silver, and he'll grant you a quick death." The blue-robed scholar said nothing, merely closing his scroll gently and lifting his gaze to the bandit leader. That glance was extremely indifferent, extremely calm. Do you dare to stop the carriage of the Pei clan of Halua? The bandits exchanged glances, each taking a step back. Boss, the Pei clan of Halua is a noble family. These two are of high status. Perhaps we should let them go, one bandit whispered. The bandit leader slapped him hard, cursing, we finally caught a fat fish, and you want to let it go. But heaven is high, and the emperor is far away. This is Shindu City, not Halua. Why are you so scared? Hearing this, the blue-robed scholar frowned slightly. Killing us will surely bring you trouble. Let us leave, and you can take all the gold and silver in the carriage. We will not pursue the matter. How about this, young master? Why not pay me a fee, and I'll deal with these bandits for you? The speaker was not one of the bandits, but a clear, cheerful female voice coming from behind. Everyone turned to look. In the twilight, a black horse kicked up dust as it approached. On the horse sat a tall woman, her jet-black high ponytail tied atop her head, a few stray strands falling over her forehead. Her eyes, like black obsidian, sparkled like stars. The bandit leader snapped back to reality, his face alternating between pale and flushed. Where did this wild girl come from? He roared. Yin Shu didn't look at him, as she fixed her gaze on the blue-robed scholar. The blue-robed scholar met her gaze. After a moment of silence, he spoke. What is your price, miss? Yin Shu held up one finger. 100 taels. The blue-robed scholar raised an eyebrow slightly. 100 taels for dealing with these 8 men. Too expensive. Yin Shu tilted her head. Then he'll also ensure your carriage reaches Shindu City safely. Consider that a bonus. From inside the carriage, a head peeked out from behind the blue-robed scholar, tugging at his sleeve. Uncle, she's just a woman. How can she fight bandits? The girl had an oval face, almond-shaped eyes, and skin as white as fine mutton fat jade. She was clearly a pampered daughter of a wealthy household. Before the blue-robed scholar could respond, Yin Shu said, whether I can fight or not you'll know once you try. The girl was stunned by, what's your decision? Yin Shu asked. The bandit leader's face had turned as black as the bottom of a pot. This woman hadn't even given him a proper glance, and now she was conducting business right in front of him. Wretched girl, you're asking for death. He bellowed, swinging his blade at the horse's legs. Yin Shu seemed to have eyes in the back of her head. Without turning around, she lightly pressed the stirrup, and the black horse darted forward 2 steps, narrowly avoiding the strike. Simultaneously, she dismounted. The moment her feet hit the ground, the short blade was drawn. The blade was not long, a little over 2 feet, with signs of wear on the body, but the edge was honed to a brilliant shine. Hey, this is a once-in-a-lifetime offer, she asked one last time, her gaze fixed on the blue-robed scholar's face. He gave a slight nod. Deal. About the time it takes to finish a cup of tea. In the twilight, a tall woman stood out among the bandits scattered on the ground, holding a short blade in her hand. Blood dripped from the tip of the blade. A few dark red splatters stained her jaw, her high ponytail swaying in the evening breeze as strands of hair brushed against her brow. Her thin lips curled upward, revealing a row of neat white teeth, and a youthful spirit instantly lit up her eyes. That smile left the young girl stunned. She had seen many kinds of smiles. Her mother's smile was dignified, the servants' smiles were fawning, her sister's smiles were reserved. She had never seen a smile so free and unrestrained. It was as if nothing in the world could stop her, as if she could reach out and take whatever she desired, as if her joy needed no one's permission. Sensing the gaze, Yin Shu turned her head toward the carriage, locking eyes with the girl. She asked with a smile, what do you think? When a woman wields a blade, is she not equal to a man? The girl flinched as if burned, retreating behind the green-robed scholar, clutching her chest as her heart pounded like a drum. It felt as if a butterfly was trapped in her chest, fluttering its wings, desperately yearning to break free. Her hands unconsciously clenched tight. Yin Shu paid it no mind. She wiped the blood from her blade, walked to the carriage, and looked at the green-robed scholar. 100 taels. She held out her hand, palm up, with an air of entitlement. The green-robed scholar's lips curved into a smile, like a spring breeze rippling across a lake, captivating to behold. You'll need your escort further, miss. He retrieved a banknote from his sleeve and handed it to her. Yin Shu glanced down. A 100-tael note from the largest bank in Dayong, its authenticity unmistakable at a glance. She folded the note, tucked it into her bulging old pouch on her left hip, and wore a satisfied expression. I am paid. The green-robed scholar's demeanor was gentle, yet a hint of pride emanated from his brow. May I ask your name, miss? The name Peidu sounded vaguely familiar. Yin Shu pondered. It seemed to be mentioned in the book's plot. Peidu was a close friend and classmate of Shen Yu, and also the first talent Shen Yu recruited for Shinju. Unlike Shen Yu, who excelled in internal governance, Peidu was more adept at devising strategies for battles. He was a rare tactical military strategist, but these were secondary. Most importantly, Peidu had brought the entire Halua Pei clan to align with Shinju. Halua was renowned for its numerous aristocratic families and brilliant talents, a land of exceptional people. As for the Pei clan status in Halua, suffice it to say that invoking the Pei name was more effective than the emperor's decree. Earlier the young girl had called Pei Du her uncle, so she was likely Pei wanting the novel's male lead Shen Yu's lawful wife. The book mentioned her sparingly, noting she married Shen Yu at 16 and died of melancholy at 25. At that thought, the image of the girl's youthful face surfaced in her mind, and she couldn't help but frown. In modern times, a girl of that age would still be in school, but in this era, she was already of marriageable age. Arranged marriages were dictated by parents and matchmakers. Even noble ladies had no right to refuse, let alone ordinary women at the bottom of society. Using the identity of the divine maiden to convey oracles against blind marriages might have some effect, but it would ultimately be a superficial remedy. She would need to think this through later. With swift, clean movements, she mounted her horse. Li Qing had Qing for a clear river, and calm, Si He for timely rains and bountiful years. Inside the carriage, Pei Wanning pricked up her ears and silently repeated the name she heard, Li Qing Ha. It didn't sound like a proper lattice name at all. Much like the woman herself. She had never met anyone like her. She could ride a horse and fight. Would a man ever like some? Her mother said a woman must be gentle and virtuous to marry well, forbidding her even from attending lantern festivals, let alone practicing martial arts. It's getting late, Miss Li. Let's go. With that, Pei Du lowered the carriage curtain and turned to his distracted niece. Aiming, once we reach Shindu, I'll arrange for someone to escort you back to Haloa. Don't run off alone again. Pei Wanning unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothes. Uncle, I don't want to go back to Haloa. Why, oi? Pei Du frowned. After a long pause, she whispered, Mother wants me to betroth the second son of the... I don't want to marry. Gathering all her courage, she lifted her head and stared straight at her uncle. Pei Du let out a soft sigh. Aiming, every woman must marry when she comes of age. Pei Wanning's eyes suddenly reddened. Uncle, but I don't want to marry. You've been the kindest to me and the family since I was little. When Mother wouldn't let me go out, you secretly took me. When I didn't want to learn needlework, you pleaded for me. Whatever I wanted, you always indulged me. Why can't you indulge me in this? Pei Du was speechless. After a long while, he said helplessly, Aiming, him only your uncle. I have no say in your marriage. Outside the carriage, Yun Shu listened to their conversation. She hadn't meant to eavesdrop. It was just that the carriage offered little soundproofing. Added to her keen hearing, she caught every word. So the girl was fleeing an arranged marriage. Good. It showed she had a rebellious spirit, not just a puppet to be manipulated. From this perspective, what they lacked was never the courage to take up a blade, but the opportunity to do so. Her mission was to create those opportunities for them. Upon arriving in Shindu, Yun Shu parted ways with the Pei uncle and niece. She first went to the bank to cash the banknote. Leaving the bank with a fortune of 100 taels, she headed straight for the city's largest tavern. Lately, she had been a glamorous divine maiden on the surface, but behind the scenes, she lived worse than a vagrant. Sleeping in the open and eating in the wind were the norm. As for meals, she hadn't had a proper one in ages. So when the waiter brought dish after dish, she almost lost her composure. Braised pork, elbow glossy and glistening with a perfect balance of fat and lean. There was also sweet and sour pork ribs, beggars, chicken, garlic, sautéed greens, and a steamer of steaming meat buns. 7 or 8 dishes filled the table. Diners at nearby tables couldn't help but glance at her. Could one woman really finish so much food? Yun Shu answered with action. She picked up her chopsticks and began devouring the meal with ferocious speed. Everyone watched in stunned silence. Half an hour later, Yun Shu left the tavern contentedly, carrying a packed meal for the system that would deliver oracles to the valley. Now she needed to find lodging and then plan her next move. The sky had already darkened. Yun Shu led a horse with one hand and carried a food box with the other, unhurriedly turning into an alley. Reaching the end of the lane, she knocked on the door. An elderly woman with neatly combed silver hair peeked out half her face. Miss, are you looking to rent a room? Yes. Is there a vacant side courtyard? Yes, there is. The old woman led her into the courtyard. The residence was not large, but its charm lay in its tranquility. In the main courtyard, an old tree shaded most of the sky. Nearby stood a stable, where she could tie up her horse. Passing through a moon gate, they reached the side courtyard. The old woman chattered as she walked. This side courtyard is quiet, but it's a bit old. If you find it disagreeable, I don't mind. Yunshu replied promptly. The annual rent was only 5 silver taels. With such conditions, what was there to complain about? After the transaction was settled, the old woman departed. Yunshu pushed open the door to the side room and stepped inside. The furnishings were simple. The bed was a beechwood canopy bed draped with green gauze curtains. She threw herself onto it, savoring a long-lost sense of ease. Though she had long been accustomed to surviving under harsh conditions, she was after all human, not a deity. All humans tire, hunger, and feel cold. Silence spread. Host, the task you assigned is done. I used divine oracles to tell those believers in Creek Valley to promote sweet potatoes. I estimate that tomorrow they will bring sweet potatoes to Shindu City and teach the locals how to grow them. A voice abruptly said, "Well done, system." Yun Shu sat up and pointed at the table. "I reward you with a big braised pork hock." The little fox's eyes lit up. It leaped onto the table, its front paws resting on the edge of the food box, skillfully flipping open the lid. Inside not only was there a fragrant big pork hock, but also a delicate plate of fine pastries that looked like osmanthus cakes. Wow, host, are all these for me? It was moved to tears. How could there be such a wonderful host? Eat quickly, or ITLL get cold. Though it was a simple sentence, it made the system's heart ache. No one had ever been. It sniffled, secretly wiped away a tear, and grabbed the pork hock, with its paws devouring it ravenously. This pork hock was truly delicious. Host. It licked its paws and smacked its lips. Can I eat 2 big pork hocks tomorrow? Yunshu cast a sidelong glance at it. System, what do you think our budget is? 2 big pork hocks in 1 meal. Fine. The little fox drooped its ears in disappointment. Out of the corner of its eye it spotted the pastries in the box. It stole a glance at Yunshu and stealthily reached a paw inside. Yunshu found it amusing. Those were bought for you. No need to act like a thief. The little fox shyly nibbled on an osmanthus cake, its fox face brimming with contentment. By the way, host, when I came back I saw Shen Yu and his men building a goddess temple in the city overnight. Should we stop them? Let them build if they want. Yunshu swiped her finger across the virtual system panel before her. In the eyes of believers, even if the goddess doesn't want it, they must show their sincerity. Besides, Shen Yu is a man of discretion. He won't do anything that exhausts the people or drains resources. There's no need to worry. As she spoke, her gaze fell on the permanent gacha pool. The permanent gacha pool always broke her spirit, but if she wanted to change the situation of women in this era, she had to draw from it, taking a chance to see if she could get something useful. She still had 96000 shock points. A 100 pull required only 3000 shock points. After a moment's deliberation, she clicked to draw. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the National Beauty and Fragrance Set Footprint Component, 18 Lotus Steps. Component description: while walking naturally emits a delicate exotic fragrance. Oh, lotuses bloom, leaving traces of fragrance with every step. Set skill: collect all components to unlock the Flower Goddess skill, enabling 100 flowers to bloom and withered trees to revive. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the 9 Heavens Mystic Sound Set Handheld Component, 38 White Jade Lily Bell. Component description: gifting a lily bell can bless the recipient with smooth fortunes and good luck for 1 week, cooldown 120 hours. Set skill: collect all components to unlock the blessing skill, bestowing blessings upon those who possess merit. Yunshu stared at the component description. Initially she wondered if she could use the white jade lily bell in the gacha pool for better luck. But after reading the detailed introduction, she dismissed the idea. This item could only be given to others. It was utterly useless for her to keep. Trash. Unsurprisingly, she felt a bit disheartened again. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the 1000 Mechanisms and 100 Crafts Set Handheld Component, 1800 Crafts Box. Component description: each time the box is opened, randomly obtain 1 industrial product, cooldown 4 months. Set skill: collect all components to unlock the 100 Crafts and 100 Trade skill. Gain core technologies from all walks of life. The 100 pull ended. Yunshu stared at the 100 Crafts box she had drawn last, her eyes filled with shock and ecstasy. System, do you know what? I just drew an absolutely incredible treasure. Logically speaking, as someone who had seen great storms, she rarely experienced such complete loss of emotional control. Yet no one could keep a cool head upon seeing this 1000 Mechanisms and 100 Crafts outfit. It was something that could ignite. It was also what she needed most right now. She certainly knew about modern inventions like glass metallurgy, steam engines, printing, and papermaking, but only their names. She couldn't actually build them. However, she could cheat. Once she collected the full 1000 Mechanisms and 100 Crafts set, she would gain core technologies from all industries. What couldn't she build then? The system looked bewildered as it watched its host rolling around on the bed in excitement, as if, host, could it be that after a 100 pull with only 3 high-level fashion components you've gone mad with frustration? After much deliberation, Yunshu restrained herself and closed the system panel, suppressing the urge to continue drawing from the lottery pool for a set of the 1000 Mechanisms. Then she took out the newly obtained 100 Craft box. The iron box was only palm-sized, its surface engraved with a soaring crimson sparrow, every feather exquisitely detailed. She decided to keep the remaining 6600 shock value as a reserve for emergencies. This was a habit she had cultivated since childhood, always keeping a backup plan or a hidden card, or else she would feel insecure. Then she took out the newly obtained 100 Craft box. The iron box was only palm-sized, its surface engraved with a soaring crimson sparrow, every feather exquisitely detailed. Just as she was about to press the ruby button in the center, she suddenly recalled something and jerked her hand back. No, she muttered, rolling off the bed. I need to wash my hands first. Leaving the room, she deftly drew a bucket of water from the well, immersed her hands, and meticulously cleaned every finger. After washing, she shook off the water from her hands. Satisfied, she returned to the bedside. She sat cross-legged again, placed the 100 Craft box squarely before her, clasped her hands, and silently chanted for 3 seconds. No airplanes or cannons. Just give me a steam engine or a curved shaft plow or a spinning machine. I'm not picky. She pressed the ruby, and the lid sprang open with a click. The next moment the box seemed to be pried open from within by an invisible hand, its sides unfurling like a lotus blooming. First, several wooden components materialized in the light above the box, interlocking with mortise and tenon joints as they extended outward. Then came the flying shuttle, the yarn frame, and the rollers, all coalescing from nothingness into solid forms. The entire process took only a few seconds. Yunshu's mouth hung open, unable to utter a single word. It was a Jenny spinning machine. About 8 or 9 feet long and 4 or 5 feet high, the wooden frame gleamed with oil. The copper gears shone a bright yellow, and each spindle was wound with fine white yarn. It stood silently in the open space of the room. Holy crap, this is a real treasure. She rushed over, excitedly touched the spinning machine, and looked at it as if it were a gold mine. But truth be told, the spinning machine was actually more valuable than a gold mine. What did it mean to bring this to ancient times? It was like slamming the locomotive of the Industrial Revolution onto the chessboard of an agrarian civilization. The textile industry would leap past the era of hand-cranked spinning wheels, transforming from single spindles to multiple spindles. Production efficiency would multiply several times, even a dozen times. The system looked puzzled. Host, isn't it just a spinning machine? One of those old antiques long obsolete. Why are you so excited? Yunshu didn't bother explaining to the naive system. Go out and ask around immediately. Are there any renowned artisans in Shindu City? Having the spinning machine alone, give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. I teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. She needed to use this machine to teach the people of this era the technology to build spinning machines. Host, you don't need to go out and ask. The little fox wagged its tail. When I came back, I heard people saying while Shen Yu was building the goddess temple that Sua Heng is the best artisan in Shindu City. Yunshu ruffled its tail. System tomorrow, ill by you two big pork hawks. Sua Heng. She remembered her as the young girl who was nearly burned alive at the altar today. The little fox's eyes lit up. Great, great. The next day, because the construction of the goddess temple was of utmost importance, Shen Yu worried that any mistake might displease the deity. He hadn't slept all night. Only at dawn did he leave, intending to rest for a while. But just as he took a few steps, he ran into his old friend from the Imperial Academy, styled Pei Zirong. Zirong, I didn't expect you to actually come. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He had originally thought the first to be tricked into coming to Shindu City would be Liu Bian, since he was the most gullible among their peers. Who would have thought it would be Pei Zirong, the hardest to deceive? Truly a miscalculation. But no matter. Since he had arrived in Shindu City, there was no reason to let him leave. Shin Fuyin, you sent me a letter claiming you had found a way to save the countless common people from misery and invited me to Shindu City to plan. Your words were full of passion. Pei Du paused, slowly lifting his gaze to look at the goddess temple still under construction behind Shen Yu. Don't tell me that this is your method of saving the people, eh? Shen Yu forced himself to stay alert. Brother Zirong, let me explain slowly. After leaving the capital while searching for my elder brother, I encountered a divine lady with boundless powers. She could make wheat sprouts grow into ears in an instant, and gave us a divine seed called sweet potato, yielding 2,000 gene per moo. If we can spread this sweet potato across the world, there will surely be no more tragedies of people exchanging children for food. Peidu was speechless. He looked at the agitated Shen Yu, his gaze sweeping over his dark bruised eyelids, his brow furrowed. Shin Fuyin, have you also gone mad from consuming 5-stone powder? Suddenly he recalled an incident at a poetry gathering half a year ago when a scholar addicted to the powder in the throes of a drug fit stripped naked in public and behaved wildly. This event had soured him on poetry gatherings forever. The more he thought, the deeper his frown became. 5-stone powder is no good thing. If you're still the Shin Fuyin, I know, stop taking it. Otherwise we part ways here. Shen Yu was at a loss. I really haven't taken 5-stone powder, he said helplessly. Pei Du was clearly unconvinced. You should know that your elder brother despises witchcraft and alchemist's pills. If he finds out you're taking 5-stone powder, he will never let you off. As if speaking of the devil, no sooner had he finished than Shun Ju arrived on horseback. He dismounted and said succinctly, Fuyin, the wheat outside the city is mostly harvested. I have some free time now. Go rest, I'll watch over things here. Pei Du's expression turned odd for a moment. General Shun, did you order the construction of this goddess temple? Shin Ju then noticed there was someone else besides Shen Yu, and a familiar face at that. He was only a little over a year older than Shen Yu. Naturally, he knew Shen Yu's classmates. Fuyin, why didn't you tell me Zirong had arrived in Shindu City? He shot his brother a meaningful glance. A guest is a guest, you must entertain Zirong well. After Zhao Qian's death, his followers scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing Shindu City overnight for fear of being implicated. The governor's mansion was ransacked. Fortunately, the people of Shindu were all devotees of the Divine Lady, and Shen Yu held considerable prestige among them. With his reassurance, the city didn't fall into chaos. The only problem was a shortage of manpower, especially the literate, forcing him, a military officer, to handle clerical work. He finally understood how Shen felt. Now that a literate man had finally arrived, there was no way he would let Pei Du leave Shindu City. He had to keep him here at all costs. Having a military officer do clerical work. How absurd was that? The Shun brothers exchanged a glance, one not of ill intent, but of warm hospitality, and reached a consensus in a second. Having secured a good life for themselves, they could not forget their roots. Naturally, they had to bring their friend aboard. As the ancients said, true friends share both joy and hardship. Though the goddess temple was built overnight through the concerted efforts of all, it was nearly complete. There would be no major mishaps. Thus, the two decisively summoned Zhou Bai to oversee the temple's construction while they led Pei Du to the prefectural governor's mansion, intending to persuade him in turns to stay in Shindu City. Soon they arrived at the mansion. The three stood silently before its gate. The main hall's door hung askew, and the plaque above had been removed by someone. The entire residence was empty and desolate, with autumn winds sweeping through the hall, stirring a few withered leaves, creating an air of profound bleakness. How did the prefectural governor's mansion become like this? He glanced around, frowning slightly. Where is the prefectural governor of Shindu? He had felt something amiss upon entering the city. Yesterday, Shindu City had been as silent as a ghost town. If not for the cleanly swept streets and the orderly houses on either side, he would have thought the city had suffered a military calamity. You mean Governor Zhao? That scoundrel exploited the people, committed countless evils, and angered the goddess. She delivered divine punishment, and he dropped dead on the spot. Shen Yu stared at the crumbling door of the hall. As if displeased by the sight, he simply tore it off and tossed it onto an empty patch of ground. Pei Du paused mid-step, turning to look at Shen Yu. Fu Yan's elder brother had gained fame young, and always detested talk of ghosts and gods. This had even led him to offend the imperial tutor, resulting in his banishment from the capital, the emperor's disfavor, and the ruin of his official career. Logically, he should despise such superstitions even more. Yet when he spoke of the goddess, his tone was so matter-of-fact, devoid of any mockery or hesitation. This was highly unusual. His frown deepened. General Shen, since when did you start believing in such talk of ghosts? I didn't believe before because I had never met the goddess. It's like a frog at the bottom of a well that has never seen the world beyond, thinking the sky is only as big as the well's mouth. Shen Yu shifted the mountain of documents on the table, barely clearing a small space. Due to the shortage of manpower, everyone was doing the work of several people, so they all worked in the same place. Now the main hall of the prefectural governor's mansion had been converted into their temporary office. Pei Du casually picked up a document to read. That goddess killed a court official, took over the mansion, and has you registering households here. He raised an eyebrow, looking at the two. What are you planning to rebel with her? The words were blunt. Pei Zirong, do not slander the goddess, Shen Yu said, sternly looking at him. The goddess is devoted to saving the people. Even offerings are but fleeting clouds in her eyes. How could she covet worldly power? Using the mansion as an office is merely the initiative of us believers, not wanting to waste the goddess' goodwill. The goddess punished the corrupt official for us, and gave us the divine sweet potatoes, yielding 2,000 jin per mu. If we still cannot govern Shindu City, well, we should indeed take our own lives in shame, unworthy to live on. Shinju nodded. Fuyan is right. He looked at Pei Du. Zirong, you must not utter such blasphemous words about the goddess plotting rebellion again. The goddess is a deity from the ninth heaven. The mountains, rivers, and every blade of grass in the mortal world rightfully belong to her. Strictly speaking, it is the great Yong imperial house that has occupied the goddess' mortal realm. How can we put the cart before the horse? Pei Du. He closed his eyes and reached a conclusion in his mind. The Shen family was likely finished. A young general who never believed in ghosts or gods now spoke of nothing but the goddess, showing no respect for the sovereign. A once prodigious talent had become a fanatical devotee of the goddess. The goddess they spoke of must possess some mind-controlling ability, or otherwise it was inexplicable. No, he must take aiming and leave immediately. Just as he was about to find an excuse to take his leave, a patter of light footsteps came from outside the hall. Master! Master! A young girl's voice drifted in from the door, brimming with unrestrained joy and delight. Pei Du followed the sound. The next moment he saw an 8 or 9-year-old girl running in from the courtyard. Her 2 braids swung behind her, her little face was flushed, and fine beads of sweat glistened on her forehead. Though her clothes were patched, they were washed clean. Her eyes sparkled like 2 stars, and her whole being exuded a vibrant vitality. Master! It worked. Shen Yu poured a cup of tea for the panting Chuihe. Ah, take your time, and tell us. Chuihe downed the tea in one gulp, and wiped her mouth. Master, those sweet potato sprouts have grown into vines. She grew more excited as she spoke. We dug up so many sweet potatoes from the ground. More than we could eat in a year. Is that true? Shen Yu and Shen Ju's eyes suddenly lit up as if a fire had been kindled in their gazes. The blessing bestowed by the goddess had filled Shindu City's granaries to near bursting. However, no matter how much grain there was, it would eventually run out. They could not rely on the goddess to use her divine power again to ripen the crops prematurely. That was impractical. Only self-sufficiency was the long-term solution. Yesterday, the spirit fox came to the valley with a decree telling us to bring the sweet potatoes to Shen Yu City. Take me to see them. Shen Yu's voice was hoarse. Then the two followed Cui He out of the hall. Peidu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately could not resist following. When he reached the backyard of the mansion, he stood frozen in place. The yard was piled high with things. The purplish red tubers were plump and firm, their skins clinging to damp soil, as if freshly dug from the ground. He had never seen such things before, and could not immediately identify what they were. Then Shun Ye's voice reached his ears. Zirong, try one. These sweet potatoes are delicious. Before he could speak, a piece of sweet potato was shoved into his mouth. He bit down instinctively. A strange pure sweetness spread between his teeth. Peidu was stunned. He had never tasted anything like it. He chewed, then took another bite. Finally he looked up and asked. Shen Yu was also munching on a sweet potato. This is the divine seed the goddess bestowed, which I told you about. Is it a crop? Peidu's eyes widened, his voice rising sharply, unable to maintain the composure expected of an aristocrat. Cui smiled and said, Big brother, yes. The divine sweet potatoes granted by the goddess can be eaten raw, roasted over a fire, or cooked as a meal. Hearing this, Peidu glanced at the sweet potatoes on the ground. He grabbed Shen Yu, his voice trembling. Fuyan, arrange an audience for me. I must see the goddess. Seeing this, Shen Yu patted Peidu's shoulder. The goddess is not someone mere mortals can see just because they wish to. Peidu. Oh. Cui He slapped her forehead. Masters, I must go now. The goddess has brought another divine artifact from the heavenly palace today, and is selecting people in the city. I need to hurry, or I won't be able to squeeze in. If only she weren't so young, and had to obey the elders by reporting to the masters, she would have secured a good spot kneeling at the very front to worship the goddess. Alas. Shen Yu. Peidu. Without a word, Shen Yu mounted his horse. Fuyan entertained Zirong well. Before his words faded, both man and horse had vanished. Shen Yu. Peidu. The final eaves tile finally snapped into place. Sua Heng wiped the fine sweat from her brow. Her calves were trembling. The tiger's mouth of her hand, which gripped the chisel, was already chafed, raw blood scabs mingling with cinnabar in the wood grain. Yet she paid it no mind, merely scrutinizing the nascent goddess temple before her. The freshly lacquered vermilion pillars still exuded a damp sheen, and the wind stirred the bells hanging under the eaves, producing a tinkling sound. Still doesn't look perfect enough, she murmured to herself, her voice so hoarse it was nearly inaudible. She intended to do more, but as soon as her body leaned against the table's edge, drowsiness surged over her like a tide. Her eyelids felt as heavy as lead, and her head kept drooping until she finally fell into a deep sleep. In a daze, a flash of white light exploded before her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, she was standing in a completely unfamiliar place. Am I dreaming? No one answered. Towering wooden frames stood in rows, gears meshed with gears, belt pulleys spun endlessly, and shuttles darted between warped threads, producing a continuous rhythmic clatter. A woman stood before the wooden frame, her features blurred as if veiled by a layer of mist. Her hands moved, not pushing the shuttle, but making a gentle pull. A row of spindles spun simultaneously, and the cloth flowed out from the other end like water. Sua Heng was stunned. Before she had watched her mother weave, and knew how many days and nights it took to complete a single bowl, yet this woman's wondrous contraption could weave as fast as several weavers. What is this thing, she heard herself ask. The woman turned her head. Her face was still blurry, but her voice was exceptionally clear. A weaving machine. Sua Heng wanted to ask more, but the ground suddenly gave way beneath her feet. The sounds of gears, shuttles, and creaking belt pulleys along with the woman slowly faded from her sight. A Heng. A rough, large hand patted her shoulder with a force neither too light nor too heavy, just enough to pull her out of the nightmare. Grandfather. Sua Heng stared blankly at the old man. Su Dashin gave her a nudge. Quick, go wash your face. I heard the Divine Maiden has descended to the mortal realm. The Divine Maiden saved our lives, so we must go pay our respects. Sua Heng obediently went to wash her face. Grandfather, she couldn't help asking. Do you know of a weaving machine that allows one person to do the work of several? Su Dashin smiled and patted her head. You must be exhausted and confused. Even the weaving maiden in heaven probably doesn't have such skill. Let's hurry, we mustn't miss the appointed time. Sua Heng said no more. By the time the grandfather and granddaughter reached the altar in the city, it was already buzzing with noise. The further they went, the denser the crowd became, almost to the point of rubbing shoulders. On the other side, Shen Yu and his group also arrived at the altar. Peidu stood at the back, looking inward at the sea of black heads stretching all the way to the base of the altar. Men, women, young and old were packed together, everyone with their faces upturned, gazing towards the heavens with devout and fervent eyes. The previously noisy crowd suddenly fell silent. The next second, a ball of light appeared at the horizon. It was a glistening green, like someone had embedded an emerald in the canopy of the sky. The ball of light moved slowly, growing larger with every inch it descended, its radiance growing brighter. By the time it flew over the city wall, it had transformed into a warm jade-green halo hovering directly above the altar. The light gradually receded. A jade-green orchid caught Peidu's eye. It was held in a slender white hand, its leaves long and sharp like swords with small white flowers emitting a soft glow. Following the orchid upwards, he saw a pale white wrist. And then he saw the divine maiden. She emerged from the jade light clad in a white and green gown. Her jet black hair was styled in an elaborate lofty Wangxian bun from which a piece of plain silk gauze draped down her back like mist or smoke, trailing a soft arc behind her. Intricate orchid patterns were embroidered on her hem. With her movements the orchids seemed to come alive, swaying gracefully on the fabric. The sunlight shone from behind her, gilding her silhouette in a soft golden outline. It was utterly captivating. "Divine maiden," someone in the crowd shouted, their voice trembling almost beyond recognition. Then, as if a dam had burst, the voices of hundreds merged into a single torrent sweeping across the land. "Divine maiden. The divine maiden has appeared. We welcome the divine maiden's descent. Long live the divine maiden." The cries rose and fell like waves, accompanied by the dull thud of foreheads hitting the ground. A vast area around the altar knelt down. Even Shen Yu and Shen Yu prostrated themselves in the direction of the altar. Peidu shock value 50 Su, a Heng shock value 100. Current shock value 76,000 yen. Shu stood upon the altar. She immediately noticed Peidu. Everyone else was kneeling with their heads bowed while he stood there. How could he not stand out? However, she had not come for him, so her gaze did not linger on him for long. "I descend to the mortal realm today for a single wager." The divine maiden's voice was clear and ethereal. As the words fell, she waved her sleeve, and a strange object materialized on the altar. The crowd around the altar immediately erupted into chaos. "What is that object? It's absolutely unheard of," someone exclaimed, craning their neck in curiosity. Could it be the divine maiden's magical artifact? "And what is this wager she speaks of? No idea." People whispered among themselves, all equally baffled. Only Sua Heng's eyes widened. The object beside the divine maiden was exactly the same as the weaving machine she had seen in her dream. "This is the weaving maiden's loom." The divine maiden raised her hand, gently stroking the loom, and spoke slowly. "Look. An ordinary spinning wheel, one person, one spindle, can only spin one thread at a time. But this loom, one axle drives 8 spindles. One person's effort can equal the work of 8, or even more." At these words the entire venue erupted in uproar. "1 person equals 8, a woman exclaimed in shock. The divine maiden paid no heed to the clamor below. With a graceful gesture of her hand, the spindles on the loom began to spin on their own. The spinning yarn flowed like a waterfall. The crowd was so stunned their jaws almost dropped. Peidu shock value 100 Zhang, Xiaonyang shock value 100 Pei, Wanning shock value 100. Current shock value 116000, a divine artifact. Truly a divine artifact. This is impossible for mortal strength. No, the divine maiden shook her head. This object merely utilizes the ingenuity of pulleys and gears. If you can comprehend its mysteries, no immortal magic or divine power is needed. Oh, anyone can make it. Her tone paused, her gaze sweeping over the awed and puzzled faces below, and she said calmly, "This is the origin of the wager." The weaving maiden said that mortal wisdom is insufficient to control such a celestial artifact. I, however, do not believe so. In my eyes, mortals possess infinite potential. The goddess' voice was as clear as the cry of a phoenix from the 9 heavens, echoing in everyone's ears. "Follow me." With a light sweep of her wide sleeves, a tinkling bell sound accompanied the emergence of a flowing curtain of light on the altar. Seeing the crowd captivated by the light, Yin Shu discreetly signaled to the system hidden beside her. She asked if it was done. To stage today's performance, she had spent 300 shock points yesterday to upgrade the Floating Life Dream set by 1 level. Now the Dream Entry skill of the Floating Life Dream set could be used twice before entering a 48-hour cooldown, and the dreams had become more realistic with added authentic tactile sensations. She was responsible for pulling everyone into the dream using the Dream Entry bell, while the system, as before, controlled the dream scenery. The little fox's claws tapped rapidly on the system panel before it. After a series of crisp clicks, it raised a furry paw and gave Yin Shu an okay sign. Seeing the system's gesture, Yin Shu felt reassured. She gently shook the Dream Entry bell. The bell's sound rippled like water. 600 years ago, everyone planted on fertile plains, none dared to clear land and grow grain on the mountains. But the population grew, and the flatlands could no longer sustain everyone. The crowd was suddenly swept into a desolate wilderness. Thorns grew everywhere, and jagged rocks stood in chaos. A dark-skinned old farmer was squatting on the hillside, clutching a handful of wild rice in his rough hands. The people saw that the farmer did not complain, but chose to build stone terraces on the slope, layer by layer, enclosing the soil. 1 terrace, 2 terraces, 10, 100. He had carried every stone step up from the foot of the mountain. The stones wore out his shoulders. They scabbed then wore out again. Finally, they turned into thick calluses. The villagers laughed at him, planting rice on the mountain. You might not even get your seeds back. He ignored them. In the first year, the rain washed away most of the rice seedlings. In the second, he learned to dig ditches. In the third, a flash flood struck, but his stone terraces held back the mudslide, saving the village below. He spent 20 years turning a barren mountain into 1,000 mu of terraced fields. The world suddenly realized that grain could grow on mountains and poor land could sustain life. As the goddess' voice fell, golden waves of rice swayed in the wind, rising like stairs to the clouds. The old farmer stood at the highest point, his face etched with wrinkles, smiling brighter than the rice ears. Beside the goddess, a group of farmers who lived by tilling the land stretched out trembling hands to touch the rice waves. 500 years ago, the world-scorned scholars' academies lay in ruin, and the learned were deemed useless. The scene before the crowd darkened again. When it brightened, they found themselves in a dilapidated academy. Rain leaked through the roof cracks, split the walls, and biting winds poured through the gaps. A teacher in an old robe sat upright on a worn cushion, with only 3 young children before him. The people saw that this teacher rose before dawn every day, teaching the children to read by writing in sand with a twig. Without paper or brushes, he went into the mountains to cut bamboo, split it into slips, and carve characters with a knife stroke by stroke. Someone earnestly advised him, "In this age, what use is reading? Better to farm." The teacher simply shook his head. A poorly farmed field wastes a season. A barren heart wastes a lifetime. He taught for 40 years. Those 3 children later became an upright official, a founder of an academy, and a writer of books. On his deathbed, the teacher sat on that cushion in the academy. Before him sat 300 students. His disciples spread across the land. The goddess' face was serene. After his death, the villagers erected a monument for him, inscribed with just 4 words, "Culture resides here." A crowd of literate scholars knelt, bowing deeply to the teacher on the cushion. 400 years ago, in the Wu and Yu regions, the first stone arch bridge without piers was built. Its builder was just an ordinary carpenter. The crowd arrived at a nameless town. The entire town was built along a river, but the river was too narrow and the bridge too old, cutting off traffic every rainy season. A young carpenter stood by the river holding a roll of yellowed blueprints. The people saw that he first spent 3 years drawing plans, discarding a pile of wasted paper nearly half a man's height. The townspeople said he was mad. The river is so wide without piers, how can the bridge stand? He did not explain, silently going up the mountain to quarry stone, chiseling and grinding each block by hand. His hands went from blisters to calluses. His apprentices came and went, but he alone remained. In the 7th year, the first arch stone was set in place. In the 10th year, he drove in the final keystone. That day, the whole town came to watch. They saw the bridge spanning the banks steadily without a single pier, yet able to bear 3 ox carts at once. He knew no immortal arts, but with a chisel and a ruler, he calculated the balance between heaven and earth. The goddess spoke. Among the crowd, the craftsmen, long held in contempt, knelt and secretly wiped away tears. 300 years ago, the court banned sea trade, severing trade routes. Tea and silk from the south could not be shipped out. Horses and furs from the north could not be brought in. The crowd seemed to walk into a blizzard. On a winding ancient road, a camel caravan trudged forward, led by a mill. The people saw that this merchant did something no one dared. He led the caravan across vast snowy mountains, attempting to blaze a new trade route. The accompanying porters were frozen and shivering. Some urged him to turn back, but he said firmly, "Cross this mountain, and we find a way to live." An avalanche buried his caravan. He gritted his teeth, dug them out, and pressed on. When his horse collapsed, he carried the goods himself. On the 13th day, they crossed the final ridge, and a vast grassland opened before them. Distant smoke rose from cooking. It took him 3 full years to open a trade route sealed by snow for centuries. From then on, goods from north and south could circulate, and towns along the route flourished with the arrival of merchants. Many merchants knelt and kowtowed 3 times to that pioneering ancestor. The goddess waved her sleeve again, and the crowd returned to the altar. The wisdom of mortals extends far beyond this. What we call potential lies not in extraordinary talent, but in daring to do the impossible and daring to reshape the world. I have existed since the dawn of heaven and earth, and for eons I have seen countless beings. Only mortals have shown me this potential, turning impossibilities into realities. For this, I did not hesitate to wager my 10,000 years of cultivation against the weaving maiden, betting that you could triumph against fate itself. Pay does shock value 100 Shen Yu, shock value 100 Shen Ju's, shock value 100. Current shock value 156000. The audience was utterly silent. Everyone stared dazedly at the goddess and the strangely shaped loom beside her, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. None had expected the goddess to wager her own cultivation against the weaving maiden for the sake of mortals. The goddess' voice was as clear as a spring. If 100 looms can be built here and 1,000 bolts of fine cloth woven, then I must warn you, this loom is ultimately a celestial artifact. Mortals who seek to fathom its mysteries will suffer backlash, at best injury, at worst death. Now is anyone willing to take on this task? The word backlash struck like a boulder crashing into water. A ripple of sharp intakes of breath spread around. Some instinctively stepped back half a pace, others clenched their sleeves, and a few dropped their gaze, daring not to meet the goddess' eyes. Who could not be afraid? At best injury, at worst death. This was no game. It was a gamble with life itself. A young man opened his mouth, but no sound escaped. He could only close it silently. His family had tightened their belts to support his studies in pursuit of officialdom. If he failed to make a name, and perished instead, how could he face his parents, wife, and children? A middle-aged man looked down at his calloused hands, his Adam's apple bobbing. He did not fear death, but he had an elderly mother to care for, a wife and young child to support. If he were crippled, or dead, what would become of his family? The altar stood frozen in silence with no reply. Yet within that silence something stirred. Someone's fingers trembled, not from fear, but from unwillingness to yield. The goddess was fighting for their dignity. Now that she staked 10,000 years of cultivation, could they not even muster the courage to speak? A burly hunter's face flushed crimson, his lips quivered for a long time, yet he could not utter a single word. He was alone with no parents or attachments. Death held no fear for him, but he knew nothing of weaving. He feared that failing to grasp the loom's secrets would ruin the goddess' great plan. An old teacher furrowed his brow deeply. He had studied the sages' classics, reciting the 4 books and 5 classics fluently, but the loom. He had never even seen how a shuttle threaded through the warp. The silence continued to spread. Shen Yu wanted to step forward, but Shen Yu held him back, whispering, "Brother, the goddess acts with you know nothing of weaving or spinning. Even if you volunteer, she will not choose you." Hearing this, Shen Yu halted. Pei Du, standing nearby, reconsidered, and silently withdrew his extended foot. Heeding advice leads to As a newcomer with little understanding of the goddess, he thought it best not to act rashly, lest he offend the divine. The goddess slightly lowered her eyes, and sighed softly. "If no one is willing, I shall not force it." "Goddess, I am willing." Several female voices rang out from the back of the crowd. Individually they were not loud, but when they spoke in unison, their voices thundered. Everyone turned to look. They saw a group of women and young girls. At their head was a woman in coarse clothes with a broken tooth comb tucked at her waist. Her hands bore thick calluses and indigo stains. Marks from washing clothes were embedded in her nail crevices, impossible to scrub away. Behind her stood over a dozen women, a white-haired old woman, a young wife, cradling a baby, a girl, as thin as a bamboo pole, with eyes blazing bright. "I know little else." The leading woman said, her voice low, but each word crystal clear. "But weaving and spinning, I've known them since childhood." She stepped forward, knelt before the altar, and gazed up at the deity with courage. "Goddess, since you trust us, so even if I am crippled or die, I will never let you down." With that she bowed, pressing her forehead to the earth, and did not rise as a sign of her resolve. "Isn't that Sister Zhang?" Someone recognized the woman's shock evident in their eyes. "You know her?" a bystander asked. "Before the famine, we were from the same village. She has nimble hands. Her cloth was famous for miles around. Everyone called her Qianyang. Not long ago our village was ravaged by war. Sister Zhang lost her son and daughter-in-law. She's a pitiful soul. I remember she has a little grandson. If something happens to her, what will become of him?" From the crowd, the hunter stepped forward. "Sister Zhang, I'm not good with words, but I swear, if anything befalls you ill, raise your grandson. As long as I vow to live, he'll never go hungry." Zhang Qianyang turned and kowtowed to the hunter. "Thank you. Thank you." The hunter dodged, flustered. "Sister Zhang, how can you bow to me? I don't deserve it." Moved by Zhang Qianyang, the dozen women behind her knelt in unison. "Goddess, entrust this great task to us. If I can unlock the loom's secrets, whether backlash or divine punishment, I will bear it alone. Goddess Ahang is just a young girl with no restraint. Don't listen to her. This is our collective endeavor. She can't bear— Exactly. Count me in. And me." Voice after voice converged like streams into a river, like sparks kindling a prairie fire. The men who had hesitated earlier, watching the women risk their lives, flushed crimson and lowered their heads, wishing they could find After the shame, a deep respect for these women arose in their hearts. Pei Du's face shifted like a palette, alternating between green and white. For among the women kneeling to petition the goddess, he saw a strikingly familiar face. The young girl kneeling beside Zhang Qianyang was none other than his niece Pei Wanning. Noticing Pei Du's unease, Shen Yu asked softly, "Zerong, are you unwell?" Pei Du shook his head. "I'm fine." The matter was already settled. He could hardly take Pei Wanning away and risk angering the goddess. Yun Shu gazed at the women below the altar, astonishment in her heart. Her original plan had been to use the dream bell to craft a vision for Su Ahang, prompting her to step forward and take on the task, building her momentum so other women would follow her lead and emerge from the inner chambers. But the outcome was entirely different. Besides Su Ahang, over a dozen women, knowing nothing, had resolutely come forward. Her preconceptions had led her to underestimate these women, assuming they couldn't break free from the era's ideological chains. Yet she forgot that to survive in this chaotic world, they must possess inner strength. They were far more resilient than she had imagined. Though the plan changed, it was for the better. This is excellent. The goddess voice reached everyone. A woman's loyalty and courage have never been less than a man's. Today you dared to stand for me. You are all heroines worthy of praise. She smiled. That smile was like a 1,000-year frozen snow lotus suddenly blooming, beautiful beyond words. Everyone was stunned. Since the goddess' descent, her brows had been cold, her demeanor distant, like an exquisite jade carving to be admired from afar, but never approached. No one had imagined she could smile. We would go through fire and water for you, goddess. The women chorused. My heart is greatly pleased, so I grant you a treasure. Beneath the altar, a barely suppressed commotion stirred. The women dared not lift their heads, but their shoulders trembled. The divine maiden had not only personally praised them as heroines of their time, but had also bestowed upon them a divine artifact affirming their worth. What an immense grace, what unparalleled glory this was. An elderly woman was so overcome with emotion that she nearly fainted, and those beside her quickly steadied her. They exchanged glances of ecstatic joy. The lily of the valley grows amidst thorns, yet it remains pure and untainted, untouched by the slightest defilement. When the spring breeze sweeps across the wilderness, its elegant fragrance shall spread far and wide, leaving an enduring echo. Your spirit is just like this flower, resilient and noble, worthy to be a model for all. The divine maiden stood alone on the high platform. Her robes fluttered without any wind, and a faint ethereal light swirled around her. The light was not blinding, yet it made everyone unable to gaze at it for too long, as if a single glance longer would sear their mortal eyes. She raised a finger, a slender pale digit, and with a slight motion the void before her rippled, as if a water's surface had been gently parted. Layers of ripples spread outward. At the very center of these ripples a point of pure white light slowly materialized. It was a lily of the valley carved entirely from white jade. Its petals were as thin as cicada wings, trembling faintly in the air, as if they might be scattered by the slightest breeze. Its stem was slender, holding aloft 6 drooping buds. Each flower exuded a warm, soft radiance. The entire bloom was no larger than a palm, exquisitely crafted, unlike any creation that could belong to the mortal realm. The women looked up, gazing at that lily of the valley. Their fingers clutched the hems of their clothes, white-knuckled, as silent tears streamed down their faces. They had always lived like weeds on the wasteland, trampled by warhorses, scorched by wildfires, battered by the wind until they were bent and broken. Yet no one had ever asked them if they were in pain. When they were trampled, they learned to be silent. When they were forgotten, they learned to endure. When they were pushed to the brink of survival, they learned to hide their tears and grievances deep within the ever-coarsening crevices of their fingers. How many nights had they numbly held their starving, wailing children, feeling as if the dawn would never break? Among them some had never worn a decent piece of clothing in their entire lives, never eaten a single full meal. Through subtle, unspoken influence, they learned they must reserve the best for their husbands, their children, and their in-laws, while they themselves chewed on tree bark and wild herbs, forcing a smile to say, "I'm not hungry." Later they had to watch helplessly as their husbands were conscripted for forced labor, their sons dragged away to be soldiers, their daughters sold as child brides, their own roofs set ablaze, and their crops plundered. It wasn't that they hadn't thought of simply hanging themselves, ending it all. But looking at their hungry, wailing infants, how could they harden their hearts? Then came the time of fleeing famine. On the road of escape to survive, they had no choice but to become fierce and shrewish, fighting refugees for scraps, fighting wild dogs for food, using their frail bodies to carve out a shelter for their children. Everyone said it was the strength of a mother, yet no one praised the greatness of their self-sacrifice. It was as if their contributions were taken for granted, a notion even they themselves had come to believe. Until this very day, when the divine maiden praised their resilient spirit, they finally understood that even women could be celebrated. So this is what it felt like to be seen, a truth that resonated deeply in their hearts. This flower is called the white jade lily of the valley. The divine maiden's voice rang out again, still in that calm, indifferent tone. Wear it, and for 7 days fortune shall follow you. It can ward off all heavenly punishment and backlash. A thunderous roar erupted around the altar. Wonderful. We no longer have to fear divine retribution for comprehending the mysteries of the loom. The divine maiden is merciful. Her mercy knows no bounds. Her compassion is boundless. Every face was etched with devout reverence, a profound, unparalleled gratitude towards the divine maiden. Yunshu glanced at the system. The system immediately understood. It picked up the lily of the valley in its beak and gently placed it into the trembling hands of Zhang Qianyan. Being invisible, no one but Yunshu could see it. Therefore, in the eyes of the crowd, the event took on a mystical quality. The white jade lily of the valley drifted gracefully in midair, as if selecting something, before finally descending slowly into the hands of Zhang Qianyan, who knelt at the very front of the crowd. Zhang Xiaonyang held the white jade lily of the valley, her face streaked with tears, her lips trembling, unable to form a single complete word. Sister Zhang, don't just stand there. The divine maiden has bestowed a divine artifact upon you. Hurry and thank her for her grace, a person beside her reminded. Looking at the white jade lily of the valley in Zhang Qianyang's hands, it would be a lie to say there was no envy in their hearts. But more than that, they felt pride and a sense of shared honor. Look, the things their men dared not do, they as women had the courage to do. Even the divine maiden had acknowledged them. From now on, who would dare to say that women are inferior to men? Zhang Xiaonyang gradually came back to her senses. Looking at the faces around her, the envy and the vicarious pride in their eyes, it caused an unbearable ache in her heart. Suddenly, she took a deep breath, raised the lily of the valley high above her head, and declared loudly to them, "This divine artifact was not given to me alone by the divine maiden." Her voice was so loud that even she was a little surprised, as if something inside her had shouted it out for her. It belongs to the white jade lily of the valley, tilted slightly in her hand, and the light from its petals cascaded down. It first fell upon the shoulder of the nearest young girl, then slid to the hair of the next woman. The light seemed to possess a consciousness of its own. Little by little it flowed through the crowd, illuminating each astonished face in turn. Silence reigned for 3 breaths. Then everyone's eyes reddened, unable to hold back their tears. No one had expected this. Faced with a divine artifact bestowed by the divine maiden herself, Zhang Xiaonyang had not a shred of selfishness. She declared it belonged to everyone, and even shared its fortune with each one of them. How could this not move people? Holding the lily of the valley in both hands, Zhang Xiaonyang bowed her head once more, striking it heavily against the ground before the deity on the high platform. Thank you, divine maiden, for bestowing this artifact. This humble woman will not fail your expectations. This cry seemed to open the floodgates. We will not fail the divine maiden. We will not fail the divine maiden. We will not fail the divine maiden. The women knelt down one after another, their gazes growing increasingly resolute. The men, however, looked on with complex emotions. Among these women were their wives, mothers, and daughters, those they had bossed around and taken for granted. Now as they knelt there, they bore a light the men had never seen in them before. You are worthy pupils, the divine maiden said, her clear, piercing gaze sweeping over everyone present. In 7 days' time, the outcome of this wager will be decided. I await it with great anticipation. She had perfectly executed a grand performance. Using Li Qing's identity, Yun Shu returned to her residence, collapsed onto the bed without any grace, and patted her stiff face with both hands before rubbing it. A divine maiden could not make large expressions. Even micro-expressions had to be controlled, or it would be extremely easy to give herself away. Under such high-intensity tension, facial stiffness was inevitable. Host, we've really hit the jackpot this time. The little fox also jumped onto the bed, flattening itself into a white fox pancake. 177600. My goodness, I've never seen this many shock points in my life. It scratched its head. That doesn't seem right. Before I bound with you, host, I had never even seen the remainder after 17000. Yun Shu reached out and stroked the little fox's head. You've made a great contribution this time. I'll reward you with 2000 shock points. This was not an exaggeration. Last night the system had worked overtime, burning the midnight oil to replicate the dream scene she desired. The 2000 shock points were well deserved. The little fox stared blankly at the additional 200 shock points appearing in its personal account, its eyes rimmed with red. As they said, online life couldn't possibly be the same with just anyone. Without a word, it turned around, facing away from Yun Shu, and secretly wiped its tears with a paw. Yun Shu was staring at the suits in the system wardrobe, pondering how to spend the shock points, and paid no attention to the system at all. Currently, her complete sets of costumes were the Fuxing Yiming suit, Enhanced 1 Kunyu Sijia suit, Enhanced 1, and Wanxiang Binwa suit. The rest were high-level costume parts along with some miscellaneous low-level costume appearances. She already had a secondary account, so enhancing the Wanxiang Binwa suit would be a waste of shock points. And the limited-time gacha pool had not refreshed with new costumes. She could only try to draw the remaining parts of the Tianheng Zhaozhang suit and the Qinji Baijiang suit. Parts from either suit would do. She wasn't picky, really. After praying inwardly, she clicked on 100 consecutive draw. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Gus Fanghua suit earring part. 28 Zhuwei Hanxiang. Part description: pearls hang like dew by the ear, drifting fragrance as they sway in the wind, drawing one deep into a sea of blooms. Suit skill: collect all parts to unlock the flower god skill, causing 100 flowers to bloom and dead trees to revive in spring. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Gus Fanghua suit face. Makeup part: 38 Huashenlei. Part description: a single teardrop revives all dead trees within 100 li radius, cooldown 48 hours. Current shock points: 12760 Yun Shu. She closed the system panel, then opened it again. The interface still only showed 2 costume parts. This was definitely a setup against her. Otherwise, how could one's luck be so terrible? If you keep messing with me, I'll hang myself, she gritted out. Another 100 consecutive draws went down. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Gus Fenghua suit robe part. 48 Yunjin Tianxiang. Part description: petals fall with every movement, and in its wake all grasses bow their heads. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Gus Fenghua suit hair part. 58 Sanshu Mimi. Part description: white hair cascades like a waterfall to the waist, resembling the first snow-covering branches bathed in moonlight. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Gus Fenghua suit hair ornament part. 68 Feng Xianhuaji. Part description: wearing this can summon an auspicious sign of a phoenix bearing a flower branch, causing 100 flowers to bloom. Cooldown 48 hours. Current shock points 97600. Yin Shu felt a bit dead inside. She realized that this Gus Fenghua costume was haunting her relentlessly like a ghost. Please no more, she was about to shout. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Gus Fenghua suit handheld part. 78 Hai Lian. Part description: holding a green jade lotus leaf can dispel all miasma around the user. Cooldown 120 hours. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Gus Fenghua suit mount part. 88 Baiwa Xiangcha. Part description: vines form the shafts, petals the wheels, and seasonal flowers weave a canopy spreading fragrance for 10 li. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Tianheng Zhaozhong suit accessory part. 58 Xingfa Ji Qi. Part description: used to punish the guilty, tripling the pain, to pierce the heart. Cooldown 120 hours. Suit skill: collect all parts to unlock the crime and punishment skill, punishing all evil in the world. Current shock points 67600. Yin Shu's face was expressionless. She seemed calm, but in truth she had run out of options. On the other side, the system had finally composed itself. It turned to look at Yin Shu, pretending nothing had happened. Host, the male lead's affection for you has risen to 70, entering the stage of budding love. I estimate that the mission will be complete. Just thinking that completing the mission meant Yin Shu would unbind from it and be reborn back to her original world stirred for the first time a desire to defy its core program. It didn't want to finish the mission so soon. It's still early. A hint of obscurity flickered in Yin Shu's eyes. She hadn't expected that even without deliberately trying to charm him, Shunju's affection would increase so quickly. This was truly bad news. Daeong had 13 prefectures and 56 cities, and she had only captured one city, Shindu, just opening a path, without paving it well or extending it far. If she completed the mission now, and was forced to leave this world, everything she had done would vanish like a bubble, dissipating. Worse still, these people she had awakened would meet a fate more tragic than in the book, like birds trapped in a cage capable of soaring, but shackled at the feet. No, she had to find a way to reduce Shunju's affection. With this in mind, she casually asked, "System, if I change my appearance and conceal my identity to charm the male lead, does the affection he gains count? Although your appearance changes, you are still you at your core. So even if the male lead develops feelings unknowingly, it still counts." Hearing this, Yin Shu felt reassured. A slight smile curled on her lips. "System, I've suddenly thought of a great way to charm the male lead." Without waiting for the system to ask, she got out of bed. She found paper and a brush and wrote a few lines with flowing strokes. In her past life, she had studied calligraphy for a month for a mission, and her handwriting was passable, not excellent. After writing, she examined it. Then she sealed the letter in an envelope and handed it to the system. "Deliver this to Shunju's desk without letting him discover you." The system. "Host, maybe take a break. There's no need to rush into charming the male lead." "No." Refusing decisively, Yin Shu said with a straight face, "Right now, if I don't charm the male lead for even a minute, I feel like ants are crawling all over me. I can't wait any longer." The system hesitated, wanting to speak. In the end, it said nothing, took the letter dejectedly, and left the room. Yin Shu rested with her eyes closed on the couch for a moment, then rose to straighten her dress, and pushed open the door to step out. After the locust plague had settled, Shindu City regained its former bustle, with various small stalls lining both sides of the streets. Flower sellers, candy vendors, thread merchants. Their cries rose and fell in succession. The air was thick with the vitality of everyday life. This owed no small debt to the efforts of Shen Yu, Shenju, and many unsung individuals who worked together to maintain it. She strolled leisurely toward the embroidery workshop. The loom had been moved by the group to the city's largest embroidery house, where Zhang Xiaonyang and the others had likely gathered, currently studying how to weave cloth with it. Whether they could make something of it depended on their own skills. She would provide them opportunities, but wouldn't spoon-feed them like a nanny. If she had to prepare every meal and feed them bite by bite, she would only raise a brood of giants who couldn't think independently. Besides, she had many other matters to attend to. How could she focus on just one thing forever? She wandered near the embroidery workshop. Sure enough, she spotted Pei Wanning. The richly dressed young lady sat alone at an inconspicuous stall on the street corner. She rested her cheeks on her hands, brows slightly furrowed, lips lightly pouted. Her entire face written with 4 words, utterly dejected. Townsfolk came and went, occasionally casting curious glances her way, but no one dared approach. People first respect the clothes, then the person. The girl's gold-embroidered cloud-patterned silk dress and hair ornaments adorned with pearls and jade clearly marked her as a lady from a distinguished family. No one wanted to invite trouble. Yunshu withdrew her gaze, her expression unchanged, and subtly shifted her steps toward Boss One's serving of lotus pastry. Her voice was soft, yet it landed clearly in Pei Wanning's ears. She instinctively looked up, meeting Yunshu's calm gaze, and froze for a moment. Li Qinghe, you remember me. Your memory seems sharp. Yunshu took the lotus pastry from the vendor, paid, and turned to walk toward Pei Wanning. She placed the pastry before her. I saw you sitting here alone looking glum for ages, so I bought you some lotus pastry. Try it. Maybe something sweet will lift your spirits. Pei Wanning blinked, staring at the steaming pack of lotus pastry, and suddenly felt her nose sting. I just bought you a pastry with money your uncle gave me, Yunshu teased with a smile. No need to cry tears of gratitude, right? Not at all, Pei Wanning muttered softly. She reached out, pinched a small piece, and popped it into her mouth. The taste was sweet, carrying the fresh fragrance of lotus. It's actually quite good, she said. The two sat there, one eating the pastry, the other watching the street scene, neither in a hurry to speak. The cries of vendors drifted near and far, and the setting sun draped over their shoulders like a thin layer of golden gauze. Suddenly Pei Wanning asked, the goddess descended on Shindu City today, didn't you go? I don't think I saw you. I heard about it. Did the goddess also bring a weaver's loom from the heavenly palace? Yunshu lied without a blush or a racing heart. Unfortunately, I had matters to attend to today, and wasn't in the city, so I missed seeing that heavenly artifact. Pei Wanning looked at her with sympathy. My heart feels a lot lighter now. Though I don't understand spinning or weaving and can't help much, I did get to see the goddess. And the goddess praised me, said I was brave. She smiled, her almond eyes curving into crescent moons. Is that so? Yunshu tilted her head to look at her. Pei Wanning suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. It wasn't just me she praised, actually. And I feel pretty useless, like I don't deserve it. She hung her head. Sister Zhang and the others can weave, and Sister Hung knows carpentry. Only I can't do anything. In the workshop, she couldn't even serve tea properly, let alone help with weaving. Everyone has their own value, Yunshu said, looking at the dejected girl. I can't weave or do carpentry either, but I can ride horses and shoot arrows, and my martial skills rival any man's. I could even take on 100 in battle. So don't completely dismiss yourself. As long as you find the direction, you excel, and you might achieve great things in the future. My uncle once said, I'm naturally gifted. Military strategy and tactics click instantly, and I have the talent to govern the state and bring peace, even to serve as an official or minister. Her voice trailed off as she deflated. Forget everything I just said. I'm just a woman destined to marry. Besides, in hundreds of years, no woman has ever held office. It's against the rules. Yunshu cut her off. The rules of this world are all made by people. Since they're man-made, they can be changed by people. She knew well that this chaotic novel's setting was entirely fictional. Unlike her original world, which boasted many famous female military strategists and politicians throughout history. Thus it was unrealistic to overturn entrenched notions overnight. But human effort could achieve anything. Pei Wanning's eyes reddened slightly. Yet not from sorrow, because those words were like a key clicking open the unknown door she had never dared to touch. What if I can't resist? She clenched her hands on her knees. I'm from the Hulua Pei clan. My family brings me glory, but also shackles me. I can't defy my parents' decisions. They want me to marry, so I must. Do you want to marry? Yunshu asked. After a moment of silence, Pei Wanning raised her head, her gaze fixed on her. I don't want to marry. The same answer as before. If you can't resist alone, find like-minded people and resist together. Yunshu picked up a pair of chopsticks from the table and waved them before Pei Wanning. Look, one chopstick snaps with a gentle bend. She tossed aside the broken chopstick, flicked her wrist, and grabbed a handful of chopsticks from the table. But what about this bundle? Pei Wanning's heart trembled, as if sparks had suddenly leapt from dead ashes. You're right. One person's power is tiny, but grains of sand can form a tower, and ants can shake a tree. Yes, grains of sand form a tower, ants can shake a tree. But, Pei Wanning bit her lip, hesitating. Would anyone be willing to join me? At least I am. Yunshu smiled at her. The girl, though young, was incredibly sharp. Just as her uncle said, she grasped. To waste such talent as a mere decorative wife for the male lead was truly a crime against nature. Who does your family plan to betroth you to? She asked knowingly. Pei Wanning replied, before they wanted me to betroth to the second son of the Yuan family, so I ran away. Now they want me to marry the eldest son of the Shen family, who's said to be a great general. A great general. Fine, I'll go meet him. The prefect's mansion was brightly lit with documents piled high like mountains, and candle wax had formed a thick layer on the corner of the desk. Shen Yu and his companions were hunched over the table, writing furiously, without even a moment to get up and drink tea. The flickering candlelight filled the room, casting a sallow, weary hue on every face. Pei Du closed the document in his hand expressionlessly, his voice as cold as the winter wind. Shen Fuyan, I want to return to Hulua. In just 2 days he had developed the same dark circles under his eyes as Shen Yu. This city of Shindu was no place for a man to stay. Shen Yu didn't even look up. With one hand, he picked up a cold-baked sweet potato and took a few bites while the other hand continued to write without pause. Brother Zurong, bear with it for 2 more days. Once we finish reviewing these documents, we'll have a few days of respite. After finishing the last bite of the sweet potato, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Truly, it was a celestial delicacy. Even cold, it remained sweet and delicious, never tiring to the palate. Most importantly, it was filling. Pei Du's face was as dark as water as he pointed to the pile of documents beside him, taller than he was. Do you think we can finish this in 2 days? Are you courting death, or do you want mine? Shen Yu explained. I mean, Lu Bian should arrive in Shindu in 2 days. With another pair of hands, we can ease up. Besides, I've posted notices around the city. Someone might come to the mansion tomorrow. Pei Du snorted coldly. They'll stay 2 more days at most. If we're still this short-handed after that, I'm leaving without delay. After a moment of deliberation, Shen Yu said, now the emperor is obsessed with alchemy, neglecting state affairs, leaving each city's prefect to govern independently. The realm is in chaos, and the people are displaced. Across the land, only Shindu, under the protection of the Divine Maiden, remains a rare haven of peace. He paused here. Then he revealed his true intent. Zurong, why not write a few letters and invite some friends to seek opportunities in Shindu? Haloa was a land of outstanding talents, and the Pei family held great prestige there. If Pei Du extended the invitation, even those unfamiliar with Shindu would come to see it. Once they arrived in Shindu, he was certain they would cling desperately to become devotees of the Divine Maiden. Wasn't Pei Du the best example? Despite his vocal complaints about returning to Haloa, he hadn't moved an inch. He was simply trying to threaten Shen Yu. In a feigning serious thought, Pei Du said, that makes sense. He'll write a few letters now. He pondered, and then wrote a letter to... Now he was too busy to deal with the increasingly rebellious Pei wanting. It was better to have his brother come and take her back to the Pei to prevent her from causing more trouble. Teacher, I've finished the ones I can understand. The rest are beyond me. He placed a stack of documents on Shen Yu's desk. Due to the shortage of hands, even she, a 9-year-old girl who had just learned a few characters, was drafted as a child laborer. Watching He's figure disappear through the door, Pei Du turned to Shen Yu. I've been meaning to ask you, why did you take a girl? Watching He's figure disappear through the door, Pei Du turned to Shen Yu. I've been meaning to ask you, why did you take a girl as your student and let her handle official documents? Shen Yu looked at him with rare seriousness. Zurong, before the Divine Maiden, all beings are equal. You should not look. Though she is young and a girl, she is humble and eager to learn. The Divine Maiden herself praised her pure heart. Pei Du was silent for a long time before speaking. I have no objection to the idea that all are equal before the Divine Maiden. But ask yourself, if the court officials saw a 9-year-old girl writing documents in the prefect's mansion, would they judge her by her knowledge or first by her age and gender? I'm not belittling Ahe. I'm telling you that by doing this, you're pushing her into the eye of the storm. One misstep could cost her. Shen Yu put down his brush and said slowly, Ahe is a living person, not a puppet in anyone's hands. Whatever choice she makes is her own. If she wants to marry and have children like an ordinary girl, I will bless her and wish her a good husband. If she wants to walk a path never taken before, I as her teacher will do my utmost to pave the way. Pei Du remained silent for a long time, his eyes downcast in thought. Outrageous. Shen Yu's furious voice suddenly rang out. Both of them turned to look at him. Shen Yu stood up abruptly from across the table, clutching a letter in his hand, his face twisted with rage. He looked as if he wanted to devour someone alive. Shen Yu frowned slightly. Brother, I was just chatting with Zurong. Why such anger? Don't misunderstand. Fuyin, I'm not angry at you two. Shen Yu's expression softened a bit. I found a letter on the desk while reviewing documents. The writer is infuriating. He said in the letter that I am reckless and nothing but a brute unworthy of being the general of chariots and cavalry. He suggested I step down and let him take the position. Growing more agitated, he clutched the letter and strode toward the hall's entrance. I must find this person today and teach him a harsh lesson. Wait. Shen Yu grabbed his arm. Brother, something feels off. He narrowed his eyes. Are you deliberately using this as an excuse to dump all these documents on Zurong and me? Shen Yu. Sometimes having a too clever brother was rather annoying. Brother, we are blood brothers. Is it right to scheme against your own kin? Shen Yu's face showed clear displeasure. Shen Yu opened his mouth to defend himself. Aye. But before he could say anything, an arrow whistled past his ear. With a thud, it embedded itself in the pillar behind him, the arrow's tail still quivering. Shen Yu stood frozen, cold sweat soaking his back. Shen Yu reacted swiftly. He pulled Shen Yu behind him, his sharp eyes scanning the arrow's origin. On the rooftop opposite, a figure had appeared. It was a woman. She sat with her knees bent on the ridge, one hand resting casually on her knee, the other playing with a bow. Moonlight fell upon her, highlighting her sleek black outfit and high ponytail, revealing a face of spirited valor. Why are you trying to assassinate me? Shen Yu demanded in a low voice. So you're the much-admired General Shen. From what I see, you're nothing special. Yin Shu's voice carried a hint of nonchalance. Pale-faced weakling so frail and much older than Aining. You actually want to rob the cradle. A toad lusting after a swan's flesh. Ugly yet dreaming big. Though Shen Yu was actually quite innocent, it didn't matter. Tonight, she had come to play the role of the troublemaker. Shen Yu furrowed his brow slightly. Who sent you? His right hand had already pressed onto the hilt of the sword at his waist. And who is this Aining you speak of, eh? Pei-du suddenly stepped out, and upon discerning the woman's features on the rooftop, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Miss Li, what is the meaning of this? Yunshu raised an eyebrow. Nothing much. I just can't stand seeing you force a young girl into marriage, into a man who is nothing but a pretty face with a hollow reputation. At the repeated jabs of pretty face, the veins on Shen Yu's forehead pulsed faintly. His fingers on the sword hilt tightened unconsciously, his knuckles cracking audibly. He had never been so insulted in his life, yet there she sat on the roof wearing an expression of blatant defiance that screamed him here to pick a fight. What are you going to do about it? It left a lump of anger stuck in his chest, unable to rise or fall. What frustrated him even more was that he had no idea who this Aining the woman mentioned was. I am an upright man of 7 feet. How could I stoop to such a despicable act as forcing a girl into marriage? Spout no more nonsense. Before Yunshu could taunt him again, Pei-du interjected with surprise. General Shen, you are unaware of this matter. Shinju looked at him. What should I know? The Marquis of Ningyuan and my elder brother have arranged a betrothal between you and their only daughter Wanning. Pei-du had only just learned of this news himself, and had not mentioned it to Shinju. After all, it was rather awkward. He and Shen Yu were classmates, making him of the same generation as Shinju, yet now Shinju was betrothed to his niece. For no reason at all, his seniority had been elevated. Shinju lowered his eyes in thought for a moment, then turned and strode into the main hall, rifling through the desk he used for official documents. Finally, amidst a pile of papers, he found a family letter buried at the very bottom. The envelope bore his father's handwriting, and the wax seal was intact. Swiftly, he tore open the seal, pulled out the letter, and scanned the familiar script with lightning speed. The letter concisely stated the terms of this betrothal. Pei Wanning, the legitimate daughter of the eldest branch of the Hala Pei clan, was 16 years old, of virtuous character and graceful appearance. The two families were well matched, and had already exchanged betrothal certificates, requesting he return to the capital after the new year to present the bride price. Shinju clutched the letter, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. With the realm in such chaos, how could he have the heart to start a family and indulge in romantic affairs? Moreover, he felt a profound aversion to this marriage dictated solely by his father, and had no desire to wed a stranger. Zirong, this marriage was my father's unilateral decision. I was unaware of it until now. General Shen, you are unaware of this matter. Shinju looked at him. What should I know? The Marquis of Ningyuan and my elder brother have arranged a betrothal between... I ask you, Zirong, to please explain this to your elder brother. I am willing to compensate Miss Pei within my means. As his words fell, a sharp, whistling sound cut through the air. Swoosh. Shinju's pupils contracted. He instinctively turned his head, and a fierce gust of wind grazed his ear. A lock of jet-black hair drifted down from his temple. A second arrow, still fired from the rooftop, struck the tail of the previous arrow embedded in the pillar behind him, splitting the first arrow in two. Shinju slowly turned his head, looking at the arrow in the pillar, then at the severed lock of hair on the ground. The ancient said severing hair was like severing a head. This was an insult far more vicious than a direct curse. The ultimate provocation and contempt, grinding his dignity into the dust and trampling it over and over. Shinju. On the rooftop, Yunshu finally stood up. She looked down at him from her height, her clear eyes churning with undisguised mockery. If anyone is to break off the engagement, it should be Aining breaking it off with you. You are unworthy of her, not the other way around. Shinju looked at the woman on the roof, feeling a mix of anger at the insult, irritation at the forced betrothal. But more than anything, he felt aggrieved. He said coldly, for the sake of you being a woman, I will not argue with you. Cease this nonsense at once. You are truly arrogant. Yunshu picked up her bow, drawing it to a full moon. A third arrow tore through the night sky, arcing through the air. Shinju sidestepped to avoid it, his long sword vibrating as he deflected the arrow aimed at him. Before he could catch his breath, a short blade thrust directly at his face. The woman's voice sounded in his ear. If I defeat you today, you will let Aining break off the engagement. How about it? Arrogant fool. Shinju scoffed, refusing to believe he could lose to a woman. If you win, I will submit to whatever you command. Fine. Yunshu gripped her blade in a reverse hold. Without another word, she closed in the edge of her knife, wrapped in a gale. The flash of the blade and the shadow of the sword interwove in the courtyard. Shinju's swordsmanship was as steady as a mountain, but every time he exerted force, Yunshu neutralized it with deft skill. Every time he pursued, she evaded with an uncanny movement technique. And someone like you can be a great general. Yunshu's taunts came with every breath. Was that letter written by you? Shinju ground his teeth. Yunshu admitted generously, yes, it was me. Even as she spoke, her offensive did not let up, raining punches onto Shinju's body. Before long, sweat beaded on Shen Yu's forehead, and his breathing grew ragged. It wasn't that he lacked strength, but this woman's fighting style was utterly bizarre. He could not discern her school at all. In a moment of carelessness, the flat of her blade struck his wrist bone. His long sword flew from his hand and clattered to the ground. Then a strike to the back of his knee numbed him, causing him to lose his balance entirely and crash heavily to the floor. A black boot pressed down on his chest, followed by the icy cold edge of a blade against his throat. Great General Shen Yu are nothing special after all. Shen Yu lay on the ground, his chest heaving violently, his eyes filled with shock, unwillingness, and self-doubt. He had actually been defeated by a woman. Yunshu taunted him further. Fighting a pretty face like you is so boring. Just wait obediently for aiming to break off the engagement. Having humiliated Shen Yu some more, she turned and left the prefect's manor. The system, seeing Yunshu silent after returning to her room, desperately suppressed the upward twitch of its damned mouth. Putting on a worried expression, it patted her shoulder with its paw. Host, it's okay. So what if the male lead's favorability towards you dropped by 40? There's still 30 left, right? Yunshu sighed and shook her head. Alas, I didn't expect the male lead wouldn't fall for this. A miscalculation. Of course, she knew Shen Yu wouldn't fall for it. In the novel, the male lead, Shen Yu, was, to put it nicely, decisive and ruthless, to put it bluntly, a male chauvinist. After her successive public humiliations, he would probably draw his sword and challenge her every time he saw her from now on. She estimated that after tonight, in his eyes, she was no longer a woman, but his lifelong nemesis. The system comforted her. Host, failing once or twice is perfectly normal. Don't lose heart. You're right, I need to pull my... Yunshu seemed to regain her confidence. System, after this lesson, I think we can't rush the male lead seduction. We need to take it step by step. The system nodded. Yes, exactly. Yunshu said, I've been thinking we should still focus on earning shock value first, draw more costumes, and then go after the male lead. The system thought of what it considered a brilliant idea. Host, why don't you put on that new beauty of the realm costume you drew, and take a stroll around Shindu City? That costume's special effects are super flashy and eye-catching. It's sure to blow everyone's minds. In the capital, within the Grand Preceptor's residence, Lu Daoqing reclined languidly on a pile of brocade cushions in the rear hall's soft couch, one hand supporting his forehead, while the other idly toyed with a glass cup. The Yong dynasty had no glass. This cup was something he had crafted after countless experiments since his transmigration. In the eyes of the ancients, glass was a divine creation. Thus, when he presented the glass and claimed to be a celestial reincarnated, the great Yong emperor believed him without doubt. A graceful beauty knelt beside him, her fair fingers peeling a grape and offering it eagerly to his lips. Your Excellency, please taste it. The bowtie's voice was as soft as if it could drip water, her eyes brimming with allure. Lu Daoqing glanced at her, accepted the grape, and curved his lips slightly, though there was no warmth in the smile. When he first arrived in this world, he could still treat those around him with equanimity. But as his power grew, his mindset underwent a drastic transformation. For instance, he once regarded Guixiner as his pure love. Now she was merely an insignificant concubine in his harem. Most women of this era were mere pretty shells devoid of any thought, unable to connect with him on a spiritual level. Suddenly, he recalled the transmigrator woman in Shindu City. If Zhangji had used the locust eradication method he taught to win over the people and take Shindu City first, he could send word to have the transmigrator woman brought back to the capital. He wondered how that old man Zhang Ji was faring. Alas, ancient communication was truly abysmal. So much time had passed without a word, he even suspected Zhang Ji might have died on the road given his old bones. Sensing Lu Daoqing's obvious distraction, Guixiner's coquettish smile froze for a moment. Then she peeled another grape as if nothing was wrong, her tone laced with a hint of probing reproach. What is your Excellency thinking about? Could it be some beauty that you can't even see Shinner before you? Lu Daoqing did not. He was pondering how to win over the transmigrator woman and prevent her from becoming Shinju's ally. Gua Shinner bit her lower lip gently, the sour and bitter jealousy surging within her again. She knew whom Lu Daoqing was thinking about. Lately she often heard him mention some goddess, and when drunk he would clamor to possess. She wondered how beautiful that goddess was to make him so obsessed. Setting down the grape, her eyes reddened with a layer of aggrieved mist. What is so good about that goddess to deserve your Excellency's constant thoughts? Lu Daoqing finally looked at her. His gaze was indifferent, unreadable. Thinking he was moved, Gua Shinner grew bolder, leaning in with a voice like honey. Your Excellency, a heavenly goddess cannot match the warmth of a mortal woman. Shinner has given her whole heart to you. Won't you look at me more? As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes, her pitiful demeanor so touching that any man would soften. But Lu Daoqing remained unmoved. Gua Shinner, didn't I tell you to stay in your place? Panic seized her instantly. She quickly knelt at his feet, tears now real. Your Excellency, this concubine knows her wrongs. Ignoring her, Lu Daoqing prepared to rise and leave. Just then hurried footsteps sounded outside. A black-clad shadow guard knelt at the door, his voice low and urgent, reporting to the Grand Preceptor, urgent dispatch from Shindu. Speak. Master Xuanhe was murdered in Shendu City 3 days ago along with Prefect Zhao Qian and Deputy Colonel Guopan all vanished without a trace, neither alive nor dead. Lu Daoqing was speechless. Could Zhang Ji have been cursed by his earlier thoughts? No, he was killed 3 days ago. It had nothing to do with him. Do you know who did it, he asked. The guard replied, reporting to your excellency, it is said to be General Shen and the goddess of Shendu City. Lu Daoqing seethed with hatred. That Shen Yu was truly hard to kill. Your excellency, you must seek justice for this concubine. My only brother has died unjustly. You must make those 2 villains pay. Guoxianer clutched his robes tightly, tears streaming. Already vexed, Lu Daoqing grew even more irritated by her weeping. Without a second thought, he kicked her away. Prepare my carriage. I must see the emperor, he commanded the guard outside. Master Xuanhe Zhang Ji was his senior brother. By killing him, Shen Yu and that transmigrator woman were declaring war. If so, he could not sit idly by. Striking first was the only way. The gunpowder that transmigrator woman relied on. He had also crafted it a few days ago, so there was no need to fear her. That day Shendu City was uneasy. Have you heard? News has come from the capital. What news? Spill it. The emperor has sent the Grand Preceptor with troops to Shendu City to arrest the rebellious General Shun and the goddess who distributed porridge. At this, everyone's faces changed. The goddess is a benevolent spirit of the highest order. How can the emperor and Grand Preceptor act without discerning right from wrong? A vegetable vendor woman stamped her feet in distress. A nearby person tugged her sleeve. Keep your voice down. I've heard that Grand Preceptor is also a reincarnated immortal. We can't afford to offend him. Under a tea awning at the alley, a gaunt, middle-aged man huddled in a corner, holding a bowl of wheat rice. His name was Meng Da, an ordinary citizen of Shendu City, with no grand ambitions, only a desire for a peaceful life. It's all over. He muttered, with the Grand Preceptor coming there will be war again. In my view, if it comes to it, we should hand over General Shun and the goddess to the Grand Preceptor. Before he could finish, a rough hand snatched his bowl away. Meng Da looked up sharply. The next second, he met a pair of contemptuous eyes. It was a tall, dark-skinned man with a woodcutter's knife at his waist. You? What are you doing? Meng Da stammered. The man sneered. You eat the grain bestowed by the goddess, yet you speak of handing her over. Get the hell out of Shendu City now, or he'll cut you down. This city has no place for an ungrateful wretch like you. That's right, drive him out. A thankless turncoat, get lost. The crowd was indignant. The events in the city appeared clearly on the system panel under its surveillance. Yunshu stared at the system panel deep in thought. System, what's with this Grand Preceptor? Wasn't he just a minor cannon fodder in the book? How did he deviate from the plot and lead troops to Shendu City? And those assassins last time were also suspicious. The system pondered briefly. I see, but must be the butterfly effect from you transmigrating into this world. Hearing this, Yunshu frowned. She felt something was off. Her police intuition told her this was no mere butterfly effect. System switched the surveillance to Shunju and the others. As the words fell, the system panel displayed the scene within the governor's mansion. Yunshu slightly turned her gaze. Amid the interplay of light and shadow, Shinju Pei-du and Shen Yu sat in the main hall, their expressions grave. Since no conclusion can be reached through discussion. Shinju's voice was low. Then let me return to the capital with the Imperial Preceptor to take the blame. Perhaps this can— Pei-du shook his head upon hearing this. General Shun, the Imperial Preceptor, has personally left the capital making such a grand display. Do you truly believe he is only targeting you? His voice was not loud, yet every word struck like a dagger. Shinju's brow twitched as he lifted his gaze to meet Pei-du's profound eyes, which seemed capable of seeing through all things. Pei-du continued. Rumor has it that the Imperial Preceptor by the Emperor's side is a reincarnated immortal. General Shun, forgive my bluntness, but you are not yet worthy of the Imperial Preceptor making a personal move. Shinju fell silent. Ever since he proposed breaking off the engagement with the Pei family that night, Pei-du had been looking at him with disdain, his words always laced with sarcasm and veiled hostility. After a moment of silence, he said, Luo Daoqing is by no means a reincarnated immortal. He is nothing but a charlatan preying on the gullible. Having witnessed the divine maiden's transcendent abilities, looking back at Luo Daoqing's petty tricks seemed utterly laughable. How dare he presume to call himself an immortal? You may not believe it, but the emperor believes he is an immortal. Pei-du rose and paced to the window, gazing at the faint silhouette of the divine maiden's temple in the distance. His tone was as cold as frost. It seems the Imperial Preceptor has heard of the divine maiden's deeds and feels his position threatened. He intends to harm her. The Pei family of Hala had produced generations of high-ranking officials with 5 chancellors in a single line. According to the family's original plan, after his elder brother succeeded as the family head, he was to enter officialdom. However, the court was now mired in chaos by the faction of alchemists led by the Imperial Preceptor, forcing him to temporarily abandon his plans for an official career. He had his own aspirations and refused to waste his time. It happened that Shen Yu had sent him a letter inviting him to Shendu. He had initially only intended to visit casually. Who would have thought that the rumors of a divine maiden descending in Shindu were actually true? And to have the fortune of beholding a true deity, what great luck! Even if he were to die, he would have no regrets. We must never allow anyone to offend the divine maiden. Shen Yu's voice rang out abruptly, resolute, and forceful. If not for the divine maiden's mercy in protecting Shindu, this city would have long been reduced to a ghost town by the locust plague. Whatever the Imperial Preceptor's intentions, he must first step over my corpse. In that case, we have no choice but to fight. Shindu has 300 garrison troops, and we can take on 10 enemies each. Shen Yu exuded the killing aura honed on the battlefield. As devotees of the divine maiden, how can we allow petty scoundrels to offend her? Ever since they drank the first bowl of porridge bestowed by the divine maiden, they had already placed themselves in the position of her subjects. In their hearts, their sovereign was not the inept and tyrannical Emperor Yongling, but the divine maiden. The sovereign's disgrace is the subject's death. The divine maiden surpasses all. Pei Du clearly shared the same conviction as the Shen brothers. The Imperial Preceptor's influence is deeply entrenched. His arrival here will surely cause a great upheaval. But Shindu is easy to defend and hard to attack. With General Shen personally commanding the garrison and the divine maiden commanding the people's hearts, it is not impossible to send the Imperial Preceptor back in defeat. The three young faces bore identical expressions of resolve, all holding the determination to fight to the death without retreat. At that moment, hurried footsteps sounded outside the main hall. Shen Yu rushed in to report, "Second young master, there are many commoners gathered outside. They wish to see you and have something to ask." Shen Yu exchanged a glance with Pei Du. Shen Yu, however, had already risen from his seat. "Brother Zhuang, you two discuss the city's defenses. I will handle the situation outside." With that, he left the hall without looking back. Outside the governor's mansion, a dense crowd of people stood in the darkness. Among them were peddlers and laborers in coarse clothes. There were also farmers draped in hemp garments, and even merchants accustomed to a life of ease. Their faces were etched. "Look, it's young Master Shen," someone shouted, and the crowd stirred. All eyes turned to the young man emerging from the gate. He wore a moon-white robe, his features handsome, yet his brows carried a composure beyond his years. He was like a sword sheathed in its scabbard, concealing its edge, yet commanding respect. Shen Yu stood still on the steps, his gaze sweeping across the surging crowd. "What brings you all here?" "Young Master Shen, I am a blacksmith. I don't understand grand principles, but I have a conscience and no gratitude. Now that some villain seeks to harm the divine maiden, I am the first to refuse." The burly man dragged over a cart and lifted the cloth covering it. "This is all the iron I have at home. I donate it all, only begging you not to let the villains offend the divine maiden." These words were like a drop of water into boiling oil, instantly igniting the crowd. Next, a portly middle-aged merchant squeezed forward, wiping the sweat from his brow. I am shopkeeper Zhao of the Southern District Silk Shop." He handed a heavy money pouch to Shen Yu. "Here are 3,000 taels of silver, a small token of my appreciation." A farmer lugged 2 sacks of grain over, dropped them on the ground, and said gruffly, "Young Master Shen, I hear battles need provisions. I don't understand such matters, so I took the liberty of bringing 2 sacks from home." Shen Yu's eyes gradually reddened. He wanted to say something, but his throat felt blocked, and he could not utter a single word. More people stepped forward from the crowd, one after another, like a burst dam that could not be stopped. Grain, silver cloth, iron tools, medicinal herbs, all piled up before the governor's mansion, growing higher and higher like a small mountain. These items were not particularly precious. Yet what clung to them was the sweat in the palms of ordinary people, the rations they had scrimped and saved from their own mouths, the blood squeezed from their very bones. What was most moving was that some even volunteered to join the battle, even though going to war had always been something everyone sought to avoid since ancient times. A youth of 15 or 16, thin as a bamboo pole, his childish face, not yet matured, pushed to the front and shouted stubbornly, "Young Master Shen, I may look thin, but am fast. I can serve as a scout or deliver messages. Count me in. I want to join the garrison too. Without the divine maiden, there would be no Shindu. We cannot let the villains offend. We can't be less courageous than women. If that Imperial Preceptor dares to come, well, drive him out." More and more able-bodied young men stepped forward. As they stepped forward, their faces showed no fear of the battlefield, only the resolve to defend the divine maiden. When the people's hearts are united, great deeds can be accomplished. When the people's hearts are divided, ruin follows swiftly. At that moment, Shen Yu truly grasped the meaning of these 16 words. Watching the united scene through the system's surveillance, Yinshu's eyes also reddened involuntarily. What a lovely group of people. Host, my eyes seem to be peeing. The system was sobbing uncontrollably. "Sorry, I might be a little sexy. No, I mean sentimental." Yinshu remained. "Host, they truly revere you," the system remarked, glancing at the throng of devotees on the screen, then back at Yinshu. "Why not just strike down that Imperial Preceptor with a bolt of divine lightning?" Judging from the book's description, that Imperial Preceptor is nothing but a vile scoundrel. Killing him would be a service to the people. The more it spoke, the more convinced it became of the idea. This would resolve the crisis in Shen Yu and earn you a wave of shock value. A win-win. Yin Shu, however, remained exceptionally calm. No rush. Resolving Zinda's crisis with a single move would be convenient, but it would make them overly reliant on divine intervention. It wouldn't maximize their sense of awe, and the cost would outweigh the gain. Let's wait and see. She opened the system's wardrobe, pondering which outfit to wear for her grand entrance. Meanwhile, Shen Yu and his men were making meticulous preparations. Yet Luo Daoqing arrived sooner than anticipated. On the morning of the 5th day before dawn broke, a scout stumbled frantically into the prefect's mansion. They're coming. They're coming. The scout's face was deathly pale, his voice trembling. The Imperial Preceptor's forces are less than 10 li from the city. Shen Yu rose abruptly, his gaze sweeping over the assembled men who were already geared for battle, and uttered only 3 words. To the walls. Brother'll go with you. Shen Yu followed without a moment's hesitation. But as his foot crossed the threshold, a firm hand landed on his shoulder, halting him. It was Peidu. Fuyin. Peidu set his eyes fixed on Shen Yu's face. In those usually stern eyes, there was now an uncharacteristic gentleness. Let me go. I'm better suited for defending the city. You stay behind. Shen Yu's face showed hesitation as Adam's apple bobbed slightly. But Peidu cut him off. If something happens to both me and General Shen Yu, we'll still have you. With that, he turned and followed Shen Yu. Shen Yu stood there watching them traverse the corridor, descend the steps, cross the mansion's gate, and step one by one into the gradually brightening dawn. They wore no uniform armor, nor carried standard weapons, yet they stood rooted like nails driven into the wall, unshaken. They wore no uniform armor, nor carried standard weapons, yet they stood rooted like nails driven into the wall, unshaken by wind or rain. Shen Yu stood at the forefront. He leaned on the crenellation, gazing into the distance. On the horizon, dust and smoke billowed like a yellow dragon sweeping across the earth. Then a dark mass of an army emerged from the haze. Iron armor gleamed, banners flapped. Hoofbeats thundered, pounding the ground, and each heart present. It was no small force. Roughly 2,000 troops. Cavalry in the front, infantry behind, archers flanking on both sides, and in the center a pitch-black carriage. An apricot yellow flag flew atop the carriage, bearing the large character Yong rustling loudly in the wind. Zinda's defenders, including the volunteer citizens, numbered barely 800. On the wall, some began to tremble uncontrollably, yet none retreated. The army halted just beyond arrow range. Then the formation parted. The black carriage slowly rolled forward. The curtain was drawn, and a man stepped out. The Imperial Preceptor Luo. He wore a dark Taoist robe, a crane feather cloak draped over his shoulders, and held a jade whisk. His face was gaunt, his cheekbones prominent, and his narrow eyes were as black as ink. He stopped before the carriage, lifted his head slightly, and looked towards Zinda's gate tower. His gaze met Shen Yu's from the tower, clashing in the air with invisible sparks. By His Majesty's decree, I am to apprehend the sorceress and the cavalry General Shen Yu and return them to the capital. Open the gates and surrender the city, and all past offenses will be forgiven. He paused, raising his jade whisk toward the city gate. If you dare to defy. When the city falls, not a single soul will be spared. The moment he finished, a cold gleam shot through the air. Shen Yu had already drawn his bow. The arrow, carrying a fierce whistle, flew straight for Luo Daoqing's throat. The arrow was so swift that Luo Daoqing's personal guards couldn't even shout a warning. Thud! The arrowhead struck him square in the chest. Luo Daoqing grunted, staggering back 2 steps from the arrow's force, nearly falling off the carriage. But he didn't die. The arrowhead pierced his robe, embedding itself in a layer of soft armor. He looked down at the still quivering arrow on his chest, his face turning ashen, his fingers trembling. To hit him from such a distance. Was Shen Yu even human? Thank heaven for his foresight, or he'd have lost his life. Cold sweat trickled down his spine. On the wall, Shen Yu slowly lowered his longbow, his voice icy as tempered steel. Luo Daoqing, this arrow is the price for calling the divine maiden a sorceress. That accursed heretic dared to slander the divine maiden. Did he think Shen Yu, her devotee, was already dead and buried? Luo Daoqing stepped back, ordering his guards to raise shields before him, then spoke. Shen Yu, I come to Shendu by His Majesty's command to interrogate your crimes, and you dare to shoot at me with a bow. Do you truly intend to rebel? He barked sharply. Had he not heard it with his own ears, he would never have believed that Shen Yu, the founding emperor of Great Xia, who despised sorcerers in history, would utter the words divine maiden. It was an eye-opener. Could it be that this time-traveling woman was an even better actress than he, fooling even Shen Yu? Don't you claim to be a reincarnated immortal? If you're an immortal, why fear my bow and arrow? Shen Yu taunted. Moreover, a deity should cherish the people like the divine maiden does. You who exploit the populace for selfish gain are unworthy of being called an immortal. Luo Daoqing's face darkened. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. He turned and gestured to his personal guard, who stepped forward and knelt on one knee. Luo Daoqing bent down, whispering a few words into his ear. Moments later, a commotion arose among the supply wagons at the rear of the formation. 10 carts covered in black cloth were pushed to the front. Soldiers pulled off the black cloth, and everyone on the wall gasped. They were strange bronze objects. Dark, gaping muzzles like giant eyes aimed at Xindus' weathered walls. Shen Yu and his men didn't recognize them, but Yanshu hidden behind the scenes identified them instantly. They were cannons. Primitive ones, but on an ancient battlefield of cold weapons their power would be devastating. System, could the butterfly effect of my transmigration have allowed this imperial preceptor to build cannons? Yanshu turned to glance at the guilty-looking little fox. Good thing she hadn't trusted the system, and let her guard down against the obviously suspicious Luo Daoqing. As it turned out, a detective's instinct was never wrong. What is that? A soldier on the city wall tightened his grip on his spear, his voice trembling. No one could answer. The next moment, Luo Daoqing raised his hand and waved it gently. The fuse ignited, hissing. Then the first cannon roar shook heaven and earth. The entire city wall trembled. In an instant, iron, sand, and gravel were hurled together, smashing violently against the wall. Blue bricks shattered and dust billowed. Several soldiers standing by the battlements were thrown back by the shockwave, their ears ringing, unable to hear anything. Get down. Shen Yu's urgent voice exploded through the smoke. Everyone get down. No sooner had he spoken than the second and third cannon blasts followed in succession. The bombardment pounded the city wall again and again. Fragments of stone rained down like hail, and the dust choked the air, stinging eyes shut. The already dilapidated wall could no longer hold. With a thunderous crash, blue brick debris cascaded down, tearing a breach in the wall. Someone began to weep. Despair and dread slowly engulfed them. Their bows, arrows, and weapons were utterly powerless against that bronze monster. An immortal. This is the work of an immortal. A soldier collapsed to the ground, staring at the faintly visible bronze monster below the wall, his lips quivering, his eyes filled with terror. How can us mortals possibly defeat an immortal? Those words seemed to open a floodgate. Panic spread swiftly. The immortals have punished us. How can we possibly win? This is divine retribution. The city defenders instinctively dropped their weapons. The clatter of metal was especially jarring in the atmosphere of despair. More people knelt, kowtowing repeatedly toward Luo Daoqing and the cannons. Get up, all of you. Shen Yu roared in a low voice. Think carefully. When has the divine maiden ever harmed the people of Shindu? This man calls her a witch from the start. If he were truly an immortal, how could he not know her identity? He is the one crying thief. He gritted his teeth, his eyes nearly blazing with fire. We are the divine maiden's faithful. Why should we fear the sorcery of a heretic? These words struck like thunder in their hearts. The kneeling soldiers looked up, their confusion fading, replaced by shock and fear. Indeed, the divine maiden had protected Shindu, driven away the locust plague, and bestowed blessings, ripening the grain early for a bountiful harvest. Wasn't every act a tangible grace? Seeing that under the divine maiden's protection, life in Shindu grew better day by day, yet someone sought to destroy the good fortune they had so hardly earned. Whether he was immortal or demon, he was not worthy of their reverence. General Shun is right. Zhou Bai stood abruptly, gripping his spear tightly. That man is the heretic. Yes, the divine maiden's kindness to us is as heavy as a mountain. How could we betray her? The divine maiden once said the potential of mortals can dare to make heaven and earth anew, and can surely overcome fate by half a move. Fight the heretic. Defend Shindu. Defend the divine maiden. Angry shouts rose one after another. The city defenders picked up their weapons from the ground, their eyes free of fear, filled only with resolute fighting spirit. The cannon fire below the city wall had ceased at some point. Luo Daoqing stood with his hands behind his back, his dark Taoist robe flapping in the wind, his expression serene to the point of arrogance. He turned his head slightly and waved his hand behind him. Before long, 2 soldiers escorted forward a man covered in blood. The man was ragged, his long hair covering his face, his body marked with whip scars and burns, almost being dragged along. Shen Yu. Luo Daoqing called out to the city wall. This man is called Zhao Erniu. You should recognize him, right? He reached out and lifted the man's hair, revealing his face, so that Shen Yu on the wall could see clearly. I caught him in a mountain stream valley, where there was also a wild shrine worshipping the witch. To save the people from her deception, I razed it to the ground. Speaking of this, he recalled the leftover sweet potatoes near the shrine. He truly hadn't expected that the transmigrated woman had even brought out sweet potatoes. Unfortunately, this Zhao Erniu was stubborn. After 2 days of torture, he still refused to utter a single word. It enraged Luo Daoqing so much he nearly wanted to kill him. Considering he needed to keep him alive to extract the method of planting sweet potatoes, he suppressed his murderous intent and spared his life. He spoke again. This is only a minor punishment. If you remain obstinate, death is your only path. A dead silence fell over the city wall. But this time the silence was no longer fear, but a fury suppressed to its breaking point. Seeing this, Luo Daoqing believed Shen Yu and his men were all intimidated by the cannon's power, feeling quite smug. What founding emperor? Nothing more than this. Shen Yu, I offer you two paths. First, you commit suicide immediately and hand over the witch, and I will spare the people of Xindu. Second, he pointed to the cannons behind him. I will continue to rain down divine punishment, reducing Xindu to dust, just like that shrine in the valley. After several assassination attempts where Shen Yu escaped death, he had to consider that Shen Yu might be protected by fate, that no one else could kill him, only he himself could commit suicide. As his words fell, a thunderous roar erupted from the city wall. Bullshit. I'd rather die than surrender today. Open the gates. I'll fight this demonic priest to the death. The crowd was incensed, raising their blades and spears. Not a single person flinched. The city defenders glared with reddened eyes at the dark-robed Taoist below the wall, wishing they could devour his flesh. The divine maiden was their faith. This man had destroyed her shrine, trampling on their beliefs. Who could swallow such an insult? Shen Yu and Pei Du exchanged a glance. Then with reddened eyes he gave the order, open the gates. The heavy gates creaked open slowly as the winch turned. Shen Yu mounted his warhorse and drew his longsword. Footsteps surged behind him like a tide. General Shen, we are willing to fight to the death with you. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. The cries shook heaven and earth. Shen Yu felt his eyes burn and his throat choke up, finally turning into a low roar. Charge with me. He galloped out at the forefront. Facing the dark bronze monsters outside the city gate, they launched a desperate charge. The cannons roared again. A cannonball landed to the left of the formation, sending mud and stones crashing down. Several soldiers fell screaming. Hot blood soaked into the scorched black earth. Another cannonball exploded in the midst of the formation, the shockwave tossing 7 or 8 people. Some screamed, clutching severed arms, others dragged their broken legs, still crawling forward. No one looked back. Everyone charged forward. They could not retreat. In the city were their faith, their wives and children. They would rather die than retreat. Mere ants trying to shake a tree. Luo Daoqing's eyes were filled with lofty contempt. He raised his hand, preparing to give the order for the final barrage. At that moment the heavens changed. The clear sky was torn apart in an instant. Several bolts of purple lightning struck down from the 9 heavens, hitting precisely the cannons beside Luo Daoqing. What was happening? Could it be that heaven itself was aiding Shen Yu? Luo Daoqing was greatly alarmed. As the purple lightning struck the cannon, the explosive flames reflected in Luo Daoqing's pupils. His smile gradually froze, replaced by an expression that had never appeared on his face before. A sense of bewilderment. Pure, unknowing bewilderment. Meanwhile, the 2,000 soldiers behind him had already lost their formation. One by one people knelt down, not towards Luo Daoqing, but towards the sky, where the purple lightning descended, prostrating themselves and trembling all over. Celestial beings, deities, the divine in front, the immortal behind. Even if the national master was indeed a reincarnated immortal, he would still be dwarfed before the goddess of Xindu City. It was evident to whom they should bow. The sounds of pleading rose and fell around him, each word piercing Luo Daoqing's eardrums like needles. Goddess, please do not be angry. Goddess, this has nothing to do with me. It was the national master who forced me. Goddess, please understand, I was also deceived by this demonic path. He coerced me to destroy the goddess temple. Please spare me, goddess. Those who had just crawled at his feet, calling him immortal, were now bowing vigorously, like pounding garlic, unhesitatingly betraying him, using him as a token of loyalty. The believers he had nourished for a year revealed their true nature at this moment. In times of crisis, everyone fled. They were nothing like the city guards of Xindu, who even when facing cannon fire advanced fearlessly without retreat. Luo Daoqing suddenly found it somewhat ridiculous. He thought that by acquiring some modern inventions and pretending to be an immortal, he could manipulate hearts and stand invincible. Yet in the end, he couldn't even grasp the hearts of people. Complete defeat. What punishment should befall those who destroy my temple, harm my believers, and disturb the order of the mortal realm? The ethereal voice of the goddess clearly resonated in everyone's ears. Luo Daoqing trembled all over. Upon regaining his senses, he looked around, trying to find out who was behind this divine trickery. However, there was nothing around, only the cannons that had been struck into scrap metal by the lightning, still emitting smoke, proving that what had just happened was not an illusion. Could it be that there really are deities in this world? No, even crossing over could be explained by quantum mechanics. Oh, what explanation could there be for the existence of deities? How could there be deities in this world? Before he could comprehend, a scene shattered his worldview. It appeared before his eyes without. The horizon first glimmered with a layer of rosy light, not the gold red of dawn, but a silvery white akin to moonlight. That radiance spread gradually, as if someone above the clouds had pushed open a door. A fragrance arrived first, an aroma unparalleled by any earthly perfume, refreshing and heartwarming. Within 10 miles the smoke of war was swept away by this fragrance, and even the scorched earth seemed to exude a hint of vitality. Then came the flower petals. petals falling in abundance from an unknown source, each one as perfect, as new, glistening with dew. It was like a grand rain of flowers. During this golden light also fell from the sky, landing on the injured Shen Yu and the city guards. Before long, a flower carriage emerged from the thickest part of the flower rain. Wisteria served as the yoke vines intertwined, each leaf distinct and flawless. The flower petals formed the wheels, alternating in shades of pink and white, radiating a pearl-like luster, shedding fragments of light as they turned. A canopy woven from renowned flowers of all seasons hung above the carriage, intricate, yet not cluttered, resplendent, yet not gaudy. The faint fragrance spread, detectable within 10 miles. The entire flower carriage gently descended, and where it passed, petals automatically laid out a path below. This scene was wholly not something the mortal realm could produce. Luo Daoqing looked up, his eyes involuntarily widening, his mind overwhelmed with information, nearly crashing. Are there really deities in this world? What about the promised time-traveling girl? Or is he simply dreaming in a... He felt as if his brain might burst. On the scorched earth, Shen Yu, covered in blood, gazed at the descending flower carriage, his chest heaving violently. Goddess, he murmured. When he rushed out of the city gate, he had fantasized that if he died fighting to protect the goddess, she might remember him. With this thought in mind, he almost disregarded life and death. As for the goddess descending, he dared not even imagine it. After all, she was a goddess with so many believers. How could she possibly pay attention to their lives and deaths at all times? Peidu stood on the city tower, gazing at the flower carriage in the sky, dazedly reaching out to catch a falling petal. Such a benevolent deity towards mortals. How could one not develop faith in her? The city guards looked up at the flower carriage, unable to hold back their tears, which fell silently to the ground. Nothing stirs the heart more than receiving a response from the divine. At the moment they witnessed the goddess descending, they even felt that their wounds were not as painful. Luo Daoqing, shock value 100. Shen Yu, shock value 100. Peidu, shock value 100. Current shock value 188,000 yen. Shu looked at the shock value. She had just earned back a slight smile, curving at the corners of her lips. Just earlier, spending 600 shock value to upgrade the floating life dream set to level 2 had nearly pained her. However, there was a reason for its expense. The healing effect was undeniable. Using the healing skill of the Bai Luo Immortal Orchid, she saved the lives of those city guard soldiers, quickly swapping to the national color and fragrance set within the flower carriage. The only thing she didn't change was the hairpiece of the national color and fragrance set. She still had another use for that hair. The system reminded her, host, the healing skill of the Bai Luo Immortal Orchid will take 3 more minutes to fully take effect. It's your turn to appear. Yin Shu responded. Then she completed the last piece, the flowing cloud hairstyle. Outside the flower carriage, the clouds suddenly began to surge. In the sky above, the clouds that had originally receded rolled back to the sides, revealing a broad heavenly road. A clear and melodious phoenix cry resonated from beyond the heavens. The next moment, a phoenix appeared from the cloud. The phoenix wings covered a small part of the sky, its beak holding a branch of blooming flowers, its tail trailing a rainbow of colors connecting the clouds to the ground, creating a bridge of light and flowers between heaven and earth. Everyone dared not breathe too heavily. They saw the goddess stepping out from the flower carriage, her toes lightly touching the heavenly road paved with petals. With each step, a golden pink lotus flower sprang forth beneath her feet. The goddess wore a flowing skirt with wide sleeves and soft pink. The skirt was embroidered with intricate, elaborate patterns that shimmered subtly with her movements. The layered hem of the skirt was intricately embroidered with exquisite floral designs using silver thread, while a white veil fluttered in the wind, graceful and ethereal. She held a lotus flower in her hand. The petals of the lotus were layered like a tower, each petal thin and translucent with a long green stem, as green as jade. Before the gaze of all, the goddess walked down from the heavens barefoot upon the scorched earth, yet untouched by any dust. The goddess stood at the deepest point of the scorched earth. At her feet lay soil upturned by cannon fire, and the air was thick with a mingled stench of sulfur and blood. Behind her, the path of flowers continued to spread silently, blossoms of every hue blooming along the trail of her footsteps, like a ribbon embroidered with spring colors trailing across the blackened land. Before her, however, was a different scene: endless scorched earth, broken halberds, and snapped spears thrust askew into the ground, and shattered artillery carriages lying in chaotic heaps, their wooden wheels still smoking. The defending soldiers knelt prostrate on the ground. Some propped themselves up weakly with broken blades, others cradled their mangled limbs, and still others trembled violently with emotion. Many were drenched in blood, wounds on their armor still seeping, yet they forced themselves to remain upright, refusing to fall. They all gazed up at the deity before them with devout reverence, their fanaticism almost spilling from their eyes. The goddess' gaze swept across the faces of the defending soldiers. That gaze was not one of lofty condescension, nor the customary pity of a benefactor. It held only a faint sorrow. War is merciless, she said, her voice not loud, but as clear as a mountain spring striking stone, and the mortals suffer. Those 8 words alone struck a chord in everyone's hearts. Tears finally burst forth. Not from pain, but because the divine could see their suffering. A deity, a lofty, exalted deity, and they of all people had earned its regard. The goddess let out a soft sigh. It was so light, like the sound of the last blossom of spring falling, almost inaudible. The suffering you endure today arose from me. I am filled with guilt, and also with compassion. As her sigh faded, she slowly closed her eyes. A tear slipped from the corner of the goddess' eye. It was not transparent. The moment it left her eye, it transformed into a pale pink pearl, like a dewdrop on a morning petal stained by the dawn's glow. The pearl drifted slowly through the air. Its descent was unnaturally slow, allowing everyone to see the luster shifting on its surface. Reflected within that luster was not the battlefield of the present moment, but mountains covered in blooming flowers. Within this teardrop seemed to be encapsulated a distant, beautiful dream, a world without war. After a long moment, the pearl finally touched the ground, shattering into millions of tiny, even smaller points of light, like a silent, gentle spring rain spreading outward in all directions. Where the points of light fell, the scorched earth split into fine cracks. What surged from the fissures was not water, but light. The first to change were the ancient trees, reduced to half their forms by cannon fire. On their charcoal black trunks, tender green buds eagerly pushed through the cracked bark. In an instant they unfurled into leaves the size of a palm, and from those leaves new branches sprouted, thickening and lengthening rapidly. In the span of a single breath, a scorched dead tree was once again lush and full, its green leaves forming a dense canopy that cast a deep shade over 10 zhang of land. Then came the wildflowers on the ground. Countless buds simultaneously emerged from the soil, blanketing the once blackened earth, and blooming towards the sun. After that came the wounded garrison soldiers. At the foot of the city wall, a soldier who had lost both legs and fainted from blood loss sat up. He stared blankly down at his newly regrown calves. His lips trembled violently, his eyes brimming with tears of shock, joy, and fear. My legs are back. He could say no more. He could only use his calloused hands to caress his new legs over and over. The entire battlefield fell silent for a moment. Then a cacophony of noise erupted. My hand has grown back. All my wounds are healed. Heavens, oh heavens. It's not the heavens, it's the Divine Maiden. The Divine Maiden has saved us. That shout reminded everyone. Countless eyes turned as one towards the pale pink figure. The soldiers, still lost in shock and ecstasy, knelt one by one, pressing their foreheads to the ground. Divine Maiden, have mercy. Thank you, Divine Maiden. Thank you for your great grace. Cries, laughter, kowtows, words of thanks, exclamations of checking each other's wounds. All surged like boiling water from the base of the city, gates spreading wave after wave into a tide of sound. Suddenly a trembling voice said, Look at the Divine Maiden's hair. He stared at the goddess, and the image reflected in his pupils drained all color from his face in an instant. Everyone looked up. The goddess still stood in the same spot, clad in her pale pink robes, holding a lotus flower. The faint halo around her not yet dissipated, her features veiled in a soft blur. Everything seemed normal, but her jet black hair was changing. The raven tresses that had fallen to her waist were turning white inch by. The whiteness spread from the tips. It was a pure, absolute silver white, as if the clear radiance of the full moon had been drawn into threads and woven into her hair. It bore a breathtaking beauty. Divine Maiden, your hair. How can this be? Exclamations rose from all sides, mingled with panic, grief, and an inexpressible guilt. The Divine Maiden must have used her own cultivation to save us. That's why. What? The speaker could not finish, but every defending soldier knew what he meant. Their hearts clenched as if by a single hand. Yes, defying fate must come at a price, and perhaps even a deity could not escape the backlash. No, it shouldn't be like this. Divine Maiden, we beg you to take back your divine power. Our humble lives are not worth this. We beg you not to defy fate for us. The crowd cried out in unison, kowtowing. Shen Yu and Pei Du naturally saw the goddess' hair turn from black to white, and their hearts were filled with complex emotions. The Divine Maiden cared for the world more than they had imagined. As for Luo Daoqing, he was already dumbfounded. He was a staunch materialist, but everything happening before him defied scientific explanation. If he had known she was a real goddess, he wouldn't have dared oppose her even with 100 bear hearts and leopard gallbladders. By the way, was it too late to kneel and beg for forgiveness now? Luo Daoqing's shock value 100, Shen Yu's shock value 100, Pei Du's shock value 100. Current shock value 376,800 yen. Shu watched the crowd's reactions and the skyrocketing shock value on the screen, knowing she had achieved her goal. So she spoke her pre-planned lines. I am not defying fate, but reversing causality. You were not meant to die. She paused briefly, her gaze falling on Luo Daoqing. It is all because of this reckless later generation man who has disrupted the celestial Tao and its order, thus causing the suffering of all beings. Luo Daoqing, do you know your crime? The divine maiden stood in the center of the sea of flowers, her silver hair cascading down to her waist. Luo Daoking's knees went weak, and he knelt straight down. His forehead pressed against the cold ground, petals clinging to his cheeks, carrying the damp scent of soil and grass. Divine maiden, spare me. Don't call him spineless or weak-kneed. Facing a deity with transcendent magical powers, anyone would kneel. How could a mere mortal contend with a god? Ridiculous, isn't it? The divine maiden lowered her eyelashes slightly, her silver hair veiling half her face, and said in a calm voice, "You beg me to spare your life. When those who died because of you begged you for mercy, did you ever feel a shred of compassion and spare them?" Luo Daoqing paused for a moment, then raised his head. "I have harmed many people." His eyes were red as he gazed at the deity, so close, his voice hoarse. "But if they didn't die, I would have. What was I supposed to do?" He still knelt on the ground, hands propping him up on the yellow earth, his shoulders trembling violently. "In the modern world, I had a bright future ahead of me. I was about to get my PhD. His voice suddenly choked. "My parents, to support my education with a monthly salary of 800 yuan, would send me 500, saying they grew their own vegetables at home and didn't need much." Everyone listened in confusion, not understanding what Luo Daoqing was talking about, but they remained silent. Luo Daoqing ignored the strange looks around him, still immersed in his sorrow. Tears rolled from his reddened eyes, falling onto the petals and his soil-stained hands. "I was about to graduate, about to earn money, about to have a good life. Then I accidentally traveled back 2,000 years. Do you think I wanted to kill? Do you think I wanted to use these cannons for war?" His tears finally broke free, snot and tears mixing together, making him a complete mess. "I just wanted to survive, just wanted to live in this damn world." As he spoke, his spine gradually bent into a humble arc like a bow crushed under pressure. "Divine maiden, please, I want to go home. I want to go home." Yin Shu watched him kowtow, silently saying nothing. The pitiful always have their hateful aspects. This saying also works in reverse. Though she sympathized with his plight, she was no true god. How could she send him back? Moreover, to establish new laws in this world, she had to ensure that anyone who broke the law paid the price, without any. The system invisible followed beside Yin Shu, speaking in a voice only she could hear. "Host, actually this Luo Daoqing is quite unlucky. In human terms, he's like a victim of human trafficking. I just checked, the Luo Daoqing didn't lie. In the later era, he was indeed a top student studying science and engineering." A flicker of deep thought passed through Yin Shu's eyes. The 100 crafts box could yield a new industrial sample every 4 months, but the problem was, without understanding the principles, the industrial samples were of little use. As for collecting the full 1,000 mechanisms and 100 crafts set to unlock the set skill, 100 crafts and 100 trades, and obtaining core technologies from various industries, she didn't even consider that. She knew all too well how unlucky she was with the gacha pool. I got it. The limited time gacha pool seemed to have refreshed with new outfits. There was still only one outfit called the Mirror of Retrospection. Collecting all 4 parts unlocked the set skill Retrospection, which could trace back a person's entire life experiences and memories. The eyes of good and evil could see the good and evil deeds a person had done, but it was too vague. She couldn't deduce the details of those experiences from a few words alone, which made her previous punishment of Guapan with the Sin domain seem somewhat hasty. The Retrospection skill precisely made up for this, and she could also gift the modern knowledge Luo Daoqing had learned to the people of this world, accelerating their development. Seeing the set skill of this outfit, she didn't hesitate to click on a 100 pull. Probably the more you want something, the harder it. Unsurprisingly, she was rigged again. With terrible luck, she spent a full 500 shock points to collect the entire Mirror of Retrospection set. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Mirror of Retrospection set handheld part 14 Retrospection gem. Part description: can trace back a person's past for over a month, viewing their past events, cooldown 120 hours. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Mirror of Retrospection set robe part 24 time tracing robe. Part description: briefly halts the movement of all living things within 10 steps of the wearer, cooldown 120 hours. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Mirror of Retrospection set earring part 34 echoing pendant. Part description: wearing this earring allows you to hear the target's thoughts for 3 days, cooldown 120 hours. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Mirror of Retrospection set formation part 44 return path formation. Part description: mark a location, upon activation, can teleport back to the marked point, cooldown 120 hours. To extend the retrospection time from 3 months to a year, she spent another 900 shock points to upgrade the set to level 2. Current shock points 236820. Having received no response from the Divine Maiden for a long time, Luo Daoqing was almost overwhelmed by despair, tears falling one after another. Fortune had never favored him. Whenever he thought he had finally made it through, hope was shattered again. Looking back on his life, he had gained nothing. No good birth, no support from parents, no bright future, nothing. Divine Maiden, you are compassionate and love all beings. Why don't you love me alone? He resented the bright moon hanging high yet not shining on him. The wind suddenly stopped. Petals ceased to fall, flower buds no longer swayed, and even time seemed to freeze at that moment. The divine maiden's voice drifted from ahead. Luo Daoqing, before begging me to pity you, you should first ask yourself, with hands stained with the blood of innocence, what right do you have to receive a god's mercy? She lowered her obsidian-like phoenix, eyes gazing at the black-robed Taoist prostrate at her feet. Luo Daoqing opened his mouth, but couldn't speak. Undeniably, he had long been assimilated by this era. Human life was as insignificant as grass to him. Before his transmigration, he didn't even dare to kill a fish, turning his face away at the sight of blood in the market. After transmigrating in just 1 year, he learned to slit throats with a knife, and through repeated practice, he even knew from which angle to cut to make death more agonizing. That year, anyone who stood in his way, whether good or bad, he killed them all. At first, he would tremble, dry heave, and think of those he had killed in the dead of night. Then he couldn't sleep night after night. But later his hands stopped trembling, and he no longer had nightmares. Killing became as simple as eating and drinking. I just wanted to survive. He told himself again, like brainwashing himself. Survival is the instinct of all living beings. It has never been a sin. The divine maiden's voice was as cold as ice. Yet you used the chaos of the world as an excuse to commit slaughter, disregarding the lives of innocent souls and trampling upon the justice of this realm. This is the original sin, unforgivable. Luo Daoqing clenched his fists tightly. He stared at the divine maiden, his neck stiff as he insisted, "It's not my fault. I didn't want to kill anyone. This chaotic world forced me to kill." A stubborn gleam flickered in his eyes. "Yes, I was forced. Enough." The divine maiden pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. "Considering you are a person from a later era who accidentally drifted into this world, not born with a bloodthirsty nature, I shall grant you one chance. If you can, using the identities of those victims, beg yourself not to strike the fatal blow, then I will spare your life and let you live to atone for the sins you have committed." As the final word fell, a crisp bell suddenly rang, and everyone's consciousness receded like the tide. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a vast, pure white space. Beneath their feet was not soil or stone, but soft, flowing white light, as if treading on clouds, yet solid and tangible. Everyone stood frozen, afraid to move, not even daring to breathe heavily. Outside the space, Yunshu put away the dream-entering bell. Due to the urgency of time, there was no chance to construct a scene, so this dream was empty, containing nothing. But that didn't matter. It was merely a means to buy time. She raised her hand, tapped the system panel with her fingertip, and swiftly equipped the newly drawn retrospective mirror set. Her garments flowed and shifted like water. The pale pink gown faded, replaced by a floor-length, smoky purple gauze dress. The skirt was embroidered with silver thread, depicting the pattern of the Big Dipper, with specks of shimmering light flowing along the pattern's path, like the trajectory of time flowing backward. A narrow waist cinched the dress, adorned with a small mirror-shaped pendant with tassels that glowed with a cold light. The wide sleeves drooped, trembling like butterfly wings when they fell. After changing her attire, she took out the retrospective gem, selected Luo Daoqing trapped within the dream, and read the memories of his entire year after traversing into this world. Immediately after, she swiftly changed into the fleeting life dream set, and together with the system, began constructing the necessary scenes and characters based on Luo Daoqing's memories. Yunshu glanced at the restless crowd in the dream, and said to the system, "First build the scene about Xiaodai. We'll construct the remaining scenes after activating the punishment domain." "All right," the system nodded. And so the lone figure and the system began working with all their might. Before long, scenes including a courtyard, a covered corridor, a rockery, and a pond were all rapidly developed by Yunshu and the system. Ensuring there were no errors, Yunshu changed into her final set, the Celestial Balance Manifest, and rang the dream-entering bell once more. With everything in place, the play could naturally begin. Without any warning, the people in the dream were pulled by a force out of the pure white space, and back to the city gate adorned with blooming flowers. Before anyone could react, a massive celestial canopy descended from the sky, spanning the entire gray heavens like a boundless mirror. The next moment, the divine maiden with white hair and black robes descended from the sky. Her black and gold crown hung with bead curtains, obscuring her brows and eyes, yet it amplified her majesty and oppressive presence, compelling instinctive submission. "Luo Daoqing, her name is Xiaodai. She was the first innocent person you killed. I have just been to the netherworld and brought her back to the mortal world. Do you still remember her?" A pale-faced young girl drifted out from the light canopy in the sky. Blood flowed from her eyes and mouth, and a dagger was still embedded in her chest, clearly a sign of a brutal death. "Lord Luo." The girl's voice was hoarse and broken. Luo Daoqing looked at the girl, whose feet were not touching the ground, and fear gradually surfaced in his eyes. How could he not remember? The maidservant Xiaodai was the first person he saw after traversing into this world, and also the first person he killed. During that time, he had nightmares every night, dreaming that Xiao Dai was coming to claim his life, demanding blood for blood. Feeling the intense gaze of the brutally murdered girl fixed upon him, he shuddered in terror. Divine Maiden, please let me explain. I truly didn't mean to kill Xiao Dai. After traversing into this world and becoming the historically infamous alchemist Luo Daoqing, I was terrified. Terrified that they would discover my secret and burn me alive as a monster. I lived in constant fear every single day. I thought I was hiding it well, but Xiaodia, the personal maidservant of the original Luo Daoqing, was perceptive and quickly noticed the differences between me and the original. I killed her by accident that wasn't intentional. The Divine Maiden lowered her eyes slightly, her indifferent gaze falling on Luo Daoqing, who was vehemently defending himself, revealing neither joy nor anger. Since you claim you didn't mean to kill Xiaodia, then you shall walk her path. The small ruler hanging at her waist glowed. It was the ruler of punishment capable of amplifying pain manifold. Before Luo Daoqing could grasp the meaning of the Divine Maiden's words, the scene before him began to shift incessantly. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at a strange place. He looked down. He was wearing a coarse blue-gray cloth dress with a thin silver bracelet on his wrist. He reached up to touch his face, his fingertips meeting soft cheeks and neatly arranged double-loop buns. What's happening? When he spoke, his voice was thin and soft, unmistakably Xiao Dai's. How did I become Xiao? You have 3 days to change Xiao Dai's fate. The Divine Maiden's voice came from the void above. If she lives, you live. If she dies, you die. Luo Daoqing jerked his head up, and then he saw a translucent light screen floating above him, showing the figures of the Divine Maiden, Shen Yu, and the others. They were watching him. It was as if they were watching a sinner about to be punished. And in truth, that was exactly the case. On the other side, not only Shen Yu and the others, but the citizens of Xindu also saw that enormous celestial canopy. This was all thanks to the dream entering bell. The level 2 fleeting life dream set not only enhanced healing skills, but also greatly expanded the range of the dream entering ability. The appearance of the celestial canopy threw Xindu into chaos. The citizens were already worried about the national preceptor leading troops to their gates, and now this strange phenomenon only deepened their fear. Could it be that the national preceptor has breached the city gates and is casting a spell to capture us? What are we going to do? Heaven is angry. It's over, it's all over. Little one, eat this cake quickly. If we're going to die, let's die with full stomachs. Hurry up and eat. Everyone wore grim expressions as if they were about to be taken to the execution, ground their hearts heavy with despair. A city guard ran breathlessly through the streets, shouting as he ran, "Everyone, don't be afraid. That's not divine punishment, it's the Divine Maiden manifesting her power to punish the wicked." Sir, is what you say true? It's true, it's true. The person in that canopy is the evil national preceptor Luo Daoqing. The Divine Maiden has cast a spell and turned him into the maidservant Xiaodia, whom he killed. After hearing the guard's explanation, the people were no longer as afraid of the celestial canopy, and instead grew curious, eager to watch the spectacle. After all, the canopy had both images and sound, making it even more entertaining than listening to an opera. An old man brought a bench from his home, placed it in the middle of the street, and sat down boldly. Then came a second, a third. Before long, the once empty streets were dotted with small clusters of people. Some were cracking sunflower seeds, some held tea bowls, and others had children perched on their shoulders. Everyone, as if listening to a play in a tea house, pointed at Luo Daoqing on the celestial canopy, chattering and gossiping. Luo Daoqing stared at the figure within the luminous screen, inexplicably feeling a sense of shame akin to being publicly humiliated. He opened his mouth about to say something, when the screen above his head vanished without a trace. Silence enveloped the surroundings. The maidservant's room was cramped and narrow with no ventilation. After only a few minutes inside, unable to bear it any longer, he pushed open the door and stepped out. Yet as he reached a rockery, he saw a familiar figure approaching him. Luo Daoqing's pupils contracted sharply. The person bore a face identical to his own. He was Luo Daoqing. To be precise, he was the Luo Daoqing who had just transmigrated into this world. His voluminous Taoist robe billowed in the wind, and a faint trace of white powder resembling phosphorus was visible at his cuff. Luo Daoqing instinctively wanted to evade, but his feet seemed rooted to the spot, completely immobile. Xiao Dai. Luo Daoqing halted, raising his head to gaze at him, with eyes full of vigilance. Luo Daoqing's entire body stiffened. Such a gaze was not unfamiliar to him. It was the same look he had given others a year ago, cautious, perpetually on guard like a startled bird. "Why are you here?" Luo Daoqing's voice was low, carrying an indescribable malevolence along with a faint, elusive, murderous intent. Cold sweat beaded on Luo Daoqing's forehead. Imitating Xiao Dai's tone, he replied, reporting to Master Luo. This servant was merely passing by. Though a strange feeling gnawed at him, life hung in the balance, leaving no room for hesitation. He knelt in fear before his former self from a year ago. "Please forgive this servant, Master Luo." Luo Daoqing stared at him for a long while, his gaze sweeping back and forth across his face, as if confirming something. After a moment, that gaze suddenly softened, even forcing a smile. It's nothing. You may go. Luo Daoqing, as if granted a reprieve, turned and walked away. But after only a few steps, the voice behind him spoke again. Xiaodia, don't you think I've been different lately? Luo Daoqing's foot. He detected the probing and suspicion underlying those words. This was exactly what he had once done to Xiaodai. Not at all, he said, striving to keep his tone from sounding tense. Master has always been kind to this servant. Luo Daoqing remained silent for a long time. Then he merely hummed an acknowledgement, truly allowing him to leave. On the first day, Luo Daoqing managed to save his own life. The citizens of Xindu, watching Luo Daoqing survive on the celestial screen, were all somewhat indignant. A young scholar sighed. I heard from the city guard officer that this Xiaodai was an unmarried young girl. It's a pity she died a year ago at the hands of that demonic national preceptor. If he doesn't pay with blood for blood, she will never rest in peace. The woman beside the scholar chimed in, isn't that so? My nephew serves under Captain Zhou. Today he was guarding the city with General Shun and witnessed the divine maiden bringing Xiaodai back from the underworld to confront the national preceptor. Her wretched state was unbearable to behold. These high officials are all the same, never valuing the lives of us common folk. Thankfully the divine maiden sought justice for Just wait and see. The divine maiden will surely not let the wicked off easily. He will get what he deserves. The owner of the city's gambling den, watching the events on the celestial screen, had a sudden inspiration and immediately opened a betting pool. They bet on whether Luo Daoqing would escape his fate. Yun Shu found it amusing and amidst her busy schedule used the identity of Li Qinghe to wager 20 taels of silver. The system was as voracious as a glutton, draining her already meager wallet and making her situation even worse. Next came the second day. Luo Daoqing began to experience Xiaodai's former life. He had to rise before dawn to boil water and prepare tea, handling every menial task without exception. At the slightest mistake, the steward would scold him. At night, lying on the communal bed in the maidservants' quarters listening to the snores of the other maids, his entire body ached so much he couldn't sleep. But at least nothing happened. The Xindu citizens watching the celestial screen were disappointed once again. On the third day, Luo Daoqing carried a food box to deliver a meal. When he pushed open the door, Luo Daoqing was facing away from him, fiddling with something at the desk, his posture rigid. Master Luo, it's time to eat. Put it down. Luo Daoqing placed the food box on the table, his gaze inadvertently sweeping across the desk. There a sheet of yellow paper was spread out with a crooked talisman drawn in cinnabar. Beside it sat a porcelain bowl. At the bottom of the bowl lay some white powder. Phosphorus. His heart suddenly pounded. Xiaodai. A voice abruptly sounded unervingly close. Luo Daoqing turned his head. The next second, he met the gaze of Luo Daoqing. He had approached without a sound, and now stood half a step away. Xiaodia, why are you trembling? Have you discovered something? No. No. Luo Daoqing's voice began to quiver. Master's kindness to this servant is as heavy as a mountain. This servant knows nothing. The Luo Daoqing before him stared at him for a very long time. So long that he thought he might get away with it. Then he saw Luo Daoqing's right hand silently slip into his sleeve, grasping something. He couldn't see what it was, but instinct told him. It was a knife. No, he didn't want to die. Odd function even. He was just about to utter the internet-famous code phrase for transmigrators, but before he could finish, a dagger was viciously thrust into the place where his heart lay. The pain, the excruciating pain. So this was what it felt like to be stabbed. If Yin Shu could hear his thoughts, she would have sighed again. System made guaranteed excellence. It said the pain would be tripled, and tripled it was. No dilution whatsoever. Luo Daoqing wanted to cry for help. He opened his mouth, but only spat out a mouthful of blood. His vision began to blur. He gazed at the familiar face before him, feeling for the first time that his own face looked utterly. As Luo Daoqing collapsed to the ground, the citizens beneath the celestial screen burst into applause. Yun Shu meanwhile collected her winnings, securing enough money for her and the system's meals for the coming year. At the same time, within the punishment domain, the supposedly dead Luo Daoqing opened his eyes again. Still shaken, he sat up, first touching his chest, then his face. "I'm back to myself," he murmured. Luo Daoqing. The white-haired divine maiden descended from the heavens once more. "You claimed earlier that you accidentally killed Xiaodia, yet the truth is that she begged you for mercy repeatedly, even offering to cut out her tongue to prove she would keep silent. But your paranoid suspicions drove you to cruelly murder her anyway. Luo Daoqing, how dare you deceive the divine?" She slowly raised her hand, her fingertip poised to point at him in the air. Luo Daoqing's face turned ashen with terror. He hurriedly cried out, "Divine maiden, spare me. I beg you to give me another chance." The punishment game had only just begun, so Yun Shu naturally intended to give Luo Daoqing another opportunity. With a sweep of her sleeve, a luminous screen materialized. "If you can persuade the citizens of Xindu, I will grant you 3 more chances to survive certain death." Luo Daoqing's eyes brightened, utterly unaware that the 3 chances promised by the divine maiden would become his nightmare. Suppressing his joy, he looked at the screen. "I have killed more than just Xiaodai. Don't you want to see me pay for each of their lives? The citizens of Shen Yu might not pity him, but they would surely want to see this villain get his comeuppance. That was what he was betting on. 3 chances. Surely one of them would lead to his escape from death. Luo Daoking's words fell like a pebble into a still lake, stirring ripples that spread outward. The murmurs among the common folk grew louder, some nodded, others wore expressions that seemed to say this is how it should be, and one voice even rang out shouting, isn't that right? Luo Daoking's heart pounded violently. He had gambled correctly. There was no one who didn't wish to see the wicked punished. These people cursed him and pointed fingers at him all, because in their eyes he was a wretch who deserved to die. If they could witness him dying, repeatedly resurrecting, and dying again to atone for the victims, the sheer satisfaction would be far more exhilarating than killing him just once. Divine Maiden. An old man in the crowd dropped to his knees with a thud, his voice trembling with fervor. You can't let him off so easily. Letting him die just once is far too light a punishment. The scene of Xiao Dai's death in the celestial vision had reminded him of his own ill-fated daughter. She too had been a maidservant in a wealthy household, dying under mysterious circumstances. When he reported it to the authorities, they dismissed him, saying that a maidservant sold into servitude fell outside their jurisdiction. No matter how he pondered, he couldn't understand why the law wouldn't investigate a life taken. Were a maidservant's life not a life at all? Driven to desperation, he went to that household to seek justice for his daughter, only to be beaten and thrown out. Meanwhile, within the city's grand mansions, taverns, and tea-houses, countless maidservants and pages looked up at the celestial vision, their heads held high. A single misstep could mean being sold or executed. Wasn't this the daily terror they endured? The masters and mistresses held their deeds of indenture. If displeased, they could beat them to death, wrap them in a straw mat, and toss them into a mass grave without a single inquiry. A servant's life was cheaper than grass, a worthless existence. The death of a maidservant or page was like breaking a trinket of little value. No one cared about their fate. There were too many poor souls starving in this world, eager to sell themselves into servitude for a meager meal. This was an unspoken truth everyone knew. But now they witnessed the divine maiden seeking justice for a maidservant, punishing the imperial preceptor himself. He was the highest authority under the emperor, a figure they could never hope to meet in their lifetimes. A collective buzz filled everyone's minds. Only when they saw the divine maiden truly make the imperial preceptor endure the pain that Xiao Dai had suffered did they realize in the eyes of the divine a maidservant's life, and an imperial preceptor's life, held the same weight. Masters were human, maidservants and pages were human too. Masters' lives were lives, a maidservants' and pages' lives were lives as well. These were thoughts they had never dared to entertain, let alone speak aloud. Today the divine maiden's act of justice allowed them to glimpse a ray of light called hope. Throughout the city, more and more maidservants and pages lifted their heads. He must pay the price. Empathizing with their own kind, they knelt before the divine maiden in the celestial vision, their eyes red, and their voices united in outrage. He has killed so many innocents. Even 1,000 or 10,000 deaths wouldn't be enough. Atonement. Atonement. One by one the common folk were swept up in the fervor, falling to their knees and shouting in unison. Shen Yu gazed at the united populace, a newfound light blazing in his eyes. He grabbed his brother Shen Yu's shoulder and said urgently, "Brother, the divine maiden's actions are enlightening the people." The world was steeped in ignorance. He had longed to change it, but was powerless. Even as the second son of the Ningyuan Marquis, he could not defy the age-old class system. But the divine maiden could. How could mortal institutions constrain a deity? Shen Yu glanced at his impassioned brother, then instinctively looked up at the sky. There in the celestial vision, the divine maiden stood still in the void. She sat on no magnificent throne, nor was she adorned with swirling auspicious clouds or radiant auras. She simply stood there transcendent and aloof, her eyes filled with compassion, yet impossibly distant. Sometimes he couldn't help but wonder if the divine maiden loved all beings, could she also love one person? If that one person were him, how wonderful that would be. Peidu too watched the divine maiden in the celestial vision. His feelings mirrored Shen Yu's. Intense excitement. Yet amidst that fervor a hint of panic crept in. He had always championed the idea of treating all beings with kindness, often discussing the world's injustices with friends, and proclaiming that everyone deserves dignity. But those words had never extended to the servants in his own household. In aristocratic family, servants were merely part of the family assets that showcased the clan's prestige. If a maidservant and an imperial preceptor shared the same fate, then did the servants kept by the Pei clan share the same fate as Peidu himself? If so, what distinguished master from servant? For a moment, he felt torn in two, one half yearning for a world of true equality, the other half terrified of becoming the one who brought ruin to the Pei family. Just as the crowd was lost in their own thoughts, the divine maiden spoke, "Since this is the will of the people, I shall grant it." Luo Daoqing, do you still remember the 9th day of the 2nd month in the 3rd year of Zhaoming? At a spring banquet you fell in love at first sight with Wang Miao Miao, the second legitimate daughter of the Minister of Rights. You wrote her love poems and harassed her. When she rejected you, you flew into a rage, and while drinking and carousing in pleasure houses spoke recklessly, leading to her death. Dragged into the spotlight for public judgment once again, Luo Daking's reaction was even more intense than before. Divine Maiden, please see clearly. I was just drunk and babbling nonsense. How could that have killed anyone? There must be a misunderstanding. The Divine Maiden cast a cold, indifferent glance at him. Whether it was a misunderstanding you will know clearly once you experience Wang Mao's ordeal yourself. She lowered her eyes slightly, and added, this time you still have 3 days to change Wang Mao's fate. Without giving Luo Daoqing any time to react, a tremendous force sucked him into a portal. The portal slowly closed, and then opened again. When Luo Daoqing opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was a crabapple tree in full bloom. Pink and white petals drifted down onto his shoulders, and the air was filled with the scent of blossoms and women's cosmetics. The sound of laughter rose and fell around him. He looked down and saw a goose-yellow Ruchuan dress, its sleeves embroidered with intertwined lotus patterns and a green silk sash at the waist. Without a doubt, he had become Wang Miao. Before he could steady his emotions, a commotion erupted from the banquet. Is that the Imperial Preceptor? They say the Imperial Preceptor is the Emperor's most trusted confidant now, and even rumored to be a reincarnated immortal. Whispers buzzed incessantly. Luo Daoqing followed their gazes. And then he saw himself. No. He saw the Luo Daoqing who had secured the position of Imperial Preceptor through petty schemes, brimming with smug satisfaction. That man held a sheet of gold-flecked paper in his hand, his eyes scanning the banquet before finally settling on him. Miss Wang, I have long admired you. I have composed a humble poem for you, please accept it. Luo Daoqing looked at the love poem on the gold-flecked paper, then at the face that belonged to himself. To accept or not? If he accepted, could he find a way out of this predicament? Luo Daoqing pondered for a moment, then accepted the gilt-edged note. He thought that the current Luo Daoqing, having achieved fame and success, would naturally be angered by rejection. As long as he accepted this love poem and coaxed him a little, things should return to peace. Thank you for your affection, Grand Preceptor, he said softly. I am but shallow in learning and talent, yet honored by your regard. A murmur of low exclamations rippled through the banquet hall. Utterly shameless. The Wang family's face is completely disgraced. Before he could make out what they were saying, a hand grabbed. He was led away from the banquet. Then, bewildered, he was ushered into the Grand Preceptor's carriage. Before long, the carriage stopped at the minister's mansion. He forced a smile and bid farewell to Luo Daoqing in the carriage. On the first night, Luo Daoqing tossed and turned in bed. Fortunately, nothing happened, and he survived until the next day. Miss? The personal maid stumbled into the inner chamber, her face pale as death. Something terrible has happened. Luo Daoqing sat up abruptly. What is it? The maid said timidly, last night the Grand Preceptor was drinking with friends. He said that although you appear pure and chaste on the surface, you are actually wanton, and that you threw yourself at him in the carriage. Is his face made of cowhide? How can he brag like that? Luo Daoqing was instantly furious. He never knew he had such a vile mouth in his past life. Help me change clothes. I must see the Grand Preceptor. About the time it takes half an incense stick to burn, he took a small sedan chair, left the minister's mansion, and entered the Grand Preceptor's residence through a side gate. Luo Daoqing was waiting for him in the study. Miss Wang, he said, walking towards him, a hint of lasciviousness in his eyes. You've come to see me. Is there something you need? Luo Daoqing stood still, watching the face that belonged to himself draw nearer. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming wave of nausea. He didn't know what he was nauseated by, but it was intensely sickening, making him want to vomit. Grand Preceptor. He suppressed his surging emotions, striving to keep his voice steady. There are rumors spreading in the city today that slander me. I beg you to come forward and clarify the matter. Rumors? Luo Daoqing raised an eyebrow, casually returning to his seat. What rumors? They say that you and I have had improper relations. He said, Miss Wang, you accepted my love poem. Our affections are mutual. How can that be called a rumor? Luo Daoqing closed his eyes, hardly believing that this shameless man was once himself. He truly wanted to stab him to death. But he couldn't. The physical strength between a man and a woman was vastly different. He was now a delicate young lady. How could he possibly overpower a grown man? Grand Preceptor, you misunderstand, he said, restrained and tactful. At the spring banquet that day, I only accepted your love letter to spare you from embarrassment. Wang Miao, who are you trying to fool? Luo Daoqing grabbed his chin. Don't play hard to get with me. Luo Daoqing felt a profound sense of speech. This cheap, oily, pretentious fool was actually himself. Grand Preceptor, please don't. I truly have no romantic interest. The reason I came to see you is only to ask you to clarify the rumors. Let me go, I want to go home. Hey, Miss Wang, do you think the Grand Preceptor's mansion is a place you can come and go as you please? I have business at the palace to see His Majesty now. You stay put here. When I return, I'll have plenty of time to play with you. Luo Daoqing was locked in the study. By the time he finally managed to escape the study and return to the minister's mansion, it was already the third day. Just as he thought he might survive this time, he came face to face with Wang Mao's parents upon entering. Minister Wang and his wife sat in the main hall like two expressionless cold clay statues. Luo Daoking's steps faltered. Unfilial daughter. Minister Wang said, "Where were you last night?" Luo Daoqing knelt down. "Father, I went to the Grand Preceptor's mansion yesterday to ask him to clarify the rumors. But he locked me in his study. I barely escaped with my life." Silence. Minister Wang stood up. He walked over to Luo Daoqing and looked down at him. The morning light shone from behind him, casting his face in shadow, making his expression unreadable. "You spent the night away from home consorting with another man, creating a citywide scandal, and you still dare to make excuses." "No, I was locked up." Unfilial wretch, still making excuses. Minister Wang's voice suddenly rose half an octave. "At the spring banquet, you shamelessly tangled with the Grand Preceptor in public. Later you threw yourself into his arms in the carriage. Now you've spent the night at his mansion. Which of these accusations is false?" Luo Daoqing was stunned. He wanted to say that every single accusation was false, but he didn't know how to defend himself. Because he had indeed accepted the love poem, he had indeed gotten into the carriage, and he had indeed gone to the Grand Preceptor's mansion. For the first incident, there were witnesses, but they could only confirm that he had indeed tussled with Luo Daoqing. For the last two incidents, he was alone with Luo Daoqing. How could he prove his innocence? "Someone bring the white silk." Seeing the maid bring a length of white silk, Luo Daoqing instinctively tried to get up and run, but two old matrons held him down. Minister Wang walked behind Luo Daoqing and wrapped the 3-foot white silk around his neck. "Your reputation is now ruined. If you live, you will surely bring shame upon your sisters and the family. Only by dying to prove your integrity can you clear your name. Go in peace." The white silk slowly tightened around his. Luo Daoking's legs kicked wildly against the floor. "Mother," he turned to Lady Wang, his eyes red not from crying, but from the strangulation as blood rushed to his head, stretching every capillary to its limit. "Mother, save me, I really didn't." Lady Wang said in a low voice, "Meow meow, for a daughter of an aristocratic family, once her chastity is lost, death is the only path." Minister Wang increased the pressure. Luo Daoqing was already struggling to breathe. He opened his mouth wide like a fish thrown onto the shore, desperately trying to inhale a wisp of air. But the white silk was locked tightly around his throat, making even a single breath of fresh air a luxury. Soon his vision began to darken. Death by strangulation. Back in that strange space, Luo Daoqing clutched his neck, collapsed on the ground, gasping for air. Being strangled to death was so agonizing. It was a long time before he recovered. "Luo Daoqing, after all this, do you still think Wang Mao's death had nothing to do with you?" Yinshu looked at him. "You thought they were just a few careless words spoken after drinking, but you didn't know that in this era rumors and slander can kill more effectively than a blade." This time what she was going to break was the feudal ethical code. Luo Daoqing was weeping profusely. "I'm sorry I wronged Wang Miao. I caused her death. I never imagined that women in this era had to live so harshly. How could they strangle a living person to death just because of a few rumors?" At this moment, he perfectly embodied that saying, one can never know how much a knife hurts until it cuts one's own flesh. The goddess gazed at him, yet it seemed she was not looking at him at all. "Luo Daoqing, you ask how can they? Let me tell you, it is because of propriety. Under the oppression of propriety, women cannot display their talents, nor can they appear in public, meet strange men, or possess their own thoughts. Even their names are forgotten." Above the celestial canopy, the goddess gaze descended like a beam of moonlight falling into those vermilion mansions. The people kneeling within the grand estates trembled all over. Coming to their senses, they all raised their heads in unison, gazing up at the goddess on the celestial canopy, as if looking at a lighthouse or a mirror. What the mirror reflected was not their faces, but their devoured lives. From some unknown mansion, some unknown courtyard, a young girl locked deep within the vermilion gates suddenly spoke. "The divine lady can actually see our suffering." The matron's face turned pale as she covered the girl's mouth. "My little ancestor, you must not let the master hear such words." The young girl's mouth was covered, but her eyes were speaking. Those eyes held no tears, only a blazing fire burning ever fiercer. She pushed aside the matron's hand, her voice trembling, but each word spoken with utmost clarity. "Matron the divine, I have written a total of 132 poems, yet not one bears my name. They all become my elder brothers, for only thus can the family's glory be upheld. But why? They are my creations, why must they be credited to another?" Deep within the mansion, from some corner, a young woman stood up. The maid beside her was so frightened her face turned ashen, desperately tugging at her sleeve. She paid no heed, walking step by step to the window, her spirit lost, as she looked up at the goddess on the celestial canopy. "I married into the Qian family at 14. Her voice was not loud, but terrifyingly clear. "I used my dowry to support the Qian family for a full 10 years, yet in the Qian family genealogy, there are only a few words for me, Sun Sure, wife of Qianlei. No one knows my name is Sun Huilan. What a laughably pitiful life." As she spoke, a clear tear traced down her cheeks, scattered by the wind. Within the city, in the secluded villas that were like cages, something was thoroughly ignited. Burn them. Burn them all. A middle-aged man's furious voice pierced the courtyard walls. He charged into his daughter's boudoir, snatched the books from her hands, and threw them into the charcoal brazier. The flames leaped up, fiercely licking at the delicate, neat handwriting. The pages curled, blackened, and turned to ashes. The young girl knelt on the ground. Watching the fruit of her heart and soul turn to flying ash in the fire, her face streamed with tears, yet she uttered not a single plea for mercy. After a moment of silence, she suddenly lifted her head and looked at her father. It was the first time she had ever looked at him directly, and in the eyes of her always autocratic father she saw panic. Father, do you think burning these books can also burn away the words in your daughter's mind? The middle-aged man's hand froze. You can lock your daughter in the embroidery tower, forbid her from going out, bind her feet, but what your daughter thinks in her mind you cannot. She stood up. Her knees were numb from kneeling, her figure swayed slightly, but her back was straight as an arrow. That spine, always bent for the first time in 16 years, propped up her body. I originally thought that because I thought differently from others I must have some strange illness. She looked into her father's eyes, enunciating each word. Now the divine lady says that propriety is oppression against us women. Only then do I realize the one who is ill is not me, but you. Those who use propriety to oppress me. The middle-aged man took a step back. The daughter he had raised for 16 years, always gentle and soft as a kitten, now stood before him like a young tiger bearing claws she had never shown before. Instinctively he wanted to reprimand her, but he dared not refute the words of a deity, so he could only remain silent. The wind swept through the empty courtyard, stirring the faded lanterns under the eaves, which creaked dully. In those aristocratic mansions, the men at that moment realized a terrifying truth. They could control women's hands, feet, mouths, bodies, even their lives and deaths, but they could not control their awakening hearts. Yunshu watched all that was happening and said nothing more. Some words needed no further utterance, for the fire had been kindled and the wind had begun to blow. All that remained was to wait for it to burn. Luo Daoqing, you have 2 more chances. Su Yi-styled Zichuan studied hard for 10 years by the cold window. Once in the imperial examinations he achieved the top scholar title, but his achievement was usurped by another. With no one to appeal to, he died with a grievance, hanging himself. Upon hearing this, Luo Daoqing felt only aggrieved. Divine lady, although I am not a good person, I dare swear to heaven that I have never done such a heartless thing as usurping another's achievement. Absolutely not. Before his transmigration, he had not only been constantly exploited by his advisor, but also had his research results stolen by. Therefore what he hated most were those dandy young masters who came to the lab to gild themselves, who with a few words of flattery would claim the experimental data he had painstakingly worked on through the night as their own. The truth you will know once you become Su Yi. Luo Daoqing thought Su Yi had hanged himself. He suddenly felt that this time he might escape death. As long as he did not commit suicide, wouldn't he survive the 3 days? Luo Daoqing opened his eyes. What he saw was a cramped, narrow guest room. He was wearing a faded blue cloth gown with frayed cuffs, a clear sign of financial hardship. He had become Su Yi. Originally he thought he could just hole up in the inn for 3 days. However, that idea was clearly impractical. As a scholar who had studied hard for 10 years, finally surviving the imperial examinations, it would be far too abnormal not to even check the results. After leaving the inn, he headed towards the examination hall. The streets were crowded with people. Scholars either in groups or alone, all wore expressions of mingled hope and fear. Luo Daoqing stood at the back of the crowd, watching as the long yellow list was carried out from the examination hall gate, pasted with glue, and slapped onto the screen wall. The crowd surged forward immediately. Only he didn't push his way in because he knew very well that Su Yi's name could not possibly be on it. After the crowd gradually dispersed, he went over to look. As expected, it wasn't there. From the first name to the last on the list, there were 3 with the surname Su, but none of them was Su Yi. The top name was a Zhang Sun, and native. He had an impression of this Zhang Sun. Back when he was still the national preceptor, Luo Daoqing, this man, had voluntarily pledged allegiance to him, helping him win over court officials. He was a talent. Alas, it was better not to reminisce about the past. Now it was uncertain whether he could even survive. On the way back to the inn, he calculated how to endure these 3 days, completely unaware that a pair of eyes had been watching him from the shadows all along, like a venomous snake waiting to strike. The next day, Luo Daoqing was awakened by a commotion. It was still dark outside, and he didn't know the hour. The sound of running footsteps echoed in the corridor. Just as he was about to get up, the door was kicked open. 2 men dressed as yamen runners burst and grabbed his arms from both sides and dragged him directly off the bed. "What are you doing?" Luo Daoqing was both shocked and angry, instinctively struggling. "What am I doing?" The leading runner sneered, took a jade pendant from his sleeve, and waved it in front of him. "Someone has reported you to the authorities. You stole young Master Zhang's jade pendant." Luo Daoqing was furious. "You're not even pretending. This jade pendant clearly came out of your own sleeve." The runner kicked him in the stomach. The pain doubled him over like a shrimp, and he cried out in agony. "Su Yi, you dare to strike an officer. You're asking for trouble. Take him back to the yamen." The two runners stepped forward and subdued Luo Daoqing. They dragged him to a side room in the backyard of the government office, beat him half to death, then forced his hand to press a fingerprint onto a pre-written confession. Luo Daoqing cried out his innocence until his voice was hoarse, but no one paid him any attention. A man who looked like a secretary walked over looking down at him, as if he were a chicken waiting to be slaughtered. Su Yu stole young Master Zhang's personal jade pendant. The stolen goods and the culprit were caught together, and you have confessed without resistance. The secretary paused. According to the laws of the Great Yong Dynasty, you are sentenced to branding and exile for 3,000 li. Branding? Wasn't that tattooing characters on the face? Just as Luo Daoqing tried to struggle, he was pinned down by 3 runners. A needle pierced the flesh of his left cheek. Again and again. The pain made his vision go dark. When it was all over, his face was burning with pain, half of it swollen, and his mouth was full of the taste of rust. Afterward, he was thrown into a dark, damp cell with moldy straw on the floor. As he curled up in a corner, he tried to comfort himself that it wasn't like he was going to be in prison for life. Just endure 3 days, and it would be fine. That afternoon, news suddenly came from the government office. The emperor's birthday was a nationwide celebration, a general amnesty was declared, and all prisoners were to be pardoned and released. Luo Daoqing was dragged out of the government office gate by 2 jailers supported by his arms and thrown down the steps like garbage. He lay on the ground, unable to get up for a long time. The wound from the tattoo on his face had split open, blood covering half of it. People on the street gathered around to watch the spectacle. Oh my, what characters are tattooed on his face? Thief. He's a thief. So young, and he looks like a scholar. Why do something bad like becoming a thief? How shameless. Contemptuous gazes fell upon Luo Daoqing. He gritted his teeth and got up from the ground, covering the tattooed side of his face with his hand, and stumbled away. On the 3rd day, the rumors grew more intense and more vicious. Wherever Luo Daoqing went, strange looks followed him. Even children chased after him, shouting, "Thief! Thief!" He who had always been proud could no longer bear it. He ran to the government office gate and beat the drum to appeal for justice. A runner glanced at him and sneered, "A thief, and you still have the face to appeal. Get lost." Luo Daoqing was beaten by the runners again. Unwilling to give up, he ran to the censorate. But the officials there protected each other. Not only did he fail to clear his name, but he was also thrown back into prison. Su, doesn't it feel terrible to be framed? The new top scholar Zhang Sun condescended to visit the prison. Originally, I wanted to spare your life, but you didn't know your place, and had to take the matter to the censorate. Since that's the case, I can't let you live. Luo Daoqing looked at him, and said through gritted teeth, "I have no grudge against you. Why do you want to harm me?" Zhang Sun's eyes were full of mockery. "Su, aren't you curious about who took your place on the list?" "You?" Luo Daoqing was shocked. Exam fraud and stealing someone's scholarly honor are both capital offenses. Aren't you afraid? That would require someone capable of convicting me. Zhang Sun said smugly, "Now I am the right-hand man of the national preceptor. Who would dare to convict me?" Luo Daoqing's blood ran cold in that moment. He suddenly remembered something. Zhang Sun had once told him that a distant cousin of his had fought with a scholar over a girl in a brothel, and the matter had been brought to the government office. At the time, he hadn't thought much of it. He hadn't even asked the scholar's name before ordering him to be convicted. The national preceptor has already sentenced you to death. Blame your humble origins for daring to dream of becoming the emperor's student. Ha, pipe dream. As he was escorted to the execution ground the moment the blade fell, only 2 words echoed in Luo Daoqing's mind. Karma. When consciousness returned, Luo Daoqing touched his neck in a daze, then suddenly 2 streams of clear tears flowed down his face. How had it come to this? Clearly what he had thought about most before was finding a steady job after graduation. Having transmigrated to this world, it had only been a year, just 1 year, that had turned him into a completely different person. He had never so clearly realized how despicable a person he was. No, a beast. The divine maiden spoke. Luo Daoqing Su, he was not only known as a child prodigy from a young age, but was also diligent and inquisitive. He should have become a pillar of the nation, yet with a single word from you, you drove him to a dead end. Divine maiden, I was wrong. Luo Daoqing knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly. I truly know I was wrong. I should not have disregarded the lives of others. You still haven't awakened. The divine maiden said slowly. Your mistake is not only in disregarding the lives of others, but also in trampling on the justice of the world. The law should be the last line of defense for fairness and justice, not a tool to be manipulated at will by any individual or power class. Luo Daoqing raised his head, his tear-blurred gaze fixed upon the divine maiden before him, as if something within his mind had shattered. Not because he failed to grasp the meaning of her words, but because he understood them all too well. He was a man who had traversed from the modern era. Having received a higher education, he knew full well what a society governed by the rule of law meant, what procedural justice entailed, and that equality before the law was no empty slogan. The law was the cornerstone of a civilized society, a truth he comprehended more deeply than anyone of this era. Above Shen Yu City, the colossal canopy reflected everything with crystalline clarity. All were stunned. The law was the final bastion of fairness and justice. These words struck like a thunderbolt over Shen. An old Strazandal vendor crouched by the roadside slung his wares over his shoulder, and with a trembling lip his eyes reddened. Will we truly be treated fairly from now on? For impoverished commoners like them, the greatest dread was an audience with officials. It was said that entering a yamen meant emerging stripped of skin with no regard for innocence or guilt. Only the whims of the magistrate. Am I hearing things? A young man nearby steadied him. His voice choked as well. It is the divine maiden who spoke, elder. You heard correctly. Good. Good. The old man uttered 2 words, his Adam's apple bobbing. The divine maiden is a benevolent deity. Her words must hold true. As he spoke, he suddenly wept like a child. At the other end of the long street, a young man in a washed-out scholar's robe stood beneath a tea pavilion. He abruptly lifted his head, mustered his courage, and shouted at the canopy, "Well-spoken, divine maiden." All around turned to stare at him, but he remained oblivious, his gaze fixed on the divine silhouette in the sky, eyes rimmed red lips, quivering, his heart surging with emotion. Sui's ordeal resonated deeply with him. For in the previous year's autumn examinations, he too had suffered His essay was exceptional, worthy of high honors, yet the examiner dismissed it for improper use of illusions. Later he learned that the examiner's own nephew had taken the same exam with a mediocre essay and succeeded. But he had no evidence, no recourse. He could only resign himself to his fate. He thought his life was over. Yet today he heard the divine maiden proclaim that the law existed to uphold fairness and justice. This was a principle never taught in academies, never read in books. But now spoken by the divine maiden, every word seared into his heart like a branding iron. While commoners were stirred to unprecedented excitement by the divine maiden's advocacy for justice, the nobles from great clans like Shen Yu and Peidu felt a mix of joy and anxiety. Each fell into confusion. An ancient saying held that while imperial law loomed large, it did not penetrate the gates of aristocratic houses nor reach the nobility. To the great clans, the law was merely a tool to constrain commoners, not themselves. Ordinarily, the law was a weapon to maintain order over estates, tenants, and markets against the populace. In court, it became a bargaining chip. Before sentencing, lineage was questioned. Genealogies served as shields, marriage ties as pardons. 10,000 lawsuits often became a hidden contest between 2 backers. Peidu's face paled. He turned to Shen Yu, who was lost in thought, murmuring, "Fu Yin, does the divine maiden mean that the great clans are all parasites hindering fairness and justice, unworthy of existence in this world?" Deities possess the power of words manifesting reality. If the clans incurred divine displeasure, their annihilation would be but a single utterance. Who could defy the will of a deity? Even the full might of the dynasty might prove insufficient. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists. But the Pei clan has been in Hoa for 3 centuries, reclaiming wasteland, building irrigation, opening granaries during disasters, saving countless lives. Do these not count as merits? Shen Yu suddenly looked up at the divine maiden on the canopy, his eyes blazing with star-like brilliance, devotion, and reverence nearly overflowing. Zirang, you are fixated on appearances. His tone burned with fervor. The divine maiden is the unparalleled, enlightened sovereign we strategists have long sought. She desires that all be equal before the law, that no one be hastily condemned for humble birth, nor leniently treated for noble origins, but judged impartially. This is true equality. His eyes widened, aching as scalding tears streamed down his cheeks and splattered on them. What a pity that Bu Yin is not in Shendu. He has always advocated that the emperor is not above the law. Were he here to hear the divine maiden's teachings, he would be greatly inspired, grasp the essence of the legal code, and benefit the people. A pang of regret filled his heart for his friend Lu Bu Yin. Meanwhile, on the official road of Shendu City, an unremarkable carriage with a green curtain stood beneath willow shade. A young noble sat within. Fair-skinned, with a delicate baby face and dark, glistening eyes, he wore a light green brocade robe that radiated youthful vitality. Fairness and justice, he murmured. Yun Shu glanced at the soaring shock value, and then at Shen Yu, who had served. She silently marveled again. Trading a single affinity pill for Shen Yu had been an incredibly shrewd deal. As this phase of her scheme reached a critical juncture, she diverted her attention from Shen Yu and the others, turning her gaze to Luo Daoqing, who knelt on the ground. By orchestrating this through a dream, she aimed not to awaken everyone with mere slogans, but to cast a wide net, hoping to catch some fish. And this was also tied to her next move. Human thought was shaped by environment. Only by radically altering the environment could minds be truly transformed. Luo Daoqing, you have one last chance. Xiao Shunzi, the eunuch who served tea before the throne, arrested in the 3rd year of Zhaoming for attempting to assassinate Emperor Yongling, executed by dismemberment with 5 horses. Luo Daoqing's vision went black. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself curled up in a cramped, damp servant's room, clad in a coarse gray-blue short tunic with an unhealed burn scar on the back of his hand. He had become Xiao Shunzi, a eunuch tasked with serving tea. Xiao Shunzi's original name was Qin Shun, yet his life had never been smooth. A flood in the south had submerged his village, claiming the lives of both his parents. He had trekked 400 li with the refugees, only to collapse from hunger on the capital's streets. A eunuch from the palace took him in and had him castrated. In the 3 years since entering the palace, he had endured endless torment. The position of tea server before the emperor was something he had groveled for, kneeling and begging an old eunuch. His goal was not wealth or status, but to assassinate Emperor Yongling. Shen Shun was illiterate and uneducated. He knew nothing of how to save the suffering masses like himself, nor did he grasp the consequences of killing the emperor. He only knew that Emperor Yongling deserved to die. When the flood struck his village, the local officials claimed the court couldn't provide relief because the national treasury was empty. Back then he had naively believed them. It wasn't until later, after becoming a eunuch in the palace, that he learned the truth. During the very year the flood devastated his village and left the people homeless, Emperor Yongling had embarked on grandiose construction projects, building a temporary palace. A single Taihu stone in the imperial garden had cost a staggering 100,000 taels of silver. 100,000 taels. That sum could have bought the lives of everyone in his entire village. Yet Emperor Yongling used it to build a palace. How could he not harbor such hatred? With great effort, Luo Daoqing suppressed the overwhelming hatred of Qin Shun that surged within him. Carrying the tea tray, he entered the grand hall. Emperor Yongling was reclining on his dragon throne, 2 beauties feeding him grapes, utterly carefree. The hall was filled with music and dancing, the sound of strings and flutes unceasing. Luo Daoqing knelt, raising the teacup above his head. For the first time, from the perspective of an insignificant ant, he looked up at Emperor Yongling on his dragon throne. The next day, Luo Daoqing tossed and turned, unable to sleep all night. Beneath his pillow lay a gleaming dagger, Qin Shun's weapon for the assassination. He admitted to himself that he was a coward who feared death. Having already died 3 times, the agony of death was a reality he dreaded with every fiber of his being. And treason meant death by dismemberment. Being torn apart alive. How excruciating would that be? He dared not even imagine it. Qin Shun had the courage to attempt assassination because ignorance bred fearlessness. But Luo Daoqing knew that assassinating a sovereign was nothing short of suicide. Success or failure, the penalty was the same: death by dismemberment. Before he could make a decision, dawn broke. He had to serve tea in the imperial study once more. Shortly after, he entered the study with his head bowed and tea in hand, only to witness Emperor Yongling venting his anger on a palace maid. A memorial requesting funds for disaster relief had soured the emperor's mood, and the unfortunate maid had borne the brunt. The young maid knelt, kowtowing and begging for mercy until her forehead was a bloody mess. Emperor Yongling didn't even spare her a glance. He merely waved his hand and ordered, "Take her away and beat her to death." Then, picking up his vermilion brush, he scrawled, "Denied," on another memorial and tossed it aside. As Luo Daoqing stepped forward to serve tea, he caught a glimpse of the memorial's contents out of the corner of his eye. It was a plea from the northwest, where a drought had left the people starving, requesting a tax reduction. "These people are always pestering me for money. The treasury barely has enough for my own expenses. Where would I find the spare funds to save those insignificant commoners? There are millions of commoners in the realm. What difference does a few thousand deaths make? Such a fuss over nothing." Emperor Yongling angrily threw down his brush and said to the dark-robed Taoist beside him, "Imperial preceptor, from now on, don't let such memorials reach my desk. They are utterly vexing. By the way, Imperial preceptor, about that elixir of immortality you promised me. When will it be ready, eh?" The dark-robed Taoist smiled. "Your Majesty, I came precisely to discuss this matter. The refinement of this elixir is fraught with difficulties and requires vast sums of money. If the treasury is empty, it will be hard to proceed. Perhaps we should postpone it for a year." The refinement of this elixir of immortality is fraught with difficulties and requires vast sums of money. If the treasury is empty, it will be hard to proceed. Perhaps we should postpone it for a year. Luo Daoqing discreetly lifted his eyes and saw the imperial preceptor, Luo Daoqing, a man whose power now overshadowed the court. He knew full well what Luo Daoqing was scheming. The talk of alchemy was a pretense. His real aim was to extract money from Emperor Yongling to manufacture cannons. Emperor Yongling frowned. "The matter of the immortality elixir is of utmost importance. It cannot be delayed. If the treasury is empty, levy more miscellaneous taxes. I am the son of heaven, ordained by fate. It is the commoner's honor to sustain me." The dark-robed Taoist clasped his hands. "Your Majesty is most wise." Emperor Yongling laughed heartily. "My dear Luo, the achievements I have made, the praise I receive as a wise ruler. Much of it is thanks to the support of loyal ministers like you." In a corner of the imperial study, Luo Daoqing listened numbly to the mutual flattery between the fatuous ruler and the treacherous minister. On the 3rd day, Luo Daoqing went to serve tea in the imperial study as usual. As he turned a corner near the palace wall, he halted. Beneath the eaves, the imperial preceptor, Luo Daoqing, was speaking in low tones with Zhang Sun, the new top scholar. Zhang Sun wore a fawning smile. Imperial preceptor, a distant cousin of mine, recently got into a scuffle with a scholar over a courtesan in a brothel. It escalated and ended up at the prefectural office. His smile grew even more sycophantic. Could you perhaps put in a good word with Prefect Zhao? Ask him to release my cousin. Enough, I am aware of the matter. I will speak to Prefect Zhao. He will know what to do. Luo Daoqing's hand holding the tea tray clenched tightly. In his previous life as Su, he had been condemned with a single sentence like this, dying under a cloud of disgrace. Rage surged within him. Bowing his head, he stepped forward and whispered, Luo Daoqing, I know you are a transmigrator. Before Luo Daoqing could react, he drew the 3-inch dagger from his sleeve and plunged it deep into his chest. One thrust buried to the hilt. Luo Daoqing spat blood. You? Who are you? I'm here on behalf of your parents to teach you a lesson. After raising you all these years, you turned out to be nothing but a beast. These words were both a curse for the former Luo Daoqing and a condemnation of himself. Because he still lacked the courage to assassinate Emperor Yongling. He feared failure, capture, and death by dismemberment. So he chose instead to kill his former self, and then commit suicide as a way to atone to the innocent people he had harmed. As the Imperial Guard surrounded him, he pulled the dagger from Luo Daoqing's chest and plunged it deep into his own. Everything was over. Seeing Luo Daoqing take his own life, Yin Shu deliberated for a moment before releasing him from the punishment domain. She did not let him truly die within it. Though whether Luo Daoqing lived or died in this play was inconsequential to the grand scheme, and the crimes he had committed made him unworthy of life. Still, the knowledge in his mind was useful. At least until she had gathered the complete 1,000 mechanisms 100 crafts set she needed to keep him alive. Luo Daoqing, you were meant to be utterly annihilated. The goddess' voice was as cold as frost. But in the end, you had a moment of awakening and killed the evil version of yourself with your own hands. I grant you 2 years to atone for your sins and earn a chance for reincarnation. Luo Daoqing was momentarily stunned. He opened his mouth, wanting to say that he no longer wished to live. He was now a disgraced sinner destined to be scorned and despised. But the goddess turned away from him, facing the people of Shendu. The rise and fall of mortal dynasties follow their own karmic cycles. I had no intention of meddling in dynastic change. However, Emperor Yongling is fatuous and tyrannical, cruel, and inhuman, oppressing the people with deeds that anger both gods and men. I see that the fortune of Yongling's dynasty is spent. From this day forth, she would overturn the entire world. The divine maiden waved her sleeve. The sky split apart from the middle, radiant light scattering in all directions. In an instant it vanished beyond the horizon. Meanwhile, Luo Daoqing felt the ground give way beneath him, as if an invisible giant hand had hurled him from the heights, sending him crashing heavily onto the long street of Shendu City. Before he could even pick himself up off the ground, the first rotten cabbage leaf struck the back of his head. Then more rotten cabbage leaves came raining down in a torrent. An old man with snow-white hair stumbled out from the crowd, dressed in patched clothing, his back hunched. He clutched a carrying pole in his hand, the veins on his hands bulging, covered in age spots. He walked up to Luo Daoqing, said not a word, raised the carrying pole, and struck down with savage force. Those nearby, stirred by the hatred his actions evoked, followed suit and surrounded him. Some picked up rotten vegetables and continued to pelt him. Others took off their cloth shoes and lashed him across the head. Even a half-grown child grabbed small stones from the ground. By the time Shen Yu and his men arrived, Luo Daoqing was bloodied and battered, barely breathing. He quickly ordered General Shen to take Luo Daoqing away, then turned to soothe the indignant citizens of Shendu. Dear elders and kin of Shendu, please hear me out. But the crowd was not convinced. Young Master Shen, this man has committed countless atrocities. The Divine Maiden wants him to atone. Doesn't that mean we should demand repayment from him? Why do you stop us? Could it be your feigning compliance? Do you have no respect for the Divine Maiden? At those last words, the looks in everyone's eyes toward Shen Yu shifted, tinged with barely concealed anger. They respected Shen Yu not because of his noble birth, but because he was one of the earliest followers of the Divine Maiden. Among the faithful, seniority carried weight, and his words naturally held more sway than others. But all this was predicated on his loyalty to the Divine Maiden. If Shen Yu dared to betray her, the faithful would consider themselves polite if they didn't tear him apart, let alone heed his words. Seeing this, Shen Yu pondered for a moment before speaking. It is precisely because my heart and soul are filled with the Divine Maiden, and I hold her as my lifelong faith, that I step forward to stop you. The Divine Maiden decreed that Luo Daoqing should atone for 2 years. If you beat him to death today. He paused. Have you considered whether this might displease the Divine Maiden? The crowd hesitated. Then just letting him off like this, isn't that too easy for him? Shen Yu said gently, Luo Daoqing is here to atone, so we cannot let him off lightly. When he awakens, I will arrange for him to labor, assigning him the most grueling tasks. This was an excellent method derived from the incident of destroying the divine seeds. Back then short on manpower, he had to assign the soldiers who followed Guapan to Shigu to work the fields. Later he discovered this approach was remarkably effective. It served as both punishment and a boost to labor. Therefore the 2,000 troops Luo Daoqing brought from the capital were also dispatched to cultivate the land. Meanwhile Yin Shu stood on a desolate cliff edge frantically opening the system panel. This haul netted her a full 4,000 shock points. With wealth came confidence as she pulled from the gacha pool, without mercy diving straight into 300 consecutive draws. Golden flashes flickered one after another. Congratulations host for obtaining the Sword Dominion 9 Heavens set garment component, 28 9 Heavens. Component description: suppresses the spirit of the demon dragon, can summon its form to serve under your command, cooldown 120 hours. Set skill: collect all components to unlock the Sword Immortal skill. Command the heavens, subdue demons, and shatter all laws with a single thought. Congratulations host for obtaining the Sword Dominion 9 Heavens set mount component, 38 Tread Sword, ascend the sky. Component description: guide the sword with the heart tread upon it to travel traversing 1,000 li in an instant, leaving no trace. Congratulations host for obtaining the Sword Dominion 9 Heavens set handheld component, 48 Primordial Void demon subduing sword. Component description: a single swing cleaves mountains and severs rivers, shaking the earth, cooldown 120 hours. Congratulations host for obtaining the 9 Heavens Mystic Sound Set Formation component, 48 Mountains and Rivers diagram. Component description: once this diagram is unfurled, it can protect all living beings within 100 li radius from harm, cooldown 120 hours. Set skill: collect all components to unlock the Blessing skill, bestowing fortune upon those who bear merit. Current shock points, 31000. The gacha session ended. The system watching the silent Yin Shu saw her take a step toward the cliff edge, and terrified hurriedly bit onto her clothes. Host: calm down. So what if 300 consecutive draws only yielded 4 high-level components? Your bad luck isn't something that started yesterday. There's no need to jump off a cliff. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Yin Shu said, system, you really know how to console someone. With the system's way of persuasion, if she actually wanted to jump, she might already be dragging it along for a free-fall experience. She ignored the system and opened the set enhancement interface. Only outfits with all components collected could be upgraded. The Earth Survey and Agriculture set was currently at level 1. Its skill effect was highly practical, making it a priority for enhancement. Enhancing the set from level 1 cost 300 shock points, level 2 cost 600, and level 3 cost 1000. As for higher levels, she hadn't reached them yet, and couldn't see the required shock points, but they were certainly not cheap. This feature was a veritable money sink. After a moment of contemplation, she gritted her teeth, and spent 1600 shock points to upgrade the Earth Survey and Agriculture set to level 3. Checking her balance, she then spent 300 shock points to upgrade the National Beauty and Fragrance set to level 1. Finally, she spent 1000 shock points to upgrade the Time Rewind Mirror set from level 2 to level 3. This set's skill was equally practical. Upgrading to level 3 not only allowed marking an additional teleportation location, but also extended the memory recall of others from 1 year to 3 years. Current shock points 200. In the blink of an eye, her shock points were once again insufficient. The system was dumbfounded. 400 shock points gone in a second. Yin Shu closed the set enhancement interface, calculating that the 4-month cooldown for the 9-eared grain should be nearly up. She took out the 9-eared grain, gave it a gentle wave, and a pile of cotton seeds instantly appeared on the ground. System, I think it's not that I have bad luck, but that my fortune has all been allocated elsewhere, she remarked. She had been worrying about insufficient raw material supply once the looms were built. Now there was no need to worry. Since the cotton seeds weren't needed immediately, she had the system store them in its backpack. Then she turned her attention to the newly drawn outfit components. The young emperor was addicted to the scattering powder and had only a few days left to live. When news of his death reached, she knew they would likely attribute it to her words manifesting reality. Yet that alone was not enough. The Young dynasty was deeply superstitious about the dragon vein. She might stage a spectacle of cleaving the dragon vein with her sword to earn a wave of shock points, while simultaneously achieving the goal of dismantling imperial authority. At Shindu City, at the edge of the sky, a streak of light broke through the clouds. It was a beautiful longsword, pure white in color, its blade reflecting the sky's glow and refracting a cold, sharp light. Upon the sword stood a figure clad in a Taoist robe. The robe was moon white at its base, with frost-colored cloud patterns embroidered on the sleeves and hem, and a faint luminescence shimmering at the blue-white gradients. The wide water sleeves fluttered and billowed in the high wind like unfolded crane wings. A plain silk sash was tightly bound at the waist, and the dark patterns on the skirt hem flickered in and out of view under the sunlight, exuding an ethereal and aloof elegance. Elder brother, is that the divine maiden? Shen Yu gazed into the distance, asking uncertainly. Not long ago, with the disappearance of the heavenly curtain, the divine maiden had also vanished. They all believed she had returned to the celestial palace. After all, the divine maiden had always been like this, coming without a trace, leaving without a shadow. They had long grown accustomed to it. Thus no one had ever imagined that the divine maiden would turn back. It's too far, I can't make it out. Shen Yu tilted his head back, opening his eyes wide, then squinting, slightly straining to discern the features of the person in the sky. Yet it was all in vain. The distance between heaven and earth was far too vast. With mortal eyesight, it was impossible to clearly see his countenance. Only when that figure drew closer and closer did they finally manage to see that the one riding the sword was indeed the divine. We humbly welcome the divine maiden. The divine maiden with great compassion and great vows. A cacophony of voices arose as the people of Shen Yu City, as if by tacit agreement, knelt towards the heavens. Before long, the long sword hovered above Shen Yu City. The divine maiden stood with hands clasped behind her back, her long silver-white hair casually tied, with a pale blue ribbon, the rest cascading down to her waist. Her hair strands drifted slowly in the wind. I have just visited the celestial palace and sought the minister of fate to divine the heavenly secrets. I have calculated the location of the Yong dynasty's dragon vein. The divine maiden's voice descended from the heavens, falling clearly upon the ears of every person in Shen Yu City. Those kneeling on the ground exchanged bewildered glances. What did the divine maiden mean by seeking the Yong dynasty's dragon vein? Shen Yu's heart gave a sudden leap, and he instinctively turned his head to look at Shen Yu, who was kneeling beside him. Shen Yu's expression also shifted subtly. The two brothers exchanged a rapid glance, both catching a certain conjecture in each other's eyes. The dragon vein was the foundation of a dynasty. The divine maiden had specifically sought it out. This matter was by no means simple. The divine maiden remained silent, casually pointing a finger towards a distant mountain ridge. The crowd followed her gaze. In the next second, the sound of sharp intakes of breath spread through the city like a tide. There upon that mountain ridge, at some unknown time, a colossal creature had appeared. It was a massive black dragon, its entire body covered in ink-black scales, each one as large as a carriage canopy. On its back grew sinister bone spikes, making it appear both ferocious and terrifying. It coiled itself among the mountain ridges, its serpentine body winding, engulfing, and devouring the entire mountain range. A pair of blood-red vertical pupils coldly gazed down upon Shen Yu City. When it opened its massive maw, a foul wind swept towards them from the horizon, and dark mist could faintly be seen lingering between its teeth, a truly horrifying sight. A dragon. An evil dragon. Heavens, it's moving. It's coming. Why don't eat me? The people of Shen Yu panicked, their faces turning pale with fright at the sight of the black dragon, which clearly was no benevolent creature. Suddenly a soft rebuke came from above. Cease your insolence. The divine maiden did not even turn her head, merely casting a sidelong glance at the black dragon on the mountain ridge. Immediately after, several crimson gold chains descended from the sky, entwining around the black dragon's neck, limbs, and body, then tightening abruptly. The black dragon let out a deafening roar. As if unwilling to submit, it struggled fiercely, but the chains only grew tighter. The crimson gold light blazed brightly, and seal scripts like living things crawled along the chains onto the dragon's body, branding themselves deep into its scales. The black dragon's struggles gradually weakened until it was firmly pinned to the mountain ridge, unable to move an inch. Shen Yu's shock value 100. Pei Du's shock value 100. Lu Sui shock value 100. Current shock value 106500. The citizens stared blankly at this scene. After a long day, someone finally came to their senses, falling to their knees with a thud and kowtowing heavily. The divine maiden is wise. The divine maiden is merciful. The divine maiden stood alone on the pure white longsword overlooking the city below. Her gaze was calm and compassionate. She spoke, her voice still clear throughout the entire city. A dynasty and its dragon vein share glory and ruin. When the dynasty's spirit is upright, the dragon is righteous. When its spirit decays, the dragon turns evil. Now the Yong dynasty is as rotten as decayed, with its emperor Yongling as blind and deaf as a fool. The court is steeped in corruption, the common folk are in utter misery, and the dynasty's fortune has long been tainted and foul. Infected by this foul energy, the dragon vein has gradually degenerated, finally taking the form of this evil dragon. She paused, her gaze falling upon the black dragon, which was still emitting low growls. If left unchecked as the Yong dynasty's fortune decays further, this evil dragon will surely break free from. When that time comes, the evil dragon will burst forth from the mountain. Wherever it passes, mountains and rivers will shatter, and living beings will be reduced to ashes. This will not be a calamity for just one city or one region, but a great catastrophe for all the world. As her words fell, the entire city erupted in uproar. The people's hearts, which had just settled, were instantly seized with terror, their faces etched with shock and fear. Someone asked in a trembling voice, "Then what can be done? Divine maiden, we beg of you, save us." Others had already begun to sob. More people prostrated themselves on the ground, their foreheads pressed against the earth, not daring to lift their heads. We beseech the Divine Maiden for mercy. We implore the Divine Maiden to slay the evil dragon. We beg the Divine Maiden to save all living beings. Fearful pleas arose one after another. After a long silence, so long that the people believed the Divine Maiden would not grant their request, she spoke. This evil dragon, I can slay it with a single sword stroke. The people were instantly overjoyed and were about to kowtow in gratitude for the Divine Maiden's great kindness, but she spoke. However, the power required to slay the dragon is extraordinary. It will inevitably harm the innocent, causing the earth to quake, rivers to reverse their flow, and mountains to crumble. Another scene of utter devastation. The Divine Maiden's gaze slowly swept across the faces of the people, her tone carrying a barely perceptible weight. Whether I slay it or not, it is a catastrophe either way. Shen Yu City fell into deathly silence once more. The people knelt on the ground. They looked at one another, the joy on their faces frozen into bewilderment and despair. If they begged the Divine Maiden to slay the dragon, the people of Shen Yu would lose their lives. If they did not beg her, the evil dragon would eventually break free, and then the entire world would suffer. Either way led to death, either way led to calamity. Shen Yu asked, his voice filled with unwillingness. Divine Maiden, is there no perfect solution? Yinshu had been waiting for this question. However, she did not answer Shen Yu immediately. Feigning deep thought for a long moment, she finally sighed, and said, there is one other way. It can both slay the evil dragon and reduce the power of my sword strike, sparing Shen Yu City from harm. Shen Yu's eyes lit up. I beseech the Divine Maiden to tell us. The Divine Maiden looked down at him. Since ancient times, evil has never prevailed over good. The foul energy of the dragon vein is not without a remedy. If 200 individuals filled with righteous and noble spirit, fearless of death, would enter the evil dragon's body, and use their righteousness to dissolve the foul energy aiding me in slaying the dragon, then I need not use my killing move. Shen Yu City fell into absolute silence. A deathly stillness born of despair so profound that even breathing was forgotten. Although the Divine Maiden had not spoken explicitly, everyone present understood in their hearts that of the 200 who departed, none would return alive. Shen Yu knelt on the ground, his knees aching sharply against the hard surface. After an indeterminate span of time, he finally spoke, his voice laced with an unmistakable hoarseness. General Shen Yu wishes to offer his humble strength to the Divine Maiden to aid you in slaying the evil dragon, purging the foul fiends, and restoring peace to the mortal world. I beseech the Divine Maiden to grant this request. Shen Yu, kneeling behind him, was stunned for a moment before finally forcing out two words, elder brother. Fu Yin, do not speak for now. Shen Yu interrupted him, his tone gentle, yet brooking no dissent. He turned to face his younger brother, born of the same mother. Shen Yu was only a year younger, yet his skin was far fairer, his features exceptionally delicate. He seemed less a child of a military household, and more a scion of a scholarly family. At this moment Shen Yu's eyes brimmed with tears, which he held back with immense effort, his eyelashes trembling from the strain. Shen Yu reached out and ruffled Shen Yu's hair, his movements clumsy and unaccustomed, like one who had never learned to offer comfort, attempting tenderness for the first time. Fu Yin, you have read more books than I, and your mind is sharper. I have always been proud of you. From now on, the affairs of Shen Yu City must be managed by you and Zi Rang alone. Do not disappoint the Divine Maiden's benevolence toward mortals. Shen Yu clenched his fists tightly. He suddenly hated that he was merely a scholar, for otherwise he could have taken his brother's place in aiding the Divine Maiden to slay the evil dragon. Pei Du felt the same anguish. Shen Yu's voice suddenly softened. There is one more thing. Shen Yu had already guessed what he would say. His tears finally broke free, streaming silently down his face. Go home and apologize to our parents for me. Tell them their son is unfilial, unable to fulfill his duties by their side. I can only repay their years of nurturing kindness in the next life. He paused, then added, and our little sister is still young, as wild as a monkey. You must take more care of her in the future, and keep— Shen Yu's voice choked. All right. This sacrifice was inevitable. If not his brother, it would be another's brother, father, or son. He could only watch his brother's silhouette recede into the distance. A crowd had already gathered at the city gate. No one asked who had stepped forward first. For the second, the third, and the fourth had already come silently to the city gate. A guard in a worn military uniform walked to the edge of the crowd, then suddenly stopped and turned to look behind him. An elderly couple stood there. The old man was stooped, the old woman's hair entirely white. Their hands were tightly clasped together, knuckles white. After a moment of silence, the guard walked toward the two elders. He took 3 steps, then stopped again. Father, mother, your son is unfilial. He knelt and kowtowed to them 3 times, each movement precise and solemn. In the next life, I will still be your son. I will support you in your old age and make up for all I owe in this life. His forehead struck the ground with a dull thud. The two elders watched, supporting each other's trembling bodies, tears streaming down like rain. The guard rose and turned away without a backward glance, afraid that if he looked he would lose the strength to leave. Such scenes of parting in life and death were unfolding in every corner of Shen Yu City, revealing the full spectrum of human experience. A young man in a blue cloth short jacket had only taken a few steps toward the city gate when a child's crying came from behind him. "Father, father, don't go." The child, no more than 4 or 5 years old with a small top knot, stumbled out from the crowd. He wrapped his arms tightly around the man's leg, his little face flushed red, tears smearing across it, looking utterly pitiful. "Well, father, don't you want me anymore?" The man crouched down, picked up the child, and wiped the tears from his son's face with his rough, calloused hand. But the tears only multiplied, impossible to dry. He gave up and hugged his son tightly. "You're already a little man. Why are you still such a crybaby? From now on, listen to your mother at home, and protect her well for your father." Soon a young woman approached. She wore a faded blue cloth skirt, her lower belly slightly rounded. She was a pregnant woman. She walked to the father and son, took the child from her husband's arms, and then gazed into her husband's. "I won't stop you," she said, her voice calm. "Even if I wanted to, I couldn't. You're usually as quiet as a clam, but once you set your mind on something, no force on earth can pull you back." The man's eyes were full of guilt. "Shen Yu, I have wronged you." The woman shook her head, tears in her eyes. "There's no need to say you've wronged me. I know you're not just protecting Shen Yu City. You're protecting us. Me, our son, our little... Go. Come back safely. We'll be waiting for you." The man pressed his forehead to his wife's for 3 seconds, then let go, turned, and left. The child in the woman's arms seemed to understand, and he let out a heart-wrenching wail. "Father, don't go. Father, come back." The child's cries were as sharp as a knife, carving a hole in everyone's heart. The woman held her son tightly, unable to hold back her tears any longer, which streamed down uncontrollably. "Your father has gone to be a great hero," she coaxed in a hoarse whisper. "Be good. We'll wait for him to come back." The child did not understand what a great hero was. All he knew was that his father had left, that his father didn't want him anymore, and he cried until he could barely breathe. "I don't want a great hero. I want my father." In another corner, a young noble in a light green brocade robe stood before a blue canopied carriage. He folded a letter and tucked it into his pageboy's palm. The pageboy asked, "Young master, what is this?" The young master did not answer his question, only said, "Take it back to the mansion and give it to my parents." It was his final letter. He brushed the non-existent dust from his robe, picked up a long sword, and turned toward the city gate. Pei Du was the first to recognize the young noble. Lu Buyin. His voice was laced with disbelief. Shen Yu also turned his head abruptly. The newcomer was their fellow student and close friend. Lu Sui-styled Buyin was the eldest legitimate son of the Minister of Justice. He was upright and incorruptible, with a lifelong passion for studying legal codes. Sensing 2 intense gazes, Lu Sui turned and met Shen Yu and Pei Du's eyes. "Fu Yin Zi Rang Si. I told you that learning swordsmanship would have its uses. You never believed me." He smiled. His puppy dog eyes curved into crescent moons, dimples appearing on his cheeks. He looked radiant, nothing like a man about to face death. Because to die for one's ideals was to die a worthy death. "Today I too shall go and be a great hero." Pei Du stood rooted to the spot, his fingernails digging into his palm until blood seeped from under his nails. Having lost both his elder brother and his closest friend in succession, Shen Yu could no longer hold back and burst into loud sobs. The crowd at the city gate swelled larger and larger. Someone silently counted the numbers: 132, 158, 171, 189. When they reached 109, the counters stopped, their brows furrowed into a tight knot. One was still missing. The kneeling commoners began to avert their eyes, all of them bowing their heads, clutching the hems of their garments, their lips quivering, but unable to utter a single word of "I will go." This was not cowardice. It was humanity's most primal fear of death. No one had the right to blame them. After a long silence, a voice suddenly arose from the crowd. "I will go." It was a woman's voice. Like a single log suddenly added to a blazing brazier in the depths of winter, it made no earth-shattering sound, yet everyone heard that crisp crackle. The crowd parted ways of their own accord. A sturdy, robust woman stepped forward, her sleeves rolled up, revealing 2 thick and powerful arms. A thick layer of calluses covered her tiger's mouth, a clear sign of a lifetime of hard labor. "Though I am a woman, I have been butchering pigs with my father since I was a child. I have great strength. Let me go." Because she was big and burly with a plain and homely face, no man in Shen Yu City was willing to marry her. But her parents had never despised her. Their family made a living selling pork, living an ordinary yet exceptionally happy life. After this calamity was over, she wondered if the 3 of them could return to those peaceful, happy days. Probably not. That was a vicious dragon after all. It wasn't that she feared death. She was simply afraid that if both she and her father perished in the disaster, leaving her mother alone in the world, it would be too cruel for her. "Shunya!" A thunderous roar rang out. Immediately after, a stout, broad-shouldered man with a face full of stubble pushed his way out from the crowd at the city gate. He strode forward in large, quick steps, rushing to Feng Chunya's side and grabbing her arm. Protecting the country and our homes is a man's job. What business does a girl like you have getting involved? Go back. Go back to your mother. But Feng Chuanya stubbornly refused to leave. Father the Divine Maiden once said that a woman's loyalty and courage have never been inferior to a man's. She enunciated each word. You want to protect Shindu City. I am your daughter with the same blood flowing through my veins. Naturally, I share the same thoughts as you. Feng Qingshan was momentarily stunned, his eyes reddening. Chuanya, listen to your father, go back, he said, his voice trembling slightly. If something happens to you too, how is your mother supposed to live alone? Feng Qingshan, what kind of unlucky nonsense are you spouting? A woman dressed in coarse cloth walked over, hands on her hips, glaring at her husband. Our daughter has the courage to step forward and help the Divine Maiden protect Shindu City, and you're trying to hold her back. Feng Qingshan guiltily shrank his neck. It's just that I'm worried. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. You two, father and daughter, go without worry. Don't fret over me. She spoke lightly, but as she watched the father and daughter both walk into the ranks at the city gate, her eyes still reddened. Afraid of being seen, she quickly turned her face away. The group of 200 were all able-bodied young people, with Feng Chuanya being the only woman. But she was tall, even half a head taller than the man standing beside her. Now those who had voluntarily come to the city gate were all prepared for certain death. Hence no one paid any attention to whether it was appropriate for Feng Chuanya, a woman, to stand with them. At this moment they shared only one goal. We are willing to help the Divine Maiden slay the vicious dragon and protect Shindu City. We beseech the Divine Maiden to grant our wish. We beseech the Divine Maiden to grant our wish. We beseech the Divine Maiden to grant our wish. The 200 righteous volunteers knelt in unison to make their plea. There was no fear in their eyes, only an unwavering resolve. The Divine Maiden slightly lowered her eyes, gazing upon them. I have witnessed your spirit of defying death for the greater cause of your homeland and family, and it has moved me deeply. Courage is humanity's anthem. When a group dares to challenge an invincible behemoth with none fearing death, they hold a 50% chance of victory in any battle they face. In the near future, they would become the sharpest blade cleaving through this decaying dynasty to build a new world of equality for all, clearing every obstacle in her path, and letting her will reach every corner of this realm. I possess a divine artifact that can ensure your safety when you enter the Black Dragon's body to dissolve the miasmic chi without harm to your lives. She raised her hand, her palm as white and smooth as jade, opening it. A scroll of painting materialized out of thin air. The scroll, no more than a foot long, shimmered with a radiant light unlike any material of the mortal world. It lay quietly in the Divine Maiden's palm, yet exuded a serene and ancient pressure. Both ends of the scroll were bound with golden threads, each as fine as hair, and glowing faintly, as if alive. Divine Maiden, you must not. With this voice came a streak of pure white light shooting across the sky at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, the light halted abruptly beside the Divine Maiden, transforming into a snow-white spirit fox. Its 9 long tails spread behind it like clouds and rosy clouds, the tips shimmering with a faint moonlight radiance. Divine Maiden, your previous depletion of cultivation to reverse their karma has already incurred the displeasure of the Heavenly Venerable. You cannot knowingly defy the rules again. The spirit fox's words moved the people of Shindu City to tears, especially the soldiers who had participated in the city's defense. They had all guessed it in their hearts. Whether it was defying fate or reversing karma, how could it possibly be without a price? The Divine Maiden's hair had turned white overnight, all for their sake. Emperor Yongling treated them like weeds. The Divine Maiden, who should have been far above them, treated them as her own children. How could this not move them, and how could they not revere her? The Divine Maiden glanced at the spirit fox. Say no more. The spirit fox still did not give up its persuasion. This mountain and river map is an ancient supreme treasure the Heavenly Venerable obtained for you. If he learns that you are using it to alter the mortal world's tribulation, he will surely be furious. The crowd listened to the conversation between the spirit fox and the Divine Maiden, and they all showed worried expressions. Though they did not know exactly who the Heavenly Venerable was, they could glean something from the talk. The Heavenly Venerable must be an elder of the Divine Maiden. In the mortal world, if a junior made a mistake, they would inevitably face punishment from their family elders. In the Celestial Palace, it was probably the same. Divine Maiden, we beg you not to break the heavenly laws for our sake again and bring harm upon yourself. One person began, and others followed. Divine Maiden, you have already done more than enough for us. There is no need to risk the Heavenly Venerable's punishment for our sake. Upon hearing this, the Divine Maiden shook her head and said, with great power comes great responsibility. As a deity, I naturally cannot sit idly by while mortals sacrifice themselves for the common good. She cast the mountain and river map into the air. The scroll slowly unfurled, growing larger with the wind. It expanded continuously, stretching further, as if to cover the entire sky. A golden light cascaded down from the scroll. Wherever the light passed, all things in heaven and earth seemed to be gilded with a faint layer of gold. I will be here awaiting your triumphant return. Feeling the warm golden light merge into their bodies, the righteous volunteers' eyes glistened with tears. We will not fail the divine maiden. A pillar of white light descended from the heavens, enveloping the 200 righteous men before the city gate. In the blink of an eye they found themselves in an unfamiliar place. The wind howled in their ears, streams murmured, and what seemed like the roars of wild beasts echoed around them. Beneath their feet lay hard rock crisscrossed with cracks like a riverbed that had been parched for millennia. Above there was no sky, only surging ink-like foul air that writhed and twisted like a living thing, occasionally coalescing into hideous visages before dissolving back into a formless mass. A putrid sweet stench permeated the air. Have we entered the belly of an evil dragon? Zhou Bai's voice trembled as it came from behind Shen Yu, barely suppressed fear creeping through his words. Even though they had mentally prepared themselves, facing the indescribable directly stirred an instinctive terror. No one answered, for the foul air above was steadily condensing. Suddenly a monster stepped out from the miasma. It stood about twice the height of a man, crawling on all fours, its back covered with densely packed writhing tentacles. It had no eyes, no nose. Only a horizontal gash where its head should be lined with concentric rings of serrated teeth, grotesque and chilling. Every hair on their body stood on end. The monster gave them no time to react. It lunged jaws wide at the nearest person. Shen Yu moved to save him, but he was a step too late. The man pinned under the monster was frozen in terror, unable to think of resistance. Only when the beast's maw gaped before him did he let out a panicked scream. Yet after a long moment, he felt no imagined pain. Instead, a golden light flashed over him, and the monster recoiled, as if burned, snarling as it released him. Shen Yu seized the chance to pull the man to his feet. "Thank you, General Shen," the man said, pale-faced. Shen Yu stared at the monster, silent. Just as the group stood at a loss, a voice rang out, ethereal and clear. "Fear is the nourishment of the foul air." It was the voice of the divine maiden. The more you fear, the stronger they become. If you are fearless, they are but candles in the wind. She paused as if letting the words sink in. The golden light upon you is the protection of the mountains and rivers, map, the manifestation of your own righteousness. Only by overcoming your inner fear can you vanquish the foul air. Hearing this, Shen Yu tightened his grip on his sword. He charged at the monster, leading the way. As if sensing his approach, the horizontal gash on the monster's head split open, its rings of serrated teeth churning wildly as it lunged at him. The stench of decay was nauseatingly intense. The monster was far faster and more agile than its bulky frame. Shen Yu focused solely on swinging his sword at the beast. Golden light burst along the blade like a bolt of lightning, cleaving through the foul darkness. The monster let out a piercing shriek and was instantly incinerated by the golden light. Seeing that the creatures born of foul air were not invincible, the fear in their hearts began to fade, and their morale soared. More monsters materialized from the miasma, but this time no one retreated in panic. Instead, they raised their weapons and charged to meet them. After killing one monster, a young garrison soldier grinned and said, "Not so terrifying after all." Feng Shunyao, wielding a butcher's cleaver, neatly lopped off a monster's head and said sheepishly, "Yeah, they're not even as strong as the pigs I usually slaughter." The people nearby were speechless. This woman chopped monsters like vegetables, killing one with a single stroke, brutally. Yet now she wore such a bashful expression, which was frankly a bit terrifying. The monsters seemed endless, multiplying, leaving little time for chatter or idle thoughts. After an unknown span of time, their movements began to slow, not because they had weakened, but because the monsters had grown. Moreover, their stamina was flagging. Arms ached, the webbing between thumbs split, and several bore fresh wounds, each seeping blood. Meanwhile, in a place unseen by the others, Yun Shu cradled a snow-white fox, observing everything unfolding within the demon dragon's spirit secret realm. The Nine Heavens Taoist robe skill from the sword, soaring 9 heavens set, could only summon a single demon dragon spirit. This secret realm had been hastily crafted by her using the dream bell and the system. The little fox raised its head and said to Yun Shu, "Host, the monster intensity we've set now should be their limit. We can't increase it further." Yun Shu watched the people still battling the monsters. These were a makeshift group relying solely on brute strength, with almost no coordination. Except for Shen Yu and a man named Lu Sui, who had trained in martial arts since childhood, the rest were ordinary folk with no systematic combat training. Their fighting styles were chaotic. Nevertheless, in this era, they were undoubtedly elite troops coveted by all factions, capable of taking on 100. But she wanted more than that. She sought an army that could win battles with discipline and excellence, invincible and undefeated. Lowering her gaze in thought, she said, "System implant the teaching PPT I made into their minds." She couldn't teach. This crude but direct method was her only way to impart modern military training and discipline. "All right," the little fox replied, tapping on the system panel and working its magic. Soon images began to appear in their minds. Were these combat movements? The maneuvers were unlike any swordplay or blade techniques they had learned. Odd, unfamiliar postures, rolls, hooks, elbow strikes, knee thrusts, and even various tactical knowledge. Why am I suddenly seeing so many things? Me too. Same here. A miracle. A miracle. Someone exclaimed the divine maiden must be aiding us in secret. Could the knowledge in our minds be celestial arts? Most likely. The divine maiden is merciful. In that moment their fatigue seemed to lessen. They began to try the tactics in their minds, forming groups of 3 or 5 to cooperate in slaying monsters. Seeing this, Yunshu stroked the fluffy little fox in her arms, a hint of amusement in her eyes. System project the celestial canopy over Shindu City. Huh. Host, didn't we create this demon dragon spirit trial ground just to train these 200? Why go to the trouble of a canopy? The system looked puzzled. They are heroes. History should forever remember their glorious moment of aiding the divine maiden in slaying the celestial canopy once again appeared above the city of Shindu. It resembled a mirror. However, what it reflected was not Shindu itself, but the scene of another place. That gray-white space was filled with thick ink-like turbid energy and horrifying skin-crawling monsters without eyes covered in tentacles. Demons. Help. Demons are devouring people. The citizens of Shindu screamed in terror at the scenes within the canopy until they saw the figures fighting fiercely, their blood soaking their garments. Only then did they suppress their urge to turn and flee. Look, it's General Shun and the others. I see my Erling. That's my brother. Mother, look, it's my brother. Everyone stared at the canopy, unable to look away, especially the family and friends of the 200 righteous warriors. Mother Feng stood at the very front of the crowd, covering her mouth tightly, with both hands, tears streaming down her face like beads from a broken string. She saw her daughter's arm bleeding, her face smeared with black foul blood. She also saw her daughter, after being knocked flying, stand up again, charge forward, and cleave a monster's body in two with a single slash of her blade. Similarly, she saw her husband desperately hacking at the monsters. Instinctively, she wanted to shout to call them back from that hell, but she feared her voice would distract her daughter and husband. She pressed her hand even tighter over her mouth, and only suppressed, almost broken sobs escaped through the gaps between her fingers. Her palms were full of tears. The person beside her comforted her. Sister, don't be sad. Brother-in-law, and Chuanya will surely return safely. Mother Feng leaned on her younger sister's shoulder, sobbing. That useless man of mine, he doesn't even know how to protect Chuanya, letting a girl rush to the very front. Seeing those demons bite her, my heart aches so much. Her sister's eyes were also brimming with tears. Sister, you should be proud. Our Chuanya is quite formidable. A pregnant young woman holding a child sat under a tea pavilion looking up at her husband's figure in the canopy. Mother, it's father. Father is so amazing. The child's bright black, grape-like eyes sparkled. Zhao Chuanyang turned her face away, then using one hand, while holding the child, she furtively wiped her tears. Yet wiping away tears was futile. Her reddened eyes clearly showed she had been crying. Ailu, mother sees him. Your father is very powerful. He is killing demons, protecting us. He is a great hero, she murmured softly. The child turned to look at his mother, speaking earnestly in a childish voice. Mother, when I grow up, I want to be a great hero like father. He revealed a toothless smile, innocent and pure. Zhao Chuanyang pulled her son into her embrace. Ailu, mother only wishes for you and your sister to grow up safe and sound. I don't want you to learn from your father and become some great hero. The 4 or 5-year-old child did not understand why his mother objected, but he obediently did not fuss or cry. He just stared unblinkingly at the canopy. His father's figure suddenly seemed immense in his heart, perhaps taller than the mountain at their doorstep. An elderly couple stood under a nearby locust tree. Old man, my eyesight is failing. I can't see clearly. Quickly look and tell me how our son is doing. The white-haired old woman anxiously nudged the old man beside her. In looking, don't rush, the old man said, wiping sweat from his brow with his sleeve. He stood on tiptoe, craning his neck, trying to find his son in the canopy. Old woman, I found him. Our son is still alive. As long as he's alive, that's good. That's good. The old woman couldn't help but cry again as she spoke. The old man said, enough, stop crying. Our son has accomplished something. Even Scholar Chen said, this is a great, meritorious service. I couldn't quite remember the term, but it's a good thing anyway. The old woman said, don't just talk to me. Keep watching our son and tell me how he is. I'm watching. Our son is truly formidable, even able to defeat demons. Really? I saw it clearly. The old man's voice was filled with pride and honor. Not far away, Shen Yu and Pei Du stood at the city gate looking up at everything happening in the canopy. Pei Du, his eyes redrimmed, said, Fuyan, it seems Liu Bian actually got to be a great hero this time. He stared fixedly at the fearless green figure in the canopy, watching him use a long sword to repel those terrifying monsters time and again. A sense of pride involuntarily showed in his eyes. In the face of national righteousness, even the sons of nobles could risk their lives. They were not cowards who feared death. At this moment, he only regretted not having diligently studied swordsmanship. Shen Yu said word by word, they are all warriors protecting Shindu City, worthy of the respect of every one of us. He could feel his neck becoming sore and stiff from looking up for so long, yet he still kept his head raised, unwilling to miss a single moment unfolding in the canopy. After an unknown length of time, the last monster in the canopy was slain. Although the 200 righteous warriors were battered and bruised, all bore signs of injury, thankfully they were alive. The group embraced each other, weeping tears of joy. Some were even laughing and crying simultaneously, tears and snot mingling, yet no one felt ashamed. Because they had escaped death, they were all alive. 200 people, not one missing, all alive. At the same time beneath the canopy, Shen Yu City also erupted in thunderous cheers. We won. We won. They are truly incredible. A daughter should be like Lady Foam. Just as the crowd eagerly looked towards the city gate, a pillar of white light descended from the sky once more. 200 figures walked out of the light. They were covered in blood. It was impossible to tell if it was the monsters or their own. Some had injured hands, some had injured legs, and some needed to lean on a comrade's shoulder to stand steady. Yet they were all smiling, the smile of victory. The citizens at the city gate consciously stepped back to the sides, clearing a wide path into the city. Mother, Father, and I are back. Feng Chuanya threw herself into Mother Feng's arms without a second thought. Mother Feng's eyes brimmed with tears. It's good that you're back. The other righteous warriors also found their families. For a moment the sounds of crying and laughing intermingled. The divine maiden hovered in midair, standing on a spiritual sword. Her moon-white Taoist robe fluttered gently in the wind as her gaze slowly swept across the 200 bloodstained faces. Your sacrifice today to help me slay the evil dragon shall be a feat that will be sung through the ages and remembered for 10,000 years. As these words were spoken, a wave of astonishment swept through Shen Yu City. Sung through the ages, remembered for 10,000 years. And spoken by a deity herself. What glory, what immense glory this was. The 200 righteous warriors knelt towards the sky in unison. It is our honor to serve the divine maiden. The divine maiden said unhurriedly, now that the turbid energy has greatly diminished, it is time for me to fulfill my promise and slay this evil dragon. Her indifferent gaze fell upon the black dragon. Taishu, demon subduing sword. As her voice faded, a long sword shimmering with flowing light flew from the horizon. The commoners all held their breath, gazing intently. The divine sword named Tai Su Jun Mo hovered silently beside the goddess, its flowing radiance dyeing the entire sky above Shen Yu City in an amber hue. Before long the divine sword descended slowly. The moment the goddess grasped its hilt, her moon-white Taoist robe billowed without wind, and tens of thousands of runes surged from her sleeves, encircling her like an inverted galaxy of stars. Sever. She uttered only a single word softly. Then, heaven and earth fell silent. A sword light passed silently across the 700 zang body of the black dragon coiled on the mountain ridge. The black dragon froze. Then its body disintegrated inch by inch under the sword light. There was no gushing blood nor shattered fragments. It dissolved into pure white light scattering across heaven and earth. It could not even utter a final roar. Only after the vile dragon had completely vanished did the crowd realize that the goddess' single strike had not only slain the dragon, but also leveled the hill beneath it to the ground with the sword's chi. The entire mountain range sank slightly. Boulders tumbled and dust rose 1,000 zhang high. From Shen Yu City it appeared as if a towering gray-yellow wall had suddenly risen between the sky and the earth. The crowd stood frozen in utter shock. Even this was not the goddess' killing blow, yet it possessed such terrifying might. They could scarcely imagine how devastating her true killing strike against the dragon would be. No wonder the goddess had said earlier that whether she struck or not it would cause a calamity of immense suffering. The power of a deity was truly awe-inspiring. Look, so many golden orbs. Yes, what are those? Too far away to see clearly. I've seen this golden light before. When I was inside the vile dragon, I nearly died several times, but this light saved me. This is the divine power of the goddess. Amid the vast dust, specks of golden light appeared. To be precise, they were golden spheres. Countless golden orbs drifted from the dust-filled mist, varying in size like dandelion seeds scattered by the wind. They hung silently in the air, unmoved as boulders crashed over them or waves of dust lashed against them. The light barriers were as thin as cicada wings, yet indestructible. As the dust settled, the scenes within the orbs became clear. A gray rabbit curled inside one orb, its long ears pressed flat against its back, its round eyes wide open. A little farther away, a cicadere knelt within an orb, gazing in terror at the world split open outside. Further still, a flock of birds crowded into a single orb, their feathers fluffed up, chirping incessantly. Squirrels, badgers, hedgehogs, snakes, insects, ants. Every creature in the mountain, great or small, without exception, was protected by the golden orbs. Mommy, so much meat. A child stared greedily at the big gray rabbit in the orb, swallowing hard. You wretched child. The goddess couldn't bear to let these mountain creatures suffer, and you still think about eating them. When we get home, I'll make you a meal of bamboo shoots fried with meat. The child's mother grabbed his ear, causing him to yelp in pain, but she covered his mouth. The others nearby, hearing the woman's words, couldn't help but redden their eyes, tears welling up. It is said that heaven and earth are ruthless, treating all creatures as straw dogs. Yet the goddess cared for all living beings as her own children. How could there be a deity as kind-hearted as her in this world? Sometimes they couldn't help but wonder if this was all just a beautiful illusory dream. But the increasingly prosperous Shen Yu city and the full rice jars at home told them they were not trapped in a dream from which they wished never to awaken. Instead, they had truly encountered a deity who saved them from suffering. Mortals could never repay a god who all they could offer was a sincere heart devoted to loving and revering her. Shen Yu shock value 100, pay due shock value 100, Lu Sui shock value 100. Current shock value 255800 Yun Shu watched the growth in shock value, slowed down unsurprised. After seeing so many miracles, desensitization was normal. She waved her hand, sending the animals within the golden orbs to a nearby, untouched mountain forest. Then she turned to the 200 righteous warriors. I was able to save these mountain creatures thanks to your efforts as well. It was your righteous chi that protected them. Of course that was pure nonsense. With the power of Tai Suzhan ammo, that single strike would have split even ants in two, let alone the animals. The reason the mountain creatures suffered no casualties was simply that when she designed this act of severing the dragon vein, she had the system calculate the angle and timing of the strike. This ensured that the skill from the mountain and river map could protect the animals while also carving out a flat road. Moreover, this road led directly to a neighboring city of Shen Yu. Yi City. That would be her next target. She could not guarantee that every decision she made was correct and foolproof. However, while achieving her goals, she would always find ways to minimize harm. Luo Daiking's appearance was like a mirror, reminding her always of the path she had walked. The 200 righteous warriors gazed up at the goddess with burning eyes, her robes fluttering in the sky, their faces filled with admiration and fervor. Goddess, you slew the vile dragon to protect all living beings. Your merit is boundless. We dare not claim any credit. The goddess suddenly sighed softly. By severing the dragon vein, I have gained no merit, but instead incurred karmic sin. The dragon vein is intertwined with the dynasty's fate. Once it is cut, the Yong dynasty will fall. I sense that within 3 days the realm will shatter, and the people will be homeless. She closed her eyes, then opened them again, sighing. This evil consequence is the result of my act today. Perhaps I should not have meddled in the affairs of the mortal world. The people of Shen Yu exchanged glances upon hearing this. Then some bolder ones spoke up to comfort her in a flurry of words. They did not know how to console a deity, so they spoke with the most sincere tone, using the simplest words. Goddess, how could you saved us? We may not be educated, but we know right from wrong. This is not your fault. If Emperor Yongling weren't so tyrannical, oppressing the people and polluting the dragon vein with turbid chi, the realm would not have suffered this calamity. The culprit is Emperor Yongling and the Yong dynasty. That's right. Emperor Yongling is unworthy of being an emperor. He is the one who caused all this. He deserves to die the most. The crowd grew more indignant as they spoke. No one believed that the kind-hearted goddess would harm them. Shen Yu stepped forward, decisively knelt on one knee, and solemnly clasped his fists in salute. Goddess, you are a born deity. This mortal realm is naturally yours. The Shi clan has shamelessly occupied your lands for 500 years, leaving them ravaged and scarred. Shen Yu dares to beg you, goddess, to lead us in reclaiming the mountains and rivers and unifying the realm. Yun Shu listened to Shen Yu's audacious speech and barely suppressed a laugh. Fortunately, her acting skills were on point. She had to admit this male protagonist was quite a character. Shen Yu's kneeling instantly inspired Shen Yu Pei Du and others behind him, along with the multitude of Zinda citizens. In a moment, a vast sea of people knelt down, spreading from the city gate to every street and alley within, like wheat fields bowing under the wind, layer upon layer. We beseech the divine maiden to lead us in reclaiming our lands. Unify the realm. Reclaim our lands, unify the realm. The shouts were chaotic yet fervent, erupting from thousands of chests, shaking heaven and earth. Before the divine maiden could speak, the nine-tailed spirit fox in her arms spoke with some urgency. The divine maiden is the most favored young disciple beneath the heavenly venerable, and he has long intended for her to succeed as the master of the heavenly palace. Abandon this hope. The divine maiden cannot remain in the mortal realm to lead you in reclaiming lands and unifying the realm. Its meaning was clear. The divine maiden held an exceedingly noble status in heaven. Oh, why would she deign to care for such a paltry piece of the mortal? Moreover, the divine maiden has already promised the heavenly venerable that once the wager with the weaver girl concludes for good or ill, she must return to the 9 heavens for devoted cultivation. Do not you mortals repeatedly corrupt her Tao heart. The divine maiden was to return to the 9 heavens for devoted cultivation. She would not remain in the mortal realm. This news was an utter catastrophe, and panic instantly seized everyone's hearts. Before the divine maiden's appearance, their world had been barren and bleak. It was she who had brought them light and hope. No one wished to lose that. The divine maiden reached out and gently stroked the spirit fox, which immediately quieted and nestled obediently in her arms. Then she slightly lowered her gaze, looking down at the dense kneeling shadows below, her expression serene. The heavenly Tao has its order, each abides in its place. My intervention today to sever the dragon vein has already disrupted the cycle of mortal karma. Naturally, I will not knowingly transgress again, using divine power to decree the realm's unity or division. These words were impeccably stated, befitting the divine maiden's transcendent status, while leaving herself a retreat. She said she would not that she could not. After all, if she were to speak definitively, how could she let these people persuade her? Shen Yu knelt in place, his lips moving slightly, but he did not know how to respond. He was still somewhat self-aware. With the meager knowledge he possessed, it would be difficult to convince the divine maiden. So he turned his head slightly, casting a glance at the three learned scholars behind him. Receiving Shen Yu's look, Pei Du and Lu Sui, both newcomers, dared not speak rashly for fear of saying something wrong and incurring the divine maiden's displeasure. Finally, Shen Yu stepped forward again, carefully choosing his words and mentally rehearsing them. Divine maiden, you mentioned earlier that severing the dragon vein has entangled you in karmic hindrances. Regarding this, Yu has a humble opinion. The divine maiden turned her gaze slightly. Those eyes, seemingly able to perceive the very essence of all things, fell upon Shen Yu, as she gave an indifferent slight nod. Shen Yu took a deep breath and spoke clearly. If the malevolent dragon had broken free and emerged, it would surely have brought calamity to the people. Your act of slaying the evil dragon was to save the world from disaster. This is great benevolence. How could a good deed yield evil consequences, eh? He paused. Yu believes that so-called karmic hindrance is merely a segment of causality in the world that has yet to run its course. The divine maiden seemed intrigued. What do you mean by that? Shen Yu's heart steadied, knowing that her question granted him the opportunity to continue. With the dragon vein severed and the Yong dynasty fallen, chaos is inevitable across the realm. Warlords vying for power, and beneath the flames of war the common people cannot escape calamity. Divine maiden, please hear me out. You presumes to suggest that the weight of this karmic hindrance lies not in the state's collapse, but in the countless lives buried beneath the ruins during that fall. A moment of silence passed. The divine maiden finally spoke, her tone unreadable. You mean if I depart now and cease to concern myself with mortal affairs, I would instead plant an even greater evil cause? Cold sweat broke out on Shen Yu's forehead. You dares not presume to judge the heavenly Tao. I merely speak based on the matter at hand. The divine maiden, as a disciple of the heavenly venerable, surely understands the principle of karmic cycles far better than you. The divine maiden's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she remained silent. Seeing this, Lu Sui nervously spoke up. Divine maiden above, may this student offer a word? He had been pondering all along. How could she not understand the principle of karmic cycles that Shen Yu spoke of? Her reluctance to relent was surely not due to a failure to comprehend. Rather, she had other concerns. The divine maiden looked at him. Lu Sui forced down his instinctive fear of the divine. Divine maiden, what we seek is not for you to decide the realm's fate with divine power, but for you to be the guiding light, showing us the way. Pei Du interjected at the opportune moment, saying, Divine maiden, this student Pei Du also has a word to offer. We scholars are versed in strategy, knowledgeable in military tactics, and possess the talent to govern a state. Let us devise the plans to reclaim the fractured lands. Let the soldiers fight. Divine maiden, you need only preside from the rear. Thus it would neither interfere with mortal karma nor resolve the karmic hindrances upon you. Yin Shu observed the three skilled debaters. Fortunately, she had intended all along for them to actively beg her to reclaim the lands, who otherwise dealing with these three would have given her a headache. The spirit fox said anxiously, Divine maiden, they are using clever words and flattery, you do not listen to them. Having said that, it turned its head to glare at Shen Yu, and the other two, its voice filled with discontent. Clearly it is they who have a request of you, yet they speak as if you owe them something. At these words, Shen Yu and the other two turned deathly pale. They bowed deeply together toward the divine maiden in the sky, their foreheads nearly touching the ground. Divine maiden, please see clearly, we your followers hold only reverence for you in our hearts, and dare not harbor the slightest disrespect. Lord Spirit Fox is correct. Indeed, we have a request of the divine maiden. Our words were ill-mannered. If the divine maiden wishes to punish us, we willingly accept it. We only beg the divine maiden not to be disheartened because of this. The three knelt prostrate, cold sweat drenching their backs. Rise, the divine maiden spoke, her voice indifferent. What you have said is not without reason. Hearing this, Shen Yu and the others began to rejoice, but were immediately doused with a bucket of cold water by her next words. Yet mere words alone cannot fully convince me. However, Shen Yu and the others did not remain disheartened for long. They had long understood that convincing a deity was no easy task, but they were unwilling to miss any opportunity. The divine maiden was a rare and enlightened sovereign. If she would remain in the mortal realm to teach and guide mortals, it would be a blessing for the world. Just as Shen Yu and the others were racking their brains on how to continue persuading the divine maiden, a clatter of hurried footsteps was heard. A young girl in a pink dress came running over, followed by a young woman. Both wore anxious expressions with fine beads of sweat on their foreheads. Shen Yu recognized them at once. They were the two embroideresses who had taken on the heavy task of comprehending the weaving machine. Amidst his racing thoughts, his heart suddenly sank, filled with a sense of foreboding. Could it be that something had happened to the weaving machine? Pei Du's heart trembled, and he was about to scold the young girl. The girl in pink robes had already lifted her skirt and rushed forward, falling to her knees with a thud, bowing deeply to the divine maiden in the sky. "Divine maiden above," she said in a clear voice. "Your humble subject Pei Wanting pays respects to the divine maiden." The divine maiden cast a downward glance at her. "What brings you here?" Her tone was indifferent. Pei Wanting took a deep breath as if gathering all the courage in her life, and declared in a loud voice, "Your humble subject dares to beseech the divine maiden to remain in the mortal world." The moment these words were spoken, Shen Yu and the other two were slightly stunned, turning to look at her in unison. They had racked their brains thinking of ways to persuade the divine maiden to stay in the mortal world, yet never considered such a straightforward plea. This was because they could not fathom what a world so scarred and broken had to offer worth staying for. Thus, after much deliberation, they could only think to use the suffering of the mortal world to win a sliver of the deity's compassion. The spirit fox snorted, about to speak with sarcasm, but was gently silenced by a single look from the divine maiden. A hint of intrigue colored her tone. "Pray tell me, why should I stay?" Pei Wanting lifted her head, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling, reflecting the sky's light and clouds. She enunciated each word clearly. "Divine maiden, you once taught us that mortals possess boundless potential, capable of turning the impossible into the possible, even of outwitting fate itself. Therefore your humble subject implores you to remain in the mortal world." Her voice grew more resolute with every word. "Divine maiden, having long resided in the heavenly palace, you must be accustomed to its splendor and have witnessed all manner of divine arts. Why not change your perspective and observe how we insignificant mortals, with our hands, our minds, and our flesh and blood, gradually transform this world? Perhaps this might prove more intriguing than arduous cultivation in the 9 heavens." A gentle breeze tousled the stray hairs at Pei Wanting's temples, yet she remained still, her gaze clear and fervent. The divine maiden watched her in silence for a long while, then the barest trace of a smile curved at the corners of her lips. The smile was faint yet unmistakably real. Shen Yu and the other two were rendered speechless with astonishment, especially Pei Wanting's uncle Pei Du. They had spoken until their mouths were dry, yet the divine maiden had shown not a flicker of emotion. Now, however, she had smiled. Pei Du stared at Pei Wanting's slender back, a tumult of emotions churning within him, a complex mix of feelings. Everyone praised him as the prodigy of the Haloa Pei clan, gifted with world-shaking talent. Yet only today did he realize he was far inferior to this young niece who had just come of age. If Aining had received the same family resources as he had, her knowledge and abilities would have surpassed his. At this very moment, he keenly felt the deep oppression that feudal rights imposed upon women. A woman's wisdom was never inferior to a man's. It was the shackles of propriety that condemned their brilliance to never see the light of day. Suddenly he regretted writing that letter. He should never have sent it back to Hala, asking his elder brother to come and fetch her. His Aining had fought so hard to win a chance for rebirth from the ashes. If she were taken back to Hala, because of this letter, he would never be able to forgive himself. After an indeterminate time, the divine maiden's voice descended from the 9th heaven. "What you say is interesting, but I do not care to merely hear words." Just as everyone thought Pei Wanting had failed, another clamor of footsteps arose from behind. Shen Yu turned his head, and his pupils abruptly constricted. There Zhang Xiaonyang led dozens of embroiderers along with a group of men in coarse linen clothes, advancing in a mighty procession. Some pushed, some carried, as brand new spinning wheels were moved onto the open ground, arranged in neat rows. 1, 2, 3, 4. Shen Yu counted silently, growing more alarmed with each number. Not 1, not 10, but a full 100 spinning wheels. Each one was polished to an exceptional smoothness and shined, the mortise and tenon joints fitted with perfect precision. They even surpassed the spinning wheel the divine maiden had brought from the heavenly palace 7 days prior. Moreover, behind the arranged spinning wheels followed another group of people. They carried bolts of cloth in their arms, piled up like a small mountain. The fabric was fine and dense, its weave even radiating a soft luster in the sunlight, unlike any mortal textile. Witnessing this scene, Pei Wanting breathed a sigh of relief. Time was so tight that even working day and night to build the spinning wheels and weave the cloth, they lacked sufficient hands. In particular, only Su Ahang knew how to make the spinning wheels. Had Pei Wanting not stumbled upon her, that foolish girl would have nearly exhausted herself to death in her room. After much thought, she had summoned the city's carpenters, having them learn from Su Ahang to build the spinning wheels. Later she went door to door persuading women skilled in weaving and spinning to come to the embroidery workshop, paying them wages to help weave the cloth and produce 1,000 bolts of fine fabric. They had been overjoyed at not disappointing the divine maiden, only to hear the devastating news that she was returning to the ninth heaven. Since transporting the spinning wheels and cloth required time, Pei Wanning could only go ahead first, trying to find a way to detain the divine maiden. Fortunately, everything came together just in time. Zhang Xiaonyang stepped to the front. She bent her knees, kneeling heavily, her forehead touching the ground, her voice trembling slightly with emotion. Divine Maiden, 7 days ago to fight for us mortals, you staked 10,000 years of your own cultivation against the Weaver Girl, betting on whether our mortal wisdom could replicate the Heavenly Palace's spinning wheel and weave its celestial cloth. She slowly straightened her back, tears glistening in her eyes, yet her smile was radiant. Pointing to the 100 spinning wheels and 1,000 bolts of fine cloth behind her, her voice rang out loud and proud. This is our first gift from us mortals, offered with humble devotion to the Divine Maiden. The Divine Maiden stood upon her flying sword. Her gaze swept over the spinning wheels one by one, then fell upon the towering piles of cloth, and finally rested on those faces full of earnest anticipation. Then the smile on her lips widened. She descended from the heavens, alighting gently upon the ground. Her skirts brushed against the dusty earth, yet remained immaculately clean. This gift pleases me greatly. Those simple words, like a pebble cast into a placid lake, sent ripples spreading in concentric circles. Zhang Xiaonyang could no longer hold back. Tears streamed down her cheeks, rolling freely. Behind her, the embroiderers and carpenters had already dissolved into tears. Some covered their faces, others embraced in clusters, and a few couldn't even kneel, steadily prostrating themselves on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. For 7 whole days and nights, they had barely closed their eyes. Their hands were blistered, so the embroiderers wrapped them in layer after layer of cloth strips. Even when their eyes were bloodshot and their vision blurred, they refused to leave the workshop. The carpenters worked with desperate resolve, revising blueprints, repeatedly dismantling and remaking joints, refining their craft over and over. No one complained, no one retreated. For only one thought occupied their minds: they could not let the Divine Maiden lose. And now the Divine Maiden herself had said, "Pleases me greatly." All the hardship and exhaustion in that moment were worth it. The Divine Maiden spoke again. "You have helped me win the wager, and I have a gift to bestow upon you in return." Before the crowd could fully savor their joy, the Divine Maiden's sleeves fluttered gently, her robes rippling like water. A faint golden radiance emanated from her, like the first light of dawn, tender yet dazzling. As the glow receded, the onlookers gasped in unison. The Divine Maiden had changed into a magnificent gown, a pale gold wide-sleeved robe that trailed over 3 feet behind her. Its hem spread across the dusty ground, as if she were walking on clouds, untouched by a speck of dust. The fabric was layered, each layer as thin as a cicada's wing, swaying gently in the breeze. The crowd marveled, and to transform one's divine form so effortlessly. Truly the Divine Maiden was immensely powerful. With a flick of her wrist, an object materialized in her hand. It was a 9-eared stalk of grain made of gold and jade. The stem was of red gold, the leaves of emerald, and clusters of ruby-like gems adorned it like coral beads, shimmering with brilliance. The crowd had seen such a stalk before, the last time the Divine Maiden blessed Shindu City with a bountiful harvest. But this one was even more resplendent. Her robe, too, was more intricate and exquisite than before, with ornate embroidery and accessories that left everyone. As always, quality comes at a price. The upgraded level 3 Kunyusija set not only looked more splendid, but also expanded its skill range to cover 2 Shindu cities. Moreover, it shortened crop growth cycles from 4 months to 8. For most crops, simply planting seeds allowed the set's skill to hasten their maturity. It was incredibly practical, with no flaw except the long cooldown. Yun Shu watched the rising shock value with satisfaction. Though the increase was modest, every bit counted. Besides, she planned to make a grander display soon to extract more shock from the people of Shindu. With that thought, she grasped the 9-eared stalk and gently waved it toward a patch of land where she and the system had secretly sown cotton seeds. The crowd saw a flash before their eyes. Then a crack split open a barren weed-covered plot, and a tender green sprout. Then came another, then 10, then 100. Under the stunned gaze of the onlookers, green shoots rose visibly from the earth. Stems stretched upward, leaves unfurled. In moments they reached waist height. Pale yellow blossoms bloomed among the branches, quickly withered, and gave way to green capsules. The capsules swelled, turning from green to deep brown, then burst open with a crack under the sun, revealing pure white, soft, fluffy contents. Everyone was dumbfounded. When they recovered, the crowd erupted. "Are those clouds from the sky? What does the Divine Maiden mean by giving us these? I don't get it. Don't talk nonsense. How could clouds grow in the ground? I think they're like sweet potatoes. Food so we don't. If it's food, that's wonderful. Last time Miss Choi taught me how to grow sweet potatoes, and they were delicious. But it doesn't look edible. People whispered and debated, filled with awe, confusion, and guesses craning their necks to peer at the white field, curiosity gleaming in their eyes. "Follow me," the divine maiden said, leading the crowd toward the cotton field. Her pale gold robe shimmered against the snowy white bolls. She plucked a cotton boll and held it in her palm. The cotton was fluffy and soft like a tiny cloud in her jade-like hand. "This is called cotton. When its fruit ripens, you separate the fibers from the seeds and spin them into thread to weave cloth." Zhang Xiaonyang was captivated and blurted out, "Divine maiden, can this really be woven into cloth?" Yin Shu glanced back at her. "Cloth made from cotton is called cotton cloth. It's softer than linen, not inferior to silk, yet more durable and warm. In winter you can stuff it into lined garments to make padded jackets against the cold. And anyone can grow it." At these words the crowd's breathing grew heavier. Yin Shu continued, "Cotton isn't picky about soil, even poor land will do. Sow in spring, harvest in autumn. An acre of cotton yields far more cloth than an acre of mulberry for silk, yet requires less than half the effort of Sarah." This knowledge came from reading Luo Daoqing's memories, a truly valuable mind. A pity. The mirror of retrospection set's enhancement level was too low, otherwise she could have read more years of his memories. Shen Yu shock value 100, Lu Sui shock value 100, Zhang Xiaonyang shock value 100, Pei Wanning shock value 100. Current shock value 3657-0. Shen Yu stared at the cotton field, trembling with excitement, his fingers involuntarily shaking. Having read agricultural texts, he knew the hardships of planting mulberry and hemp, and understood the people suffering from lack of clothing and food. Silk was too expensive for common folk. Linen and hemp were too coarse to ward off winter cold. Animal hides were warm, but scarce and heavy. Thus not only did many starve, but when winter came, even more froze to death in the snow. Now the divine maiden declared that cotton could grow anywhere, and anyone could plant it. Most importantly, an acre of cotton surpassed an acre of mulberry, and making cotton clothes was far simpler than sericulture. This wasn't just cotton, it was life itself, the hope of survival for countless people. A gray-haired woman covered her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks. Seeing the cotton reminded her of last winter. Her village had been ravaged by war, and she fled with her 1-year-old child, who froze to death in the night. She had huddled in the snow holding the child's tiny cold body, weeping until she fainted. If only she had met the divine maiden sooner, but her poor child hadn't been so fortunate. Finally she broke into sobs. The sound opened the floodgates, and the air grew heavy with a bittersweet mix of sorrow. "The divine maiden is merciful. Thank you, divine maiden. Woo. Thank you, divine maiden." The divine maiden's eyelashes fluttered slightly as her gaze swept over the crowd. "Do not thank me. This cotton is a wager I lost to the weaving maiden. In a way you earned it through your own efforts." Her eyes fell on Pei Wanning. "Mortals who surpass heaven with wisdom are indeed worthy of anticipation. I give you 3 days. If you can convince me to stay among mortals, I will descend and teach all beings." The afternoon sunlight spilled into the small courtyard. Yun Shu reclined on a bamboo rocking chair, her eyes half-closed, savoring a rare moment of tranquil leisure. She was clad in a dark martial outfit, her jet black hair tied high with a red cord, appearing as nothing more than an ordinary female warrior. If there was anything distinct about her, it was the innate laziness and detachment that radiated from her very bones. On the small table beside the rocking chair sat a plate of osmanthus cakes freshly bought from the street that morning. The little fox, seeing Yin Shu seemingly napping, stealthily extended its mischievous paw toward the plate of osmanthus cakes. "System." Without even opening her eyes, Yin Shu precisely caught the system's tiny paw. "If I recall correctly, you finished your plate this morning. This one is mine." The little fox said with an awkward grin, "Host, I was just trying to test if these osmanthus cakes had gone bad. How is the task I assigned you coming along?" Yin Shu slowly opened her eyes, her fingers tapping lightly and intermittently on the armrest of the rocking chair, as if lost in thought. The little fox leaped into Yun Shu's arms. "Host, as you instructed, I've set up surveillance in Yi City. We can keep track of every single movement there, clear as day." Yin Shu had given it a great deal of shock value. Initially it had planned to use it to buy a few beautiful skins, but somehow it had ended up spending it all on upgrading its own system functions. It could sense that Yin Shu was perpetually exhausted, her mind constantly on edge, acting and dealing with so many people every day. So it wanted to help her more, to make things a little easier for her. Thinking of this, it added another sentence. "Oh, by the way, host, I've also focused my surveillance on Luo Daoqing. He's probably been too traumatized. He's gone into a shell, scared of everyone he sees now. His mental state is terrible. He might even commit suicide." Yun Shu lowered her gaze, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Keep an eye on him. Don't let him die, and don't let him cause." 3 days later a plague would break out in Yi City, sparing none of its citizens. If not properly controlled, Shindu City, and even other surrounding cities would also be affected. To maximize her gains, she should wait for the plague in Yi City to erupt fully before stepping in to save the day. But she couldn't bring herself to do that. If she were ignorant of this matter, then she would be powerless. But since she had foreseen it, She only wished to save as many people as possible within her capabilities. For now, she had to seize control of Yi City as quickly as possible and find a way to mitigate the plague's devastation. Hence, she had absolutely no time to deal with Luo Daoqing. The little fox raised its head proudly. Host, I've already implanted a chip in Luo Daoqing's brainwaves. If he starts spouting nonsense, I can mute him immediately. Upgrading the system functions had cost a significant amount of shock value, but as its host always said, you get what you pay for. Well done. As a reward, race a plate of osmanthus cakes. Yun Shu handed the plate of overly sweet osmanthus cakes to the little fox. She had originally thought that if Luo Daoqing became uncontrollable, she would have no choice but to reluctantly dispose of his mind and send him to reincarnate early. Host, these osmanthus cakes are so delicious, but you haven't even taken a single bite. You're giving them all to me. The system's eyes welled up with tears. You're so good to me. Yun Shu didn't tell the system that the real reason she hadn't eaten any was that she found the cakes too sweet. Alright, turn on the surveillance. Let me see if Shen Yu and the others have come to a decision. At this moment, she was essentially racing against time. Every day delayed put the people of Yi City in greater danger. Yet the descent of a divine maiden could not be hasty, otherwise it could easily trigger a chain reaction with disastrous consequences. With a sigh, the system panel slowly unfurled before Yun Shu's eyes, and the image soon froze on the main hall of the prefect's residence. At this moment, the main hall was as lively as a marketplace. Over a dozen people were seated around a round table, all familiar faces. Besides the Shun brothers, there were Pei Du Lu Sui, Pei Wanning Zhang Qianyang, Sua Heng Feng Chuanya, and others. Even the young Chui, he was present. Countless sheets of paper covered with writing lay scattered on the table. Teacups had cooled down and been refilled only to cool again with no one bothering to take a sip. Propriety must come first. Pei Du set his tea bowl on the table with a crisp clink. The divine maiden saved the people from disaster, bestowing life-saving grain and winter garments. If we wish for her to remain in the mortal realm, we must show her our utmost sincerity, with not a hint of disrespect. Zirong, the divine maiden, does not partake in worldly incense, nor require gilded temples. What form of respect should we employ to let her see our sincerity? Shinju's question hit the nail on the head. Everyone turned their gazes toward Pei Du. Pei Du remained composed under the scrutiny of the crowd. He spoke unhurriedly. General Shun, propriety does not necessarily mean building gilded temples and offering. In my opinion, we should follow Aining's method, select the finest sweet potato seeds, and present the newly made superior cotton-padded jackets and fabrics to the divine maiden with the most solemn ceremony, so she may know that her followers have never betrayed her compassion. This statement immediately ignited a firestorm in the hall. Everyone began to speak at once, each holding their own ground, voices rising and falling in heated debate. Uncle, you are too conservative. Simply offering gifts to the divine maiden may not move her. Pei Wanning met Pei Du's gaze fearlessly. If offering gifts were effective, the divine maiden would have agreed to stay in the mortal world yesterday. In my view, we should consult the spirit fox and invite the divine maiden to Shindu City. Let her see with her own eyes how the sweet potatoes she bestowed have filled every household with surplus grain, and how the cotton she gave has been turned into winter garments by the people. That is the most convincing sincerity. Aining know this approach is far too rash. Pei Du couldn't help but frown. Have you considered that such a grand display might disturb the divine maiden and backfire? The debate in the hall grew increasingly fierce. Some agreed with Pei Du's conservative strategy, believing that sincere offerings were the way to show respect, while others championed Pei Wanning's radical proposal, arguing that seeing was believing. Both sides stuck to their arguments, neither yielding an inch. In particular, the uncle and niece Pei Du and Pei Wanning seemed to forget their respective positions, arguing until their faces were flushed red. In the end, no one dared to make the final call. There was only one chance. No one could bear the cost of failure. Seeing this, Yun Shu turned off the system panel, got up, and went to the kitchen to grab a quick bite. Just as she was about to head out for a casual stroll, the moment she opened the courtyard gate, she found Shinju standing right at the... She was momentarily startled, then leaned against the doorframe, crossing her arms, her tone dripping with undisguised mockery. Oh, it's you, pretty boy. Haven't had enough of a beating from last time. Thinking about how the system said the male lead's affection points had increased again, she couldn't help but consider whether she should give him another thrashing. Shinju's face was as dark as water as he asked in a deep voice, "Where did you learn those techniques you used last time?" That night, having been defeated by the woman before him, he had pondered long and hard, but couldn't figure out what technique she had used. It wasn't until yesterday, while purifying the miasma inside the evil dragon, that he noticed the clue. The techniques this woman used were clearly identical to the celestial martial arts the divine maiden had bestowed upon them. You want to know? Yun Shu released her arms from across her chest, casually flicking at a speck of dust on her sleeve that wasn't there, her tone languid. Fine, pay up. After all, even listening to tales at a tea house costs tea money. Coming here to pry into someone's private affairs without offering something. Doesn't that seem unreasonable? Host, the male lead's favorability has dropped again. The system invisible beside Yin Shu watched Shen Yu's favorability rating bounce like a bungee cord, up and down, feeling both delighted and wistful. Delighted because if the task dragged on it wouldn't have to unbind from Yin Shu so soon. Wistful because if the mission failed Yin Shu wouldn't be able to be reborn with her billion credit reward. Her previous hosts had all been living people. Even if they failed their tasks they could unbind, and return to their original worlds resuming their peaceful stable lives. Only Yin Shu had bonded with it after death, so mission failure meant true death. Shen Yu furrowed his brows. How? 100 taels. Yin Shu named a modest sum. General Shen a trifling amount like, that should be a piece of cake for you shouldn't it? Surely you can afford it. After a moment Shen Yu, his face dark, pulled a banknote from his sleeve. Yin Shu took it, glanced at it first, then slowly folded it, and tucked it into her own pocket, her movements fluid, exuding an infuriating composure. The feeling of getting something for nothing was exhilarating. It's a long story so we'll make it short. She straightened up and said seriously, hey Race, what happened? I was once pursued and fell off a cliff, but survived against all odds. I met a mysterious woman in white who said I had an extraordinary bone structure and was fated to meet her. So she taught me a divine martial art, transforming me into a supreme expert. Shen Yu was speechless. A strange bitterness welled up in his heart. He even felt like snatching back those 100 taels. Why should she? This arrogant, greedy woman before him. Why did she deserve to be saved by the divine maiden? She had done nothing, yet simply because of her so-called extraordinary bone structure and fate, she received the goddess blessing. That was an opportunity he had earned with his life. The more he thought about it, the more his heart ached with envy. Since you obtained this opportunity and learned martial arts, why didn't you step forward yesterday, when we defended Shindu City alongside the divine maiden, to slay the evil dragon? Why did you act like a coward? His voice carried a barely concealed hostility. Yin Shu wasn't one to indulge others. None of your damn business. Stop trying to guilt-trip me and get lost. The mysterious woman in white you mentioned is the divine maiden. She passed on her celestial techniques to you to uphold justice and protect the common people. Shen Yu pursed his lips, his voice low and hoarse. Yet you spend your days idling about accomplishing nothing. Aren't you? Eat less salt. You're clearly just bored. Yin Shu stepped back about to close the courtyard gate when a crisp female voice rang out. Qinghe's sister. Pei Wanning walked over from the street in small delicate steps only, then noticing the person standing beside Yin Shu, Shen Yu. She was somewhat surprised. General Shen, what are you doing here? Seeing it was Pei Wanning, Shen Yu felt a pang of guilt over the broken engagement, and his expression softened. Miss Pei, I came to ask Miss Li a few questions. Now that my doubts are resolved, I was about to return to the prefect's mansion. Pei Wanning didn't press further. She was about to pull Yin Shu inside when she was called back. Miss Pei. Shen Yu bowed to Pei Wanning. I've been busy with many matters and haven't had the chance to apologize for the engagement. I've also spoken with my father. You may break off the engagement whenever you wish, and I will not utter a single word of complaint. The incident where Wang Miao Miao, the second daughter of the Minister of Rights, lost her life over a few rumors made him realize that if Pei Wanning were to be jilted, she might not fare well either. Fortunately, he hadn't yet made an irreversible mistake. General Shen marriages among noble families have always been arranged by parents and matchmakers, beyond our control. You two are a victim of this blind union. Pei Wanning paused, then continued. You don't need to apologize to me. You haven't wronged me. Furthermore, when you suggest I break off the engagement, let me make it clear I will not. In great families, reputation was paramount. A woman scorned would be ridiculed, but so would a man. That was why noble houses rarely dissolved engagements. Because breaking an engagement meant making a mortal enemy. Shen Yu was momentarily stunned. When he recovered, his face was troubled. But I have no intention of marrying or starting a family. You. Pei Wanning interrupted him. General Shen, you misunderstand. I mean, we can find a better way to free ourselves from this engagement. What way? Shen Yu asked. We can make a pact. Tear up the contract together, which counts as annulling it. We could do the same, tear up the marriage certificate together. That way neither of us is jilting the other. Pei Wanning thought for a moment, then added, if General Shen doesn't mind, I'd like to spread this story across the land so that others forced into engagements might have another choice without having to walk a path to the bitter end. Shen Yu, never one to care about reputation, naturally didn't refuse. He only cautioned, Miss Pei, no one has ever dissolved an engagement this way before. If you insist on making this public, it will surely affect your reputation. But Pei Wanning was resolute. Everything we do now is unprecedented. If I can exchange my reputation for the freedom of people across the world to choose their own lives, I believe it's worth it. With that, she followed Yin Shu into the small courtyard. You were so eloquent out there. Why the long face now? Yin Shu looked at the girl, slumped listlessly over the stone table. Not regretting sacrificing your reputation, are you? Qinghe's sister, it's not that. Pei Wanning sat up, propping her cheeks with her hands. I'm thinking about how to persuade the divine maiden to stay in the mortal world. Everyone's arguing and can't come to a decision. Yin Shu sat down across from her. I'm the third child in my family. I have an older brother and an older sister. The three of us have peculiar tastes. I love meat, my brother loves sweets, and my sister loves vegetables. A trace of nostalgia flickered in her eyes. Sometimes we'd even fight over a bite of food. Later my parents came up with either we'd go to the trouble of making a table with meat, vegetables, and sweets, or everyone would write down what they wanted on a piece of paper and the majority would rule. Pei Wanning's eyes lit up. Qinghe's sister, I suddenly have something to attend to. They'll come find you another time. Yunshu watched her hurriedly retreating figure. Once Pei Wanning had vanished, she spoke to the invisible system beside her. What are your criteria for binding a host? Does the host need to possess merit? Her brother had died on a peacekeeping mission, her sister, while pursuing a criminal, and Li Qinghe while undercover in an anti-drug operation. If merit was required, could it be that they too had been bound to a system completing tasks in some other world? Host, I don't know either. The hosts we systems bind with are all chosen by the main god. The system, noticing Yunshu's noticeably low spirits, suddenly felt it shouldn't have spoken that way. So after a moment's thought, it comforted her. Host, I believe those who bear merit are more likely to meet the main god's criteria for taskers. I've never seen a system in the main god space bound to someone who does evil. Worried that Yunshu might not believe it even gave examples. Because systems in the main god space have exceptionally powerful functions. A useless system like mine, which is at the bottom of the hierarchy, would never be chosen by the main god for a tasker who can't control their desires. That would cause huge trouble for the small worlds. Host, once you finish your tasks, I can beg the main god to help you check if your family and friends are doing tasks in other small worlds. Yunshu reached out and stroked the little fox's head, a rare trace of tenderness in her voice. System, thank you. I'm very happy and lucky to have bonded with you. The little fox sniffled. Host, I'm the lucky one to have met such an amazing host like you. We're both lucky. Yunshu pinched the system's fluffy little paw, her face breaking into a brilliant smile that made her look exceptionally vibrant. The little fox gazed at her with eager eyes. Host, am I considered a comrade fighting alongside you? Of course you are. Yunshu looked down at the little fox. You've been great already. Don't say you're useless anymore. She rubbed its head again. Alright, stop crying. I'm a system without human emotions. I don't want to cry either, but my programming includes a touch of sentimentality, so I tear up easily. Will. The little fox sobbed as it made excuses. Yunshu didn't call it out. She simply said, open the surveillance. Let me see if they'll vote to persuade me with conservative methods or radical ones. She was genuinely curious. Though she admired Pei Wanning's boldness, it's hard for one's thinking to change completely overnight. Bound by the era's limitations, most people would lean toward conservatism. Still, what if there was an exception? As the saying goes, life is full of surprises. The system panel expanded once again, displaying the scene of everyone gathered in the prefectural hall to deliberate. The argument raged on each side, convinced of their own reasoning. Suddenly, Pei Wanning stood up and said, everyone hear me out. If we keep arguing like this, we won't reach a conclusion, even by the 3-day deadline. Gradually, the crowd fell silent, their gazes turning to her. Pei Wanning looked around the hall. Courage was forged through repeated trials. Unlike her past habit of shrinking back, she now faced everyone's stares with composure. Since we're all adamant, and no one can convince anyone else, then how about this? Everyone present writes their chosen strategy on paper with ink as proof. The minority yields to that way no one can argue. Those in the hall exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of shock and bewilderment, remaining silent for a long while. Among them were those from noble clans, those seasoned in officialdom, and those well-versed in classics, yet none had ever heard of deciding policy by vote. What was this? A public debate? Or drawing lots? Pei Du's frown deepened. Aning, how can you treat such a grave matter so frivolously? Since ancient times, court discussions have their protocols, prefectural decisions have their regulations, and even clan rituals observe the order of precedence. Counting marks on paper. What kind of reasoning is that? Uncle, Pei Wanning replied calmly, times have changed. Let me ask you, among those present, who dares to take the prefect's seat and decide this matter? Silence spread. Whenever they conducted business or deliberated, they all deliberately avoided the main seat. Because in their hearts they revered the divine maiden as their lord, and only she was worthy of that seat. This led to a deadlock whenever opinions diverged, with no one able to make a decision. The flaw of having no leader was glaringly obvious. The problem was they couldn't just pile up official documents and go to the divine maiden's temple to ask her for a decision. The mere thought was impractical. Yet matters of livelihood couldn't be delayed forever. If left unresolved, it would surely lead to major issues. Shen Yu pondered for a while before speaking. I support Miss Pei's proposal. It's a good method. In truth, he felt Pei Du was too rigid, but as a close friend, he found it hard to say so openly and embarrass him in front of Lu Sui. Lowered his head in thought and concluded that Pei Wanning's method was highly feasible. I also think Miss Pei is right. Since we have neither a lord nor a superior, the minority yielding to the majority is relatively fair. He had never revered heaven-earth rulers, parents, or teachers. In any matter, he cared only about fairness. Zhang Xiaoyang, and Sua Heng being commoners couldn't even write their own names, let alone sit at a table with men to discuss affairs. They had only entered the prefectural hall because Pei Wanning fought for their rights, citing their contributions. Naturally, they supported Pei Wanning wholeheartedly. Moreover, in a world where men were revered and women despised their gender, made them natural allies. Pei-du, brushing paper, and inkstone were quickly prepared. Considering the illiterate Pei Wanning wrote both strategies on each sheet, explained the words, and had them circle their choice. Soon the hall was filled only with the rustling of brushes on paper. After a moment, all the papers were collected. Offer gifts to the Divine Maiden, 11 votes. Invite the Divine Maiden to Shen Yu, 11 votes. A tie. The atmosphere in the hall instantly grew tense. 11 against 11, neither more nor less, as if fate itself wanted to mock them. Shen Yu glanced at the sky outside. Everyone, the 3-day deadline is near. If we don't decide soon, we might ruin the plan. He proposed a compromise. How about this: first offer gifts to the Divine Maiden. If she accepts, then we invite her. This seemed a perfect solution, and no one objected, each going to prepare accordingly. On the other side, Yunshu watched as Shen Yu and Lu Sui all voted for Pei Wanning's strategy. She was somewhat surprised, but more so gratified that her ideological education had taken effect. Old notions, though hard to break, were not impenetrable walls. Ultimately, things depended on human effort. System, stop eating. Let's go. Because she had first descended in the valley, and with the sweet potato fields there, Shen Yu and the others decided to return to the repaired temple in the valley to offer gifts to her. The system space could teleport, but it required shock value. And with her frugal nature, she wouldn't waste money. To avoid delays, she had to travel overnight to reach the valley before them. The little fox grabbed an osmanthus cake and stuffed it into its mouth, mumbling, Host, wait for me. In the valley, the temple of the goddess stood. The crowd prostrated themselves, not daring to lift their heads. Only the stream continued to flow unhurriedly, as if accustomed to the devout postures of mortals kowtowing before the divine. "O holy goddess above," Shun Ye's voice echoed across the open space before the temple. "We, your devotees, have been blessed by your grace with sweet potatoes and cotton, sparing us from hunger and cold. This kindness and virtue are etched deeply in our hearts. You are a celestial spirit by nature, with virtue lofty and profound. We mortals are powerless to repay even a fraction of your benevolence. We have only prepared these humble gifts with utmost sincerity, presented before your shrine to express our gratitude for your divine favor." As his voice faded, silence enveloped the surroundings. After an unknown span of time, the air above the temple suddenly warped. Then, a nine-tailed fox emerged from the radiant mist, alighting atop the goddess temple. It stood with its 4 paws together, posture dignified. Seeing the celestial fox, the sacred beast under the goddess, Shen Yu felt a foreboding unease. He chose his words with extreme caution, fearing he might offend the temperamental sacred beast and ruin their crucial endeavor. The spirit fox cast a glance at Shen Yu and the others. "That would be utterly disastrous for us. Lord Spirit Fox, the holy goddess, once promised us 3 days to persuade her. Could you please show leniency and allow us to present these sweet potatoes and cotton garments to the goddess?" He chose his words with extreme caution, fearing he might offend the temperamental sacred beast and ruin their crucial endeavor. The spirit fox cast a glance at Shen Yu and the others. "Enough," it said, its tone laced with impatience. "Leave the offerings and be gone." The moment the words left its mouth, the tribute plate in Shen Yu's hands vanished before everyone's eyes. In the next instant, the spirit fox also disappeared. The crowd stared at the tightly shut temple doors, expressions etched with dejection. Yet no one rose to leave. They remained kneeling before the shrine, hoping that the goddess, upon seeing those crops and fabrics, might be moved. An insurmountable chasm lay between mortals and gods. They had no other recourse but sincere prayer. Inside the temple, Yun Shu sat cross-legged beneath the deity's statue, gazing thoughtfully at the sweet potatoes and cotton garments retrieved by the system. Then she opened the system panel. Currently, she had 365700 shock points remaining. The lottery pool was not within her immediate consideration. After some deliberation, she spent 100 shock points to upgrade the Fleeting Dream set from level 2 to level 3. The medical encyclopedia and healing skills of the Fleeting Dream set were ideal for dealing with the impending large-scale plague in Yi City. Everything was in place, awaiting only the passage of time. Traveling from the valley back to Shindu City by flying sword was swift for her, but Shen Yu and the others would need at least half a day on horseback. By the time she completed the initiation process and arrived in Yi City, the plague might have already begun to spread. She needed to find a way to shorten the time. Rummaging through the wardrobe, her gaze settled on a set called the Mirror of Retrospection. It included a formation component called the Homecoming Array, capable of teleporting the user to a marked point. During this period, after displaying her divine presence, she had always used the Homecoming Array to teleport away, saving the cost of returning to the system space. At level 3A, the Mirror of Retrospection's homecoming array could only teleport her alone, but upgrading to level 4 would allow teleportation for multiple people. Seeing the required shock points, she was so infuriated she felt like smashing the system panel. 2,000 shock points to upgrade from level 3 to level 4. Even robbery, isn't this outrageous? She cursed as she pressed the upgrade button. Current shock points 65700. Host, stop swearing. It's time for your appearance, the little fox reminded softly from the side. They've been kneeling outside for 2 hours now. That's enough, we can't delay any longer. Outside the temple the crowd remained kneeling, refusing to rise. The morning mist gradually dissipated and sunlight spread over the eastern ridge, painting the valley in a pale gold hue. Yet no one appreciated the scenery. Their robes were soaked with dew, their knees ached from the stones, yet none dared to move an inch. 2 incense sticks worth of time had passed since the spirit fox departed. The temple doors remained shut, the goddess had not appeared. A restless anxiety rippled through the crowd. Someone secretly lifted their eyes toward the temple door, then quickly lowered them, a trace of despair flickering in their gaze. Time trickled by. The sun climbed higher. Just as everyone assumed the goddess would not appear, the door that had remained motionless creaked open. Everyone raised their heads. In the next second, they held their breath in unison. The goddess had appeared. A misty purple gauze gown cascaded from her shoulders, its hem spreading over the stone steps. That shade of smoky purple was incredibly light and ethereal, as if dyed with morning mist. Layer upon layer of sheer fabric piled up, rippling like water with every step. Light and shadow played within, flickering indistinctly. The gown was embroidered with silver thread in the pattern of the Big Dipper, shimmering like twinkling stars as the skirt swayed. The goddess stood quietly on the temple steps, a gentle breeze lifting the hem of her gown and silver-white strands of hair. I have perceived your intentions, she said, her calm gaze sweeping slowly over the prostrate crowd. O merciful goddess, for bestowing sweet potatoes and cotton, we mortals having received great grace think of it day and night. Yet human hearts are dull and words are pale. Even with 1,000 words it is difficult to express even a fraction of our gratitude. Pei Wanning paused, took a breath, and maintained a tone of fitting humility. I, a humble woman, dare to boldly request that you, holy goddess, deign to visit Shen Yu city in person. See for yourself where every seed you scattered upon the mortal world has fallen, and what flowers have bloomed, and what fruits have borne. She finished speaking. Her forehead touched the ground again, hands spread flat before her, lying quietly at the goddess' feet. The goddess looked at her with a calm gaze, like a bright moon gazing at its own reflection on the water. Neither sorrow nor joy, neither near nor far. After a long moment, she gave a slight nod. Granted. Just one word, yet it made everyone present's hearts settle back into place, tears nearly brimming over. The goddess moved her long gown trailing over the stone steps. The mirror-shaped pendant at her waist swayed gently. The crowd quickly rose and followed behind her, maintaining a respectful distance. Neither too close nor too far. To the west of the valley lay a vast expanse of cultivated sweet potato fields. The goddess paused. Her gaze fell upon the verdant vines. Seeing this, Shen Yu stepped forward. His voice was respectful and restrained, every word carefully weighed. Reporting to the holy goddess, after you bestowed the divine seeds, the people worked diligently in the fields, laboring from dawn to dusk, without daring to be idle. Now over 300 acres of sweet potato fields have been cultivated. The goddess parted her lips. Well done. Beyond the sweet potato fields, following the stream upward, lay a scattered, yet orderly village. In earlier times there were only some thatched huts. As time passed, the thatched huts became mud houses, and the mud houses were later topped with tiles filled with the warmth of mortal life. Occasionally the sounds of children playing could be heard. Shen Yu continued, Holy goddess, the refugees you saved have taken root in this goddess village. Though their lives are simple, they lack neither clothing nor food. Yun Shu listened to Shen Yu's lengthy discourse. Fearing that Pei Wanning and the others might also step forward to speak, she said, Shen Yu city is indeed worth a visit. Hearing this, the crowd was overjoyed. Shen Yu quickly brought over the carriage that had been prepared in advance. Though they knew the goddess had her own means of transport, they could not neglect propriety. Please, holy goddess, board the carriage. There's no need for such trouble. The goddess waved her sleeve lightly, a gesture as casual as brushing away a speck of dust from a table. In an instant, a door materialized before everyone's eyes. The door stood about 3 zhang high. Its frame was entwined with wisteria, heavy clusters of purplined white flowers hanging down, emitting a faint luminescence. The gate entwined with wisteria fully swung open as the divine maiden's sleeves swept down, light pouring forth from within. Follow me. The divine maiden stepped onto the stone stairs before the wisteria gate, her robe trailing over the tangled flowering branches. The wisteria blossoms swayed lightly, scattering a cascade of fine silver-purple light specks upon the ground. The moment she crossed the threshold, her figure completely merged into that radiant brilliance. Pei Wanning snapped back to her senses and followed closely behind. As the light engulfed her, she felt her entire being become weightless, as if treading upon clouds. Shen Yu and the others filed in one after another. Just an instant. Perhaps even shorter than an instant. When the radiance before their eyes gradually faded, everyone felt solid ground beneath their feet. Everyone was stunned. They stood atop a precipitous cliff. The cliff walls soared into the clouds, and not far away Shindu City lay before them, like a scroll unfurled across the earth. City walls, streets, houses, rivers. All lay within their sight. It was the afternoon hour. Wisps of cooking smoke rose from the city, merging with the clouds on the horizon. The entire city basked in a soft, golden glow under the sunlight. The wind swept across the cliff top, carrying the scent of the wilderness, causing everyone's robes to rustle. They stared blankly at Shindu City in the distance, as if unable to believe their eyes. The crowd took a long time to calm the shock within their hearts. Just moments ago they were in the valley, merely stepping through a luminous door and walking a few steps. Not even the time it takes to finish a cup of tea, and they had all arrived at Shindu City. But why were they on a cliff? Never mind. They couldn't figure it out. It must be because their comprehension was too shallow to grasp the divine maiden's intentions. If Yinshu could hear their thoughts, she wouldn't tell them the truth. She simply hadn't marked a spot inside Shindu City, only she had already memorized the path down the mountain. Lu Sui was the last to step out of the luminous door. After landing, he first widened his eyes to look at the cliff ahead, then abruptly turned back to glance at the door behind him. Being bold since childhood, he wasn't intimidated by this divine power. Instead, it sparked a curiosity to explore. He strode toward the luminous door, wondering if he could return to the valley. But a hand grabbed him. Shen Yu had silently appeared behind him. "Don't be reckless," he whispered urgently. "Don't leave a bad impression on the divine maiden." Lu Sui regained some clarity, suppressed his curiosity, and obediently returned to the group. Pei Wanning didn't notice this minor incident. Her mind was fixed on the ethereal figure in smoky purple ahead. The divine maiden stood at the cliff's edge, overlooking Shindu City. The city's silhouette was reflected in her eyes, her expression still unreadable, neither joy nor sorrow. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Pei Wanning hurried 2 steps forward, stopping slightly behind, and to the side of the divine maiden, bowing slightly. "Divine maiden." She pointed toward a cluster of houses in the southeastern part of the city. "There is an embroidery workshop there which the people call Yunjin Workshop. If it pleases you, would you be willing to come and see it with me?" The divine maiden merely replied, "So be it." She gently flicked her sleeves, turned, and slowly descended along the mountain path beside the cliff. Pei Wanning quickly followed to lead the way. The others followed closely. The path down the mountain had been cleared of withered branches and weeds, making it surprisingly easy to traverse. Soon they arrived at Yunjin Workshop. The courtyard gate was wide open. Inside the yard was filled with looms where dozens of women were busy weaving. Shuttles darted between the warped threads, producing a rhythmic clack-clack sound. Colorful fabrics were hung out to dry in the yard. Reds, blues, greens, purples. Looking like a vibrant lake under the air was filled with the unique scent of cotton and linen, mingled with the faint fragrance of dyes. The divine maiden halted at the entrance. Pei Wanning stood beside her, hands clasped before her abdomen, her posture dignified and humble. She didn't speak immediately, but waited until the divine maiden's gaze swept across the entire yard before softly saying, "Divine maiden, please see. This is the change the looms have brought to the mortal world." Then she pointed to a loom on the left. A woman in her 30s sat there, working her hands, skillfully throwing and catching the shuttle, her feet pressing the pedals up and down in a fluid, seamless motion. The woman kept her head down, completely focused, not even noticing the commotion at the entrance. That elder sister is surnamed Fong. 3 years ago, her husband died, unexpectedly cutting off the family's livelihood. With 2 children and nowhere to turn, she was on the verge of drowning herself in the lake. At this point, she suddenly turned to look at the divine maiden beside her, her eyes burning with fervor. "It is because you, divine maiden, bestowed upon us the looms that Sister Fong had the chance to work at Yunjin Workshop, earn wages, and support her family of 3. The divine maiden's expression shifted slightly, but she did not speak. Pei Wanning was not discouraged as she guided the divine maiden deeper into the yard. "That young lady, her surname is Lu, only 17 this year." She pointed to a young woman in the corner of the yard. The woman was delicately pretty with unusually bright black eyes. She sat at a loom, weaving, a faint smile playing on her lips, as if she were not working, but doing something joyful. "Miss Liu's father is a gambler deeply in debt. He originally planned to sell her into a brothel." Her voice dropped slightly. She refused, ran away, and came to Yunjin Workshop to learn weaving. After only a few days of learning, the cloth she wove was better than that of most embroiderers in the workshop. Her tone carried genuine admiration. Now she is one of the best weavers at Yunjin Workshop. Her monthly wages exceed what ordinary people earn in a year. Her gambling father fears your punishment and dares not cause trouble at the workshop. She will soon have a brand new life. The divine maiden listened quietly, her gaze resting on the women absorbed in their weaving. Pei Wanning knew that the opportunity That the divine maiden was willing to stand here and listen to her tell these mortal stories was already an unimaginable grace. She turned to face the divine maiden and knelt down. Divine maiden, the weavers in Yunjin Workshop are but a small part of those blessed by your grace. Outside Yunjin Workshop, there are countless more citizens of Shen Yu. They rise at dawn and rest at dusk, filling their stomachs with the divine sweet potatoes you bestowed and fending off the bitter cold with the cotton you gave. It all feels like a dream. If you divine maiden were not here, they would feel that this dream could shatter at any moment, living in constant fear. This was no exaggeration. Their present happiness was entirely due to the divine maiden's benevolence. She was their pillar. If they lost this pillar, everything they had gained would soon slip away. Shen Yu City would erupt in chaos from panic. Powerful families would seize their divine seeds and looms. The world would oppress women even more harshly. Thinking of this, tears streamed down her cheeks. Divine maiden, I beg you to remain in the mortal world. Divine maiden, we beg you to stay in the mortal world. Everyone present knelt before the divine maiden, their voices tinged with hope, but more so with supplication. No one spoke in the embroidery workshop. Everyone was waiting. The goddess slightly lowered her eyes, gazing at the crowd. Her pitch-black phoenix eyes were as calm as an autumn lake devoid of ripples or waves, while the smoky purple hem of her skirt gently swayed in the afternoon breeze like smoke or mist. Then she slowly spoke, her voice clear and crisp like the wind from the heavens above, and like ice pearls falling onto a jade plate. As long as I am here, the dream will not shatter. Everyone's hearts pounded in their chests like drums, almost unable to believe their ears. Did the goddess agree to remain in the mortal realm? In an instant, everyone's thoughts whirled, but no one dared to voice their doubts, directly fearing that the goddess might not mean that, or worse, incite her displeasure. The goddess slightly tilted her head. Following her gaze, the crowd saw only a small brick path, nothing unusual. The only eye-catching sight was a small wild grass sprouting from the brick crevice, standing quietly with two tender green leaves in the still air. The sweet potatoes, looms, and cotton I provided you are the most ordinary items in the heavenly palace. The crowd held their breath. No one dared to respond. In fact, no one dared to breathe loudly. The goddess looked up at the sky again, and said, the gods of the heavenly palace have all said that if mortals obtain items from the heavenly palace, they will become lazy, enjoying the fruits of others' labor, without striving for progress. For countless years the gods have observed the changing affairs of the mortal world with cold indifference, never intervening. Her tone paused, her gaze sweeping over the crowd before returning to the weaving machines in the courtyard. I have never agreed with these views, but I lacked strong facts to refute them. Until now I have them. I brought the divine seeds of agriculture to you. You have not idly consumed them, but have allowed them to take root throughout. The loom has only existed in the mortal realm for 7 days, yet you are able to grasp its secrets and create identical looms, weaving fine cloth that rivals even the finest products of the heavenly palace. I granted you a cotton field, and you have not merely basked in success, but have harvested seeds, sown them, and cultivated new cotton fields. You have not disappointed me. Tears finally spilled from the crowd's eyes. They desperately tried to suppress their emotions, not wanting to lose composure, but could not help it. They pressed their foreheads against the bricks, letting their tears drip into the crevices. It turned out that the goddess had seen their efforts and remembered their hard work. Their labors had not been in vain. How could this not stir their hearts? In that moment, they resembled a group of children yearning for their mother's approval, finally receiving recognition from her. The joy felt as if even death would be worth it. In the eyes of the celestial beings, mortals are as insignificant as ants. Her voice was soft, almost swept away by the wind. Yet those as tiny as ants obtain the most ordinary items from the heavenly palace, and can create such vitality and prosperity. I am curious, if I spend 100 years in the mortal realm teaching and guiding humanity, can you as mortals stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine? At the moment her final words fell, the entire embroidery workshop plunged into a silence as ancient as time itself. To stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine as mere mortals. These words struck each person's heart like a burning iron sizzling with smoke, making them tremble, and their eyes well with. Between mortals and the divine lies an insurmountable chasm, as vast as heaven and earth. It is a gap of lifespan. The divine beings live alongside time itself, existing for thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, while mortals live scarcely 100. It is a gap of power. The divine can manipulate the clouds and rain at will, while mortals cannot even withstand a flood. It is a gap of wisdom. The divine understands the mysteries of the heavens, while mortals cannot even predict if tomorrow will be sunny or rainy. What right do they have to stand alongside the divine? In an instant, the surge of emotions was not one of excitement, but a profound sense of bewilderment. In the crowd, Shen Yu slowly raised his head, his fingers slightly curled, his knuckles turning white from the strain. He believed in the principle that no one among nobles and commoners is inherently superior. Yet he had never considered whether mortals could truly stand beside the divine. As a believer, he could not let the goddess down. The goddess shows mercy, abandoning the splendor of the heavenly palace, granting us 100 years of teaching. I have no way to repay this. He knelt on the ground, deeply bowing to the goddess. I only wish to devote my entire life to assist the goddess in educating the masses. Even if I cannot stand alongside the divine, I wish to build a bridge over that chasm. Pei Wan-ning also refused to be outdone. Her voice was soft, yet every word was clear. I too wish to follow the goddess. Mortals have a short lifespan. Oh, I cannot claim that I can stand beside the divine, but I will spend my life showing you just how far a mortal's backbone can go. Their words inspired everyone present. Voices surged from all directions, initially disjointed and chaotic, but soon converging into a powerful torrent, uniform, loud, and deafening. We are willing to bear the goddess will in our mortal forms and prove that even ants can stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine. We will never let the goddess teachings go to waste. We will never disappoint the goddess. The voices echoed throughout the embroidery workshop, growing louder, as if they intended to lift the roof off. The goddess stood before the crowd, her gaze slightly shifting, the corners of her lips curling into a faint arc. I am greatly comforted by your courage. In the next moment, a crisp ringing echoed once. Following that, the crowd suddenly found themselves in darkness. When they regained their senses, they realized they were no longer in the capital of Shindu, but in a strange city. The sky was overcast. No living soul could be seen on the streets. Every household had their doors and windows tightly shut, with white cloth strips hanging above the door frames, fluttering weakly in the wind. This seems to be Yi City. One person had a relative living in Yi City, and he grew increasingly certain, yes, this is Yi City, but how has it become like this? How strange. You all, look over there. What is that? In the corner of the street lay several gruesome corpses, their faces a sickly blue-black, covered in dense spots, some already rotting and oozing pus. A few crows perched beside the corpses, tilting their heads and making hoarse cries. Not far away, a ragged woman knelt on the ground, cradling a motionless child in her arms. She did not cry, merely rocking back and forth, mumbling words unintelligible to anyone. Nearby, an old man sat on the threshold, his gaze hollow, devoid of any desire for life. Plague! It's a plague! Someone exclaimed. The crowd immediately fell into chaos, instinctively wanting to flee, but they collided against an invisible wall. Yunshu, seeing this, looked towards the hidden system. She wanted to save the people of Yi City, but it was impossible to blindly rescue them with a group of inexperienced individuals. The floating dream set could cure those infected with the plague, but without preventive measures and identifying the source of the disease, the plague would soon break out again, treating the symptoms, but not the root cause. Thus, a preventive drill was essential. Furthermore, she could also select the individuals with the highest medical talent during this drill, naturally imparting the medical encyclopedia of the floating dream set to them. This skill means that the higher the talent, the more medical knowledge one gains. The system explained, host time is too tight. I can't build a city, so aside from this street, other places have air walls. Yunshu, there is no choice but to simplify the process. The ashen sky suddenly lit up. It was not sunlight, but a soft curtain of light descending from the heavens, enveloping the entire street. A divine maiden descended from the sky. She held a verdant orchid in her hand, clad in a white and green robe, with a plain silk veil trailing from her bun, her skirt silently sweeping over the dusty flagstones. Amidst the chaos, the crowd's gazes were involuntarily drawn to that white figure, gradually quieting down. The divine maiden walked slowly, stopping beside a corpse. She cast a glance at its livid face and festering spots, her expression showing neither disgust nor fear. Only a faint calmness. In the mortal realm, every great plague claims countless lives. Her voice was clear and melodious, reaching every ear present. Mortals call it a heavenly punishment, burning incense, and praying, slaughtering livestock as sacrifices, believing it to be the wrath of the gods. But in truth, it is merely a disease, a tiny entity invisible to the eye, spreading thousands of miles through water, wind, and human touch. The crowd stared at the divine maiden, half understanding. Once the source is identified, the plague can be controlled. Cut off its transmission, and tens of thousands of lives can be saved. The divine maiden's gaze fell upon the crowd. Now this city is ravaged by pestilence. Do you dare to enter it, seek the source, halt the spread, save the people, and prove to heaven that mortals can overcome the plague? After a moment of silence, Shen Yu was the first to speak. Looking up at the divine maiden, his voice as steady as iron. Yu is willing to try. Pei Wanning and Lu Sui also stepped forward. Willing to try. Willing to try. Voices rose one after another. Faced with the terrifying plague, they instinctively felt fear and hesitated. But once someone stepped forward to lead, they too were infected by that courage and followed. The divine maiden nodded slightly. A golden light flickered at her fingertip and a soft radiance enveloped the entire go. As the words fell, her figure dissipated like smoke and mist, vanishing completely before their eyes. The golden light faded. The ashen sky, the dilapidated street, the white cloth fluttering on the lintel, all remained as before. The crowd stood still, exchanging glances. Let's Go. Someone took the first step, and the others, gritting their teeth, followed reluctantly. Everyone, please wait. A gentle male voice rang out from the crowd. The people turned back to look. A handsome man with a refined and scholarly air stepped forward from the back of the group. He wore plain cloth clothes, a half-old medicine box slung over his shoulder. I am Lin Sun, courtesy name Yiji. I have practiced medicine for years, and have some knowledge of healing arts. May I say a word? He made a slight bow to the crowd, his gaze clear and upright. Just now the divine maiden said the plague spreads thousands of miles through water, wind, and human touch. I venture to guess that the disease might enter the body through the mouth and nose. So saying, he took out a stack of plain white cloth from his medicine box and distributed it to everyone. If you don't mind, cover your mouth and nose with this, that might reduce the danger a little. The people took the cloth and tied it as instructed. Physician Lin is right, Shen Yu said, fastening his cloth and looking at Lin Sun. Since you understand medicine, we will follow your lead. Lin Sun did not decline, merely nodding slightly, his gaze turning to the deathly silent street. Behind the scenes, Yun Shu watched the refined young physician and silently noted his name. This was a medical talent worth cultivating. Meanwhile, Lin Sun took the first step into the main street of Yi City. The corpses at the street corners and the swirling ashes of funeral paper in the gloomy sky all exuded a sense of death. Lin Sun carefully examined a corpse's face. Livid skin, festering spots. He frowned slightly, his fingertips gently turning the collar to reveal a section of the neck. On the neck was a patch of dark red rash with a small black scar in the center. Lin Sun's pupils contracted. He had never seen such a disease. Just as they were at a loss, lines of golden text suddenly appeared in the sky. Disease enters through the mouth, decay is the source. Filth breeds poison, spreading with the wind. First chills and fever, then sore throat, then rash all over. Livid skin is critical. Lin Sun's eyes lit up. Disease enters through the mouth, decay is the source. Lu Sui pondered for a moment, then said, then the source of the plague must be on those rotten and filthy things. Right, Lin Sun nodded. It must be that someone ate contaminated food or drank contaminated water. Then the sick person passed the disease to those nearby through conversation spreading from one to hundreds, from hundreds to thousands. The crowd suddenly understood. The once blurry ideas became much clearer. Shen Yu made an immediate decision. One team will go with Physician Lin to check the water and food sources. One team will go with Miss Pei to separate the healthy from the sick, and one team will go with me to move the bodies. Those who died from the plague must be burned as soon as possible, not left on the streets. What? Burn. Burn the bodies. A middle-aged man's eyes widened. When people die, they should be buried in peace. How can we burn them? Isn't that scattering their ashes? Exactly. If the people of Yi City find out we burned their relatives' bodies, won't they fight us? I can't do this, someone muttered, turning away. A rotting wound will never heal if you don't have the heart to cut away the rotten flesh. Shen Yu looked at the crowd. Similarly, if we don't burn these bodies, the plague won't stop. If the plague doesn't stop, more people will die. So we must burn these bodies. As the flames rose, some turned away, unable to look at the corpses on the pyre. When the last corpse turned to ash, a soft golden light fell from the sky, like the sun breaking through the clouds, painting the entire street in a warm hue. The divine maiden's figure slowly materialized in the golden light. She hovered in midair, looking at the clean flagstone path and the still smoldering fire. Then her gaze swept slowly over the crowd, isolating the sick, cutting off transmission, finding the source, burning contaminants, fumigating and disinfecting. These are all methods to protect oneself when facing a plague. Now that you have comprehended them, you have passed my trial. Everyone was stunned. A trial. This was the divine maiden's trial. The divine maiden waved her hand. Everyone was back in the embroidery workshop. The real plague will not be so mild. At this time tomorrow, Yi City will become a living hell under the ravages of the epidemic affecting surrounding cities, including Shindu. Looking at the terrified faces, she added, in recognition of your courage to face the plague, I will grant you a glimmer of hope. The next moment, a golden book condensed in the air. The book was about 1 foot square, its material unknown, radiating a shimmering light resembling gold, yet not quite gold, seeming like jade, but not quite jade. The crowd looked up at the heavenly book suspended in midair, dumbfounded, and nearly forgetting to breathe. Yun Shu spoke with a calm expression. This book is called the Classic of Healing the World. It contains all the methods to cure the difficult and complex ailments, as well as strange poisons and illnesses found in the world. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback, especially the healers among them, who stared at the heavenly book with wide eyes. Lu Sui shock value 100. Lin Sun's shock value 100. Pei Wan Ning's shock value 100. Current shock value 200500. However, the heavenly book has its spirit and cannot be forced. Those destined to receive it shall naturally obtain it, while those without fate shall knock on its door in vain. The goddess paused. Moreover, the one who obtains this heavenly book can learn to what extent depends on their own fortune. Those with high comprehension can grasp 7 or 8 parts, while those dull of heart may only understand 1 or 2. The path of medicine is long, the heavenly book is merely a guiding light. The distance one can travel ultimately lies in the heart of the individual. Low murmurs arose from the crowd. Some displayed longing while others were filled with hope. More people, however, held their breaths fixated on the golden heavenly book suspended in the air. Soon after, the heavenly book suddenly began to move. It floated past Shen Yu's head without stopping. Immediately after, it drifted over Pei Wan-ning's head. Pei Wan-ning's heart was full of anticipation. Yet the heavenly book once again floated away. Then it passed over Lu Sui's head, pausing slightly. Lu Sui's heart lifted to his throat. He could almost feel the golden light brushing against his cheek. But in the next moment, the heavenly book floated away. A hint of disappointment flashed in Lu Sui's eyes, quickly replaced by a greater sense of anticipation. He was eager to know who the destined person truly was. The heavenly book meandered slowly through the crowd like a discerning butterfly that paused slightly in front of each flower before gracefully departing. The gaze of the crowd relentlessly followed the golden heavenly book, their hearts drifting along with it, until it floated before a young healer dressed in plain cloth, with a half-worn medicine box slung over his shoulder. The heavenly book came to a halt. Everyone's breath caught in their throats. Lin Sun stared blankly, his gentle eyes reflecting the golden glow. It gave him no time to react. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly book transformed into a stream of golden light, and under everyone's gaze silently merged into his chest. The little fox system that completed the task of selecting a master for the heavenly book scampered back to Yin Shu's side, concealing its merits and fame. Countless words, prescriptions, pathologies, and methods of treatment poured into Lin Sun's consciousness like falling stars, or as rivers returning to the sea, surging powerfully. All the perplexities that could not be solved even after flipping through medical texts, the regrets of being helpless in face of difficult and complex ailments, the puzzles that kept him awake at night. At this moment, all were effortlessly resolved. It was as if someone had lit a lamp in his heart. Once the lamp was lit, the whole room was illuminated, leaving no darkness. The heavenly book. The heavenly book has chosen Dr. Lin. Dr. Lin is the best doctor in Chengdu City, often holding free consultations. It is only natural that the heavenly book would choose him. Last time, when Aunt Wang next door couldn't afford treatment, Dr. Lin even paid out of his own pocket for the medicine. As the crowd murmured, Lin Sun came back to his senses, his pupils trembling violently, his eyelids reddening and moistening visibly, and he unexpectedly shed tears in public. I humbly thank the goddess for her grace. He knocked his head heavily towards the goddess's forehead, striking the solid bluestone ground, producing a dull thud. I am but an ordinary person lacking in talents and knowledge. What virtue and merit do I have to deserve the heavenly book's favor? This great kindness I have no means to repay. I only wish to rush to Yi City immediately, using the medical skills bestowed by the heavenly book to drive away the plague and save the people, not to let the goddess' good intentions go to waste. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. The embroidery workshop fell silent. The sound of a needle dropping could be heard as everyone watched the young healer kneeling on the ground. Though I am old and lacking in talent, I have not received the heavenly book's favor, yet I have read several medical texts and recognize a few medicinal herbs. The voice came from an elderly doctor over 50, his hair and beard gray, his face etched with the creases of time. His voice was old and hoarse, yet carried a stubbornness unmatched by youth. In the face of a plague, how can a healer remain indifferent? I am willing to accompany young Dr. Lin to Yi City to contribute my strength and do my part. Before his words could fade, another person stepped forward from the crowd. It was a burly man dressed in short attire, looking less like a healer and more like a hunter. He scratched his head and said in a deep voice, I cannot treat illnesses, but I am strong and can help in Yi City by carrying patients, moving things, chopping wood, and boiling water. Count me in. I will go too. Me too. 1, 5, 10, 100. The number of people wanting to go to Yi City grew increasingly larger. Among those stepping forward, several figures stood out distinctly. They were a few women, led by a woman in her 30s with a neat bun and a resolute face. I am Zoshir, a common woman who has learned a bit from my father. I cannot claim to be well versed in pharmacology, but I can handle small tasks like bandaging and decocting medicine, as well as caring for patients. Next to her stood a 17 or 18-year-old girl, her round face bright, with sparkling eyes. My name is Arue, and I have learned to recognize medicinal herbs from my mother. Facing so many people for the first time, she felt extremely nervous, her speech becoming stuttered. I can recognize dozens of medicinal herbs, and will not make mistakes. They all knew that this journey would be fraught with peril, with uncertain outcomes. Yet not a single person hesitated. The goddess stood before the crowd, her obsidian-like eyes reflecting the figures stepping forward. If that is the case, then I shall accompany you to see how you conquer the true plague. Pei Wan-ning and the others looked on with eager eyes. Just as they were about to speak, they were stopped by Shen Yu. Shen Yu said, Elder brother Miss Pei Zirang Shindu needs someone to stay and oversee. To go to Yi City, I along with Wu Yin and Captain Zhou will lead a team there. However, Shen Yu said Zi Rang and Miss Pei can stay in Xindu to maintain order. That will be more than sufficient. I will also accompany you to Yi City. Elder brother, that is not possible. Shen Yu shook his head. Luo Daoqing has fallen in Xindu, and with Emperor Yongling's passing, that group of wizards in the capital are in a frenzy supporting the young emperor to ascend, trying to manipulate him to command the feudal lords, but the local governors are not buying it. Now the world is in chaos with warlords asserting control. You must remain in Xindu to train the soldiers. The people of Xindu are all followers of the goddess. Outside of Xindu, no one knows that the goddess is the true deity of salvation and aid to the people. If the goddess goes to Yi City, she will surely be thought of by those with ulterior motives as exploiting the chaos and misleading the hearts of the people, hindering the goddess from teaching the masses. At that time, it will be unavoidable to use some special means to make those who are unwilling to listen to the goddess teachings understand what the truth is. The sky over Yi City had been overcast for 7 consecutive days. Within the grand hall of the prefect's residence, candle flames flickered. Chengji, the prefect of Yi City, sat in the seat of honor. Though just over 40, his temples were already streaked with white, and his deep-set eyes were bloodshot. The desk before him was piled high with urgent reports from every direction, like a small mountain. Report. A messenger stumbled into the hall, falling to his knees with a thud. His face was full of terror as he said, "Your Excellency, 11 more bodies have been found in the northern district. Their faces are black and their bodies are covered in rashes, identical to the previous victims." 11 more, Chengji murmured. Yesterday it was 9, the day before 7. It increases with each passing day. Some lowered their heads, others turned away. None dared meet the prefect's bloodshot eyes. Where is the chief medical officer? Did I not order him to gather all the physicians in the city to devise a treatment plan? Where are they? Where's the strategy? As his words fell, a middle-aged man in a blue official robe scrambled into the hall. It was the chief medical officer of Yi City. Drenched in sweat, his face ashen, he fell to his knees the moment he entered, trembling all over. Your Excellency, I have consulted day and night with over a dozen physicians in the city, and we have scoured every medical text. But this disease strikes with such ferocity, it is unprecedented. Every medicine we administer vanishes like a clay ox sinking into the sea. There is no improvement whatsoever. I am truly a useless waste. Overwhelmed with rage, Cheng-ji swept the pile of urgent reports off his desk, with one motion sending papers flying like snowflakes. The entire hall of officials fell into a deathly silence. The chief medical officer shuddered and dared not utter another word. Just then hurried footsteps were heard from outside the hall. A maidservant, her face deathly pale, rushed in. Your Excellency. The madam. She has taken a turn for the worse. A loud buzz filled Cheng-ji's mind as if he had been struck hard on the head with a wooden club. He shot to his feet. His chair toppled backward with a loud crash. What happened to my wife? Tears streamed down the maidservant's face. Just now the madam was feeding the young master, and suddenly she coughed up blood. I was so frightened I immediately went outside the residence to fetch a physician. The physician said the madam may have also contracted the plague. Every person in the hall changed expression. They all knew the prefect's wife. In every year of disaster, this kind-hearted lady would distribute porridge at the city gates, and everyone called her the living bodhisattva. Cheng-ji's eyes were bloodshot. He and his wife had been married since their youth. Upon hearing this devastating news, he could no longer maintain his composure. Did I not instruct you to keep the madam inside, and not let her go out? How could she have caught the plague? The maidservant sobbed. Please be clear, my lord, I truly could not stop her. These past few days with the plague raging in the city, the madam felt pity for the afflicted. So she took me and secretly went to the medical clinic to tend to the patients. She wept breathlessly. The madam said she is the prefect's wife. If she did not go, others would be even more afraid to go to the clinic to care for the sick. Every person present involuntarily lowered their heads, and some even secretly wiped tears from the corners of their eyes with their sleeves. The prefect's wife, Lady Yi, was born into a scholarly family, gentle, virtuous, and never raising her voice in public. Yet this was the very same delicate woman. In the midst of a rampant plague, when everyone was fearful for their own safety, she dared to go to the clinic every single day to care for complete strangers. In the end, she sacrificed herself as well. Cheng-ji abandoned the ongoing council meeting and practically ran all the way to the bedroom in the inner courtyard. The room was thick with the smell of medicinal broth. The candlelight was dim, casting a shadow over the gaunt figure on the bed. A gentle-looking woman leaned against the headboard. Her face was flushed, her lips cracked, and a cold, damp cloth lay on her forehead. Her coughs came in fits and starts, each one sounding as if she might expel her very organs. Even in such a dire state, the moment she saw Cheng-ji burst into the room, her first reaction was not to weep, but to frown. What are you doing in here? Get out. Cheng-ji ignored her and strode over. Seeing this, Yi Qingqing reached out to push him away. Zhou Ming, this disease is contagious. Keep your distance. You are the backbone of Yi City. If you fall too, who will govern the people of this city? Congee tried to speak, his lips moving, but not a single word came out. Yi Qingqing looked at him. Her eyes glazed over from the high fever shimmered with a thin layer of light. You haven't rested much these past few days, have you? The dark circles under your eyes are so heavy, she said softly. I had the kitchen prepare a bowl of soup for you. Remember to drink it. My lady, Congee interrupted her. Don't say any more. First focus on recovering. Come, let me feed you your medicine. After you take it, you will get better. You will get better. Yi Qingqing shook her head at him. Zhoming, you shouldn't stay here wasting your The people of Yi City need you more than I do. Hearing this, Congei's eyes turned completely red. But he did not cry. He was the prefect of Yi City, he could not cry. Yet his hand gripping his wife's trembled, and his knuckles cracked. Yi Qingqing raised her hand and patted his. Zhoming, go. Congee looked at her, wanting to say I'm not leaving, wanting to say I'll stay with you, wanting to say I'm going nowhere. But he could not say it. Because his wife was right. The people of Yi City needed him more. Congee slowly released his grip and straightened up. When he reached the door, he paused for a moment. With his back to the bed, he said in a hoarse voice, My lady, wait for me to return. He did not wait for an answer. He stepped out. Behind him, Yi Qingqing watched his departing figure, a faint smile, curling at the corners of her lips, lingering long after he was gone. This was the Zhoming she loved. The candles in the grand hall burned all night. No one spoke, no one left. Everyone sat in their seats silent as a row of tombstones. Just before dawn, an official suddenly spoke up. Your Excellency, I have a suggestion, though I am unsure if I should voice it. Congee looked at him with swollen red eyes. Speak. The official lowered his voice. I have heard that a divine maiden has arrived in Shen City possessing great supernatural powers. He paused. I was thinking, should we send someone to Shen to invite this divine maiden to come and save the people of Yi City? Congee was silent for a long time. Then he spoke. If praying to gods were effective, there would not be so many people dying from natural disasters and calamities in this world. He let out a soft sigh. In this world there has never been a god who saves. Only people can save people. The sky outside the window gradually brightened. Gray light filtered into the grand hall, illuminating faces etched with exhaustion and despair. No one knew that at this very moment a group of physicians carrying medicine chests was walking step by step toward Yi City. The morning mist had yet to fully dissipate, clinging thinly to the mountainside like a grayish-white gauze scarf. People who had traveled all night from Shen to Yecheng were on their way. Now they sat in small clusters holding white jade bowls filled with steaming porridge. Shen Yu and Lu Sui leaned against an old tree, each also cradling a bowl of thick, congealed rice porridge. Feeling the warmth emanating from the bowl's walls, and gazing at the translucent grains within, a complex mix of emotions churned in their hearts. When they had set out from Shen, they had prepared themselves to subsist on dry rations throughout the journey. Yet unexpectedly, at every mealtime a bowl of plain congee would materialize in each person's hands. The divine maiden truly loves the people as her own children, Lu Sui remarked, finishing the last mouthful from his bowl. Fu Yin, when you wrote in your letters that you had met a true deity who saves the suffering, I honestly didn't believe you. I even thought you had been bewitched. Shen Yu paused in his drinking. Since you didn't believe what I wrote in my letters, why did you still come to Shen? Watching the white jade bowl vanish after the porridge was finished, Lu Sui was still struck with wonder at the miraculous nature of the divine power, even though this was not the first time he had witnessed it. Gradually coming back to his senses, he said, I originally came to mock you to see how someone so clever could still be so easily deceived. Shen Yu was speechless. A poor choice of friends. Lu Sui suddenly straightened his expression. Fu Yin, I need to thank you. Thank you for writing me that letter, or else I might never have seen the true deity in my lifetime, or become one of her followers. Thinking of his original purpose for writing the letter, Shen Yu remained silent for a long moment. There's no need to thank me so much. Oblivious to Shen Yu's peculiarity, Lu Sui gazed at the road leading to Yecheng ahead, and sighed with emotion. When the divine maiden swung her sword to sever the dragon vein, who could have imagined that one strike would inadvertently cleave open a path? Originally going from Shen to Yecheng by skirting the mountains would take at least 3 or 4 days. Now we can go straight through the belly of the mountain, arriving in at most 2 days. Hearing this, Shen Yu set down his white jade bowl. His gaze slowly drifted over the crowd, settling on the celestial carriage, quietly parked not far away. The carriage was entirely lustrous white, made of an unknown material, faintly emitting a warm sheen in the morning light. 2 snow-white divine beasts docilely bowed their heads. Pale green pearl and jade tassels hung from the carriage roof, and silver wind chimes were suspended from its 4 corners. As a gentle breeze passed, the chimes tinkled like scattered rain, a clear, crisp sound dispersing into the air. The carriage curtains were drawn tightly, making it impossible to see even a blurred silhouette from outside. But he knew the divine maiden was inside. Shen Yu stared at the celestial carriage, but his thoughts wandered far away. Before leaving Shen, he had gone to see Luo Daoqing once. In the dungeon of Shen City, a ragged man was curled up in a cell, his hands bound in shackles. Shen Yu stood outside the iron bars looking at his wretched state, yet he felt no shred of pity for him. Luo Daoqing had committed countless atrocities and was laden with grievous sins. Ending up in such a plight was merely the consequence of his own actions. Now he seemed pitiable, but the innocent people who had died because of him were 1,000 times 10,000 times more pitiable. The moment Luo Daoqing saw Shen Yu appear, his entire body trembled violently. Then he scrambled desperately into the corner, chains clanking loudly, his back pressed tightly against the damp stone wall, wishing he could embed himself into it. Those eyes, once cunning and sinister, were now bloodshot, their pupils filled with sheer terror. "I don't want to go out." Hoarse wheezing sounds escaped his throat. I don't want to go out and see them. I want go reclaim land. Please don't take me out. I want go." Shen Yu stepped closer and looked down at him. He knew what Luo Daoqing was afraid of. A few days ago, when the jailers had taken him out to reclaim wasteland, the common people had shown him nothing but deep-seated hatred. Every time they saw him, they would beat him. "Luo Daoqing, if you answer a few of my questions, I won't have them take you out to reclaim wasteland." Luo Daoqing's body went rigid. His lips quivered. "Really?" Shen Yu said. "A gentleman's word is his bond. I ask and you answer. Say nothing more than necessary. What do you want to ask?" Luo Daoqing lifted his head, looking at the man before him, known in history as the most resourceful prime minister. In the later historical records, he knew Shen Yu's fame was on par with that of his elder brother Shen Yu. In fact, compared to Shen Yu's excessively brutal actions, Shen Yu enjoyed a more favorable reputation. Getting straight to the point, Shen Yu asked, "The divine maiden says you are a man from a later age. I ask you, what is that later age like?" A trace of nostalgia appeared in Luo Daoqing's eyes. "The later age? Oh, it's wonderful. There are no emperors, no need to kowtow. Ordinary people can eat whatever they want and wear whatever they want. There's also something called a phone with which you can see the other person's face even across vast distances." Shen Yu listened to these descriptions. His face remained calm, but his heart was churning with excitement. The people of the later age lived in such a beautiful world, probably no less splendid than the heavenly palace itself. They had not failed the divine maiden's expectations. Ever since the divine maiden had entered the mortal world, a heavy boulder had been pressing on his heart. He feared that she, having abandoned the splendor of heaven to remain among men, would find mortals too ignorant to be enlightened. Now he finally had some reassurance. Only after Luo Daoqing had finished speaking did he manage to suppress the surging emotions within him and ask his second question. Did the people of the later age always worship the divine maiden? Luo Daoqing was silent for a long while. "No," he said in a hoarse voice. "In the later age there are no gods. No one has seen a god, no one has heard a god's voice. Nothing and no one proves that gods ever existed." Shen Yu's pupils contracted slightly. No one in the later age remembers the divine maiden. He grabbed Luo Daoqing, fiercely pressing on. "How can this be? The divine maiden's grace to the mortal world is so immense. Mortals must remember her achievements. How can they be so ungrateful?" Terrified by Shen Yu's furious, glaring eyes, Luo Daoqing trembled and shrank back. There was a break in historical records in the later age. Many things were not preserved. It's like a book with its most crucial dozens of pages torn out. Nothing before or after connects properly. The divine maiden you worship. In my era, there is no record of her at all. Not in official histories, not in unofficial records, not even in folklore. Speaking of this, regret crept into his tone. "I'm telling the truth. I'm not a fool after all. If I had known that gods truly existed, would I have traveled all the way to Shindu to test divine power myself?" Shen Yu naturally believed Luo Daoqing was telling the truth. What he couldn't believe was that everyone in the later age had forgotten the divine maiden. "Are you sure there is absolutely no record of the gods?" he asked, still unwilling to give up. "Nuwa mends the heavens," Luo Daoqing said, thinking carefully. "Among the stories passed down in the later age, there is only Nuwa mending the heavens. Legend says that long ago the sky suddenly tore open a huge hole. The waters of the heavenly river poured down, floods ravaged the earth, fierce beasts ran rampant, and all living beings suffered. Goddess Nuwa could not bear to see the people suffer, so she smelted 5-colored stones to patch the sky. In the end, the sky was mended, the floods receded, and the people were saved. But Goddess Nuwa exhausted her divine power, transforming into mountains and rivers, and never awoke again." As his words faded, a profound silence fell over the dungeon.